Stuart R. Schram. University SRMTS. The Political Thought of Introduction. Prologue, the pre-Marxist period in Mao Zedong's development. A study of physical education. I to the glory of the Hans. A. Toward a new golden age / B. The Chinese people / C. Old China, New China / D. The Chinese people has stood up to Mao Zedong as a Marxist theoretician. A. The sinification of Marxism / B. What is a Marxist theoretician / C. Dialectical materialism / D. On practice / E. On contradiction. 3. External and internal contradictions, the bourgeoisie between imperialism and the revolution 202. A. The role of the merchants in the national revolution / B. The Chinese government and the foreigners / C. Analysis of all the classes in Chinese society / D. The hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution / E. The relation between external and internal contradictions / F. A letter from the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army to our brothers the soldiers of the White Army on the subject of the forced occupation of Manchuria by Japanese imperialism / G. Proclamation on the northward march of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army to Light Japan / H. On the tactics of fighting Japanese imperialism / I. The stages in the development of the revolution / J. The Kuomintang has a brilliant future / K. The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party / L. The bourgeoisie and the people. 4. The peasantry and working class. Leadership 236. A. The Great Union of the Popular Masses / B. An analysis of the various classes of the Chinese peasantry and their attitudes toward revolution / C. The Chinese proletariat / D. The bitter sufferings of the peasants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and their movements of resistance / E. Report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan / F. The force of the peasantry and the leadership of the workers / G. Appeal to the Kaolao / H. The particular characteristics of the Chinese peasantry and the Chinese proletariat. V. The military principles of Mao Zedong 265. A. Why can China's red political power exist, / B. The composition and training of the Red Army in earliest days / C. Qingkong Mountain / D. Erroneous conceptions and their social origins / E. The particularities of China's Revolutionary War / F. 1 against 10 and 10 against 1, the essence of guerrilla tactics / G. Poems on the Long March / H. Conscious activity in war / I. We must not fear the enemy / J. War and politics / K. Encircling the cities from the countryside / L. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun / M. The military principles for defeating Chiang Kai-shek. 6. Dictatorship, contradictions, N. The Mass Line 294. Al. Communism and dictatorship / A2. Chinese forms and Soviet forms / A3. The function of dictatorship in the transformation of society / BL. Non-antagonistic contradictions / B2. Contradictions under socialism / B3. On the correct handling of contradictions among the people / C1. On democratic centralism / C2. Against the intimidation of comrades / C3. On the mass line / C4. Let us transform the consciousness of the masses / C5. Without a party, there can be no revolution / C6. Learning from one subordinate / C7. Victory is only the first step / C8. Everything depends on the party secretaries / C9. The danger of right opportunism within the party / CIO. The socialist education movement in the countryside / CL1. Old cotters must not rest on their laurels / C12. Getting rid of the stale and taking in the fresh / C13. The party is the leading nucleus. 7. Transforming man, nature, and society. 331. Al. Miss Chow's suicide. A2. Decree regarding marriage. A3. China's women are a vast reserve of labor power. A4. Lines. Written on a picture of the women's militias. BL. Let's get organized. B 2.0 and the enlightened gentry. B 3. The general line of land reform, unite 90% of the population. B 4. We must preserve a rich peasant economy. B 5. The question of agricultural cooperation. B 6. Maintaining the predominance of the poor peasants in the cooperative. B 7. Let us create higher stage cooperative. B 8. Communes are better. CL. Revolution can change everything. C2. 600 million paupers. C3. China is poor and blank. C4. The masses can do anything. DL. Youth needs experience. D2. The role of youth in the revolution. D3. Young people are less conservative. E1. Ancient culture and new culture. E2. The mastery of language is not easy. E3. Literature and art in the service of the people. E4. Down with the praise of reactionary feudal culture. E5. Party formalism gives the reader a headache. E6. Oppose spontaneous capitalist tendencies. E7. To overthrow a political power one must create public opinion. E8. We must prevent China from changing colors. E9. The dead still rule today. ELO. Directives regarding the Cultural Revolution. 8. China and the non-European countries. 372. A. China is the key. B. Guerrilla warfare is the inevitable path. C. China's boundaries. D. There is no third way. E. China supports the Algerian people's struggle for liberation. F. India's path is similar to that of China. G. The peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should unite and drive American imperialism back to where it came from. H. The racial question is a class question. I. American imperialism is closely surrounded by the peoples of the world. J. The days of the U.S. aggressors in Vietnam are numbered. 9. Relations with the West. 386. A. America, the most murderous of hangmen. B. The League of Nations is a league of robbers. C. A war for eternal peace. D. We are for Roosevelt and against Chamberlain. E. The Second Imperialist War. F. Hurley, Chiang Kai-shek, and the Reader's Digest are a menace to world peace. G. Reactionaries and atom bombs are paper tigers. H. American imperialism is sitting on a volcano. I. Imperialists will never become Buddhas until their doom. J. The east wind prevails over the west wind. K. We must not fear nuclear war. L. Oppose racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism. M. U.S. imperialism is the most ferocious enemy of the world's people. X. Relations with the Soviet Union and the other communist parties. 415. A. We are not going to turn the country over to Moscow. B. In memory of Norman Bethune. C. The Comintern has long ceased to meddle in our internal affairs. D. Letter to the Spanish people. E. Letter to Comrade Browder. F. Telegram to Comrade Foster. G. Stalin is our commander. H. The greatest friendship. I. Stalin's place in history. J. The Albanian people has a glorious revolutionary tradition. K. No power on earth can separate us. L. Revisionist rule will not last long. M. The Soviet leading clique is a mere dust heap. In the 5 years since this book first appeared, Mao Zedong and China have been constantly and increasingly in the public eye. Mao Zedong's thought in particular has become a familiar notion not only in China but throughout the world. The sense in which this term is used is, however, rather different from what is meant by the political thought of Mao Zedong in the title of this book. My concern in this volume was to present Mao's political thinking as it has grown and developed in the course of the past half-century. I endeavored to show how Marxism had been shaped both by Mao's own personality and by the situation of China in the early 20th century, and how Mao had modified his views in the course of the revolutionary struggle in the light of experience and of changing conditions. Mao Zedong's thought as used today in Peking refers to a body of ideas which are presumed to have sprung full-blown from Mao's brain sometime around 1920, and to have been handed down ever since as absolutely immutable and universally valid truths. Although some attention is given in the present edition to Mao Zedong's thought in this new sense, and more generally to the ideas which have been put forward in Mao's name in the course of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the emphasis remains on the genesis and development of Mao's thought and on the variations in his theories and policies in the course of the successive phases of his struggle, first to achieve power and then to transform the face of China. In addition to the updating both of the selection of texts and of the introduction to take account of the developments of the last 5 years, substantial changes have been made in this edition in the portions of the book dealing with earlier periods. These are inspired both by the new facts and documents which have come to light in the course of the last 5 years, and by the new ideas and insights which I have derived from my own research over this period. The introduction has been very extensively revised with the aim of showing more clearly the relation between the development of Mao's political thought and his revolutionary experience, as I have had the occasion to study it in preparing my biography of Mao Zedong. These changes and additions are particularly important in the portions of the introduction dealing with the late 1920s and early 1930s, and with the early years of the Chinese People's Republic. As regards the texts, chapters 6 and 7, containing materials relevant to internal developments in China since 1949, have been completely recast and greatly amplified. A number of additions have also been made to Chapter V on Mao's military principles, a subject which was rather neglected in the first edition of this book. Chapters 8, 9, and X have been less extensively modified, but a few texts have been added to each in order to bring them up to date. In order to make it easier for readers familiar with the original edition to locate a particular item in the present edition, a comparative table listing all the texts in both editions appears at the end of the volume. An index is also included in this edition for the first time in order to make it easier to locate material on particular topics. The bibliography and chronology have likewise been brought up to date. I am conscious of the fact that despite these additions and improvements, this book still constitutes only a provisional and inadequate account of a very complex subject. The information which has become available in the course of the Cultural Revolution calls into question much that we have thought in the past, both about Mao Zedong's career and about his ideas and strategy. It is still too early to arrive at any considered judgment as to how much of the material contained in Red Guard newspapers and similar sources is authentic or substantially authentic, and how much is merely fabrication in order to serve immediate political aims, but it is already plain that both our knowledge of the facts and our understanding of them leave much to be desired. In addition to these difficulties which must be faced by anyone working on the subject, I am acutely aware of the gaps and deficiencies in my own interpretation of Mao's life and thought. In undertaking the present revision, I have been actuated not by the ambition of producing a definitive study, but simply by the hope that an expanded and updated version of this book might be of some use until such time as I or someone else can produce a better one. In the course of the past 5 years, I have benefited from conversations with many people working on contemporary China, which have greatly contributed to deepening my own understanding of the subject. A list, which could only be incomplete, would be unfair to those who were omitted. I have therefore left the acknowledgements as they stood in the first edition, merely inserting notes in the body of the book to thank those who have supplied me with the Chinese texts of certain of Mao's writings. I am none the less grateful for this counsel and stimulus without which the present book would be even more imperfect than it is. Ideas grow out of history, they also shape history. We may consider how the interaction of a tradition or traditions and a historical situation in the mind of an individual produces his ideas. We may also treat a man's thought as a key to understanding his acts and intentions. This second approach is particularly important when we are dealing with a Leninist revolutionary such as Mao Zedong, who conceives of his own thought as an instrument for the transformation of society. With such a figure, we must consider not only how the situation in China in the early 20th century and the intellectual currents abroad at the time combined with the bent of Mao's personality to produce his thought, we must also consider how Mao, and the political apparatus directed by him, employ his thought as a guide in their efforts to change the face of China. But the problem does not stop there. Mao Zedong today rules over 1/4 of all humanity. The shadow of his power is cast over all of Asia, and his ideological influence is felt from India to Albania, from Africa to Latin America. Thus, no examination of his thought would be complete without an analysis of the potential appeal his peculiar brand of communism exerts on the peoples of other underdeveloped countries seeking a model for the rapid transformation of their own societies. These, then, are the three questions with which I shall deal in this introduction. What are the origins of Mao's thought? Where is it going? What is likely to be its impact on the world at large? The thought of Mao bears the imprint of the historical situation in which he grew up, of the intellectual currents to which he was exposed, and also of his own very strong personality. The markedly individual bent of Mao's personality is undeniable. And yet there are many traits that may strike the Western reader as unique which Mao in fact shares with other Chinese of his generation. Let us therefore examine China's political and intellectual climate at the beginning of the 20th century before considering what is original in Mao's response to the problems of his time. A. China in transition. The process that has been going on in China for a century or more has been variously called modernization and westernization. Neither of these terms is quite appropriate. China has not been simply modernized, for though the Chinese Empire in the 18th and 19th centuries was not the timeless and immutable entity it appeared to European observers, change would not have taken place either at the same time or in the same way had it not been for the impact of the West. On the other hand, China has not been simply westernized, for though she has absorbed ideas and techniques from the West, these imported elements have not brusquely supplanted traditional modes of thought and behavior, but have been incorporated into a living fabric that contains not only much that is Western, but also much that is Chinese. This is true even today, after China has been reshaped for nearly 2 decades by professed adherents of that most radical of westernizing ideologies, Marxism-Leninism. How shall we designate this process if we reject both modernization and westernization as too one-sided? It might be defined as follows: the process of adaptation to the modern world, and more specifically to Western pressures, by the selective adoption of certain Western ideas, institutions, and techniques, and the critical re-examination of China's own tradition. This process constitutes the basic framework essential to an understanding of Mao's development. In place of this long, cumbersome definition, I shall use such terms as the transformation of China, adaptation to modern conditions, and even modernization or westernization. However, it should be understood that all these are merely shorthand expressions for a very complex phenomenon. 17. When the Western barbarians began their incursions, with the Opium War in 1840, and when the military superiority of the West had been convincingly demonstrated, the Chinese ruling elite sought to arm itself with similarly potent weapons in order to meet the invaders on equal terms. It never occurred to the imperial officials who controlled the state that it might also be appropriate to study the principles guiding the European society and economy for an explanation of Western dynamism. The superiority of their own culture and social system was simply taken for granted. 3 of the reasons for this complacent attitude deserve mention. 1. China had never belonged to a system of states dealing with one another on a basis of equality, but had been for several millennia virtually a universe unto herself, in contact only with less powerful peoples whose rulers were regarded as naturally tributary to the only genuine Son of Heaven, the Chinese Emperor. 2. Except for the introduction of Buddhism from India early in the Christian era, the Chinese had been in contact largely with peoples not only less powerful but culturally inferior, so that they tended to identify their own civilization with civilization as such. 3. The ruling group had a vested interest in preserving the traditional principles of society and government, which were the basis of its own power. Whether one defines the locus of power in the empire as the emperor and his bureaucracy, as does Karl A. Wittfogel L., or as the landlord class, as do Marxist writers, including Mao, there is no doubt that the position of those in power, whoever they were, was buttressed by Confucian principles of subordination to authority. The first two of the above points explain the natural tendency of the Chinese elite to regard all foreigners as inferior barbarians and to attempt to force the Europeans into the same tributary status as any nomadic people or savage tribe. The third point explains in part the reluctance of the ruling group to envisage any significant modifications in the existing system even when their ingrained belief in China's superiority had been severely shaken by events. Little by little, the Chinese ruling elite was driven to understand that arms could not be borrowed from the West without creating the industrial basis for their production, and that modern industry could not be established without smuggling in not only Western technical knowledge, but a host of ideas and attitudes subversive of the existing political and intellectual system. One generation, that of Tseng Kuo-fan, to which Mary Wright has devoted a brilliant and provocative study, preferred to forego such strengthening of the country as could only be bought at the cost of inroads on what they regarded as its raison d'etre. Later generations of mandarins and intellectuals were more audacious. But on the one hand, the degree of acceptance of Western techniques and ideas necessary to modernize the Chinese economy and create a new basis for Chinese power was probably incompatible with the maintenance of the existing political system. On the other hand, the reaction of the Empress Dowager and her supporters to the attempts of the reformers of 1898 to turn China into a modern state organized along Western lines showed that those who held power were not then prepared for the experiment of pouring the new wine of industrialization and modernization into the old bottles of the traditional social and political forms. To be sure, in the early years of the 20th century the court accepted reforms such as the abolition of the old examination system and the creation of a kind of parliament, but it was too late to save the dynasty, which collapsed in 1911 under the double weight of its own incompetence and the shock of repeated military defeats at the hands of the West and of Japan. Meanwhile, there were emerging intellectual currents and political forces which were prepared to sacrifice not only the existing political system but much or even all of China's traditional culture in order to save the country. Initially, these men were radical reformists, later, more and more of them were revolutionists. Intellectually, they were no longer culturalists but nationalists. This latter transition has been subtly and penetratingly chronicled by Joseph Levinson. 3. It means that the central value these thinkers wished to preserve was not the Chinese way, but the entity of China, defined as a people, a state, or a combination of the two. 19. After 1898 at the latest, virtually everyone who was to have an impact on the future China may be said to have been nationalist as opposed to culturalist. But within this broad limit existed the greatest possible variety of attitudes. As regards the Western powers, some were violently hostile, others basically friendly, though few went so far as Tan Su Tiong, who actually affirmed that, by invading and subjugating China the foreign powers, hastening the collapse of what was rotten in the existing society, had done its people a service for which they were not properly grateful. For some, although they had dethroned traditional Chinese culture as the supreme value, still thought that a revitalized tradition could serve as the instrument for saving the Chinese nation. Others, such as Chn Tusiu, maintained precisely the opposite. China's misfortunes, they thought, resulted largely from her own weaknesses and could best be cured by learning from the West. Still others discovered in the theory of imperialism a new basis for opposing the West politically, at the same time injecting into their society something of the Promethean attitude of the West toward the transformation of nature and society. Perhaps one might call the attempt to revitalize tradition in order to strengthen the nation tradition-oriented nationalism, the tendency to blame China's weakness largely on herself and to propose learning from the West as a panacea radical westernization, and the various currents that attributed China's misfortunes to the imperialists and proposed turning the tables on the West by the radical transformation of Chinese society so as to create a dynamism equivalent to that of the West. Revolutionary nationalism. The first 2 decades of the 20th century were the years during which tradition-oriented nationalism lost ground without disappearing altogether, and radical westernization had its brief heyday, while revolutionary nationalism was already coming to the fore. Politically, they witnessed the fall of the monarchy, the failure of Yuan Shikai's attempt at restoration, and the emergence of the warlords as the real holders of power in China, a predominance they were to maintain to some extent until 1949. 20. This was the situation in which Mao Zedong grew to maturity, and apart from which it is impossible to interpret his mind and thought. There is also a more precise, highly significant context, the May 4th movement. In the narrowest sense, the May 4th movement was a movement of Chinese students initiated on May 4, 1919, against the decision of the Paris Peace Conference to cede the former German concessions in Shantung to Japan rather than return them to China. But as Chao Tse-tung has shown in his monumental study of the subject, 5. The street demonstrations and strikes taking place in Peking and elsewhere during May and June, 1919, were merely one in a series of climaxes in a period of exceedingly rapid political and cultural change that extended from the founding of the iconoclastic and westernizing magazine New Youth, in 1915, to the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921. These dates coincide with the most critical years in the life of Mao Zedong, who began his real political activity in 1915, while still a student in Changsha, participated in the May 4th movement in 1919, was converted to Marxism during the following winter, and participated in the first Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in July 1921. B. Mao Zedong during the May 4th period. The general outlines of Mao's biography are well known, although certain periods and episodes remain obscured. He was born in Hunan in 1893 into the family of a formerly poor peasant who had gradually risen to the status first of middle peasant and then rich peasant and grain merchant. He thus found himself in an intermediate and somewhat contradictory social position. On the one hand, he was materially better off than many of his neighbors, who often did not have enough to eat, but on the other hand, his father's lack of respect for education that did not serve purely utilitarian purposes and Mao's poor clothes and lack of social polish placed him in a position distinctly inferior to that of the landowner's sons who were his fellow students in primary and middle school. 6. This early experience may well have engendered in him an ambiguous attitude towards social problems, the rebellious attitude of one who had been treated as an inferior on the one hand, a feeling of solidarity with those who, like his father, possessed a certain amount of power on the other hand, despite his hostile relations with his father. A large number of examples could be cited to illustrate this. One will suffice. In 1905, during a famine, Mao's father indulged in a practice that had caused much resentment among the poor peasants in the past. He continued to ship grain to the cities although his less fortunate neighbors did not have enough food. Thereupon the poor peasants seized one of the grain shipments. I did not sympathize with him, said Mao in 1936. At the same time, I thought the villagers' method was wrong also. 7. The various indications of Mao's hostility to his father and his own statements on the dialectical struggles in his family, in which he sided with his mother and brother against the paternal ruling power, might lead some to a psychoanalytic explanation of his revolutionary attitudes. But conflict between father and son is a universal phenomenon, especially in a country like the old China, where the power of the family and of the elders over the individual was so strong. And yet, all rebellious sons do not become revolutionaries, even in the Orient. Like most young Chinese of his generation, Mao was exposed to a variety of modernizing and or westernizing influences. When he was 13 or 14, he read Warnings to the Seemingly Prosperous Age, by the comprador Chen Kuanying, and was, he says, deeply influenced by it. This was a plea for greater freedom for private enterprise, but it also contained denunciations of various social abuses and an indictment of the foreigner's treat. 22. meant of the Chinese in Shanghai. 2 years later, while a student at the higher primary school, he read and reread a volume of Liang Chichao's periodical Hsin Min Tsung Pao and a book about Kang Yue and the Reform movement. The two great reformers Kang and Liang became his models and remained so until they were displaced by Chn Tuxiu and Hu Shi in 1915-17. In 1912, he spent 6 months at the library in Changsha reading on his own. He devoured a number of Western books in translation, The Wealth of Nations, The Origin of Species, and works by Mill, Spencer, Rousseau, and Montesquieu. But all this progressive literature seems to have marked him less than the tales of Japan's might he heard from one of his teachers at the higher primary school, a returned student, or the book he read about Napoleon, Peter the Great, and other great heroes of the world. And he seems to have been less influenced by Chen Kuanying's plea for modernization and social reform than by a pamphlet he read at the same time, which began with the words, "Alas, China will be subjugated," and which lamented the loss of Korea, Indochina, and Burma. 19 Indeed, if one were to characterize Mao's mind and personality on the eve of the May 4th period, the two most deeply etched traits appear to have been an emphasis on military strength and heroism and a vigorous nationalism. Mao may well have learned something of the importance of military power from the 6 months he spent in the anti-Manchu army after the Revolution of October 1911, as Xiao-san affirms. 10 But his concept of the hero was drawn from Chinese history and popular fiction. Among the emperors, he was particularly fascinated by Chn Shi Huangti, who unified the empire, and Han Wuti, the martial emperor, who extended it and fought against the Huns. Neither of these rulers was particularly liberal in his internal policy, but it would be unfair to conclude from Mao's admiration for them that he necessarily approved the former's burning of the books or the latter's use of slave labor. 1. The warrior statesman of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the heroic bandits of water. 1. These are the only two emperors mentioned by Mao in his autobiography, in addition to the legendary figures Yao and Shun. Snow, OPCIT, p. 121. 23. Margin, translated by Pearl Buck under the title All Men Are Brothers, who struck at the rich and helped the poor and righteous, were also close and familiar figures to him, as to all young Chinese. But if these were the figures that peopled Mao's imagination, we are fortunately not obliged to restrict ourselves to speculations about his sensibilities. The article he wrote in 1917, which includes the passages that constitute the first selection in this anthology, provides us with a solid basis for analyzing the form and content of Mao's thought in the first years of the May 4th period. This text is of interest both for what it reveals of Mao's mind and as a point on the trajectory that carried him from a Chinese intellectual world to the adoption of Marxism-Leninism as his basic worldview. It also reveals something of the sources of his ideas. Of the basic traits revealed in this article, two have already been mentioned above: nationalism and the martial spirit. Another theme emphasized by him is that of the importance of conscious action and individual initiative as opposed to a mere mechanical execution of orders. All three of these themes run through all of Mao's life and thought. The first two have survived undiluted to the present day. The third patently contradicts the emphasis on organization that Mao also exhibited even before he had thoroughly assimilated the Leninist principles of democratic centralism. For half a century, Mao has been torn by the conflict between an ideal of spontaneity and the will to impose the discipline necessary for effective action. This contradiction obviously still persists in the China of the Red Guards. What conclusions can we draw from the 1917 article regarding the extent to which Mao Zedong might have been regarded at the time as progressive or revolutionary as compared with his contemporaries? At first glance, his thought appears conservative rather than revolutionary, Chinese and traditional rather than westernized. The text is studded with references to the Chinese classics, and most of the individuals for whom he expresses admiration are figures from China's past or present. One is particularly struck by the reference to Tseng Kuo-fan, the governor-general who crushed the Taiping Rebellion. Today, Tseng is considered an 24. Arch-reactionary villain and a tool of the foreign imperialists, but then Mao designated him by a highly honorific title, Wenqing, under which he was canonized after his death. Evidence from persons who knew Mao in Peking in 1918 indicates that he not only admired Tseng but actually identified with him. Clearly he saw in Tseng Kuo-fan not only an eminent Hunanese like himself, though that factor was certainly important, but a statesman who knew how to exercise power. It would, however, be altogether too one-sided to suggest that the Mao Zedong of a study of physical culture was entirely uninfluenced by modern and progressive ideas. Mao wrote this article during an era of transition and upheaval. Even the most radical and advanced thinkers, those who could and did read Western writings in the original and wished to imitate the West, were still marked by the Chinese tradition and the Chinese vocabulary. At least three major influences are clearly discernible in the 1917 article. The first is that of the philosopher-patriots of the early 17th century, who, stigmatizing the mystical tendencies that, in their view, had weakened China and made possible the Manchu conquest, advocated increased emphasis on the martial virtues and on practical activity as a means of redressing the situation. The second is the emphasis on strengthening the country militarily and opposing foreign incursions, which Mao seems to have absorbed particularly from Liang Chichao but which was almost universal among Chinese writers at the time, whether reformists or revolutionaries. The third is the magazine Hsinch New Youth, from which Mao drew an emphasis on strength and courage that reinforced the influence of Yen Yuan and Liang Chichao, and the individualism that constituted the most modern and Western trait in his personality at the time. Before saying more about the New Youth magazine in general, its place in the May 4th movement, and its influence on Mao Zedong, a word is in order about one of its contributors who had a very close relationship with Mao Zedong, indeed, his teacher of philosophy in Changsha and future father-in-law, Yang Changqi. Mao had entered the normal school in Changsha in 1913, but it was only later that he came under the influence of Professor Yang, who taught the upper classes. Yang was a disciple of Th. Green, but his ethical ideas had such unexpected antecedents as Samuel Smiles, whom he had learned to appreciate while studying in England. He had also studied in Germany and Japan. *1 At the same time, he remained deeply rooted in Chinese culture. His influence is no doubt reflected in Mao's emphasis on conscious action, which had, in Mao's case as in Yang's, both Chinese and Western antecedents. Thus Mao justified the importance of subjective factors by a quotation from the Confucian Analects, "What the superior man seeks is in himself." It is possible that Mao also learned from his teacher the practice of cold baths as an aid in strengthening the will, of which Yang Changqi was an enthusiastic partisan. Despite the emphasis on the importance of the body in a study of physical culture, Mao also absorbed from his teacher, especially during 1917-18, his last year in Changsha, a powerful dose of idealism. Under the influence of Yang Changqi, Mao wrote an essay entitled The Power of the Mind, for which he received a mark of 100. In his autobiography he states frankly, "I was then an idealist." 11 This idealism of Mao's is clearly a stumbling block to his biographers in Peking. Li Jui cites a whole paragraph of the autobiography praising Yang Changqi, but omits the final sentence containing Mao's confession of idealism. 12 Instead, he professes to discover, in Mao's marginal notes on his copy of a textbook, a precocious penchant for dialectical materialism. 13 In fact, on the basis of the excerpts from Mao's annotations which Li Jui himself cites, it is clear that whatever dialectical component may have existed in Mao's thought in 1918 came rather from the heterodox currents in traditional Chinese thought than from Marx. I say, the concept is reality, the finite is the infinite, the temporal is the intemporal, imagination is thought, I am the universe, life is death, death is life, the present is the past and the future, the past and the future are the present, the small is the great, the yin is the yang, the high is the low, the impure is the pure, the thick is the thin, the substance is the words, that which is multiple is one, that which is changing is eternal. 14. On the other hand, If one takes this passage together with the contrasting but in some sense complementary views of the article on physical culture, one can speak of a certain inclination toward a dialectical understanding of the relations between body and mind, thought and action. Although this dialectic may be Chinese in origin, Mao turned it to uses that strongly suggest Western influence. This is the case, in particular, of a passage in Mao's notes on Paulson's book that extends this dialectic to the relation between man and nature. Although we are determined by nature, we are also a part of nature. Hence, if nature has the power to determine us, we also have the power to determine nature. Although our power is slight, one could not say that it is without influence on nature. 15. 1. The book in question was a translation of System der Ethik by Friedrich Paulson, a second-rank German neo-Kantian. 27. There is, perhaps, in these few sentences something of the activism of the revolutionary who wishes to transform the world. It is certain in any case that this idea of shaping nature contrasts with the tendency of traditional Chinese thought to advocate above all the adaptation of man to nature. These conceptions no doubt reflect the influence of the Western scientific and activist ideas expressed in Hsinchen, and which Mao was at last beginning to assimilate. There is undoubtedly a relationship between the acceptance of Western, or partially Western, ideas regarding the relationship between man and nature and the acceptance of social change. Indeed, it may be suggested that Mao's advocacy of social transformation was inspired as much by a concern for modernization and efficiency as by a thirst for justice. In any case, his annotations to Paulson's book, made during the winter of 1917-18, show the beginnings of an interest in social change that is completely absent from the article on physical culture written the previous winter. For example, he wrote, "We must develop our physical and mental capacities to the fullest extent. Wherever there is repression of the individual, wherever there are acts contrary to the nature of the individual, there can be no greater crime. That is why our country's three bonds must go, and constitute, with religion, capitalists, and autocracy the four evil demons of the empire." 16. This is the first reference to capitalists, or to social categories or structures in any form, which I have been able to discover in the writings of Mao, if we assume that the citations given by Li Jui are authentic. The three bonds rejected by Mao, between prince and subject, father and son, husband and wife, constitute the very heart of Confucian morality. And yet, even as he was assimilating Western ideas of individualism and of the relation between man and nature, Mao energetically clung to his deep emotional roots in Chinese culture, and especially its legends of military valor. Reading a passage of Paulson maintaining that history was simply the record of the struggle between good and evil, Mao wrote in the margin, "When we read history, we always praise the time of the warring." 28. States, the time of the struggle between Lu Peng and Shangyith, the time of Han Wuti's battles with the Huns, the time of the battles between the three kingdoms, the periods when the situation is continually changing, and when talents are continually emerging. Those are the times that people like to read about. 17. In the spring of 1918, when he received his diploma from the normal school in Changsha, Mao's ideas, like those of his whole generation, were thus a patchwork of Chinese and Western concepts and influences. Far from claiming for himself, as does Li Jui, any precocious penchant for dialectical materialism, Mao in his autobiography has characterized his mind at the time of his graduation as a curious mixture of ideas of liberalism, democratic reformism, and utopian socialism. "I had," he added, "somewhat vague passions about 19th-century democracy, utopianism, and old-fashioned liberalism, and I was definitely anti-militarist and anti-imperialist." 18. The fact that he was torn between so many influences, diverse and in many cases contradictory, did not prevent Mao Zedong, during his last years in Changsha, from taking the lead in founding a student organization, the Hsin Menchuehui, or New People's Study Society, which apparently had a relatively clear orientation derived essentially from Hsin Ching Yen. 19. Its practical effects were in any case decidedly radical, for many of the friends who came under Mao's influence in this context later followed him into the Chinese Communist Party. In the fall of 1918, Mao Zedong went to Peking, where for the first time he entered into personal contact with the leading protagonists of the new intellectual currents that were shortly to be projected by the May 4th movement into still greater prominence. By a fortunate coincidence, his professor of ethics, Yang Changqi, with whom he had established close personal relations and who had served as the intermediary in persuading the editors of HSINCHINGYEN to publish his article on physical culture, 20 had just left the normal school in Changsha for a chair at Peking University and was thus able to help Mao find a place in the capital. Thanks to an introduction from Yang, Mao secured a position as a librarian's assistant under the direction of Li Takeo, the man who, perhaps better than any other, represented the 29. Combination of the most radical Western ideas with Chinese nationalism. The group around the review HSINCHINGYEN was a heterogeneous one. One fundamental cleavage that was to develop rapidly during 1919 under the impact of the May 4th movement was that between the partisans of Western democracy and those who turned to more radical solutions, and in particular to Leninism. This cleavage was symbolized by the personalities of two contributors to the magazine, Hu Shi, the Douyin pragmatist, and Chn Tusiu, who was to become the first Secretary-General of the Chinese Communist Party. But there was another, equally important division, which was illustrated by the characters of the two founders of the Chinese Communist Party, Chn Tusiu and Li Ta-chao. Without doing too much violence to the truth, one can say that the former was above all a Westemizer, who turned to communism as the most efficient method for modernizing Chinese society, whereas the latter was a nationalist, who saw in the Leninist theory of imperialism a justification for his chauvinistic views. Mao owes something to both, but more to Li than to Chn. In fact, Li Ta-chao joined the editorial board of HSINCHINGYEN only in the fall of 1918, and one of the factors that had hitherto kept him apart from the group around Chn Tusiu and Hu Shi was precisely the issue of nationalism. Chn was a radical westernizer in the early years of the May 4th period, who tended to blame all of China's misfortunes on her own faults and weaknesses. Li, on the other hand, under the impact of Japan's 21 demands, had, in 1915, written essays glorifying the Chinese people, which had stood in a superior position for 4,000 years, and crying out for national revenge too. It was not until 1920 that Chn Tusiu finally embraced Marxism, but when he did, he took over and made his own all its basic analytical concepts, especially as regards the role of the various classes. Li Ta-chao, on the other hand, began by embracing the Bolshevik Revolution and never really disciplined himself to reason in Marxist categories, nor did he divest himself of his nationalism. 21. To affirm that Mao Zedong's development was shaped by both these men, but more by Li than by Chn, is in fact another way of stating the basic thesis of this whole volume, namely that while Mao is a genuine communist revolutionary, and while the categories in which he reasons are Marxist categories, the deepest springs of his personality are, to a large extent, to be found in the Chinese tradition, and China's glory is at least as important to him as is world revolution. According to Mao's own account, his position at the university library was so low that people avoided him. Nonetheless, he did establish personal contacts with a certain number of prominent figures in the intellectual world of the time, including both Li and Chn. 22. We may judge something of the nature of their influence at the time from their writings during the winter which Mao spent in Peking. Chn Tusiu had as yet shown no interest either in Marxism or in the Russian Revolution. From him Mao no doubt absorbed the cult of Mr. Democracy and Mr. Science, the two great figures in Chn's thought prior to his conversion to Leninism. Mr. Science especially, as a fighter against superstition and backwardness, left an indelible impression on Mao. Chn, like Mao, was also a proponent of physical strength and had praised the Japanese Fukuzawa Yukichi for his doctrine of the savage or beastly nature, Shaoxing Chuai, in an article that Mao had probably read while in Changsha. 23 Li Ta-chao, despite his commitment to Chinese nationalism, was far from ignorant of the West. Even after his imagination had been fired by the Russian Revolution, he continued to be attached to parliamentary democracy. But, characteristically, he was less interested in science and logic than in currents such as Bergson's theory of free will, which was grist to the mill of his optimistic and activist temperament. He also admired Condorcet. 24 But two themes of particular importance emerge from his writings during the winter of 1918-19, revolution and the peasantry. It was in July 1918 that Li Ta-chao had first expressed his enthusiasm for the Russian Revolution, which he found superior to the French Revolution of 1789 because it was internationalist. Li maintained that Russia was destined to play a great role as a mediator between East and West, and he also held that China was to have a preeminent part in the Great Synthesis. Secondly, he advanced the view that precisely because Russia was culturally backward, she had great surplus energy for future progress. From this statement, it is not far to the conclusion that since China is even more backward, she must have even more surplus energy. This clearly foreshadowed the thesis that China can progress faster because she is poor and blank advanced by Mao Zedong in 1956. 25 A few months later, shortly after Mao's arrival in Peking, Li Ta-chao published his celebrated article The Victory of Bolshevism, maintaining that it was not the Allies who had triumphed over the Central Powers, but the people of all countries who had triumphed over militarism and autocracy. More particularly, the victory was the victory of Bolshevism, which was not merely the affair of the Russians, but the victory of the spirit of all mankind. 26 At the same time, it should be emphasized that this enthusiasm for the Russian Revolution did not yet imply on Li's part acceptance of its doctrinal basis. As late as the spring of 1919, when he had learned something of the Marxist theory of history, he still rejected the deterministic elements in Marx's thought, which he interpreted in a narrow and undialectical fashion. 1-2 Mao Zedong himself dates his conversion to Marxism from the beginning of 1920. At the same time he says that under Li Ta-chao in 1918-19, he had rapidly developed toward Marxism. 27 Taken together, these two statements tend to support my view that in Mao's case, as in that of Li Ta-chao, the impulse to revolution came before the commitment to Marxism as an intellectual system, and this impulse was to a considerable extent transmitted to Mao by Li. The same conclusion is also borne out by Mao's writings of the May 4 period, which are characterized by much fervor but show little knowledge of Marxism. But before considering these, a word is in order regarding another theme, the importance of the peasantry. In February 1919, Li published an article entitled Youth and the Villages in a Peking newspaper. As Meisner argues convincingly, the views expressed in this text are astonishingly similar to those of the early Russian populists. There is not only the theme of going to the people, but the idea that the country is a more wholesome place than the city, which is a den of iniquity. But in this text there is more than an echo of the past, there is also a prophecy for the future. Our China is a rural nation, writes Li, and a majority of the laboring class is composed of these peasants. If they are not liberated, then our whole nation will not be liberated. 28 As he emphasized in a speech of 1942-2 Mao Zedong during his school years had cut his emotional ties with the countryside of his youth and regarded workers and peasants as dirty and physical labor as degrading. It was only 5 or 6 years later that he really rediscovered the peasantry, but Li Ta-chao in 1919 may well have started him on the road to that rediscovery. Li also probably communicated to Mao a populism of a still broader kind. Namely the conception that the whole nation, with the exception of a few exploiters, is made up of working people who should all be conscious of their solidarity against the monarchs, aristocrats, militarists, and capitalists. 29 His mind filled with the impressions gained in Peking, and in particular with the teachings of Li and Chn, Mao Zedong set off in the spring of 1919 to accompany some of his friends who were going to embark at Shanghai for work and study in France. Study hard in order to save the country, he called out to them as the boat left the dock. Then he returned to Changsha, where he found himself plunged almost immediately into the political activity that sprang up following the May 4 demonstrations in Peking. The energy displayed by Mao during the ensuing months was prodigious. He was once more active in the Hsin Minxiahui, he organized a movement against the local warlord, he edited several journals, which were closed one after the other by the police, and when he no longer had a forum of his own he contributed numerous articles to the leading Changsha newspaper, Ta Kung Pao. These writings of the latter half of 1919 are the first known to have been published by Mao Zedong following the article on physical culture. Unfortunately, we do not possess the full and authentic texts of any of these materials, but only extracts and summaries from secondary sources published since 1949 in Peking. One indeed, with the exception of 4 articles contributed to the magazine Shangtao in 1923, 2 of which have furnished extracts for this anthology, and of resolutions presented to the Kuomintang apparatus in February 1924, 1 have not been able to locate any writings by Mao between 1917 and 1926 in their authentic form. Much of what follows, dealing with the intervening years, is therefore groping in the dark. It is worth pointing out that, although a certain degree of skepticism is in order about the way in which communist historians present the substance of Mao's ideas of 1919, the importance of his role as a student leader during this period is by no means a recent invention. One example will suffice. Summing up the experience of the May 4 movement in May 1920, Lo Chialun, now a dignitary of the government on Taiwan and then a partisan of the new tide that had begun with the Russian Revolution, wrote, "If everyone will read an article of Mr. Mao Zedong, entitled The Great Union of the Popular Masses of the Whole Country /C, they will certainly have a better understanding of this point, the utility of the students' and merchants' struggles during the past year. 1. This clearly shows not only that Mao's article, published in Hunan, was appreciated in intellectual circles as far away as Peking, but that it was so well known there that Lo did not even think it necessary to identify it further. It is true that the precise footnoting of references is not a part of the Chinese tradition. There is no doubt that the most important and systematic exposition of Mao's ideas in 1919 is contained in a 3-part article that appeared in NOS 2, 3, and 4 of Shangchang Ping Lun, the review he edited during July and August of that year, entitled The Great Union of the Popular Masses. This article was praised by the Peking Weekly Meizhou Pinglun as a remarkable contribution. 30. Such a reaction is not surprising, for Li Tachao was one of the editors, and on the basis of the extracts available to us, this text appears to incorporate many of Li's favorite ideas, the historic greatness of the Chinese people, the affirmation that they and the people of the whole world should unite against the tiny minority of aristocrats and capitalists, the emphasis on consciousness and will. There is a new element, the idea of separate organizations for workers, peasants, etc. Li Jui attempts to force this into the mold of the United Front of later years. 31. Such an interpretation is hardly admissible, for even in the account which he himself gives of the article, there is no reference either to the leading role of the proletariat or to the existence of political parties of any kind, let alone of a communist party. 3. The idea that the workers and the peasants are separate and distinct groups may reflect to some extent the reading of Marxist literature in which Mao had been engaged off and on since the previous winter, and he does state that the form of struggle he recommends was invented by Marx. But the experience of the May 4 movement, in which the organized action of the students had been supported by separate but parallel organized action by the workers and businessmen, but not by the peasants, was probably equally important. Here again, Mao Zedong claims less for himself than does Li Jui. He dates his conversion to Marxism only from the winter of 1919-20, following a second visit to Peking, during which he read the Communist Manifesto for the first time, and a trip to Shanghai to discuss the Marxist books he had read with Chn Tusiu. Chn's own assertions of belief deeply impressed me at what was probably a critical period in my life, he told Edgar Snow. Modestly, he only claimed that, From the summer of 1920, he had been a Marxist in theory, and to some extent in action. 32 In any case, he considered himself henceforth as a Marxist, and it is a fact that the first text from his pen that has something of a Marxist ring about it was written in November 1920. This was an article on the occasion of the first anniversary of the Workers' Association. In contrast to the writings of the summer of 1919, Mao here for the first time places the accent on the leading role of the workers. He also puts forward ideas on the importance of organization that may be regarded as very close to the Leninist conception of democratic centralism. He proposed that the labor unions should have democratically formed executive organs entrusted with full powers, for if authority were too much divided, the result would be unsatisfactory. 3. Some of these conceptions may have grown out of Mao's activities as a labor organizer, which had begun in early 1920, and which were to continue for several years. But perhaps there was in his personality a kind of natural Leninism, analogous to the natural morality of the theologians, i.e., a certain intuitive understanding of the importance of organization that is one of the reasons for his emergence as the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. 36. Another interesting aspect of this article was that it referred exclusively to the workers, making no mention of uniting with the peasants or with any other class. This was to some extent natural, since Mao was addressing himself to the workers. But it is also possible that it reflected a tendency to apply to China the classical Marxist schema of a social revolution led by the proletariat rather than the Leninist schema of a national revolution in the dependent countries carried out by an alliance of the workers, the peasants, and the bourgeois revolutionaries. The documentation to support this hypothesis just formulated is sketchy but suggestive. Before presenting it, it is perhaps appropriate to summarize the essence of the Leninist position, and what distinguishes it from the so-called orthodox Marxist approach, which emphasizes economic determinism and regards only Europe as ripe for revolution. See the Leninist theory of revolution in the underdeveloped countries. It is a paradox that has been frequently pointed out that Marxism, which grew out of the analysis of the historical development of the most advanced capitalist countries of the West, has hitherto inspired successful revolutions only in relatively backward countries such as Russia or Yugoslavia, and in very backward countries such as China and Vietnam. Several different issues are involved in any theory of the revolution in underdeveloped and/or dependent countries. The first is that of the place of these countries in the overall strategy of world revolution, which is intimately bound up with Lenin's theory of imperialism. The phenomenon of the politico-economic domination of Europe and America over the underdeveloped countries, referred to as imperialism by both its critics and its protagonists, thrust itself increasingly on the attention of all socialist politicians and thinkers in the early 20th century. Edward Bernstein regarded colonization as a service rendered by the civilized peoples. Karl Koski considered it the negation of a civilizing mission, but nearly all saw the colonial peoples as passive objects. Even an extreme revolutionary such as Rosa Luxemburg was convinced that resistance on the part of the colonial peoples was impossible and that the world could be saved only by the European proletariat. Lenin was one of the few to break out of this Europocentrism and to suggest that Asia could play an active role in world revolution. He advanced such views shortly after Russia's defeat by Japan and developed these systematically in his well-known work on imperialism. According to him, it was the profits from the exploitation of Asia and Africa that enabled the bourgeoisie of the capitalist countries to corrupt part of their own working class. By cutting off this possibility, a revolution in the colonies would contribute to the outbreak of revolution in the mother country. The problem at issue here is not Lenin's fidelity to Marx but Mao's fidelity to the ideas of Lenin and his successors. Although there is some basis in Marx for Bernstein's attitude regarding the benefits conferred on the underdeveloped peoples by colonization, there is also a basis for Lenin's theory that revolutions in dependent countries are not only progressive, but may even contribute to revolution in the mother country. Marx advanced the first thesis with regard to India, and the second with regard to Ireland and to China herself. 34. The thesis that revolutions in colonial countries are both possible and desirable and may serve to hasten revolution in Europe and thus advance world revolution has been an essential article of faith of Leninism since 1916 at least and has never been called into question by anyone, though there have been ample variations and divergences regarding the relative importance assigned to the European proletariat and the peoples of Asia and Africa in the strategy of the world revolution as a whole. The other issues of what kind of revolution is to occur in the underdeveloped countries, and who is to lead it, are much more obscure, and even today no absolutely clear-cut, definitive, and universally valid answer to these problems has been propounded either by Moscow or by Peking. Certain general principles have, to be sure, remained fixed. These include the propositions that, as in the more highly developed capitalist countries, there will be two stages to the revolution, a bourgeois democratic and a socialist stage, but that, because of the factors of backwardness and dependence, the roles of the various classes will be somewhat different. In essence, this means that because of backwardness, the peasantry will play a greater part, and because of common hostility to foreign domination, the bourgeoisie of the colonial countries will play a more progressive role than its European counterpart. All these ideas have precedence in Marx. 35. But is the bourgeois revolution to be left to the bourgeoisie, with the support of the proletariat, i.e., of the communists, or should the whole two-stage process be carried out under the leadership of the proletariat? Lenin changed his views repeatedly on these 2 points, as he adapted his tactics to the revolutionary situation first in Russia, then in the world as a whole. Lenin's thinking on these questions is best represented by his views at the Second Congress of the International in July 1920. 36. This presentation is the most coherent and exhaustive treatment of the problems of revolution in the underdeveloped countries to be found anywhere in Lenin's writings and speeches, and it laid down the Comintern line in force on the eve of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921, that is, precisely at the moment when we are attempting to evaluate the position of Mao Zedong. 3 basic tendencies collided at the Second Comintern Congress: an extreme Occidental tendency, represented by the Italian delegate Zerati, an extreme Oriental tendency, represented by M.N. Roy, the Indian communist who was later to play a role in China, and between the two, the position of Lenin won the first, who made light of the importance of the underdeveloped countries and wanted nothing to do with the bourgeoisie in any form, rallied no support at all. Following the dimming of hopes for an early revolution in Europe, all eyes were fixed on Asia, and no position minimizing Asia was likely to be taken seriously by the delegates. The debate was therefore between Lenin, who was the official rapporteur on the national and colonial question, and Roy, who had submitted theses of his own on this subject. The two men differed first of all on the respective importance of proletarian revolution in Europe and revolutionary upheaval in the colonies. Roy made of the latter a condition sine qua non of the former. This was too much for Lenin, who was willing to give equal weight to Europe and Asia, but unwilling to reverse the established position of the Second International and make of the European workers mere passive objects awaiting the initiative from the East, which would make possible their own victory. On this point, the position of Lenin was clearly endorsed by the Congress, but this did not check the tendency of Asian communists to regard their countries as the true home of revolution in the 20th century, a tendency that finds its apotheosis in the attitude of Communist China today. The second point at issue between Lenin and Roy concerned relations with bourgeois revolutionaries. In his original theses, Lenin spoke of collaboration with bourgeois democratic movements. As a concession to Roy, he agreed to change this to national revolutionary movements, but he made quite clear in his interventions that he regarded this as a mere verbal modification, and that in his eyes the two terms meant the same thing. For his part, Roy demanded that the proletariat, i.e., the communists, assert its hegemony over the revolutionary movement from beginning to end. Lenin admitted that this was highly desirable. But, as a realist and as the leader of the Soviet state interested in weakening the European imperialists, he was prepared under certain circumstances to turn over the leadership of the revolution in the colonies to the bourgeoisie, until such time as the communists should be in a position to take charge themselves. This debate between Lenin and Roy offers curious parallels with that between the Soviets and Mao Zedong. At the time, the Comintern Congress adopted both sets of theses, undisturbed by the contradictions between them. On one point at least, Lenin and Roy were agreed: in countries where the communists did succeed in establishing their predominance, they could lead the peasant masses to socialism without passing through a capitalist stage of development. 37 The line of the International in 1920 regarding revolution in the underdeveloped countries can be summed up in a few simple propositions: this revolution will not be exclusively social, as in Europe. 40. But above all national, it will not be the work of the proletariat alone, nor even of a coalition of the proletariat and the peasantry, at least not in all cases, where an indigenous bourgeoisie exists, and where elements of it are prepared to fight against foreign domination. The communists should form an alliance with them and even allow them to lead the revolution during its first phase. This was the line on the eve of the foundation of the Chinese Communist Party. Let us see how Mao and his comrades applied it. From sectarianism to collaboration with the Kuomintang. In using the phrase how Mao and his comrades applied it, I do not mean to suggest that Mao Zedong played a leading role in the Chinese Communist Party in its early years, or that he was responsible for its theoretical position. But it is interesting, as a background for evaluating Mao's ideas at the time, to consider the position of the party. In the first decision as to the objects of the Communist Party of China, adopted at the First Congress in July 1921, one finds the following passage: towards the existing political parties, an attitude of independence, aggression, and exclusion should be adopted. Our party should stand up on behalf of the proletariat, and should allow no relationship with the other parties or groups. 38 It is clear that this narrow and sectarian insistence on the proletariat as the only revolutionary force, and the absence, in the documents of the First Congress, of any reference to national as opposed to social revolution, reflect either complete ignorance of the decisions of the Second Comintern Congress or a refusal to accept the positions adopted there. The latter hypothesis seems more probable, for according to Chen Kungpo, a manifesto attacking Sun Yat-sen as no better than the northern warlords was drafted but not adopted, because of a division of opinion. 39 Which side was Mao on? The little evidence available suggests that he was probably on the side of the majority. In his letters to his friend Tse Hosen, Mao analyzes the problems of world revolution exclusively in terms of capitalists and proletarians. There is not a hint here that the situation in China might be any different from that in France, where Tse was living. This Pression is reinforced by Tse's letters calling for a dictatorship of the proletariat in China modeled on Russia's and showing no concern whatever with the complex and contradictory character of Chinese society. To this Mao replied that he agreed with every word. 40 There is no doubt that Tse's influence on Mao was strong and that Tse Hosen's passionate revolutionary temperament was very much in tune with Mao's. As the correspondence of the winter of 1920-21 indicates, their ideas were, at that time, very much in harmony. But in Mao's case, revolutionary passion and the tendency to see the world in black and white, capitalists and proletarians, conflicted with another equally strong passion, nationalism. And so, when he once more emerges into view, in 1923, after an interval of 2 years for which we have no really significant texts, it is as an enthusiastic partisan of the alliance with the Kuomintang. Indeed, he does not merely advocate alliance with the bourgeoisie, he actually sees the merchants as the leading force in the national revolution. Although this is very unlike either the earlier or the later Mao, it was in harmony with the official policy of the International, imposed on the Chinese Communist Party in August 1922, beginning in 1924. This policy was implemented on a large scale by having communists enter the Kuomintang as individual members and by having a number of prominent communists, including Mao, sit in the executive organs of the Kuomintang. 2. It was also in line with the thinking of Mao's master Li Ta-chao, who as early as January 1920 had put forward the idea that the Chinese as a whole constituted a proletarian nation, part of the world proletariat. To be sure, he did not believe that the Chinese should submit to the leadership of the more privileged among these proletarians. On the contrary, he advocated an immediate struggle for socialism, in alliance with the world proletariat. But toward the end of 1922, he wrote that the organization, by the whole Chinese people, of a democratic united front constituted a part of the world revolution. 41 To postulate that the Chinese people was in fact a revolutionary class oppressed by the imperialists enabled both Li and Mao to be simultaneously revolutionaries and nationalists. In other words, it enabled them to be revolutionary nationalists, which is what they were and what Mao has remained. Tse accepted the new orientation of collaboration with the Kuomintang when it was forced on him by Moscow, but he accepted it with resignation rather than with enthusiasm. Although sincerely concerned with China's fate, he had always remained a Westimizer at heart and could not share the nationalist mystique of Li and Mao. This in itself was probably enough to disqualify him as the leader of the Chinese Revolution, even had he not been made the scapegoat for Stalin's failures. Li Tao's evolution from 1920 down to his execution in 1927 appears to be in a relatively straight line. One lecturing to a students' organization in Peking in May 1924, he carried his ideas of China as an oppressed proletarian nation to new heights of intensity and fury. The Europeans, he said, regard the world as exclusively a white man's world, in which they themselves constitute the upper classes and the colored peoples the lower classes. Thus the race question on a world scale becomes a class question. The Chinese people must be prepared to enter into a class struggle with the other races of the world and once more demonstrate their national peculiarities. 42 There is no evidence as to whether Mao Zedong, despite his nationalism and his feeling for China's past glory, ever expressed himself in quite such un-Marxist terms at this period. The articles of 1923, while furiously anti-foreign, do not altogether neglect class analysis. The merchants are warned that they must unite with the workers and peasants if they wish their revolution to succeed. 2 But it does appear that, like Li Tao, he went through a kind of ultranationalist phase. It is clear, in any case, that his utterances during 1924 and 1925 are not in keeping with the image of Chairman Mao it is now desired to give in Peking. There can be no other explanation for the fact that his works for these years are never cited. We are told by the editors of the selected works that at the first Congress of the Kuomintang in January 1924, Mao played a great role in launching the Kuomintang on the revolutionary path. 43 And yet neither they nor anyone else writing in Peking offers the slightest hint as to what he may have said on this occasion. On the basis of what he wrote in 1923, and of what we know of his actions during the succeeding 2 years, it is possible to guess the nature of Mao's deviation. On the one hand, excessive zeal in cooperating with the Kuomintang, on the other, underestimation of the revolutionary force of the peasantry. It is true that Li Jui describes in detail how a miners' strike, organized by Mao at Shuakoshan in 1922, led in turn, early in 1923, to the organization of a peasants' association in the surrounding countryside. 44 But Mao himself told Edgar Snow that he only became conscious of the revolutionary potential of the peasantry at the time of the incident of 30 May 1925-45 and, barring strong evidence to the contrary, this must be taken as the earliest possible date. During 1924, Mao Zedong worked with Hu Hanmin in the Kuomintang's Shanghai Bureau, earning the derisive epithet Hu Hanmin's secretary. 46 Since Hu, though now a member of the right wing of the Kuomintang, was one of the first Chinese to have grasped the Marxist view of history, there may have been some advantage to this situation, though no influence can be readily traced. But the basically revolutionary bent of Mao's personality could not be permanently suppressed. However close his collaboration with the Kuomintang bureaucracy during 1924-5, he never doubted that the future belonged to the Communist Party, which would one day take over the Kuomintang from within. This was, of course, the intention of Stalin and every other communist. The problem was simply when and how. In this respect, Mao could scarcely have been more prudent and patient than Stalin himself, who was to show himself ready to risk the annihilation of the whole urban labor movement in the vain hope of conciliating Chiang Kai-shek. In any case, whether it be 44. For the reasons of health, alleged at the time, or because his situation had become uncomfortable as a result of the accusations of class collaborationism thrown at him by some of his party comrades, Mao Zedong returned to his home in Hunan late in 1924. There he discovered the revolutionary potential of the peasantry and in the following spring began to organize peasant associations. It is curious that, although of peasant origin, he had been so long in rediscovering the peasantry. As early as 1922, the Chinese Communist Party had stated in a manifesto adopted by its Second Congress, 300 million Chinese peasants are the most important factors of our revolutionary movement. It is to be believed that the Chinese Revolution will quickly succeed when the majority of the peasants ally with the workers. 47. No doubt the explanation for Mao's belated awareness is to be found above all in the psychological reaction of a young intellectual against the unrefined world of his youth, reinforced by the Marxist hostility to rural idiocy. His attitude cannot be attributed to the mere fact that he was involved in the official policy of collaboration with the Kuomintang, for in this early period the party of Sun Yat-sen took the lead in efforts to tap the revolutionary potential of the peasantry. At the very beginning of its reorganization in early 1924, following Sun Yat-sen's decision to cooperate with the Communists and accept Soviet aid, the Kuomintang set up a peasant department, and this department shortly proceeded to establish an institute for training agitators to work among the peasantry. To be sure, much of this activity was actually carried out by young communists who were members of both parties, and who made use of the Kuomintang apparatus as the most effective channel for reaching the masses. But if the work of this peasant-oriented minority was approved and encouraged by the Comintern, many of the leading members of the Chinese Communist Party showed a tendency, rooted in an orthodox interpretation of Marxism, to minimize the importance of the rural areas. Mao was thus in good company in neglecting the countryside himself. In any case, when he did at last turn to the peasantry, he threw himself into this new activity with characteristic energy, and soon made up for lost time. Mao's writings in 1926 and 1927, and the problem of a peasant-based revolution. Mao Zedong spent only a few months organizing the peasantry in Hunan in 1925, then, pursued by the local warlord, he took refuge in Canton. But from a series of posts in the Kuomintang apparatus he continued to acquire knowledge and experience of the peasant movement. On his return from Hunan in the autumn of 1925, he began to play a role in the Kuomintang Peasant Movement Training Institute, of which he formally headed the 6th session the following summer. He likewise assumed the editorship of a new magazine created by the Kuomintang in December 1925, Chengchi Jiupao, the political weekly. The fact that he was entrusted with this responsibility serves to emphasize that, although Mao had henceforth espoused the cause of the peasantry as the principal force in the Chinese Revolution, this by no means implied that he had turned against the bourgeoisie or against the leader of the Kuomintang, Chiang Kai-shek. A passage from his editorial in the first issue of the magazine shows him going rather to the opposite extreme. Why are we publishing Chengchi Jiupao? To serve the revolution. Why do we want revolution? In order to achieve the liberation of the Chinese people, in order to realize people's rule, in order to bring economic well-being to the people. For the sake of the revolution, we have offended our various enemies, the imperialists of the whole world, the big and small militarists throughout the country, the comprador class and the village bullies and bad gentry everywhere, and all the reactionary political factions such as the Anfa clique, etc. These enemies have foreign and Chinese navies, armies, and police. They have vast international propaganda organs, such as the Reuters Agency. They have the newspapers and schools of the whole country. The propaganda organs of the reactionaries in Peking, Tientsin, Shanghai, Hankow etc. are anxiously creating a disturbance, and are 46. Making use of their poisonous tongues to curse and calumniate us as best they can. Expressions such as civil disorder, communism, etc. are spread about everywhere. It seems that Guangdong has really become a hell. We can no longer remain indifferent to this. We intend to counterattack. To counterattack counter-revolutionary propaganda, so as to demolish counter-revolutionary propaganda, such is the task of Cheng Chi Zhou. Our method for counterattacking the enemy by no means involves the extensive use of polemics, it consists simply in faithfully reporting the facts about our revolutionary work. The enemy says, Guangdong is communist. We say, please look at the facts. 48. If it was natural enough at the time for Mao to deny that the base in Guangdong was run on communist lines, one is struck by the extremely broad definition of the revolutionary forces implicit in his enumeration of the enemies of the revolution. To be sure, one must take into account the audience to which this was addressed. But Mao's speeches to the Second Kuomintang Congress in January 1926, in which he played a prominent part, likewise illustrate his tendency at that time to seek the widest possible united front in order to pursue the aim of China's national liberation. Thus, he even went so far as to urge leniency for the most extreme rightist faction in the Kuomintang, on the grounds that these comrades might still return to the revolutionary path. It is in this context that one must interpret the two articles Mao wrote in January and February 1926, of which the second constitutes the first item in the current canon of the selected works. Point 2. This article, entitled Analysis of All the Classes in Chinese Society, is now presented in Peking as a brilliant example of Chairman Mao's revolutionary intransigence at this period. In fact, when he wrote that the world's situation was characterized by the final struggle between the forces of revolution and counter-revolution, he saw as the bearer of the red banner of revolution in China none other than Chiang Kai-shek. The reference to the hegemony of the proletariat in the revolutionary struggle, reproduced in the Little Red Book of Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, was added in 1951. There is nothing particularly reprehensible about this, if one regards Mao as a man subject to error, who acquired an understanding of the revolutionary process only gradually, and not as a semi-divine being who possessed from the very beginning a clear and infallible vision of the road to victory, which only the treachery of Chn Tu and others prevented him from putting into practice. After all, nearly a year later Stalin himself, when he made his famous remark at the 7th Comintern plenum, "In China armed revolution is fighting against armed counter-revolution," was likewise referring to Jiang's army and not to the Chinese Communist Party, which had in any case no armed forces of its own at the time, as the vanguard of the revolution. 49. Apart from the question of Mao's tactical line in 1926, the articles of January and February 1926 confirm that his grasp of Marxist theory at the time was extremely deficient. This is strikingly evident, first of all, in his classifying the whole of the Chinese population according to income, with no distinction between urban and rural categories, and no attention to the role of the people concerned either in the social structure or in the economy. In the original version of his February 1926 article, this tendency manifests itself in such astonishing statements as that dividing society into upper, middle, and lower groups, or that classifying the landlords as part of the bourgeoisie, but the approach is clear even in the revised version in the current edition of the selected works. 48. The phrase "the big landowners are the big bourgeoisie" raises a significant point regarding the importance of semantic factors in the assimilation of Western ideas by non-Western peoples. The Chinese expressions coined to translate bourgeoisie and proletariat mean literally propertied classes and propertyless classes. To Mao Zedong, who was able to read no language other than Chinese, it may have seemed perfectly logical to write, "The big landowners are the big propertied class." At the same time, it is clear that not only the concepts but the basic structure of Leninist thinking were somewhat vague in his mind. Another illustration of this is Mao's affirmation, "The attitude of the various classes in China toward the national revolution is more or less identical with the attitude of the various classes of Western Europe toward the social revolution." This was Trotsky's position, not Lenin's, but it would be absurd to explain Mao's attitude by Trotskyite influences. Basically, the roots of his position are to be found in his revolutionary temperament, expressed in the lines that follow the sentence just cited. Today's revolution is one, its goals and its techniques are everywhere similar, the goal being to overthrow world capitalist imperialism, and the technique being the union of the exploited peoples and classes to wage war. As the reference to war suggests, and as we know from his earlier writings, especially the article on physical culture, Mao was a fighter, and a fighter requires enemies. There was, to be sure, the external enemy, foreign imperialism, but an internal enemy was required as well. Later he was to define this enemy in proper Leninist terms as the landlords and the compradors. For the moment, he denounced the great majority of the bourgeoisie as false or uncertain friends. But at the same time, his populist and nationalist mystique required that the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people be fighting on the side of the revolution. Mao solved this problem by a simple feat of arithmetic: of China's 400 millions, not more than 5 million were counter-revolutionaries or waverers. Hence his battle cry, 395 millions, unite. If one were to judge the importance of the various social groups essentially on numerical grounds, then obviously the peasantry constituted the greater part of these 395 millions. To be sure. 49. There is a paragraph in the article of February 1926, explaining in Marxist terms why the proletariat, despite its small size, was the major force in the Chinese Revolution. But this is hardly more than a formal precaution. In fact, Mao first wrote an article dealing exclusively with the peasantry, and then derived from this, by analogy, his analysis of what he regarded as the corresponding classes in the cities. And in his article on the peasantry there is not even so much as a mention of the workers, though he says that we, obviously the Kuomintang, are to organize them. At the same time, Mao praises the rural vagrants, or elements des classes, who were later to play such a large role in his first Red Army detachments. In his autobiography, Mao claims that Tse opposed the publication of his article on the classes of Chinese society because it called for a radical land policy and vigorous organization of the peasantry, under the Communist Party. 50. Nothing of the kind is stated or implied, even in the revised version of 1951. On the other hand, the earlier article on the peasantry does end with the statement that the peasants should struggle against the landlords and overthrow them altogether in special circumstances, where they are particularly reactionary and evil. 3. In making the statement regarding Chn's attitude in 1926, Mao perhaps confused these two articles. But Chn's principal objection to both articles was probably that they were simply too crude. Shortly after Mao wrote these two articles, Chiang Kai-shek carried out his coup of March 20, 1926, with the aim of limiting the influence of the Communists and of forcing Stalin to accept a northern expedition for the reunification of China. Although, at the end of March, Stalin energetically rejected every idea of military expeditions of an offensive character on the part of the Kuomintang regime in Canton. 51. Mao at the same moment enthusiastically embraced Jiang's plan. One of his reasons for doing so was, as he put it in the course of a meeting of the Kuomintang Committee on the Peasant Movement on March 30, 1926, the close link between politics and the movements of the popular masses, in other words, the likelihood that the northern expedition would set off an upsurge of the peasant movement in the areas in its path. In the light of this remarkably accurate prediction, Mao proposed that propaganda work should be undertaken immediately among the peasants of the regions in question. 52. Apart from his desire to exploit every opportunity for tapping the revolutionary energy of the peasants, Mao was undoubtedly encouraged to rally behind Chiang Kai-shek by the fact that he saw the technique of revolution as being essentially the union of the exploited peoples and classes to wage war. If war is the form taken by the class struggle, then the army must be its instrument. Stalin saw the Chinese Revolution in this light, and hence, despite the unpleasant events of March 20, 1926, he soon swung around to support the plans of Chiang Kai-shek, who possessed the only effective revolutionary army in China. Mao, as we shall have occasion to consider further, sees not only the Chinese Revolution but all revolutions in these terms, hence his immediate espousal of Jiang's projected northern expedition. The coup of March 20, 1926 is one of the decisive events in a period of over a year, from the autumn of 1925 to the end of 1926, regarding which historians writing in Peking have outrageously distorted the chronology of Mao's activities in order to conceal the fact that he went on collaborating with Chiang Kai-shek longer than any other communist equally in view. The precise details do not concern us here, but it is important to note the fact. Although all communists were theoretically barred from leading posts in the Kuomintang apparatus by the reorganization which Chiang imposed in May 1926, Mao served throughout the summer, until October, as principal of the 6th session of the Peasant Movement Training Institute. If this situation remained acceptable at the time to both Mao and Chiang, it was no doubt in large part because of the common bond of nationalism that united them. At the same time, it should be emphasized that Mao's nationalism, which was a genuinely revolutionary nationalism, was an ambiguous factor in his relations with the Kuomintang. He had thrown himself wholeheartedly into the policy of cooperation with the nationalists when it was first put forward in 1922-3 because he was convinced that these new allies shared the fundamental aim of re-establishing the dignity and independence of China and transforming her into a modern nation. He turned violently against Chiang Kai-shek when he became convinced that Chiang preferred to compromise with the foreigners rather than rely on the force of a peasant revolution which threatened the privileges of his supporters. The great shift in Mao's attitude is already foreshadowed in the article he wrote in November 1926 regarding the peasant movements in areas near Shanghai, where he had just gone as head of the newly created peasant department of the Chinese Communist Party. It is not clear, incidentally, whether this organization ever really existed except on paper. In any case, Mao carried out his activities, until the summer of 1927, primarily within the apparatus of the so-called left Kuomintang regime which set itself up in January 1927 in Wuhan, in opposition to Chiang Kai-shek in Nanchang. It was as a representative of the left Kuomintang, as well as of the Chinese Communist Party, that Mao carried out, in early 1927, his celebrated investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan, which can be taken as the symbolic starting point of his evolution toward a genuinely original position regarding the revolutionary way applicable in China. The articles of November 1926 and February 1927 are no subtler as regards analysis than Mao's previous writings, but they amplify the brief reference to struggle at the end of his January 1926 article, until it becomes a passionate plea in favor of exploiting the potential of revolutionary violence that had revealed itself in the countryside. The brief extracts regarding the sufferings of the peasants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang show that, even before he again came into direct contact with them during his visit to Hunan in early 1927, Mao was increasingly aware of the importance of the peasant uprisings and identified himself wholeheartedly with them. He felt, however, that the peasant movement lacked organization. In Hunan he was to discover that it had a very effective organization indeed, but a purely peasant organization. What was a Marxist, and Mao considered himself a Marxist, to do in such circumstances? This is the central issue in the controversy raging around Mao's Hunan report. In order to clarify it, two basic questions must be put. To what extent does Mao's conception of the role of the peasantry differ from that of Lenin? What are the origins of these deviations, if any? There is not the slightest doubt that Lenin had gone very far in sketching the role of the peasantry in the underdeveloped countries. On the other hand, can one claim that Lenin anticipated all the theories and actions of Mao Zedong? In dealing with this question, one must distinguish between the idea that the peasantry must constitute the chief force of the Asian Revolution, and the idea that the Communist Party, which directs this revolution, can issue exclusively from the peasantry. The first notion is indeed of Leninist origin. The second most emphatically is not. At the Second Congress of the International, Lenin talked at great length of the formation of peasant Soviets and of the role of the peasantry as the essential force in the national revolution in the underdeveloped countries. But all of this was said under the clear proviso that the proletariat, that is to say, the indigenous communist movement if one existed, or the emissaries of the International if it did not, would guide these rural masses. At the Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East in 1920 there were even references to the dictatorship of the poorest peasantry, but one can hardly regard opinions advanced for demagogic purposes at a Congress attended by a majority of non-communist Muslims as serious doctrinal innovations. More significant are Lenin's recently published jottings, during the Second Comintern Congress, according to which it would be necessary to adapt the composition of the Communist Party itself to conditions in the peasant countries of the East. While it is difficult to be absolutely categorical about the interpretation of these very concise notes, it seems virtually certain that Lenin was envisaging the admission of a substantial number of peasants into a communist party under proletarian leadership, and not the formation of an exclusively peasant party calling itself communist. All Marxists, beginning with Marx himself, have looked on the peasantry as an extremely important revolutionary force. None has ever recognized that the peasants were capable of independent revolutionary action. For Lenin, as for Trotsky and all their contemporaries, the peasants were fated to fall under the influence either of the proletariat or of the bourgeoisie, the only two classes capable of establishing their domination over society as a whole. It is hard to deny that in the Hunan Report, Mao attributed to the peasants a degree of initiative too, going well beyond Lenin's theoretical formulations, and well beyond what Stalin was disposed to accord them at the time. 3. But we must still ask ourselves, is this a manifestation of heresy, or simply of immaturity? And what is the place of this important moment in Mao's intellectual development? If it were a question of a deliberate and carefully weighed ideological utterance by a master of Marxism-Leninism, making no mention of working-class leadership but referring, on the contrary, to the leadership of the poor peasants, then one could unhesitatingly reply, heresy. But Mao's mastery of Leninism was far from complete, and his Hunan Report was not written in a quiet study but in the white heat of passion. For 15 years, Mao had lived in cities and had, by his own admission, learned to despise the dirty and uncultivated life of the villages. Now, in contact with the peasants who had risen against the domination of the landlords, he suddenly re-established a link with the world of his youth. Under this stress, his Marxist veneer cracked, revealing the basic personality traits of the young revolutionary, admirer of violence in the service of justice, which we have encountered in his previous writings. A revolution is not the same as inviting people to dinner or writing an essay or painting a picture or embroidering a flower. It cannot be anything so refined, so calm and gentle, or so mild, kind, courteous, restrained, and magnanimous. A revolution is an act of violence whereby one class overthrows the authority of another. 53. Another trait of Mao's personality that appears in striking fashion in the Hunan Report is his detestation of the restraints placed on the individual by the institutions and ideas of the old Confucian society. The emphasis which he places in this context on the emancipation of women is particularly characteristic. Mao's concern with equality of the sexes and with freedom of choice in marriage goes back much earlier, as is indicated by his articles of 1919 regarding the suicide of a young girl of Changsha who had been compelled by her parents to marry against her will. He no longer advocates sexual freedom, as he did in 1919 and 1927, and a passage regarding this was removed from the Hunan Report in 1951. The climate in today's China is a stern and puritanical one. But the restraints on love and sex are new and different ones, imposed in the interest of revolutionary discipline and economic efficiency. Mao's hatred of the older limitations placed on the freedom of the individual by religion and family ties has by number 1. See text 6 cl. 55. Means diminished and is probably one of the reasons for the experiment of the communes. The Hunan Report is neither orthodox nor heretical Leninism, it is essentially a Marxist. But at the same time it reveals vividly Mao's natural Leninism, which was to enable him, once he had directed his revolutionary enthusiasm into the proper ideological and organizational channels, to become the leader of the Chinese Revolution. This natural Leninism manifests itself not only in the concern with organization, which marked Mao's thought as early as 1920, but in the firm grasp of the principle that political struggle is the key to economic struggle. The proposition that politics always takes priority over economics in periods of revolution is in fact the very heart of Leninism. Not to know this, Lenin wrote, is to forget the ABC of Marxism. 54. The fact that Mao Zedong, amidst the excitement caused by his exposure to the revolution in the countryside, was unable to cast his reflections in proper Marxist form certainly did not disqualify him as a future theoretician. His master, Li Ta-chao, when he turned his attention to the peasantry once more in 1926, wrote an article in praise of the peasants' associations known as the Red Spears that makes no mention whatever of working-class leadership. On the contrary, it calls on the peasants to rely on their own strength to overthrow the imperialists and militarists. 55. Following his investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, Mao returned to Wuhan, where he participated in various discussions regarding the agrarian policy of the left Kuomintang government. It was there that he first began to develop ideas regarding land reform more radical than the line of the International. Whereas Stalin's position, as late as September 1927, was that only the land of the big landlords should be confiscated, Mao came forward in April with the view that not only all landlords, large, medium, and small, but likewise all rich peasants were uniformly counter-revolutionary and should be deprived of their land. He appears to have propounded a similar line at the 5th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, held in Wuhan in late April and early May, and this may have been the reason why he was deprived of his post as head of the Com. 56. Communist Party's Peasant Department. But he remained a leading member of the Executive Committee of the All China Peasant Association, and in this capacity, as a disciplined communist, he faithfully carried out Stalin's orders to restrain the peasants in order to avoid a break with the left Kuomintang 1. F. The road to power. The road that led Mao Zedong first to unchallenged predominance in the Chinese Communist Party, and then to the conquest of all China, was a long and tortuous one. We cannot follow it here in all its twists and turns. To be sure, theory cannot be separated from action in studying the mind of a revolutionary. But we are concerned not with the history of the Chinese Communist Party, but with the broad outlines of Mao's concept of revolution. We shall therefore concentrate primarily, in the following account of the years 1927 to 49, on those periods and episodes that best illustrate the basic traits of his mentality, or mark decisive stages in his elaboration of a model for revolution in an agrarian society. The first and one of the most important of such episodes was the so-called Autumn Harvest Uprising of September 1927. This undertaking, together with the Nanchang Uprising of August 1, 1927, marked the first attempt by the Chinese Communists to reply to the violent repression being exercised against them by nationalist generals of all hues, by revolutionary violence substantially under their own control. Mao was closely involved in laying the overall plans in Wuhan in late July and early August. He was then sent to Hunan as special commissioner to supervise their execution in his home province. The uprising had originally been planned for 4 provinces, but attempts were finally made only in 2, Hunan and Hubei. Following his arrival in Hunan, Mao repudiated certain of the ideas which he had previously accepted, and became involved in an extremely sharp controversy with the Central Committee regarding important issues of theory and tactics. Although the International continued to insist that the projected insurrection should be carried out under the flag of the Kuomintang, even though only an insignificant minority of left Kuomintang leaders were still prepared to cooperate with the Communists, Mao declared that this banner was henceforth nothing but a black flag which should be left to the militarists, while the Communists should immediately and resolutely raise the red flag. Although Stalin had as yet authorized only preliminary propaganda to familiarize the masses with the idea of Soviets, and forbade the actual formation of Soviets in China until the next revolutionary upsurge, 6 months or a year hence, Mao called for the immediate formation of Soviets. And although the International and the Central Committee still advocated confiscating only the land of the large landlords, Mao proposed confiscating all land, even that of the smallest peasant proprietor, and dividing it up again. Mao's espousal of a radical line on these 3 points, several weeks in advance of Moscow and the Central Committee, is interesting as a manifestation of his tendency to swing from one extreme to another. He had been one of the most zealous partisans of the alliance with the Kuomintang in 1923-4, now he was one of the first to advocate a complete break. But it is of smaller lasting significance than the other key issue in his polemics with the Central Committee, namely the respective role of organized military force on the one hand and spontaneous mass violence on the other in carrying out a revolutionary uprising. Although he defended himself against the charge of military adventurism, protesting that, in his plans for the insurrection in Hunan, the 4 regiments at his disposal figured only as auxiliary forces to make up for the insufficient force of the workers and peasants, it was quite clear from the tactical plan itself that in fact he had already come to the conclusion that only a revolutionary army, acting on behalf of the masses, could effectively resist the onslaughts of the anti-communist generals and open the way to the victory of the revolution. 1. The fact that Mao had grasped the necessity for relying above all on a Red Army as the instrument for carrying out revolution in China by no means implies that the whole strategy which later carried him to victory had already sprung full-blown from his brain. On the contrary, although he had broken with orthodoxy on this one point, by demoting the masses from star billing to a supporting role in the revolutionary drama, in several other respects he still espoused views quite contrary to the methods he was ultimately to employ. This was the case of the relative importance of the cities and of the countryside, and of the time scale for the revolution. Although the autumn harvest uprising was to begin in the countryside, the forces originally deployed there were to converge rapidly on the Hunanese capital of Changsha and take the city in a combined operation involving a military siege from outside and a workers' insurrection within. Mao had shown himself even more inclined than the Central Committee to concentrate exclusively on this objective, rather than to scatter his resources in an effort to foster peasant uprisings throughout the province. This emphasis in Mao's strategic planning was closely linked to ideas regarding the speed with which victory could be achieved. The insistence on taking Changsha immediately reflected a conviction that the time was ripe for a nationwide revolutionary upsurge for which the establishment of Soviet power in the Hunanese capital would give the signal. In Roy Hofheinz's apt phrase, Changsha would be the Petrograd of the Chinese October. Very kindly allowed me to see an earlier version in January 1966, when T was putting the final touches on my Mao biography. The Autumn Harvest Insurrection, China Quarterly, number 32, 1967, pages 37 to 87. This study is based on fuller research and more extensive documentation than my own brief account, and on points of fact must be regarded as more accurate. As for interpretation, however, I remain unconvinced that Mao's divergence from the Central Committee regarding the slogans for the insurrection was marginal, OPCIT, p. 64. These differences were, to be sure, as much a matter of words as of the substance of policy, but for a communist revolutionary words are important. In any case, we are agreed that the most important point in Mao's conflict with the Central Committee, and the one which best foreshadows the original methods of revolution he was shortly to develop, is that regarding the role of organized military force. 59. When the attempt to take Changsha failed because of a combination of insufficient force and general military disorganization and incompetence, and Mao retreated with the few broken remnants of his army of 4 regiments to the Qingkangshan, he was obliged to re-examine all his assumptions about the pattern of revolution in China. His first discovery was the concept of base areas. Instead of attempting a general offensive immediately, the revolutionary forces would entrench themselves in a limited area from which they could wage guerrilla warfare against the white armies, and within which they could carry out experiments in agrarian reform and the mobilization of the masses. But for several years, Mao continued to view these activities as merely a holding operation which would enable the communists to conserve their own forces and prepare themselves for the nationwide revolutionary high tide which alone could sweep them to victory. In order that Mao could move on to the conception of a revolution which would expand and develop gradually in the countryside, so that the taking of the cities would be, not the signal for the decisive offensive, but simply the consecration of a victory already won. It was necessary for him to strengthen his conviction that the peasantry was capable of being, not merely the leading force, but virtually the sole force, in the revolutionary process. In the course of the years 1927 to 37, he set about creating an organization composed of peasants and rural vagabonds which nonetheless called itself the Party of the Proletariat, and proposed to play the role attributed by Lenin to the proletariat and its party as the guiding force of the bourgeois democratic revolution. Karl A. Wittfogel points out that Stalin and his spokesman eventually gave their full approval to this strategy, as indeed they did. It would have been strange had they repudiated a revolutionary authority that was soon to rule over millions of people in Jiangxi at a time when victories were scarce. But it is equally true that the Central Committee under Li Lisan, and later Wang Ming, undoubtedly enjoyed the support of Moscow in its efforts to promote a more familiar strategy based on the urban proletariat and the reconquest of the cities. In a resolution of August 60, 1931, the Executive Committee of the Comintern affirmed the orthodox position in language of the utmost clarity. The hegemony of the proletariat and the victorious development of the revolution can be assured only on the condition that the Chinese Communist Party become a proletarian party not only as regards the political line, but also as regards its composition and the role of the workers in all its leading organs. 56. There is no doubt that Mao carried his indifference to the workers and to the cities far beyond anything Lenin's disciples, sitting in Moscow, would have considered admissible. Needless to say, this neglect was only provisional. Mao had no intention of remaining indefinitely in the wilderness, nor was he indifferent to the question of whether his party represented the proletariat, even though it might not have been recruited from the real urban proletariat. In the Hunan report, he had expressed his preoccupation with the peasantry in terms that, whether or not heretical, omitted the formulas regarding proletarian hegemony that any good Leninist is expected to use. There were two good reasons for not continuing in the same vein. On the one hand, he actually was a Leninist, or at least an apprentice Leninist, and though he had momentarily forgotten it in the excitement of his discovery of the agrarian revolution, he naturally wanted to justify his actions in terms of his theoretical convictions. And secondly, he was obliged to do this if he wished to maintain his position in the eyes of Moscow and of the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, who were disturbed by the purely peasant base of his movement. So the more unconventional he became in behavior, the more impeccably orthodox he became in words. A passage from a report of April 1929 to the Central Committee illustrates the skill with which Mao infused new content into orthodox formulas. Proletarian leadership, he observed, is the sole key to the victory of the revolution, and he paid lip service to the necessity for preparing the reconquest of the cities. But at the same time he added that if there should be any party members who feared that the revolution might suffer because the power of the peasants might become such as to overwhelm the leadership of the workers, these comrades were in 61. Error. The revolution in semi-colonial China will fail only if the peasant struggle is deprived of the leadership of the workers. It will never suffer just because the peasant struggle develops in such a way that the peasants become more powerful than the workers. 57. The dubitative expression "if there should be any party members" can only have been ironic, for Mao knew very well that Li Lisan had such ideas. Mao's reply to Li, and indirectly to Stalin, was impeccably orthodox, but the reality it pretended to express was not. Although Schwartz perhaps goes too far in stating that the only claim of Mao and his colleagues to the title of vanguard of the proletariat was their subjective conviction, it is true that as a result of the severe losses caused by war and repression, the percentage of workers among the cadres of the party soon fell to homeopathic levels. Thus Schwartz is quite justified in writing that the experience of Chinese communism casts a doubt on the whole organic conception of the relation of party to class. 58. This is the basic question raised not only by Mao's thought, but by that of Lenin and by the whole history of communism for the past half-century. a decisive turning point in Mao's elaboration of a strategy for the conquest of power by protracted guerrilla warfare from gradually expanding rural bases was the unsuccessful attempt to take several major cities in central China, including Wuhan and Changsha, ordered by Li Lisan in the summer of 1930. This action was regarded as premature and adventurous by Stalin, though in typical fashion he refrained from open criticism of Li Lisan's deviations until they had led to failure. But it was in keeping with the general thrust of Comintern thinking, which involved taking major cities as soon as the Red Army had been sufficiently strengthened, in order to re-establish a link with the Communist Party's proletarian base. Its collapse led Mao to abandon at last his hopes for early victory. As late as January 1930 he had anticipated a revolutionary high tide in the near future, and in the light of this prospect he believed it possible to conquer very rapidly the whole of Jiangxi province, including the major cities. Now he abandoned all such prospects of early and easy victory, and settled down to a long struggle in the outlying areas. If the winter of 1930-31 thus marks an important stage in the development of Mao's thinking, it also marks the beginning of a period for which it is singularly difficult to know what he did think. For in the summer of 1931, leading figures of the Central Committee, dominated since Li Lisan's failure and disgrace by the returned student group trained in Moscow, began to move from their underground hiding place in Shanghai to the base in Jiangxi, where a Chinese Soviet Republic was proclaimed on the symbolic date of November 7, 1931. The result was that Mao could no longer pay lip service to orthodoxy and in fact do what he liked, but was increasingly subjected to the control of the Central Committee and in due course became little more than a figurehead, even though he retained the ceremonial dignity of chairman of the Republic. The situation was such that even when we discover a contemporary text by Mao, it is hard to judge whether this represents what he really thought or what he was obliged to say by the circumstances in which he found himself. It is for this reason that his writings and speeches of the years 1931 to the power of first are sparsely represented in this anthology. One key area of disagreement between Mao and the returned student leadership, supported by Zhou Enlai and possibly also by Chu Te, concerned military strategy. Opinions are divided as to whether Mao has made an original contribution in this domain. I shall not attempt to offer an answer to this question here, since it is clearly a matter for specialists. But whether or not Mao's ideas were altogether novel, there is no doubt that by the early 1930s he had come to have strongly held opinions in this domain. This is not surprising, for although without professional military training, save for his brief experience as a soldier in 1911-12, we have seen that he had always taken the strongest interest in war and strategy. In any case, the issues which divided him from the Central Committee were not narrowly technical, but had important political implications. The Red Army fights not merely for the sake of fighting, but exclusively to agitate among the masses, to organize them, to arm them, and to help them establish political power, Mao had written in 1929. In the course of the ensuing years, he had come to attach greater importance to military operations, but the concept of guerrilla warfare as a process of mass mobilization remained primary. The majority of the Central Committee, on the other hand, tended to regard the Chinese Soviet Republic as a full-fledged state endowed with a powerful army which ought to be capable of meeting the enemy head-on, instead of applying the flexible tactics developed by Mao Zedong and Chu Te in the early days of the Qingcangshan, which involved luring the enemy deep into the base area so as to fight in the most favorable political conditions, with the support of a fully mobilized population. Here was indeed a crucial dilemma. This policy of touring the enemy deep appeared to set limits to the expansion of the base areas, for how could one create a stable and large-scale political organization, a state within a state, if this so-called Soviet Republic could not even defend its citizens against constant incursions by enemy armies bent on destruction and reprisals? On the other hand, the attempt to follow a forward and offensive military line, and to meet the enemy in pitched battles beyond the frontiers of the Soviet area, imposed by the returned students with the support of the Comintern, was to prove beyond the capacity of the Red Army, even though it had by now attained a nominal strength of several 100,000. These tactics only hastened a defeat which was probably inevitable in any case, culminating in the abandonment of the base in Jiangxi and the long march to the northwest. In fact, there was probably no escape from this dilemma in the political context of the early 1930s. Only the persistent Japanese aggression, by its effects in mobilizing the population so that henceforth the communists could appeal not only to the land hunger of the peasantry but to the overriding imperative of national salvation, created the conditions in which Mao could develop and apply the tactics that finally led to victory. This road to power involved collaboration with the national bourgeoisie on a more durable basis than Lenin or Stalin ever envisaged. It is true that, in its broadest outlines, Mao's position on cooperation with the bourgeoisie before World War II paralleled that of Moscow, United Front from below before the 7th Comintern Congress in 1935, United Front from above thereafter. And within these limits there were a succession of adaptations to changing circumstances. And yet it is true, as Boyd Compton has written, that the general policy of the United Front was not channeled to the Chinese Communist Party from a Comintern source, but grew as a response to national conditions. 59. 65. Signs of a certain degree of autonomy and flexibility on the part of the Chinese Communists first became noticeable in 1933. Their line, following the Japanese attack in 1931 had been identical with that of the Comintern, confirmed in a resolution of the Executive Committee of September 1932. 60. Resistance was possible only on the part of the masses, under the leadership of the Communist Party. Before Japan could be effectively fought, the Soviet regime had to overturn the Kuomintang government and take power in all China. The same position was laid down once more in the declaration of war against Japan issued by the Chinese Soviet government in April 1932. 61. But in the declaration of January 10, 1933, signed by Mao, Shang Ying, Chang Kuo Tao, and Chu Te, a new note is discernible. Under certain conditions, cessation of the attacks against the Soviet regions, granting of democratic rights such as freedom of speech, association, etc., and arming of the masses against Japan, the Red Army would conclude an agreement with any armed force, that is to say, evidently, with any dissident commander who is prepared to deal with the communists. 62. Technically, this is still the United Front from below, for no overtures are made to the Kuomintang government. On the contrary, it is still affirmed that the latter is the running dog of the Japanese imperialists and must be overthrown at the same time as the Japanese imperialists. 2. But by proposing to deal with regularly constituted military units, without expecting them to rally to communism, the first step was taken toward a united front from above. The same fine is reaffirmed in even stronger terms in the proclamation of July 15, 1934, which, while continuing the attacks on the Kuomintang, evokes the possibility of an understanding not merely with any given armed force, but with all the armed forces in China, to fight Japan. 3. The problem remains obscure, however, for when Tzingkai's 19th Route Army in Fujian revolted against Chiang Kai-shek in late 1933, the Red Army failed to honor the agreement concluded with Tse on October 26, 1933 and stood idly by while his forces were crushed by Nanking. Mao may have supported this short-sighted policy. 63. If the Chinese Communist Party, over which Mao finally obtained control in January 1935, was moving toward a united anti-Japanese front with the Kuomintang before this was acceptable to Moscow, Mao, on the other hand, showed some reticence about coming to terms with Chiang Kai-shek himself. In December 1935, after the 7th Comintern Congress, he still treated Chiang as the representative of the landlords and compradors, and not of the national bourgeoisie. 1. By 1936, when Edgar Snow visited him in Powen, Mao had begun to envisage a broader union and had given up the claim to hegemony over the United Front, which he had maintained in December 1935. 64. On August 25, 1936, This attitude was given official expression in a letter of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party to the Kuomintang calling for a united front and a united democratic Chinese Republic 65, but Mao showed no great enthusiasm for collaboration with Chiang Kai-shek until after the Xi'an incident of December 1936. Indeed, available evidence indicates that his attitude toward Chiang at that time was more hostile than that of Moscow. 66. The reasons are not too elusive. The rulers of the Soviet state were concerned not only with world revolution, but also with security on their own frontiers at a time when the situation in Europe appeared particularly alarming. Mao, on the other hand, had not forgotten the years of bitter struggle for survival against Jiang's encirclement campaigns. He was quite prepared to embrace the abstraction called the national bourgeoisie, but less inclined to pin this label on Chiang and thus make him respectable. But soon Mao bowed to the inevitable, and eventually went so far as to predict a brilliant future for Chiang and for the Kuomintang. To the left period in international communist strategy inaugurated by the Nazi-Soviet Pact in August 1939 once more encouraged him to take a firmer line. The wartime coalition between the Soviet Union and the Western democracies created a situation in which he again took a conciliatory line in his report to the Seventh Party Congress in April 1945. Symbolically entitled On Coalition Government. But despite these fluctuations, the basic line of Mao's thought regarding relations with the bourgeoisie is remarkably consistent. The key formula in his writings on this subject, beginning with the report delivered in December 1935, and culminating in On People's Democratic Dictatorship in 1949, is that of the four-class bloc composed of workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie. This formula, like many others that Mao uses, was coined by Stalin. However, Stalin emphasized that the period of four-class collaboration was merely a moment in the development of the revolutionary struggle, soon to be superseded by a phase in which workers and peasants would find themselves in conflict with the whole of the bourgeoisie. 67. Mao, on the other hand, grasped very early that the peculiar circumstances of a revolution in a dependent country made it possible for the communists to obtain the support of a fraction of the bourgeoisie on a long-term basis. There were modifications in the terms on which this alliance was offered, depending on the strength of the communist position at any given time, but the general pattern of the theory was clear. According to Mao's theory, at some time between the October Revolution and the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921, he is vague and contradictory as to the precise date, perhaps because he realizes that such changes do not take place overnight. The leadership of the Chinese Revolution passed from the hands of the bourgeoisie to those of the proletariat and its party. The bourgeois democratic revolution thus ceases to be a democratic revolution of the old type and becomes a new democratic revolution, an integral part of the world's socialist revolution. 1. As Wittfogel points out, this theory comes straight from Lenin, via Stalin. Indeed, the idea of the hegemony of the proletariat during the two stages of the revolution, bourgeois democratic and socialist, is the least original aspect of Mao's thought. What is original is the skill with which, since 1939 at least, Mao has navigated between the two extremes of sacrificing proletarian, i.e. communist, hegemony and excommunicating the bourgeoisie altogether. The year 1939 may be regarded as marking a decisive transition in this respect because, while one can find statements in Mao's writings both before and after that date acknowledging the leading role of the bourgeoisie, after 1939 it is clear that these are mere verbal concessions. In fact, he envisages that the reality of power will rapidly fall to the communists. In October 1938, on the other hand, when he hailed the Kuomintang as the leader of China's national struggle, one he was probably at least partly sincere. The reason for the change in his position is not far to seek. The new international situation created by the outbreak of the Second World War undoubtedly played a role, as already suggested, but the decisive factor was simply the increase in Mao's own power. Following the conclusion of an agreement with the Kuomintang in September 1937 for the establishment of an anti-Japanese united front, elements of the Red Army, now theoretically subordinated to the Nanking government and rebaptized a Third Army, began to spread out behind the Japanese lines and establish guerrilla bases from which grassroots political control over the population was exercised. This process has been most ably chronicled by Chalmers Johnson in his path-breaking study Peasant Nationalism and Communist Power. 6-8 The maps on pages 118 to 19 of Johnson's book illustrate the dramatic change which took place between the middle of 1938 and the middle of 1939. They make clear at a glance why Mao could adopt, in his writings of the autumn and winter of 1939 to the power of 40th, a completely different attitude from that of the previous October. To be sure, in the original version of On New Democracy, written in January 1940, Mao included a sentence, now deleted, stating that, if the Chinese bourgeoisie, i.e. the Kuomintang, was capable of assuming the responsibility of driving out Japanese imperialism and introducing democratic government, no one will be able to refuse his admiration. Sui ye pu neng pupei fu. Ta. 1 But he immediately added that if the bourgeoisie failed in this task, the major part of the responsibility for the future of the nation would inevitably fall on the shoulders of the proletariat. And in the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, addressed not to the population at large but specifically to members of the party, he made no bones about the fact that the new democratic revolution would be led by the proletariat. In 1944-5, Mao once more put forward as a temporary tactical necessity the demand for a coalition government presided over by Chiang Kai-shek. But never again would he seriously envisage relinquishing for a long period the role of leader of the Chinese nation to his old rival. Mao's road to power can thus be summed up as revolutionary warfare waged in the countryside, and supported by the population on the basis of the double appeal of nationalism and agrarian reform. The relative importance of these two themes in the overall process of mobilization of the peasantry to support the military effort of the Chinese Communists is a much debated subject. In my opinion, Chalmers Johnson goes too far in suggesting that the appeal to the land hunger of the peasantry was so far secondary to the call for national salvation as to be virtually insignificant in explaining Mao's success. It is true that the Chinese Communists did not achieve victory during the Qiangxi period, and eventually suffered a serious defeat. But if the peasantry had been as totally uninterested in agrarian revolution as Johnson suggests, the Red Army would hardly have been able to survive from 1927 to 1934 and achieve the successes it did in the face of constant efforts by Chiang Kai-shek to suppress it. The fact remains that the nationalist appeal was indeed, as Johnson has argued, decisive. Mao came to power because, in the eyes of a great many Chinese, he had emerged as the incarnation of China's national destiny. Revolution, as suggested at the beginning of this introduction, is not merely a matter of taking power, it also means using power to transform society. How Mao did this is the subject of the following section, dealing with the period since 1949. But certain aspects of Mao's style of political work, as it developed in the course of the years of struggle to achieve power, are directly relevant to the way in which he envisaged his task after 1949. One of the most important of these is the approach to relations between the Communist Party and the population known as the mass line, which Mao described as follows in a directive dated June 1, 1943, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. This means, take the ideas of the masses, scattered and unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them, through study turn them into concentrated and systematic ideas, then go to the masses and propagate and explain these ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. Then once again concentrate ideas from the masses and once again go to the masses so that the ideas are persevered in and carried through. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. Such is the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge, or methodology. 1. To be sure, the Soviets too, in Stalin's day as in Lenin's, talked about going to the masses, but both in theory and in practice they attributed to the masses a much more passive role than Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communists. This is partly a result of the historic circumstances under which the two parties came to power. Lenin and his comrades seized power in the cities with the support of a segment of the working class. The peasants who made up the vast majority of the Russian population they regarded as unspeakably backward and ignorant, to be taught and gradually led into the modern world, but not to be relied on as a positive force in the revolution. Mao and his comrades, on the other hand, were able to survive during 10 years of civil war, and then to carry out the remarkable expansion of their control behind the Japanese lines just described, only because they genuinely moved among the peasant masses, in Mao's phrase, like a fish in the water. Stalin, too, sometimes talked about learning from the masses, but the masses in question turned out to be an elite group of Stakhanovites gathered together in Moscow. The difference between Soviet and Chinese thinking and practice in this respect is symbolic of a more general distinction between an emphasis on organizational skill and technical knowledge, and an emphasis on the enthusiasm and creativity of the masses, regarding which I shall have more to say in connection with recent trends in Chinese communist ideology. Another important point, which is linked to the mass line, is the emphasis on subjective attitudes as a primary political reality. Lenin opened the way to this development when he laid it down, in What Is to Be Done, that the intellectuals of bourgeois origin who constituted the leading cadres of the Communist Party knew more about the real will of the proletariat than the workers themselves. But he never explicitly took the further step of suggesting that, by changing their political attitudes, men could change their objective class essence. Mao, on the other hand, confronted on the Qingkangshan by a situation in which the backbone of his army was not made up of peasants, still less of workers, but rather of rural vagrants or elements déclassés, wrote in November 1928, "In these circumstances, the only method is to intensify political training, so as to effect a qualitative change in these elements." To this spirit, which sees in the transformation of men's minds a method for turning any human material taken at random into the vanguard of the proletariat, runs through the whole history of the Chinese Communist movement over the past 40 years, and is obviously very much alive in the China of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. In order to instill correct thoughts first into his army, then into the Communist Party, and finally into the whole of the Chinese people, Mao developed in the course of the struggle for power a series of methods which were to find further and more spectacular expression after 1949. The most important and concerted effort for applying these methods prior to the conquest of power was the Rectification Campaign of 1942, which aimed not only to give basic training in Marxist-Leninist ideology to the very large number of people from all classes and political horizons who had joined the party since the beginning of the anti-Japanese war, but to indoctrinate them with an interpretation of Marxism specifically adapted to Chinese conditions. Mao had first called for the Sinification of Marxism in his report of October 1938. At that time, he had not suggested that he himself had already accomplished this feat, but by 1942 such a claim was already implicit in the way the rectification campaign was conducted. To be sure, writings by other Chinese communist leaders, including Liu Shaochi, as well as by Lenin, Stalin, and Dimitrov, were included in those to be studied during the campaign. But in January 1942, Mao himself ordered all cadres, and especially the army, to take as their textbook a resolution he had written in December 1929 and to read it over and over again until they were thoroughly familiar with it. 3. This evolution culminated in 1945 when, at the 7th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, the thought of Mao Zedong was officially consecrated as the sole guide in all the work of the party. Thus began the shift from the adaptation of Marxism to the language, mentality, and conditions of the Chinese people, Mao's original definition of sinification, to the replacement of all other forms of Marxism, including that of Marx himself, by the infallible thought of the leader. We shall have occasion to return to this process, which has reached its logical term in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Directly related to the emphasis on subjective attitudes as the decisive factor in determining the class nature of an individual or of a political movement is another idea characteristic of Mao, that of the infinite capacity of subjective forces to change OB. Objective reality. This trait, too, appears very early in Mao's career. In 1930, he declared that, if Lin Piao was unduly pessimistic regarding the possibility of rapid victory in one or more provinces, this was because he overestimated the importance of objective forces and underestimated the importance of subjective forces. 69 Neither Mao nor Lin has ever been guilty of this error in the course of recent efforts to change the face of China. 2. The transformation of Chinese society. When Mao Zedong came to power, it was widely suggested, first, that he would be a faithful puppet of Moscow, and secondly, that the evolution of Communist China would necessarily be a copy of Russia's evolution. Today everyone recognizes that the first of these hypotheses was false, but there are those who still hold tenaciously to the second. The many singular traits which mark the language, imagery, and political methods of the Chinese Communists, especially over the past decade, they regard as merely secondary and accidental, a national veneer on a reality essentially Stalinist. Others go to the opposite extreme and regard the substance of today's China as purely Chinese, communism being merely a foreign veneer on a national reality. Although these two viewpoints proceed from opposite assumptions, and are used to justify widely different political conclusions, there is in fact a certain formal similarity between them. Both take as their starting point the permanence of a given metaphysical essence, communism in the one case, Chinese culture or the soul of China in the other, and regard this immutable Platonic idea as the decisive factor in interpreting reality. Thus, even though the partisans of each of these extreme views are prepared to take into consideration both communist and Chinese factors in Mao's China, their evaluation of the relative weight of each phenomenon is governed in the last analysis not by the objective examination of the facts but by an a priori judgment as to which aspect of reality is primary. Both of these approaches reflect, as already suggested, a certain political or emotional bias. The Stalinist interpretation. 74. Serves to attack and to view with alarm. The culturalist interpretation serves to reassure, both regarding the possibility of cooperation on a basis of national interest, and regarding the persistence of a China which the authors of this tendency have loved in the past, despite its faults. But apart from this, these viewpoints also represent the path of least resistance. Chinese society and Chinese culture, after a century of rapid change in response to the Western impact, represent a bewildering patchwork of indigenous and foreign patterns and ideas. If one arbitrarily decrees that the decisive element is either the Chinese tradition or Stalinist political methods, order immediately emerges from this chaos. The aspect of reality which one has chosen to regard as primary provides the logical structure with respect to which the facts can be arranged and comprehended. It will already be apparent to the reader, on the basis of the first part of this introduction, that I do not accept either of the two approaches just mentioned. Neither communism nor the Chinese tradition is a veneer or epiphenomenon in China today. The persistence of characteristically Chinese patterns of thought and behavior is massively obvious, both in Mao himself and in the country at large. At the same time, Mao and his comrades are deeply committed revolutionaries who have irremediably shattered the basis of the traditional order, introducing alien and dynamic elements which are henceforth a part of the very fabric of Chinese society. It has never been more difficult to sort out these various components than today, in the midst of the great proletarian cultural revolution. And yet the attempt must be made, if we are to achieve any kind of serious understanding of the nature and meaning of one of the greatest revolutionary upheavals in history. The problem is less to evaluate the relative importance of the Chinese and communist factors in the composite entity Communist China than to grasp how they interact, and in what direction the system as a whole is moving. This is the perspective in which I shall now endeavor to interpret the development of Mao Zedong's thought since 1949. It is perhaps worth emphasizing at the outset a fact which is in any case obvious, namely that the mere effort to give full weight to both aspects of reality does not in itself guarantee that the 75 result will be of any value. My interpretation of Mao's ideas and methods may well be more superficial and less instructive than those put forward by the partisans of the unilateral Stalinist or Chinese hypothesis. I remain convinced that my approach is the correct one, whether or not I have applied it fruitfully is another matter. China in 1949 differed radically from Russia in 1917 in many vital respects, including historical situation, level of economic development, and the course taken by the revolution up to that point. Despite certain peculiarities, Russia was a European country. It had been shaped by the Greek and Christian traditions, modern techniques had been introduced by Peter the Great. China, in contrast, was a closed cultural universe, as far removed as possible from the Promethean spirit of the West. The contacts in the 19th century with Western arms and Western ideas had produced the profound intellectual and political crisis discussed earlier. While the Tsarist Empire was extending itself victoriously across the Asiatic continent to Vladivostok, China had known the humiliation of defeat and the servitude of concessions and unequal treaties. As for economic and social conditions, although the degree of Russia's industrialization had its limits in 1917, although Russia was sunk in poverty and ignorance, this situation had no common measure with that of China, which, even in 1949, except in Manchuria, possessed little more than a few textile factories in the coastal cities, and where agricultural methods were more primitive than those of the European Middle Ages. Centuries of subjection to family elder, landowner, and bureaucrat had created in the Chinese peasantry habits of submission further reinforced by the influence of Confucianism, which made of obedience to authority the supreme moral value. The highly effective work of political mobilization carried out by the Communists, especially since 1937, had begun to modify these attitudes, just as the land reform in areas occupied by the People's Liberation Army during the Civil War had begun to change the structure of economic power. But neither psychological nor social transformation had as yet gone very far in 1949. Equally profound were the differences in the patterns of the 76. Struggle for power in the two countries. Victory had been achieved very quickly in Russia, though several years of civil war were required to consolidate it. Mao and his comrades had come to power only after a protracted war which had persisted, in varying forms, for over 2 decades. In Russia, victory had been achieved in the first instance in the cities, by an insurrection in which the workers played an important part, and had then spread outward to the countryside. In China, Mao had, in the currently fashionable phrase, surrounded the cities from the countryside, by a peasant-based guerrilla war, and when the People's Liberation Army had finally entered Peking and Shanghai, the workers had stood by with folded arms and played no part in his triumph. Given all these differences, the methods chosen by Mao when he first began his effort to establish a socialist system were surprisingly close to those employed earlier in the Soviet Union and in the more recent past in the European people's democracies. The reason is probably to be found less in submission to Soviet pressures than in the prestige which attached to the Soviet example at the time. For all of Mao's adult life, since before he joined the Communist Party in 1921, socialism had been identified in his mind with the Russian Revolution. He had differed with Stalin about the way in which victory could best be achieved in China, and had developed his own original road to power. But once power had been achieved, and he set about the task of making China rich and powerful, his natural reflex was to follow the Soviet example of planned economic development. There was, however, a certain originality in the ideas he put forward in 1949 regarding the form of the new state. A. The bourgeoisie and the people as regards the role of the various classes in Chinese society, Mao Zedong, speaking with the uninhibited frankness which the possession of total power allowed him to exercise, in 1949 outlined a schema for their transformation under the leadership of the proletariat. In so doing, he transmuted into theory the long-term collaboration with the bourgeoisie that had hitherto been largely a pragmatic principle of action. The heart of this new formulation is the use of 77. The term people. Hitherto, there had been talk of a four-class bloc or united front, but the national bourgeoisie had not been considered as part of the masses of the people. Mao Zedong's ideas on this subject crystallized gradually during the years 1945-9. 1. They were given an incisive and definitive formulation in On People's Democratic Dictatorship. 2. These theoretical innovations by Mao Zedong coincided chronologically with the development in Russia and Eastern Europe of the theory of people's democracy, but their content is substantially different. The Eastern European theories, while according a temporary place to private enterprise in the new social system, very soon came to reject even the slightest concession on the locus of political power. All the specific traits that characterize the people's democratic state as distinguished from the Soviet state pertain not to the class nature of the state, for this is identical in the two cases, i.e., the dictatorship of the working class, but exclusively to its form, wrote two Czech authors, making quite clear that this dictatorship was directed against the bourgeoisie. 70. Mao, on the other hand, included the national bourgeoisie not only among the people, but even among the dictators. All dictators were definitely not equal in Mao's theory. The real power belonged to the proletariat, that is to say, to its emanation, the Communist Party. The peasants came next in order of privilege, as the surest allies of the proletariat. As for the bourgeoisie, petty and national, it was stipulated that they were only admitted to the exclusive club of the people on good behavior and would be subject to remolding, gently, if they showed the proper attitude, and by force, like the landlords and compradors, if they did not. In view of all these restrictions, one might ask whether the inclusion of the bourgeoisie among the people was of any real significance, especially since in the late 1950s it was proclaimed in China that the people's dictatorship was, in its essence, identical with the dictatorship of the proletariat. It would seem, nonetheless, that the role assigned to the bourgeoisie was of some significance. It reflected the fact that Mao Zedong and his colleagues had been able to carry along with them a minority of the privileged classes in Chinese society. From another standpoint, the theory of the people's democratic dictatorship can be seen as a manifestation of the need of every ruling group to legitimize its power by affirming that it speaks in the name of the overwhelming mass of the population, a kind of equivalent, for an underdeveloped country in the 20th century, of the theory of the general will. b. Revolution in the countryside. In the course of the first stage of the Chinese Revolution, the stage of the struggle for power, Mao had first participated in the attempt to apply Soviet tactics based primarily on the cities, and only then turned to the peasants in the countryside as the force capable of overthrowing reactionary rule. Similarly, in his search for effective methods of transforming China into a modern and democratic society, he first experimented with the Soviet model, and then looked once more to the peasantry for the revolutionary impetus necessary to destroy the very roots of the old society and lay the foundations of a completely new order. The theory of the people's dictatorship was enunciated at a time when Mao's government was following a very moderate economic policy. In the cities, the national capitalists often remained as the salaried managers of their enterprises and even received part of the profits. In the countryside, after a brief period of terror marked by the liquidation of some of the landlords and the dividing up of the land, nothing was done for several years to hasten collectivization. On the whole, it was carried no further than the creation of mutual aid teams whose members retained complete ownership of their land. Not only was individual ownership of land on the whole respected, but there was positive encouragement to the maintenance of a rich peasant economy as a necessary concession in the interests of agricultural productivity, though at the same 79 time steps were taken to limit the political influence of the rich peasants by excluding them from the peasant associations. In the course of the Cultural Revolution, the policy of leniency toward rich peasants has been denounced as a plot by Liu Shaokai, but text 7b4, included in this edition for the first time, shows irrefutably that Mao himself approved this course. Nevertheless, a comparison of Mao's speech of June 6, 1950 to the third plenum of the Central Committee with Liu's report on agrarian reform delivered a few days later does reveal significant differences. Liu placed great emphasis on doing things in an orderly manner, and not allowing the process of agrarian transformation to get out of hand. Still more important, perhaps, he declared that collectivization would be possible only sometime in the future when the necessary industrial basis had been laid so as to permit the introduction of mechanized farming. The difference in emphasis between Mao and Lu on this issue may, in fact, serve to characterize not only the divergent temperaments of the two men, but the peculiar values and methods that distinguish Mao's brand of communism in both style and substance from more orthodox Leninism and or Stalinism. In a word, Mao tends to exalt the revolutionary will of human beings until it becomes not merely an important factor in history, but an all-powerful force capable of reshaping the material environment in a completely arbitrary fashion. This attitude is obviously linked to Mao's guerrilla experience and to his conviction that men, not weapons, are the decisive factor in a revolutionary war. While this strain in Mao's personality had not disappeared in the early years of the Chinese People's Republic, it was not much in evidence. The reason is that, as already suggested, Mao showed himself prepared at that time to model his policies on Soviet experience. And the essence of the Soviet method of building socialism is rationally planned and bureaucratically administered economic development. There has been, of course, a great deal of irrational violence in the history of the Soviet Union, especially during the Stalinist period, but this was directed toward maintaining the political control of the leader. It did not seriously affect the substance of economic policy, which remained rational and bureaucratic. 80. It is these basic principles which have been constantly called into question in China in recent years. The fundamental dividing line in this respect can be situated in 1955. Before that date, Mao's policies, despite certain original traits, showed a considerable family resemblance with those of Russia and the Eastern European countries. After that date, he moved toward what Benjamin Schwartz has called the generalization of the Yan'an heritage. By the heritage of Yan'an is meant, of course, a spirit and approach rather than a precise model. Mao was not now fighting a guerrilla war, but endeavoring to carry out a radical transformation in the social and economic structure of China and in the mentality of its inhabitants. But he became convinced that the same qualities of steadfast and unflinching struggle were required, and that, as in the case of revolutionary war, the mobilization of the masses was not only politically desirable, but could multiply the effectiveness of instruments and techniques. In a word, political mobilization became not merely, as in the Stalinist precedent, a device for enforcing conformity, but the motor of technical progress itself. The first outward manifestation of this new strain in Mao's thinking, or rather of the resurgence of a very old and fundamental strain, was to be found in his decision, imposed at the end of July 1955, apparently against the wishes of a majority of the party leadership, to accelerate the movement towards agricultural collectivization. At the time it was commonly believed, both within the country and abroad, that China would continue to advance more slowly and prudently in this domain than the Soviets had done. Once the regime had been consolidated, and the economy had begun to recover from 25 years of civil war and foreign invasion, the first 5-year plan was announced early in 1953. It was, of course, clearly understood that this implied a new stage in the transition to a socialist economy, and indeed in early 1955 the degree of control exercised by the national bourgeoisie over the industries it had formerly owned was sharply reduced, and a campaign launched against bourgeois ideological influence, symbolized by the person of Hu Feng. It has now been confirmed that Mao himself participated directly in the attacks on Hu Feng 1. Despite these signals of mounting radicalism, few people were prepared for the policy announced in Mao's speech of July 31, which was to precipitate virtually the whole of the Chinese peasantry into cooperatives, involving the pooling of land and the collective organization of labor, within a very brief span of time. An important and suggestive aspect of Mao's July 1955 speech concerns the relation between collectivization and mechanization. We have seen that Liu Shaochi had stated in 1950 that collectivization must await the time when there would be an abundance of agricultural machinery, and this was also the Soviet position. Indeed, it could not have been otherwise given the emphasis on technological factors in social change characteristic of Lenin and his successors. It is true that in fact there were very few tractors around when Stalin launched the collectivization drive in Russia in 1929, but he nevertheless justified the step by claiming that the industrial basis had already been laid. In 1955, at an even earlier stage in the Chinese Revolution, Mao took the opposite position. The sentence in our extract refers explicitly only to the need to form semi-socialist cooperatives prior to mechanization, but passages not included in this volume make clear that in Mao's view full socialist collectivization should also be completed before agricultural machinery was available on a large scale. He summed up his views in the sentence, the country's economic conditions being what they are, the technical transformation will take somewhat longer than the social. 3. Mao's speech of July 31, 1955 marked a decisive turning point, but even more characteristic are perhaps the commentaries he wrote at the end of 1955 for the collection of documents entitled Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, at a time when the formation of cooperatives was proceeding still faster than Mao himself had predicted a few months earlier. These passages are significant in themselves, and illustrate the link between a radical political climate and its ideological expression. But they are doubly interesting today because, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see clearly foreshadowed in them certain of the basic themes of the current great proletarian cultural revolution. For this reason, I have added in the present edition a large number of new texts drawn from this source. The extracts included in the first edition stressed Mao's belief in the omnipotence of subjective forces, 1, and also his use of the imagery of combat. 2. Those now added spell out that the struggle required in China was to be specifically class struggle. 3. They also emphasize, in a passage which appears strikingly prophetic, that opposition to Mao's policies within the party was so widespread as to be almost universal. 4. To be sure, he continued to attribute to the party at the time the decisive role in the economic, social, and political transformation of China. 5. But the divorce between Mao and the party apparatus, which lies at the basis of the Cultural Revolution, was clearly already developing. Further light on the similarities and differences between Mao's vision of the revolutionary process at this time, and the conceptions he was to develop a few years later, is shed by his speech of January 25, 1956 before the Supreme State Council. On this occasion, Mao presented and defended the draft program for agricultural development which had been adopted by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 2 days earlier. His speech displays in full measure the chiliastic hope of very rapid progress in modernization which was to characterize his attitude throughout the whole of the next 13 years. Thus, he went so far as to state, within another period of roughly 3 years, the socialist revolution can be basically completed in the whole country. This was a claim that the Soviet leaders had never dreamed of making at a comparable stage in their revolution. But at the same time, Mao displayed an emphasis on the economic aspect of revolution, and a respect for the role of technical competence in furthering modernization, which are wholly absent today. The aim of the socialist revolution, he said, not merely one of the aims, but the aim, is to release the productive forces. And he added that, in order to carry out the vast design of transforming the backward economic, scientific, and cultural conditions in our country so as to attain rapidly an advanced level by world standards, the factor which decides everything was the need for cadres, the need for a sufficient number of scientific and technical specialists. 71. This period, at the end of 1955 and the beginning of 1956, thus looks backward at the early period of the Chinese People's Republic, when Mao had been prepared to follow the Soviet emphasis on techniques and rationality, as well as forward to the utopian visions of the Great Leap Forward of 1958, not to mention the Cultural Revolution. This is not surprising, for so profound a change could not take place overnight. If Mao moved forward in the course of the ensuing 2 years to a much greater emphasis on zeal rather than technical competence, this was no doubt due in part to the opposition his policies encountered within the party itself. In the spring of 1956, Mao's ambitious plan for agricultural development was quietly put aside and did not re-emerge for a year and a half. And more generally the tempo of economic and social change was slowed down during the latter part of 1956. At the 8th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in September 1956, the decision of the previous Congress in 1945, hailing Mao Zedong's thought as the guiding principle of all the party's action, was set aside, and henceforth the party rules referred only to Marxism-Leninism. This measure was no doubt inspired in part by Soviet objections to the exaggeration of Mao's role, but it clearly reflected also a certain uneasiness within China about the Mao cult, in the light of the revelations of the 20th Congress of the CPSU about the consequences of similar tendencies in the Soviet Union. Apart from the resentment Mao may have felt at this downgrading of his thought, and more generally at the resistance encountered within the party by his radical policies, another factor inciting him to reassert his leadership in even more intransigent terms was no doubt the disillusionment engendered by the outcome of the 100 Flowers episode, which he had launched in the spring of 1956, and which attained its climax a year later. Mao's statements during the winter of 1955-6 regarding the preeminent importance of cadres and technical knowledge were rooted in the conviction that by now the vast majority of the population had been persuaded of the superiority of the socialist system and was basically loyal to the principles of the new regime. The political foundation having thus been laid, one could concentrate on techniques. But the reaction when the floodgates were opened to criticism early in 1957 soon convinced Mao that the political and ideological revolution was far from accomplished, and must be given first priority. In order to understand the theoretical ideas which Mao put forward during the 100 Flowers period, it is necessary to go back and deal with the philosophical basis of his thought as formulated during the Yan'an period, which we neglected in the first part of this introduction. For the doctrine of contradictions, which he had developed in 1937, was used by Mao as the central concept of his speech of February 27, 1957, which constitutes his most important single theoretical utterance since 1949. See Mao Zedong and contradictions. The idea that contradictions are universal and are the motor of all change is, of course, not original with Mao. It was stated by Hegel, developed by Engels in his Dialectics of Nature, and used extensively by Lenin. Certain distinctive traits should, however, be noted in Mao's handling of contradictions. Although the word contradiction figures in the titles of only two of Mao's works, the Essay on Contradiction, dating from 1937, and the speech of 1957 on contradictions among the people, the concept is central to all his thinking about the problems and categories of Marxist dialectics. Hitherto only 3 items of this nature dating from the Yan'an period have been available to students of the question, on practice, on contradiction, and dialectical materialism. 1. There has been, moreover, a great deal of controversy regarding the dating of these writings and their place in Mao's intellectual development. It has been claimed, in particular, that given the extremely low level of mastery of Marxist philosophy demonstrated by Mao in his article of 1940 on dialectical materialism, he could not possibly have written anything so sophisticated as On Contradiction in 1937. To Karl A. Wittfogel, on the other hand, although he does not have a very high opinion of Mao's dialectical materialism, which he has shown to be in large part plagiarized from Chinese translations of Soviet philosophical writings. 3, nevertheless finds it entirely possible to accept the official dating of On Contradiction. More recently, John Rue injected a new idea into this discussion by suggesting that the article Dialectical Materialism published in Shanghai in 1940 and attributed to Mao was in fact a forgery, concocted by pro-Moscow elements in the Chinese Communist Party, possibly with the support of Stalin, in order to discredit Mao and his leadership. For if the 3 items just mentioned were the only ones of which the text was available for research, other philosophical writings by Mao were known to exist. Thus Changju Hsin, one of the earliest commentators on Mao Zedong's thought in Yan'an Days, cited in 1942 a book by Mao entitled Pian Chang Fa Wei Wulun Chang Shao Ti Kong, Lecture Notes on Dialectical Materialism, which he presented as the most important source for the study of Mao's methodology. He drew particular attention to Part 11 of Chapter 2, entitled On Practice. Commenting on this in a review article on Mao's dialectics, I wrote in 1967, it would obviously be a decisive contribution to our knowledge of Mao's development as a dialectician if a copy of this book could be found, but to my knowledge none exists outside China. One by a fortunate coincidence, at the very moment when the manuscript for this revised edition of the present book was in the hands of the printer, I came into possession of a substantial portion of Mao's lecture notes, as they were serialized in 1938 in the magazine Kayang-chan Tasia. 2. The fragment of dialectical materialism from which I selected extracts for the first edition of this book, and which has been translated in extenso by Chow and by Dulin and Gallas, corresponded to the first chapter of a larger work. This larger work turns out to have been precisely the course of lectures recommended by Changju Hsin in 1942, and which were apparently circulating in their complete form in army and party circles at the time. The text of Chapter I in Kayang-chan Tasia is identical with that published in Shanghai in 1940. Thus this fragment is unquestionably authentic, but instead of an article written in 1940 it is the introductory portion of a course of lectures given much earlier. Assuming, as I think we can, that the 6 Shih Lun, on practice, which originally constituted Part 11 of Chapter 2 contained the text of the lectures out of which Mao ultimately elaborated the item of the same name in the current edition of the selected works, and that these lectures were delivered, as we are told in a note to the present canon, in July 1937, then Mao must have begun lecturing during the winter of 1936-7. Hence Chapter 1 of Dialectical Materialism must date from late 1936 or early 1937. Of the three items to which I referred above, Dialectical Materialism and On Practice thus turn out to be respectively the beginning and the end of a single whole. At the beginning of Chapter 2 of his lecture notes on Dialectical Materialism, Mao enumerates the various points he proposes to discuss, the 11th and last being practice. Having finished his lectures on practice, Mao then proceeded, in August 1937, to lecture on contradiction. Whether this was presented at the time as point 12 of Chapter 2 of the course as a whole, or as a special independent series of lectures, does not much matter. Even if it was not formally part of the same work as Mao's other two philosophical writings, it belongs to a single intellectual enterprise, namely Mao's attempt to come to terms with the philosophical basis of Marxism from the time when he was first exposed to it in July 1936 until the Japanese attack of September 1937 turned his attention to more practical things. If we consider these facts about the circumstances in which dialectical materialism was composed in conjunction with the substance of the portion of Chapter 2 now available, then we can find some comfort for all the different positions which have been advanced regarding Mao as a philosopher, save for Professor Ru's hypothesis that the whole thing is a plot. Mr. Cohen's argument that On Contradiction could not have been written before Chapter 1 of Dialectical Materialism falls to the ground, since it was in fact written, or presented orally, afterward. On the other hand, it is undeniable that the content of Chapter 2 is even feebler than that of Chapter 1. In particular, the extraordinarily simplistic exposition of the reflection theory as the beginning and end of Marxist epistemology is a far cry from the sophisticated presentation of On Practice. It is true that Mao had only begun his study of Marxist dialectics in the summer of 1936, and might therefore have learned a great deal, relatively speaking, in the 88 weeks or months between his lectures on matter and his lectures on practice. But although Mao did certainly lecture on practice, and also most probably on contradiction, in 1937, Mr. Cohen is clearly right in affirming that the text must have required very extensive revision indeed in order to bring it to its present level. The fact is that Mao Zedong, despite the extravagant claims made today regarding his earth-shaking contributions to Marxist dialectics, has little talent as an abstract thinker, and little interest in philosophy as such. During the Yan'an period, he had sufficient leisure to devote himself to the study of Marxist philosophy, on the basis of translations from current Soviet writings and works by Chinese comrades better versed in the subject than he. Because preeminence as a theorist has traditionally been necessary to consecration as a leader in the communist world, Mao no doubt felt compelled to set himself up as an authority on dialectical materialism, and to lecture on the subject at the anti-Japanese university. The result was mediocre, even as measured against the extraordinarily low level of Soviet theoretical writings of the period. But it was above all dull, both because it is difficult to interest students in a subject which the lecturer has not properly digested, and because Mao himself was not really very interested. And the lectures on contradiction are more readable today, and were probably more readable even in their original form than those on matter or on movement, because they are devoted in large part to the application of a highly flexible conceptual tool to a series of concrete problems. If it is true that Mao's theoretical framework contains little that is original, this does not imply that there is nothing original in the way he applies it to Chinese and Soviet reality. Consider, for example, his contention that in the Soviet Union there still exists a contradiction between the workers and the peasants, which will be solved only gradually during the process of development from socialism to communism. To be sure, Stalin himself had pointed to the contradictions in Soviet society at an earlier date, especially when the conflicts regarding industrialization and the first five-year plan were at their height. But in 1936, he affirmed that the frontier between the workers and the peasants was in the process of disappearing, and in the chapter on dialectical and historical materialism, which he wrote in 1938 for the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, it was stated that there was perfect correspondence between the basis and the superstructure in the Soviet Union. 72 other, lesser, ideologists deduced from Stalin's statements that there were absolutely no contradictions whatsoever in the Soviet Union. 73 It is possible that Mao did not realize in August 1937, when he originally wrote his article on contradictions, that the Russian materials he had been reading in translation were obsolete or obsolescent and that it would no longer be permissible to speak of contradictions between the workers and the peasants in the Soviet Union. But certainly, when his article was first published in April 1952, Mao must have known that it was out of harmony with the Soviet ideological line. The sudden decision to publish it, after the corresponding volume of his works had already appeared, may have been related to the Five Antis campaign, which reached its peak almost at the same moment. This campaign, directed against certain alleged dishonest practices of the national bourgeoisie, marked a new stage in the remolding of this class, which Mao had announced in 1949 in his article on People's Democratic Dictatorship, and in this context the analyses of 1937 regarding contradictions within society were of obvious relevance. But at the same time, the publication of such a text could not fail to be noted in Moscow and constituted in fact a challenge to the Soviet position as the sole ideological authority within the communist world. It is obviously impossible to determine whether Mao deliberately decided to lay down such a challenge, or whether he was primarily concerned with internal problems and simply chose to ignore the larger implications of his gesture. In any case, Mao's accent on the role of contradiction and struggle in the development of socialist society corresponds to a characteristic turn of his mind, with its mixture of flexibility and combativeness. I suggested earlier that the dialectics of the young Mao was above all an expression of currents in traditional Chinese thought. But if it owes something to yin and yang, his idea of the dialectical method is also concrete and pragmatic, as the curious paragraph of On Contradiction regarding Sung Jiang's 3 attacks on Chu Village 1 indicates. A constant effort to remain close to the infinite complexity of reality has been one of the most striking traits of Mao's behavior, at least until recently. If we turn now to the way in which Mao has developed the idea of contradiction since he gave a new direction to Chinese internal policy in 1955, we find that he has applied it both to the struggle with nature and to the struggle between human beings. The idea of a war against nature is a favorite one of Mao's, and can be traced back at least as far as 1938 too, but in Mao's view, such a rapid and violent effort for the transformation of the natural environment can be carried out only if the masses are properly mobilized to support this policy, and if opposition from backward and reactionary elements is smashed. In other words, the resolution of economic contradictions and social contradictions is inextricably linked. These two aspects of the revolutionary process are present together in Mao's speech of April 1956, on the 10 Great Relationships. This speech, which has never been published for general distribution, is one of the most important theoretical documents of the crucial period 1955-8, in which Mao was moving toward new and original solutions to the problems of the Chinese Revolution. 3. Like the commentaries of late 1955 and the remarks of January 1956 regarding agricultural development discussed above, the 10 Great Relationships clearly belong to a transitional period. On the one hand, Mao stresses, in language that would today be regarded as economist if it were used by anyone else, that a positive and activist attitude on the part of the masses can only be ensured if the party's policy gives due weight to individual preferences and interests, and to the people's concern with their standard of living. He also attaches great importance to learning from foreign countries, and especially from the Soviet Union. See his discussion of point 4, the relation between the state, the production unit, and the individual producer, and point 10, relations between China and other countries. But at the same time, he declares that the minimum of 400,000 new technical cadres needed for economic development do not necessarily require much formal schooling, but can easily be recruited from among workers trained on the job, thus anticipating recent educational policies. See point 2, the relation between industry on the coast and in the interior. Most striking of all, he concludes his appraisal of the situation by pointing out the advantages China derives from being poor and blank, an idea which he was to develop at greater length and in much more radical and intransigent form 2 years later, as we shall see below. In 1956, he mentioned first and at greater length the disadvantages for China arising out of her semi-colonial past and economic backwardness, and only then suggested that her poverty and blankness also had a positive side. See point 10, in 1958, he saw only the advantages in purity and revolutionary zeal to be derived from China's backwardness. As regards the methods to be followed in developing the economy, the keynote of the 10 Great Relations is balance, especially between heavy industry and light industry, and between industry and agriculture. Mao does not hesitate to state very bluntly that certain socialist countries have committed errors in this respect, which China has hitherto avoided and should continue to avoid. These consist in neglecting light industry, and especially agriculture, in favor of exclusive concentration on heavy industry. China, too, Mao declares, gives priority to heavy industry, but we pay more attention to light industry and agriculture. Excessive stress on heavy industry in fact defeats its own purpose, for it disorganizes the economy and undermines the morale of the population because of the resulting lack of consumer goods. The experience of certain socialist countries shows, he says, that if the collectivization of agriculture is carried out badly, one cannot increase production either. See the discussion of point 1. In the political sphere also, the position expounded by Mao in April 1956 was one of moderation and balance. Counter-revolutionaries must be combated, it was right to kill some of them in the first years of the Chinese People's Republic, and a few must still be killed. But the general policy toward counter-revolutionaries, even if they have committed crimes worthy of death, must be to give them the opportunity of reforming themselves through productive labor. A man's head is not like a scallion, which will grow again if you cut it off. If you cut it off wrongly, then even if you want to correct your error there is no way of doing it. Point 8, the relation between revolution and counter-revolution. From a theoretical standpoint, the most important aspect of this speech is Mao's emphasis on the fact that contradictions pervade the whole of Chinese society. The 10 Great Relations about which he is talking, he states repeatedly, are in fact 10 contradictions. This is, of course, entirely consistent with the idea put forward in 1937 in On Contradiction, and restated here, everywhere in the world there are contradictions. If there were no contradictions there would be no world. Mao's conviction that contradictions within society, and not merely between man and nature, still exist under socialism, sets his views apart from those of the Soviets. Another important text in this respect is the editorial of April 5, 1956, which constituted the Chinese contribution to the de-Stalinization debate then going on in the wake of Khrushchev's secret speech to the 93 20th Party Congress. Some naive idea seemed to suggest, wrote the authors of the editorial in which Mao himself had a hand, that contradictions no longer exist in a socialist society. To deny the existence of contradictions is to deny dialectics. The contradictions in various societies differ in character, as do the forms of their solution, but society at all times develops through continual contradictions. By at all times, the authors of this article really mean at all times, even after full communism has been achieved. Moreover, this refers not merely to contradictions between man and nature, or between the productive forces and the relations of production. There will actually be contradictions between individuals and groups in society, even after all class differences have been completely erased. These will grow out of differences between individuals, who will continue to be good and bad, to think correctly or incorrectly, even under communism. Moreover, according to Mao's speech of February 27, 1957, which represents the next stage in the development of this strain in Chinese communist ideology, these continuing contradictions will also grow out of the very nature of any society in which there are differences of function and therefore contradictions between the leaders and the followers. In the light of a text by Liu Shaochi dating from 1941, it is interesting to speculate on the respective contributions of Mao and Liu to these theories. This is part 3 of the book, which used to be called in English How to Be a Good Communist, and of which the title is now translated more literally as On the Self-Cultivation of Communist Party Members. Only the first 2 parts of this work, which was denounced in April 1967 as a big poisonous weed, were included in most editions available to the general public. These corresponded to lectures delivered in July 1939 at the party school in Yan'an. After his transfer to Central China, where he was entrusted with the reorganization of the new Fourth Army following the incident of January 1941, Liu delivered a third series of lectures, entitled On Organizational and Disciplinary Self-Cultivation, which were normally available only for study within the party. 1. What is the party's organizational structure? Liu begins. Like all other things, it is a contradictory structure, a contradictory entity, that is to say, the union of 2 opposing elements, which combine to form something new. After discussing the unity of opposites as a general principle, Liu goes on to talk in precise and most suggestive terms of the kind of opposites that make up the Communist Party, namely the leaders and the led. Our Communist Party is also formed by the union of all sorts of different party members. Its basic structure is the cell. For instance, 3 or more members of our party can form a cell or small group, but the relationship which constitutes a cell does not consist merely in adding 2 party members to another party member. 1 party member plus 2 party members makes 3 party members. This is merely a relationship of addition, and does not constitute a party structure, or organization. What, then, is the necessary condition for constituting an organization? Among the 3 members of the party, there must be 1 secretary of the cell, and 2 members of the cell, or 1 head of the group, and 2 members of the group. The union of the secretary and of the members of the cell, or of the head and the members of the group, is a union of contradictory elements, that is to say, the union of the leaders and the led. The union of the leaders and the led constitutes a unified organization, and only such a unified organization has strength. The unified organization is the party. This is the party's basic organizational structure. The form taken by the union of the party as a whole is that of the union of the leading organs at all levels and of all the party members, that is to say, the union extending downward from the Central Committee, to all the party branches, all the leading organs, and finally to all the cells, that is to say, the union of the party leaders, of the party cadres, and of the great mass of party members, that is to say, the union of the upper level and lower level organizations of the party. Thus, the structure of our party is not that of a mixture. It is not simply the grouping together of several 100,000 party members, and it is not without a definite structure. On the contrary, it is the union of several 100,000 party members in accordance with a definite organizational form and definite rules. It is a union of contradictory elements, comprising the leaders and the led, the party leaders and party members, the upper-level and lower-level organizations of the party. It is this type of organizational structure which gives to the party its great fighting strength, otherwise, it would be nothing but an undisciplined mob. 74. Quoting more briefly from this text of Liu Shaochi in the first edition of this book, I suggested that Liu might well have been not simply Mao's spokesman in the domain of party organization, but an independent thinker who had made his own contribution to Chinese communist ideology. The Cultural Revolution has brought abundant confirmation that this is indeed the case. I shall have more to say about the differences in outlook and approach between the two men in discussing very recent developments. Here it is in order to point out that, while Liu went much farther in 1941 than Mao had done at that time in frankly recognizing the contradiction between the leaders and the led within the party, he also showed the same concern with doing things in an orderly and disciplined way which we have noted in comparing his speech of June 1950 with that of Mao. In any case, it is Mao who, in his speech of February 27, 1957, 96, gave the idea of the inherently contradictory nature of all social relationships its sharpest and most celebrated expression. As far as the contradictions among the classes of Chinese society are concerned, Mao's 1957 speech can be regarded as a transposition into philosophical language of his concentric circle theory of the people's democratic dictatorship. The ambiguous role of the national bourgeoisie is explained in terms of antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions, a distinction already made by Lenin 1. The contradictions between ourselves and our enemies are antagonistic ones. Within the ranks of the people, contradictions among the working people are non-antagonistic, whereas those between the exploiters and the exploited classes have a non-antagonistic aspect as well as an antagonistic one. Exploitation of the working class for profit is one aspect, while support of the constitution and willingness to accept socialist transformation is the other. The contradiction between exploiter and exploited that exists between the national bourgeoisie and the working class is in itself an antagonistic one. But, in the concrete conditions existing in China, such an antagonistic contradiction, if properly handled, can be transformed into a non-antagonistic one. 75. In addition to reaffirming the attitude of conditional tolerance of the national bourgeoisie already enunciated in 1949, this text contains an interesting idea, which supports the interpretation of the theory of the people's democratic dictatorship as a modum equivalent of the theory of the general will. The national bourgeoisie, says Mao, must accept the transformation it is undergoing, otherwise the contradiction between it and the workers will become antagonistic. 2. There is an obvious link between these conceptions and the methods of indoctrination and thought reform that have played such a large part in Mao's thinking and the policy of the Chinese Communist Party since the 1930s. From the techniques of indoctrination of enemy soldiers practiced in the Qiangxi days and in the anti-Japanese war, through the Chengfen movement of 1942-3, and the thought reform practiced during the Korean War 76 to the 100 Flowers movement, there is a clear line of development. This strain in Mao Zedong's thinking can be linked to the accent on conscious action manifested as early as the 1917 article on physical culture. Blind obedience is not enough, people must be made to understand and therefore to participate willingly and actively in the implementation of party policy. Agitation is, of course, also a characteristic feature of Soviet society, but it may fairly be claimed that the degree of Mao's preoccupation with this problem constitutes a case of the passage from quantitative to qualitative differences that figures in Marxist dialectics. The successful and peaceful resolution of the contradictions in Chinese society presupposes, according to Mao's 1957 speech, not merely a willingness to be transformed on the part of the national bourgeoisie, but also the correct handling of these contradictions by the party leadership. And the first prerequisite for this is that the party cadres should recognize, as many of them it seems refuse to do, despite the clear affirmations in the editorial of April 1956, that contradictions do in fact exist in Chinese society. Not only do such contradictions exist between the various classes of society, they also exist between the government and society as a whole, between the leaders and the led. 1. This is the most revolutionary affirmation in Mao's speech of February 1957, and it is not surprising that it opened the door to developments that Mao was not prepared to accept. For this speech in fact spans the transition between two epochs which appear totally divergent, but which nonetheless have a certain continuity. When Mao Zedong made this speech, the 100 Flowers campaign was in full swing. Party members, and even simple citizens, were encouraged to indulge in unsparing criticism of the economic, administrative, and political authorities. The goal of this policy appears to have been a dual one: on the one hand, to avoid an explosion similar to that in Hungary, which Mao blamed largely on the bureaucratism and repressive methods of the Hungarian leaders, and on the other hand, by allowing people to express themselves freely and thus to relieve their feelings, to call forth a wave of enthusiasm and goodwill to accelerate China's economic progress. Most probably Mao believed that if such latitude were granted to the citizens, they would use it to criticize particular abuses, but would not question the fundamental principles of the regime. When a watered-down version of the speech was at last published in June 1957, the original text has never been released. It was evident that this calculation had proved false. All over the country, students, peasants, and the intellectuals were openly criticizing the party's domination over all spheres of society. That is, of course, a demand that no Leninist could ever accept. Mao therefore made a brusque turnabout and endeavored to obtain by organization and discipline what he had not been able to obtain by the liberation of individual initiative, namely the acceleration of the economic and cultural development of the country. In the domain of production, this meant the policy of the Great Leap Forward, and in the domain of social organization it meant the establishment of the people's communes. The whole of this radical policy found its ideological expression in the theory of the permanent revolution. This term was first rehabilitated by Liu Shaochi in his speech of May 5, 1958, at the Party Congress, and most of the themes later developed under this heading were contained in his remarks. I say rehabilitated because the Chinese term is the same as that used earlier to designate Trotsky's theory, and Trotsky remains a villain and a heretic in China as in the Soviet Union. Although the theory was invariably referred to at the time as Mao Zedong's theory of the permanent revolution, it was possible to have some doubts as to whether it was really his. Subsequent events, since the beginning of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, appear to have settled the question. Liu Shaochi, who claimed to be speaking for Mao, has been denounced, but the ideas he expounded in 1958 are still attributed to Mao. The explicitly political content of the theory has varied considerably from time to time, depending upon the internal and external situation. Its core is a conception of the transition from socialism to communism based on an analogy with the Leninist conception of the transition from the democratic to the socialist revolution, as the latter was outlined by Mao Zedong in the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. 1. This is the only aspect of the permanent revolution dealt with in an official pronouncement, the Wuchang Resolution of the Central Committee of December 1958. This text appeared at a time when the Soviet leaders, deeply disturbed by the extravagant claims of an immediate passage from socialism to communism which had been voiced in Peking, had to be reassured. It stressed the importance of avoiding the utopian hope of bypassing the socialist stage of the revolution. We are partisans of the Marxist-Leninist theory of the permanent revolution, stated the resolution. We hold that there is not and cannot be a great wall between the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, nor between socialism and communism. We are equally partisans of the Marxist-Leninist theory of stages in the development of the revolution, and we hold that the different stages of development reflect qualitative changes in reality and must not be confounded. 77. More interesting than this explicitly political aspect of the theory is its Promethean element. This was formulated as follows in one of the earliest articles devoted to the permanent revolution following Liu Shaochi's speech of May 1958. the more it is possible for men to carry out a conscious revolution in their own social relationships, the more they increase their power in the combat with nature, the more they can freely command as by magic the latent productive forces, making them appear everywhere and develop rapidly. 78. The Promethean theme is an integral part of Marxist thought in general. At the same time, it may be asked whether the importance attached to this aspect of Marxism by the Chinese does not reflect the preoccupations of the peoples of the underdeveloped countries generally. Marx and Engels had an essentially Greek vision of nature, as an environment to be shaped by man, but at the same time a friendly environment. To their Chinese disciples, nature is an enemy against whom one declares war in order to wrest from her the food necessary for survival and the resources necessary for economic and military power. The two basic goals defined in the theory of the permanent revolution, the increasingly rapid transformation of society and of nature, are linked and reinforced by a philosophical theory drawn essentially from Engels and Lenin, as interpreted by Mao Zedong in his various writings on contradiction. From the idea of quantitative change leading over to qualitative change, the Chinese thinkers derive the conception of a universe in ceaseless and perpetual flux. In particular, even after all class conflict has been eliminated, contradictions will continue to arise between the productive forces and the relations of production because of the continuous development of the former, which in turn will engender contradictions between the members of society. These contradictions will be resolved by an endless series of qualitative changes, baptized revolutions, so that there will be an infinite number of revolutions, even after communism is fully established. For the moment, revolutions of the old type, engendered by the antagonistic contradictions between classes, and revolutions of the new type, caused by the non-antagonistic contradictions of socialist society, will continue to exist side by side, but ultimately the development of the productive forces and the efforts of men to adapt to them will replace the class struggle as the matrix of the endless revolutions to come. This theory may be regarded as a distinctly original contribution to Leninism, growing out of the conditions of the underdeveloped countries. It reflects the characteristics of Chinese society mentioned earlier, the contrast between the old and the new, and the resulting instability and kaleidoscopic changes. The theory of the permanent revolution, and indeed the whole of the ideology of the period of the Great Leap Forward, is in profound harmony with the most fundamental tendencies of 101. Mao's personality. It grows out of his Promethean urge to fashion nature, and out of his passionate desire to transform man, with its curious mixture of humanistic and totalitarian motives. It is infused with the combativeness that was so marked in him from the beginning and which was further accentuated by a quarter of a century of armed struggle. And it is characterized, too, by a certain impatience with reality, an implacable will to bend men, things, facts, and theories to his purposes, and to break them if they refuse to bend. In force and momentum, the attack is just like a tempest or hurricane, those who submit to it survive, and those who resist it perish, wrote Mao in 1927 of the Hunan peasants, echoing similar phrases in Chinese history and fiction. This sentence could very well serve as a description of his own approach to the transformation of Chinese society. This heaven-storming approach finds graphic expression in Mao's contribution to the first issue of Hung Cki in 1958. But this article not only expresses, like the theory of the permanent revolution, the will to advance very rapidly, it also formulates ideas regarding the sources of revolution which mark the beginning of a rupture with Leninism, and foreshadow the Cultural Revolution. The key formula in this respect, which to some extent symbolizes the most fundamental themes not only in Mao's thought but in China's revolutionary experience, is the celebrated thesis that the Chinese people draw strength and virtue from the fact that they are poor and blank. The idea that poverty may lead to revolution bears some relationship to Marxism, though Marx singled out the proletariat as the savior of society not merely because its members were poor but because of the decisive role they played in the productive process. The notion that blankness qualifies the Chinese people for a revolutionary mission goes, on the contrary, entirely against the grain of Marxism. Marx himself, who had a profound admiration for the industrial revolution carried out by the European bourgeoisie in his own lifetime, saw the aim of the revolution in the reshaping of the social and political order so as to permit the full development of this enterprise. The working class would be the bearer of this revolution. 1. See text VIIC 3. 102. Not merely because it incarnated the moral values of protest against injustice, but also by virtue of its skills. Because the peasant societies of Asia did not possess this technical knowledge and economic drive, Marx proclaimed explicitly that the only solution for them lay in Europeanization. 1. Lenin held similar views about semi-Asiatic Russia. The clear implication of such a position is that, although the pre-capitalist societies of the non-European countries may give rise to revolutionary movements which will play a useful role in the world revolution as a whole, such movements must be guided by the communists of the advanced countries of Europe and North America, just as the peasants must be guided by the workers within each Western country. Soviet practice under both Lenin and Stalin distorted this emphasis on the role of an objectively existing advanced class, possessing not merely fighting spirit but modern knowledge, in the direction of a voluntarist effort to bend objective reality to the aims of the revolutionaries, but the valorization of technical competence remained. And today, when the Soviet Union has become a great industrial nation which actually does possess the proletariat in the name of which the revolution was carried out in 1917, the leaders in Moscow are even more inclined to stress these orthodox principles. For Mao Zedong, on the other hand, the implications regarding the inferiority of the Asian and African nations, and of their subordination to the leadership of the technically advanced West, inherent in the logic of Marxism, are clearly intolerable. Hence his attempt to make of blankness a virtue. The Chinese people may not have, for the moment, the same level of economic development and technical competence as the United States or the Soviet Union, but by the same token they are not afflicted with the maladies of crass materialism and selfish individualism that have perverted not only the West, but the land of modern revisionism. This also provides an ideological justification for the decisive role of the countryside, both in the conquest of power, and in the socialist transformation of China. Mao's master, Li Ta-Chao, taught him half a century ago that the cities were dens of iniquity and that the veritable source of regeneration was to be found in the countryside. In 1958, when Mao exasperated the Soviets with the claim that China would establish full communism before they did, it was postulated that the evolution toward communism would begin in the villages, with the setting up of the people's communes, and only later be propagated toward the cities. Mao's praise of blankness does not imply, of course, that he is uninterested in technical progress or that he is the enemy of modern knowledge. On the contrary, his aim has been and remains to build China into a modern socialist country, rich and strong. But it does indicate an order of priorities. The choice in favor of the peasant rather than the worker, the army man rather than the party cotter, the politically zealous Red Guard rather than the able student, in the end can be reduced to a single overriding priority, to the man who wills rather than to the man who knows. Or, to put it somewhat more accurately, the preference goes to the man who is both resolute and malleable, who can be made to will and to do what Mao thinks he ought to will. These attitudes, as has often been pointed out, are a projection of the spirit of Yan'an and of the Qingkangshan of the guerrilla period when the ability to mobilize men was more important than technical knowledge, and when only unbending resolve enabled Mao's forces to hold out against a more numerous and far better equipped enemy. They have re-emerged in particularly extreme form today. Once more, Mao is confronted by an adversary infinitely superior in technical resources. Once more, he concludes that the revolutionary peoples will finally triumph because of the righteousness of their cause and their willingness to fight to the end. In the preceding paragraph, the ideas and values of the Great Leap Forward were juxtaposed with those of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. This telescoping of history is justified not only because there is a close affinity between these two periods, but also because Mao had virtually nothing to say on China's internal problems from the end of 1958 until the eve of the Cultural Revolution. Even in 1958, Some of Mao's comrades had denounced the attempt to produce steel by the mobilization of the masses as a guerrilla habit. When Mao's radical policies led to economic chaos, the party bureaucracy took control and replaced these guerrilla methods by an approach less drastically in conflict with the Soviet example, involving in particular a greater use of material incentives to stimulate production. The economic results were favorable, but Mao clearly viewed the proceedings with distaste. For the moment, he was obliged to accept the situation, and to find an outlet in writing or encouraging attacks on modern revisionism abroad, and in issuing ringing denunciations of imperialism. As soon as circumstances permitted, however, he began his efforts to get China back on what he regarded as the true revolutionary path. In September 1962, at the 10th plenum of the Central Committee, he put forward the call never to forget the class struggle, and in the following May he warned against the danger that China might change its color too. This last text can be regarded in a sense as the charter and fountainhead of the whole cultural revolution. It makes clear and explicit Mao's growing anxiety lest the right-wing deviations in the party which he had described as widespread in 1955 lead to the emergence of full-blown revisionist tendencies such as he perceived in the Soviet Union, thereby ultimately jeopardizing the very survival of the revolutionary movement to which he had devoted himself for over 40 years. A decisive factor in preventing such a process of degeneration would be the continuing fidelity of young people, who had not known the bitter sufferings of their elders at the hands of the Japanese and of the Kuomintang, to the revolutionary cause. In the spring of 1964, Mao therefore turned his attention to the problem of bringing up successors to the veterans of the Long March. This problem was first discussed on a large scale at the 9th Congress of the Communist Youth League in June 1964. The fact now appears as singularly ironic, for a month earlier the General Political Department of the People's Liberation Army had published the first edition of quotations from Chairman Mao, and this date can be taken as marking a decisive stage on the road to the replacement of the party, and its emanation the Youth League, by the army as the dominant force in Chinese society and the arbiter of ideological orthodoxy. In July 1964, the 9th Chinese reply to the Soviet open letter of the previous July contained a passage, attributed to Mao, stressing once more the need to bring up millions of successors, and declaring that the final triumph of socialism over capitalism in China would require one or several centuries. In January 1965, Mao for the first time designated people within the party who are in authority and are taking the capitalist road as the target of the socialist education movement which he had been promoting since the plenum of September 1962, and which was now rebaptized the Four Clean UPS, political, economic, organizational, and ideological. Thus the battle lines were drawn, both from the standpoint of ideology and in terms of a power struggle among the principal leaders, for the great proletarian cultural revolution of which the opening shots were to be fired in November 1965. We cannot retrace here in detail the extremely complex events which ensued, and of which the end is not yet in sight. 2. In the context of the present volume, our concern is rather to spell out the ideological implications of the tactics adopted by Mao, or in any case carried out in his name. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of these. Although, as I have endeavored to suggest in the foregoing pages, there is a clear line of continuity from the socialist upsurge of 1955 and the Great Leap of 1958 to the current Cultural Revolution, in many respects. These tendencies have been carried so much farther that, to use Mao's vocabulary, quantitative change has given rise to a qualitative leap. This is the case, first of all, as regards the role of the party, and more generally the institutional framework of the revolution. We have seen that a decade ago, even as he denounced the right-wing opposition among his comrades, Mao still regarded the party as the indispensable instrument for guiding the revolution. Although the party's fortunes have varied considerably over the past 2 years, and at times the vicissitudes of the struggle have led Mao and his faction to seek a compromise with elements of the party bureaucracy for tactical reasons, the mere fact that the party's supremacy is no longer taken for granted indicates in itself a change without precedent in the history of the communist movement. One reason for Mao's onslaught on the party was, as already indicated, the fact that it was no longer an obedient instrument for carrying out his will. But while resentment at Liu Shaochi, Teng Xiaoping, and the other party leaders who had thwarted him in the application of his radical policies undoubtedly influenced his attitude, his recent course corresponds too closely to tendencies long present in his thought and behavior to be explained merely by pique and vanity. Stalin decimated the party bureaucracy in order to maintain his own power, but he had nothing against bureaucracy as such. On the contrary, he could conceive of no other way of governing and of running the economy. Mao, on the other hand, although he exhibited very early a grasp of the importance of organization as a political weapon which I have called natural Leninism, has constantly sought to prevent all organizations, including the party, from becoming ends in themselves. In the past, he combated the bureaucratization of the party both from within, by the repeated rectification campaigns in which the cadres were obliged to participate, and from without, by constantly exposing the party organization to popular scrutiny in accordance with the formula of the mass line. This time, he chose to treat the party cadres not, as in 1942 or 1957, as patients to be cured, but as enemies to be terrorized by the Red Guards and publicly humiliated. 107. The ideological justification offered for this policy was an idea put forward in passing by Mao 3 decades earlier, in a speech in Yenin on the occasion of Stalin's 60th birthday. 1. There are innumerable principles of Marxism, he had then said, but in the last analysis they can all be summed up in one sentence: to rebel is justified. This maxim, according to Mao, was formulated by Marx, and further developed by Stalin. The attribution of such an anarchist notion to the late Soviet dictator is surely one of the greatest ironies of modern times. The call to indiscriminate rebellion against every form of authority could mark only a passing phase in Mao's strategic plan for the Cultural Revolution. The intervention of the Red Guards was necessary in order to paralyze the party organization as previously constituted, and open the way to the creation of new political instruments more responsive to Mao's will. But, as already emphasized, Mao had displayed from the beginning an instinctive grasp of the importance of organization, and despite the references to the Paris Commune in the decisions of August 1966, he cannot possibly have imagined at any time that the country could be run on a basis of completely spontaneous mass democracy. Once the power of the old party apparatus loyal to Liu Shaochi had been broken, something would therefore have to be put in its place. The first stage in Mao's efforts to produce such a new political force adapted to his ends was that of the so-called seizure of power, which began early in 1967. This involved the establishment of revolutionary committees in the various cities and provinces based on the 3-in-1 combination of PLA men, new revolutionary activists, and old party and state cadres. The aim of this formula was to salvage a certain number of the old cadres, whose technical and administrative skills were necessary to the running of the country, without, at least for the moment, rehabilitating the party as such. Sandwiched in between the army and the young Red Guard zealots, the party bureaucrats could be utilized without any danger of their corrupting the others with their revisionist and capitalist mentality. And in any case, effective control of the situation rested with the army. These revolutionary committees, of which the last were established only in the autumn of 1968, were supposed to take over all the powers of both the state and party organizations in a given area. Moreover, the ideological justification for this process went so far as to speak of treating the apparatus of the Chinese Communist Party, hitherto supposed to be the vanguard of the proletariat, as Marx had said the Paris Commune showed the bourgeois state apparatus should be treated, i.e., by smashing it instead of trying to take it over. 79. Under the impact of such startling formulations, I ventured to speculate in March 1967 that perhaps there was no place at all for the party in Mao's new scheme of things. This has now been proved false. There will indeed be a communist party in Mao Zedong's new, pure, proletarian China, but a party of a rather singular sort, explicitly deriving its authority exclusively from the leader. The principle that the party as a collective entity is the source of all authority and of all truth is the very keystone of the arch of Leninism. by openly setting himself above the party as the incarnation of the will of the proletariat, Mao has perpetrated a heresy of which even Stalin was never guilty. Even as he established his own arbitrary dictatorship and purged the party bureaucracy with the aid of the secret police, Stalin claimed to be merely the servant of the party, exercising its collective authority in his capacity as Secretary General. Mao, in contrast, has allowed himself to be canonized, in his own lifetime, and not after death, as in Lenin's case, as the only fountainhead of both truth and authority. This new conception of legitimacy receives striking expression in the draft party constitution proposed by Mao in October 1968, see text 6c13, not merely in the reference to a personal successor, but for example in the provision, in Article V, that party members at any level can bypass their superiors and appeal directly to the chairman himself. Even more astonishing, as a reflection of the mixture of the new and the old which prevails in China today, is the re-emergence of the concept of siheng or loyalty to the ruler. This once designated a cardinal virtue of the 109 faithful subject and minister, it now describes the highest attribute of a proletarian revolutionary, absolute devotion to Chairman Mao. These changes in the organizational framework within which power is exercised in China, and in their ideological expression, have been paralleled by a progressive modification in the aims of the Cultural Revolution. In early 1966 the Chinese press was filled with philosophical articles by workers and peasants which described how the authors had assimilated what they called the dialectics of Mao Zedong, this being in fact simply a suitably revolutionary name for the experimental and Promethean mentality necessary to technical and economic progress. But we are now informed that during this period control of the Cultural Revolution had been captured by Piang Chen, acting on behalf of Liu Shaochi and Teng Xiaoping. When Mao reasserted himself at the end of May 1966, the type of intellectual transformation involved took a different direction. The first phase, marked by the changing of the colors of traffic lights and the names of streets and shops, was, like the reign of the Red Guards in general, merely a transitory phenomenon. But this soon gave way to deeper and more significant tendencies. In essence, Mao's Cultural Revolution aims to go beyond the humbling of the existing bureaucratic and technocratic elite, and to extirpate the very roots of any stratification which might emerge in the future, by destroying respect for the special status of the party member or the special knowledge of the expert. The masses are henceforth to be, under Mao, the source of all political authority. They are also the repository of the wisdom and ingenuity which will enable China to forge ahead in her economic and technical development without reliance on reactionary bourgeois academic authorities or specialists steeped in foreign knowledge and foreign theories. In recent months, there has been tremendous emphasis on the need for working-class leadership in the Cultural Revolution. This obviously signifies above all an effort to re-establish order and put the Red Guards in their place. But as Mao's directives on education, included in text 7e10, make clear, workers here means, not the bearers of knowledge and organizational skill, as in the Leninist tradition, but the common people, the poor and blank, whose majestic and all-conquering wisdom will put the intellectuals in their place. The ultimate expression of these tendencies is to be found in the movement, which began in December 1968, to send students and other city dwellers to the countryside. Mao launched this idea by a directive stating, "It is very necessary for educated young people to go to the countryside to be re-educated by the poor and lower middle peasants. Cotters and other people in the cities should be persuaded to send their sons and daughters who have finished junior or senior middle school, college, or university to the countryside." According to the commentaries which accompanied the publication of this teaching, the settling in the countryside of town dwellers divorced from productive labor and their participation in agricultural production was a long-term measure of fundamental importance in preventing and opposing revisionism and the correct path for gradually reducing the differences between town and countryside. Moreover, the peasants did not merely teach these newcomers how to cultivate the land, but also gave them a profound class education. This affirmation that the differences between town and countryside can best be eliminated by subjecting the town dwellers to re-education in a rural environment, instead of penetrating the peasants with the technical knowledge and sense of discipline of the urban proletariat, and that class consciousness can best be acquired in the fields and not in the factories, is a spectacular manifestation of the populist strain in Mao's thinking, which has progressively reasserted itself at the expense of his Leninist principles. 3. From the Chinese Revolution to the World Revolution. Mao Zedong's political thought consists essentially of generalizations based on his own revolutionary experience. We have now retraced that experience, and the conclusions Mao has drawn from it, through the two stages of the conquest of power and the effort since 1949 to transform Chinese society. Both these aspects of China's experience have been held up by Mao and his disciples as models for the rest of the world. 2 decades ago, it was primarily Mao's road to power which was presented as of general relevance. Chinese statements on this theme, of which one of the most categorical was Liu Shaoqi's speech of November 1949 before a meeting of the World Federation of Trade Unions, were so bold as to arouse considerable dissatisfaction in Moscow. But it is worth pointing out that as early as 1946, Liu Shaoqi, who had already praised Mao to the skies at the 7th Party Congress in April 1945, hailed his thought as a guide to the future transformation of Asia. Mao Zedong's great accomplishment has been to change Marxism from a European to an Asiatic form. Marx and Lenin were Europeans, they wrote in European languages about European histories and problems, seldom discussing Asia or China. The basic principles of Marxism are undoubtedly adaptable to all countries, but to apply their general truth to concrete revolutionary practice in China is a difficult task. Mao Zedong is Chinese, he analyzes Chinese problems and guides the Chinese people in their struggle to victory. He uses Marxist-Leninist principles to explain Chinese history and the practical problems of China. He is the first that has succeeded in doing so. He has created a Chinese or Asiatic form of Marxism. China is a semi-feudal, semi-colonial country in which vast numbers of people live at the edge of starvation, tilling small bits of soil. In attempting the transition to a more industrialized economy, China faces the pressures of advanced industrial lands. There are similar conditions in other lands of Southeast Asia. The courses chosen by China will influence them all. 80. A Chinese or Asiatic form of Marxism, that is the question. There is obviously no doubt that many of the problems, social, economic, and political, faced by other non-European countries are similar to those of China, and that the course chosen by China will therefore exert a certain influence. To the extent that Mao's thought and China's policies reflect the common interests and aspirations of all the underdeveloped countries, they may well have considerable appeal. But Mao is not only a revolutionary, but a Chinese revolutionary, and to the extent that his utterances reflect specifically Chinese interests and are clothed in language that is peculiarly Chinese, they may find little echo outside of China. The past 30 years have seen many changes in this respect, although despite the changes one can discern a certain continuity. A. Sinification and universality. As noted previously, the slogan of the sinification of Marxism was first put forward by Mao Zedong himself in 1938, in his report to the 6th Plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. On that occasion, he said in part, "Today's China is an outgrowth of historic China. We are Marxist historicists, we must not mutilate history. From Confucius to Sun Yat-sen we must sum it up critically, and we must constitute ourselves the heirs of all that is precious in this past." Conversely, the assimilation of this heritage itself turns out to be a kind of methodology that is of great help in the guidance of the revolutionary movement. A communist is a Marxist internationalist, but Marxism must take on a national form before it can be applied. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, but only concrete Marxism. What we call concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken on a national form, that is, Marxism applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions prevailing in China, and not Marxism abstractly used. If a Chinese communist, who is a part of the great Chinese people, bound to his people by his very flesh and blood, talks of Marxism apart from Chinese peculiarities, this Marxism is merely an empty abstraction. Consequently, the sinification of Marxism, that is to say, making certain that in all of its manifestations it is imbued with Chinese peculiarities, using it according to these peculiarities, becomes a problem that must be understood and solved by the whole party without delay. We must put an end to writing eight-legged essays on foreign models, we must discard our dogmatism and replace it by a new and vital Chinese style and Chinese manner, pleasing to the eye and to the ear of the Chinese common people. 81. It is clear from this passage how complex and ambiguous was. 113. The meaning of the sinification of Marxism, even in Mao's own mind. On the simplest level, it involved the use of a language accessible to the average Chinese, enlivened with popular proverbs and colorful turns of phrase, with an occasional classical quotation to give it added weight. Mao is an extremely skillful practitioner of this kind of sinification, which undoubtedly has a favorable effect on Chinese readers, 82, and may make his writings appear more vivid and picturesque to foreigners as well. But this aspect of sinification is unlikely to have much effect one way or another on whether an Indonesian or Cuban reader feels that Mao's brand of Marxism is peculiarly relevant to his own problems. On a somewhat deeper level, sinification clearly meant for Mao that those who profess to analyze China's current problems in Marxist terms should have a profound knowledge of their country's history and relate the present to the past. This type of sinification is a two-edged sword as far as non-Chinese readers are concerned. To the extent that some of China's past has parallels in the past of other Asian countries, the efforts of Chinese Marxists to interpret their own past and salvage what is precious in it may appear relevant. But on the other hand, what would the average foreign reader make of a passage such as this? In former times people used to say, "He who reads Chukao's memorial on his military expedition and fails to shed tears is certainly not a faithful official. He who reads Li Mi's appeal to the emperor and fails to shed tears is certainly not filial." Today we ought to say, "He who sees or hears how China's armies, forgetful of old enmities and mutually supporting one another, have intimately united, and is not moved, is certainly not a patriot." 83. This example goes slightly beyond the mere sinification of language, for it is suggested that the Chinese of today should inherit, in modified form, the virtues of the men of the past. In the China of early 1939, when it appeared that effective collaboration between the Communists and the Kuomintang to fight the Japanese had at last been established, this appeal was probably highly effective. But how many Indians or Algerians know, or care, that Chukao Liang was a minister of the Shu Han? 114. Dynasty in the 3rd century AD, celebrated for his devotion to the throne, or that Li Mi was admired because he refused office in order to look after his 96-year-old grandmother. Here the sinification of Marxism merely makes it hermetic. In fact, of course, we are dealing here with the sinification of Marxists rather than the sinification of Marxism. Indeed, it is a moot point whether there is not a good deal more of the former than of the latter in Mao himself. He is a very Chinese Marxist, as his preoccupation with the glory of China amply demonstrates. But has he produced a Chinese variant of Marxism, that is, an ideology in which Marxism is not merely clothed in a Chinese dress, but in which the very concepts and methods by which reality is analyzed have somehow become peculiarly Chinese? If anywhere, one would expect to find such a contribution in Mao's analysis of Chinese history and society. In fact, if we look at the most detailed and lengthy piece of writing of this kind, the first part of the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, we find that Mao has changed his views since 1939, but neither the original nor the current version can be said to break new theoretical ground. In the original version of this text, Mao affirms that traditional Chinese society has been completely stagnant for centuries and was only prodded into motion by the impact of the West. In the current version, he has inserted the thesis, more flattering to his countrymen, that changes were already at work that would have led to the birth of capitalism in China even without foreign intervention. 2. But far from advancing any original theoretical ideas to elucidate the unique traits of Chinese society, he endeavors, like any Soviet historian of the period, to force Chinese society into the Procrustean bed of the scheme of primitive communism, slave-owning society, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, which Marx himself had clearly said was not necessarily valid for all societies. On the basis of this example, I concluded in the first edition of this book that, while Mao had indeed sinified the form of Marxism, his contributions to the substance of Leninist theory represented rather an adaptation of Marxism to Asian conditions. But the past 5 years have seen very singular developments, which require a new look at the whole problem. In 1938, Mao Zedong declared that there was no such thing as abstract Marxism. By abstract Marxism, he clearly meant a universally valid form of Marxism, and he did not even make an exception for the writings of Marx himself. The statement, removed in 1951, that Marxism is not only useless but non-existent apart from its concrete applications is an extreme one, but this exaggerated language serves to emphasize how strong was Mao's conviction 30 years ago that each nation must solve the problems of revolution in its own way. This attitude was, of course, natural enough when he was struggling for leadership of the Chinese Revolution against men much better versed in abstract Marxism, and their supporters in Moscow. As we have seen, between 1942 and 1949 there was constant escalation in the claims made for Mao Zedong's achievements as a theoretician. Nevertheless, few people would have anticipated even 5 years ago, and I certainly did not, that Mao would one day go so far as to claim for his own thought the universality he denied to Marx. Yet this is precisely what he has done. As late as August 1965, Mao Zedong's thought was regarded only as the application of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism, in the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. This is what Mao had advocated in 1938. But in the communiqué of the 11th plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, adopted on August 12, 1966, Mao's thought ceased to be merely one incarnation of Marxism-Leninism. Henceforth, it was Marxism-Leninism *1. Since then, the Cultural Revolution has seen the constant repetition of the expression Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought, which places in effect a sign of equality between the two. Thus, the substance of Mao's thought, and the claims made for it, have moved in opposite directions. When Mao was reputed to be sinifying Marxism, he was in fact adapting it in ways relevant to many non-European countries. Now that his thought has been hailed as universal, it is in fact becoming in many ways increasingly Chinese, not the least in the underlying assumption that China is the center of the world. But this growing Sinocentrism can, in turn, only be understood in the context of Mao's ideas regarding the evolution of the international situation as a whole, and in particular regarding events in the original homeland of revolution, the Soviet Union. B. Mao Zedong versus the Soviet revisionist leading clique / As I was making the final revisions of the first edition of this book, 2 editorials, dated February 27 and March 4, 1963, suddenly appeared in which the Chinese spelled out with striking clarity virtually all the basic points at issue between themselves and the Soviets. At the time, these texts seemed sufficiently novel and picturesque to justify analyzing them in some detail. Since then, they have been left far behind by the even more vehement exchanges between Moscow and Peking. These recent polemics have been dissected in countless books and articles. I have given my own interpretation in Marxism and Asia. Rather than simply replacing the discussion of the 1963 editorials by an exegesis of the most recent texts in the Sino-Soviet controversy, it therefore seems appropriate here to focus on the influence these tensions have had on the development of Mao Zedong's own ideas and attitudes. Although the roots of Sino-Soviet divergences and of Mao's own reaction to them go far deeper than considerations of individual or national pride, Chinese resentment at the high-handed manner in which the Soviets, even in recent years, have attempted to impose their will on the entire world communist movement is an aggravating factor which cannot be ignored. As early as 1936, Mao told Edgar Snow, "We are certainly not fighting for an emancipated China in order to turn the country over to 118. Moscow. And in 1943, he referred to the cessation of meddling by the Comintern in the affairs of the Chinese Communist Party in terms that suggested a certain bitterness. 1-2 This theme of dictation by Moscow to other parties featured prominently in the Chinese editorials of February and March 1963, which ridiculed Maurice Thérèse for his 180-degree turnabouts in response to a wave of Khrushchev's baton, and denounced the economic and political pressure brought to bear on China in 1960, involving in particular the tearing up of contracts for aid, as a manifestation of great nation chauvinism. 3 Although the bitterness engendered by Soviet attempts to maintain abnormal, feudal patriarchal relationships with other parties lives on. Accusations of this kind soon ceased to figure in the polemics because the Chinese no longer regarded the Soviet leaders as communists at all. The problem was therefore not to resist their attempts at domination, but to excommunicate them altogether. The Soviets, for their part, regard Mao Zedong and his group as a band of petty bourgeois fanatics who have betrayed socialism, for the unbridgeable gulf which has thus opened up between Moscow and Peking owes something to national sentiment, and something, too, to the difference in age between the Soviet and Chinese revolutions. But the Chinese conviction that Soviet society contains not an atom of genuine communism has not arisen simply because in Russia, half a century after 1917, revolutionary fervor has cooled. It grows out of a vision of revolution which rejects not only the capitalist system but the servitudes of technical rationality as such. As already suggested, the tendency toward the generalization of the spirit of Yan'an which characterizes Mao's thinking since 1955 implies an emphasis on struggle rather than rationality, and on mass action rather than the technical and managerial elite, which in fact goes against the grain not only of Khrushchevite revisionism, with or without Khrushchev, but of Leninism itself. A parallel has been suggested, and does in fact exist, between certain aspects of Stalin's assault on the party during the purges of the 30s, and Mao's assault on the party today. But the similarities should not blind us to the profound differences between these two series of events, still less lead us to accept some theory of the identical wave of violence which grips all communist regimes 2 decades, more or less, after they are established. Stalin leaned on the government bureaucracy as a counterweight to the party, Mao leans on the army, and this in itself is significant. Even more important, Stalin used mass hysteria backed by terror to exclusively political ends, to break resistance to his own rule. He did not regard mass mobilization as a useful instrument of economic progress. On the contrary, he stressed, like Lenin, both technological factors and organization as basic to the transformation of society. Worse still, for one praised today in Peking as a genuine revolutionary, he regarded not unselfish devotion to the common good, but material incentives, as the principal source of inspiration for building socialism. Egalitarianism, he declared in 1934, was a reactionary petty bourgeois absurdity worthy of some primitive sect of ascetics. 84 And he ascribed the heroic exploits of the Stakhanovites essentially to the high standard of living they enjoyed. 85 The accent on organization, rationality, and technical competence can, as already pointed out, be traced back to Marx himself, who saw in the European proletariat the class which would not only put an end to the injustice of capitalism, but at the same time inherit and carry on the Promethean mission of the bourgeoisie. Lenin made of the need for consciousness and organization the key to his whole revolutionary system, as it related to tactics both before and after the conquest of power. Mao, on the other hand, came to power not as a result of a skillfully engineered coup by a minority, but after 2 decades of guerrilla warfare. 120. During which he had survived only by involving the whole of the Chinese people, or a large part of it, in the struggle to transform its own fate. Out of this very different revolutionary experience have come the contrasting visions of revolution which we encounter today in China and in the Soviet Union. As suggested above in the second part of this introduction, there is room for doubt as to whether it was ever Mao's intention, in the course of the Cultural Revolution, to institute government by genuinely spontaneous mass action. But if this idealized stereotype must be rejected, it is a fact that Mao has involved the Chinese people more directly in their own fate than the Soviet people have ever been involved in theirs, except perhaps during the Second World War. Once again, the writings of Stalin himself show how far removed was the spirit of the Soviet Union under his leadership from that which reigns in China today. Contradictions in socialist society, he declared in 1950, were resolved not by revolutions, but by gradual change, without qualitative leaps. Even such a profound transformation as agricultural collectivization in the Soviet Union had taken the form of a gradual transition, without ruptures, because it constituted a revolution from above. 86 In April 1960, when the Chinese seized the occasion of Lenin's 90th birthday to denounce the betrayers of his cause, they criticized certain theories according to which it suffices to consolidate the socialist system, and there is no need to develop it, and even if it must still be developed, even if we must still advance toward communism, it is quite unnecessary to pass through a struggle or a qualitative leap. In this way, they said, the process of permanent revolution of human society would continue to a certain point and then stop. On a philosophical level, this corresponds to a metaphysical viewpoint and not to the viewpoint of dialectical materialism. 87 Although these attacks were directed explicitly against modem revisionism, the theories denounced were not those of Khrushchev, but those of Stalin. And in fact, the conception of revolution from above, by those who know best, was very much a part of Leninism. Mao, on the other hand, though he proposes to 121. Reshape the poor and blank Chinese people, attempts to do so from within, rather than from above. The idea of revolution from above not only inspires Soviet internal policy, it lies also at the root of Soviet thinking about the world revolution. Just as within the country revolution depends on organization and technology, so the world revolutionary movement must be led from Moscow, both because Russia is the oldest socialist country and therefore knows best, and because the Soviet Union has vast material and scientific resources at its command, whereas other revolutionaries have only words to offer. It would be hard to say whether the internal or the external applications of this spirit are more offensive to Mao. In any case, the two aspects are linked negatively in his mind, just as they are linked positively in the Russian view. Because the Soviet Union is not building socialism, but degenerating toward a technocratic order dominated by a new class, it is incapable of leading a genuine popular revolution on a world scale. Moreover, the vital forces of revolution are to be found not in the areas akin to the Soviet Union, the advanced industrial societies of Europe and North America, but in the peasant countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. China is the pathbreaker and model for revolution in these agrarian lands, and therefore the predestined leader of the world revolution today. See China and the non-European countries. China's foreign relations, like those of any revolutionary power animated by a universalist ideology, are a complex phenomenon made up of partially contradictory elements. At one extreme, we may encounter the pursuit of national interest and national grandeur in a virtually pure form. At the other, we observe an effort to promote or encourage social revolution within individual foreign countries, preferably in accordance with the example of the revolutionary power in question. Between the two lies a no man's land in which national and revolutionary motives are mingled, and it is often difficult to distinguish the one from the other. Thus, to encourage resistance to imperialist domination, especially on the part of non-European countries, can be regarded, and in fact has been regarded at various times and in varying degrees by both China. 122. And the Soviet Union, as in itself a contribution to world revolution because it contributes to weakening the strongholds of imperialism, especially the United States. But such a policy can also be pursued simply because it serves Chinese or Soviet national interests. And this may be the case even though an ideological rationalization is put forward tending to prove that such a policy of supporting non-revolutionary or even counter-revolutionary governments against imperialist pressures will in the long run encourage revolutionary tendencies within the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Mao's own views on relations between China and the other non-European countries show a combination of all of these factors. Since 1936 at least, he has been persuaded that it is China's mission to show the other dependent and semi-dependent countries the way to liberation. At the same time, it will be recalled that, as an adolescent, he was deeply affected by a pamphlet deploring the loss of Korea, Indochina, and Burma, and in 1939, he defined the territorial limits of China and its tributary states in terms of the farthest extension of Peking's authority, including the Ryukyus, Korea, Bhutan, Nepal, and Burma too. It would, of course, be absurd to suggest that Mao intends to re-establish Chinese suzerainty over all these countries, but it is clear that he does intend to make them conscious of China's power. In the course of the past few years, the contradiction between Mao's concern with revolution and his concern with China's power and prestige has progressively been resolved in his own mind, if not in reality, by the increasingly Sinocentric attitude already mentioned above. Just as, within China, a proletarian is one who follows and reveres Chairman Mao, so on the world scene China and revolution are increasingly regarded as synonymous. Thus, editorials published in Peking constantly denounce the great anti-Chinese, Fanhua, and counter-revolutionary, Fankoming, chorus inspired by the United States and the Soviet Union, as though opposition to China and opposition to revolution were merely two facets of a single form of wickedness. In this perspective, there can be no conflict between one. See Text 8a2. See Text 8 123. The interests of China and the interests of the world revolution, since the two are by definition identical. This trend is accompanied by the transposition to the world scene of the Chinese model of revolution by peasant-based guerrilla warfare. This transposition occurs on two levels. On the one hand, it is more and more categorically affirmed that only a revolution which takes the form of an armed struggle such as that led by Mao can bring about a real change in the society of a given Asian or African country. Peking has shown a certain flexibility in applying these principles, frequently refraining from criticism of relatively conservative regimes so long as they did not adopt a hostile attitude toward China, but this is incidental in a discussion of the main thrust of Mao's theoretical ideas. On the other hand, the global political struggle is viewed as analogous to Mao's road to power in China, in that the process as a whole involves the encirclement of the cities by the world's countryside. This thesis was, of course, put forward in particularly detailed and striking terms by Lin Piao in his famous article of September 1965, "Long Live the Victory of People's War." The metaphor was not original with the Chinese, and had, in fact, been used in 1963 by Dn Adit, the leader of the Indonesian Communist Party. But the Chinese could use it with far greater authority, for the victory of 1949 was the first and greatest example of the success of these tactics. The idea of encircling the cities from the countryside was, in fact, in part a restatement in terms of military imagery of a concept which had already been formulated in 1963 in meteorological language, when it was claimed that henceforth the storm center of world revolution had shifted to Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And in advancing this view, which was hinted at already in his declarations of 1960 to delegations from various non-European countries, Mao was placing himself in a direct line of descent from other Asian revolutionaries of the past, such as M. N. Roy, who argued at the Second Comintern Congress that the European workers were incapable of accomplishing anything until the masses of the colonies had shattered the power of imperialism, or the Muslim Bolshevik Sultan Galiev, who regarded Europe as a burnt-out revolutionary hearth. In this respect, too, Mao has adapted Marxism to non-European conditions, in a way that is perhaps more significant and more effective than any other. Such an adaptation of Marxism, which Mao began to propagate more or less explicitly a decade ago, clearly opens a gulf between himself and the leaders of the Soviet Union, though it should be viewed rather as a symptom and consequence of the split with Moscow than as a cause. In the first edition of this book, I wrote that such a position gave Mao an advantage in appealing to the underdeveloped countries that the Soviets could not hope to overcome. There is some truth in this, but the extent of this advantage has been greatly curtailed in recent years, as Mao's interpretation of revolutionary doctrine has become more and more overtly China-centered rather than Asia-centered. By early 1966, on the eve of the Cultural Revolution, this process had culminated in the categorical statement that China was henceforth the leader and the heart of the world revolution. 88 And by the following year, the point had been reached at which it was claimed, the radiant glory of the great proletarian cultural revolution illuminates the future course of the world revolution and the future of humanity. In comparison, all other events in the world today, even the most important, pale into insignificance. 89 Mao's conceptions regarding the role of other Asian, African, and Latin American countries in the world revolution are obviously most intimately linked with his views on the Soviet Union on the one hand, and on the United States on the other. As already suggested, he has come to propagate the thesis that salvation will come only from the world's countryside because he no longer believes that the Soviet Union is in any way revolutionary, or that the Soviet leaders are prepared to risk their own tranquility in order to aid the non-European peoples oppressed by imperialism. And the need and possibility of Afro-Asian solidarity rests on the existence of a common enemy in the shape of American imperialism. Mao Zedong and the West. Whether or not one agrees with his criteria of judgment, there is no doubt that Mao Zedong knows a great deal about China, and something about the Soviet Union. About the capitalist West he knows nothing at all firsthand. This means that he interprets it in terms of a combination of Marxist-Leninist stereotypes and the anti-foreign prejudices of a Hunanese nationalist. And at the same time, his preference, both by temperament and experience, for military solutions, leads him to view problems instinctively in terms of struggle and firmness of will. These two factors are basic in considering his attitude toward the Occident. Apart from the very natural resentment of a representative of a proud people against the contemptuous treatment inflicted on his countrymen by the West, another reason for the militancy of Mao's posture toward the outside world is his emphasis on the martial virtues. The language of war, strength, and courage runs like a red thread through all of Mao's works. This is not merely one of the important strains in Mao's personality and thought, it is almost the central strain. To be sure, military metaphors are common enough in all communist writings. But the nature of these metaphors is significantly different in Mao's case. Lenin evokes above all the 126 iron discipline required by any revolutionary army if it is to achieve its objectives. Mao is by no means indifferent to discipline, but the source of his military metaphors is rather Chinese history and fiction, in which the individual hero plays the central role in deciding the issue of a battle. Whether it be the outlaw heroes of Water Margin, or the famous generals of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, their very names, defiantly shouted or emblazoned on their banners, strike terror into the hearts of the enemy. Mao appears to think that the imperialists tremble at the mention of his name in much the same way. Whereas in relations with the Soviet Union nationalist and revolutionary motives may frequently come into conflict, in dealings with the West the visceral reaction of the Asian nationalist and the systematic anti-imperialism of the Leninist revolutionary are in full harmony. Despite the apparent simplicity of the problem, however, Mao's attitude toward the West in general and the United States in particular is one of the most curious and intriguing aspects of his thought. To be sure, the United States is the most powerful capitalist country and, therefore, in Mao's eyes the leader of the imperialist camp. Moreover, as early as 1923, Mao stigmatized America as the most murderous of hangmen. Yet there was a time during World War II when the climate was quite different. It was, of course, quite different between the United States and the Soviet Union as well, and too much importance should not be attached to Mao's polite remarks about the American contribution to the war effort. But it is curious to note that the Chinese Communist press in these years not only referred to America as a democracy, but actually drew a parallel between America's war for independence in the 18th century and China's war for independence in the 20th century. Washington was depicted as leading the struggle for democracy against the big landowners and big merchants, and it was emphasized that independence had not been attained easily, but had only been won after 8 years of war. An editorial in Chifang Jipao of July 4, 1944 held that Roosevelt and Wallace were worthy heirs of Washington, Jefferson and Lincoln. Mao Zedong did not sign this editorial, though he paid close attention to Yan'an's press at this time and contributed a number of anonymous editorials. We do know, however, that during his adolescence he was deeply impressed by Washington's struggle for independence. Victory and independence only came to the United States after 8 years of fighting under Washington, he said to his friend Shio-san, who had lent him a book on the subject, 8 long, bitter years. 90 and his writings and speeches of the war years contain many friendly references to America. The original version of his report to the Party Congress of April 1945 has the following passage, which has naturally been deleted from the current edition. The late American President Mr. Roosevelt said, "The world has become smaller. The American people, whom the Chinese people used to regard as living in a faraway place, now seem next-door neighbors. The Chinese people will work together with the people of the great nations, America, Great Britain, the Soviet Union and France, and also with the peoples of all nations to create a firm and lasting world peace." 91 The turnabout, which came a few weeks later, when American policy appeared to be veering toward support of Chiang Kai-shek against the Communists, is vividly documented in Mao's editorials of 12 and July 19, 1945. 1. The tone suddenly becomes menacing and rather haughty. And yet, in the original version of the first editorial, Mao still expressed the conviction that a large part of American public opinion, as well as quite a few politicians and military men, were opposed to Washington's new policy. Any such doubts about the utterly vicious nature of American policy, any attempts to discriminate between imperialist elements and relatively progressive people within the American government, have long since disappeared from Mao's statements. We should unite and drive U.S. imperialism from Asia, Africa, and Latin America back to where it came from, he told delegates from Japan and Latin America in May 1960. 2. It is hardly necessary to add that Mao's militancy has not been diminished by recent events, including the war in Vietnam. For the moment, there appears to be little possibility of meaningful dialogue, let alone of agreement, between Mao Zedong and the United States. Yet in the long run, Sino-American relations may well prove to be the most important single factor in shaping the world of the future. Their evolution will depend in part on the balance between nationalist and revolutionary factors in the foreign policy of Mao or his successors. It will also depend on whether American policy combines the necessary firmness with an awareness of the complex nature of Mao's motives and a willingness to deal with people whose character and beliefs, deeply rooted in the tradition and situation of their own country, seem strangely alien to most Americans. Wherever the responsibility may lie for Sino-American tensions and for Peking's situation on the margin of the world community, and there is no doubt that, however friendly American policy might have been, it could not have changed the basic facts of Mao's militancy and his hostility to imperialism, though it might possibly have attenuated their effects. The fact remains that the latent but permanent conflict with the United States has exacerbated the attitudes already engendered in the leaders of Communist China by the 20 years of uninterrupted military conflict that brought them to power. This experience of uninterrupted conflict, both before and after 1949, is one of the roots of the theory of the permanent or uninterrupted revolution. The parallel between uninterrupted revolution, Pu Tuan Ko Ming, and uninterrupted warfare is apparent in Lu Ting's speech on the 90th anniversary of Lenin's birth, in which, after stressing that China had been the victim of continual attacks by the imperialists in general and American imperialism in particular, and that Mao Zedong had replied to these attacks by leading a permanent revolution, he continued, Lenin held that the proletariat of the socialist countries should, with the aid of the world proletariat and the toiling masses of the exploited people, defend the results already obtained through the victory of the proletarian revolution and at the same time support the unceasing, Pu Tuan, advance of the cause of the proletarian revolution, thus ceaselessly, Pu Tuan, weakening the forces of imperialism until capita. 129. Lism has been annihilated and socialism has triumphed in the whole world. 92. In earlier years, Mao himself frequently spoke of uninterrupted conflict. There is no doubt that, in this domain especially, the theory of the permanent revolution bears Mao's stamp and reflects the temper of his mind. Mao's views on the problem of war and peace have remained basically unchanged since he declared, at the 1957 Moscow meeting, that if half the world's population were wiped out, there would soon be 2,700 million people again, and definitely more. Despite the growing destructive power of nuclear weapons, the Chinese ideologists hold to this position, according to which an all-out war would mean not the end of civilization, but merely the end of imperialism, on the ruins of which the victorious people would very swiftly create a civilization thousands of times higher than the capitalist system and a truly beautiful future for themselves. To justify this view, they cite Engels, according to whom the bourgeoisie broke up the feudal system and built upon its ruins the capitalist order of society, implying that ruins are ruins and that those to which Engels referred are no different from those of Hiroshima. 93. If Mao himself had a hand in writing this passage, which dates from 1963, it does not reflect very highly on his reasoning powers at that time. Perhaps it would be fairer to refer to a deficiency in imagination rather than in intellect. Nearly all of Mao's experience of warfare has been with guerrilla operations, in which the individual combatant is indeed all-important, and in which superiority in materiel does not make up for the lack of popular support. In this context, it was logical to affirm, as he did in 1946, that the atomic bomb, like any new weapon, could not be a decisive factor in conflict. 2. And having coined the phrase "the atomic bomb is only a paper tiger," he showed himself as reluctant to abandon it as he is to abandon any of his ideas and images once they have been launched. Stalin, who expressed similar opinions in 1946, modified his views somewhat once the Soviet Union had tested its own nuclear weapons. Mao does not appear to have done so. It should also be pointed out that Mao and his comrades, if they take an absurdly optimistic view of the consequences of atomic war, are not in favor of launching such a war or even of taking too great a risk of atomic war. On the contrary, they accuse the Soviets of having first committed the error of adventurism, and only then the error of capitulationism, in the Cuban crisis of October 1962. 94. Their caution does not extend, however, to wars of liberation, which they support unreservedly. The cause of national liberation, they affirm, must not be subordinated to the attempt to reach an agreement with the imperialists on peace and disarmament. Here we are once more on ground that is not purely ideological but partly emotional and instinctive. In denouncing people who think that all is quiet in the world so long as there is no war in their own locality or neighborhood, and only worry lest the sparks of resistance by the oppressed nations and peoples might lead to disaster and disturb their own tranquility. 95. The editorialist of Red Flag reveals one of the deepest roots of Sino-Soviet differences as an aspect of the differences between developed and underdeveloped countries in general. It is true that the rich, industrialized nations have a vested interest in preserving the accumulated benefits of civilization, and hence tend to place the avoidance of any situation that might conceivably degenerate into global warfare rather higher in their scale of values than those who have little to lose. And one can sympathize with the hostility of the inhabitants of some countries against a policy of maintaining the status quo at any price if this means the indefinite survival of certain oppressive regimes in Africa and elsewhere. But Mao's appeal on this point would probably carry more weight with the Soviet leaders if he did not accept quite so lightheartedly the consequences of an eventual error of calculation that might escalate into general conflict. One of the most singular and contradictory aspects of Mao's thought concerns developments within the advanced industrial countries of Europe and North America. It is conceivable, though 131. Not certain, that Mao actually does believe that the United States government is bitterly detested by 95% of the American people, who are only kept down by sheer terror. His strange letter to Earl Browder in 1937, one implying that when the Chinese Revolution was victorious Browder could hope to replace Roosevelt in the White House, would tend to support this image. Similarly, in his statement of August 8, 1963 denouncing racial discrimination in the United States, he declared, "It is only the reactionary ruling clique among the whites which is oppressing the Negro people. They can in no way represent the workers, farmers, revolutionary intellectuals, and other enlightened persons who comprise the overwhelming majority of the white people." 2. In 1966 Mao proclaimed, "The proletariat and working people of Europe, North America, and Oceania are in the midst of a new awakening." 3. And by 1967 his spokesman had reached the point of predicting a new October Revolution in the Soviet Union. 96. But there are also indications that, despite his expressions of confidence in the peoples of the imperialist countries, Mao has come to regard Europe and America as a whole as hopelessly reactionary, and their inhabitants as all alike the beneficiaries of imperialism. For this is, as already suggested, the implication of the Storm Center hypothesis. In any case, Mao's position regarding the tactics which ought to be followed by revolutionaries in Europe and America reflects an absolute refusal to accept as an accomplished fact the nature of modern industrial society. The bitter denunciations of Togliatti's revisionism and opportunism are rooted in a denial of the obvious truth that nowhere in Western Europe does there still exist a politically united working class whose members are interested in seizing power through violent revolution. Togliatti's efforts to develop a new strategy for the Italian Communist Party to fit these changed conditions were certainly not consistent with the letter of Leninism, and it was easy enough for the Chinese to point this out, but they themselves have not even recognized, in their theoretical formulations, that a problem exists. There is, however, a theoretical position implicit in the policy that China has adopted in supporting certain revolutionary groups in various European countries, namely that instead of accepting the altered mentality of the workers as the inevitable consequence of social and technological change, the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat should be stirred up by the action of a vanguard until the proletarians once more begin to behave as they ought to do according to Marxist doctrine. Conclusion. In attempting to evaluate Mao Zedong's place in the history of revolutionary thought and revolutionary activity, and his probable future impact on the world, I shall consider first his role as the leader of an Asian country, and then the general relevance of his contribution. A. National revolution and social revolution in the non-European countries. At the beginning of this introduction, I defined three reactions to the impact of the West in the China in which Mao Zedong grew to manhood: tradition-oriented or conservative nationalism, radical westernization, and revolutionary nationalism. Similar tendencies are manifest today throughout Asia and Africa. The first in its pure form obviously offers no real solution. No country today can escape the impact of modernization and industrialization, and once this process begins, the traditional elites will discover, as did the Chinese mandarins, that the acceptance of technological progress rapidly undermines both the social structure on which their rule is based and the ideas serving as its justification. Nor is the wholesale adoption of Western ideas and institutions a viable alternative. Quite apart from the questionable suitability of parliamentary democracy to the conditions in the non-European countries, it has become increasingly evident in recent years that the peoples of these areas regard as humiliating and unacceptable the idea that they are incapable of finding original solutions to their own problems, and must therefore model themselves on the West. 133. To be sure, revolutionary nationalism itself, despite its anti-Western political orientation, is in the broadest sense a vehicle for the westernization of non-European societies. Though they may reject individualism and liberal democracy, its partisans wholeheartedly embrace other ideas such as the notions of progress and efficiency, and the goal of transforming nature. This last is typically a Western concept. It is totally alien to traditional Chinese thought, which preaches the adaptation of man to nature, and more alien still to the mystical philosophies of Southeast Asia. But if Asia and Africa are likely to be dominated for many years by revolutionary nationalism, must this necessarily be equated with Leninism? It is true that Leninism is an effective instrument for the westernization of non-European societies in an anti-Western political context. A great deal of attention has been given recently to the problem of Marxism as the ideology of a phase in the development of agrarian societies, when change has proceeded far enough to produce rebelliousness among the victims of the economic dislocations resulting from industrialization, but not far enough to integrate the proletariat into the nation as sharers in the benefits of progress. The reality of the world today shows that the appeal of Leninism in such a context is real enough, but Leninism is only one of several ideologies that may inspire and guide such an effort at the forced modernization of a backward country in an authoritarian context. Indeed, the need for change, and for a strong government to hold the nation together during the period of continual social upheavals brought about by rapid economic development, together with the prevailing anti-Western and/or anti-imperialist sentiments, have created a climate in which virtually every Afro-Asian political leader, of whatever hue, endeavors to present himself as a revolutionary nationalist. Men as different as Mao Zedong, Nasser, and the Shah of Iran claim to be engaged in the radical transformation of society in order to further the double aim of social justice and national power. The political spectrum could thus be said to include, as the only alternatives to revolutionary nationalism, pseudo-revolutionary nationalism, and semi-revolutionary nationalism. Mao Zedong exhibits to the highest degree both strains in revolutionary nationalism, the anti-Western political animus, which is common to all nationalists in the underdeveloped countries, and the will to transform society, and the Promethean attitude toward nature, which distinguish revolutionary nationalism from tradition-oriented nationalism. In his intellectual development, he leaped directly from tradition-oriented nationalism to revolutionary nationalism, without ever passing through the intermediate stage of radical westernization. This is one of the traits that fitted him for the leadership of the Chinese Revolution. Conversely, men like Chn Tusiu, insufficiently nationalist in outlook, had little chance of prevailing in the struggle for power. If there can be no doubt that Mao is authentically nationalist, it is scarcely open to question that he is also authentically revolutionary. But what kind of a revolutionary is he? Does he, in fact, belong in the Leninist tradition at all? B. Leninism and Maoism. I have dealt with various aspects of Mao's contribution to the adaptation of Leninism to an underdeveloped, semi-dependent, non-European country in the mid-20th century. It is time to gather together all these scattered strands and summarize what Mao has taken over unchanged from Lenin, what he has added, and what he has transformed. Mao's debt to Lenin is obvious. He owes him the conception that political consciousness does not manifest itself spontaneously among the proletariat but must be instilled by an elite or vanguard. He also is indebted to him for the theory and practice of organization in accordance with the principles of democratic centralism. He owes him the theory of imperialism, which explains how normally hostile classes in dependent societies are united by a common interest in opposing foreign exploitation. He owes him also the idea of an alliance between the proletariat and certain other classes, particularly the peasantry, as the form of state power during the democratic, i.e., pre-socialist, phase of the revolution. And to Lenin's disciple, Stalin, he owes the 135 formula of the four-class bloc: workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie, which lies at the heart of his theory of people's democratic dictatorship. And yet, though much of this Leninist and Stalinist heritage is still apparent in Mao Zedong's thought, it has been transformed into something which is not only different but which has its own characteristic unity. If Lenin not only developed the general theory of imperialism, but went very far, especially at the Second Comintern Congress, in spelling out the detailed tactics of collaboration with bourgeois nationalists to be applied by communists in colonial and semi-colonial areas, the fact remains that for him all such compromises with nationalism were dictated by necessity rather than by choice. Lenin was a European primarily interested in world revolution, who regarded the very existence of national differences as a misfortune, though as a realist he was quite prepared to compromise with nationalism if in this way he could harness the revolutionary energies of the colonial countries to his larger goal. Mao, on the other hand, is an Asian for whom nationalism is not a necessary evil but an authentic value in itself. Out of this grew his use of formulas such as that of the four-class bloc, which for Stalin was a mere passing phase in the development of the revolution, whereas in Mao's view, at least until the Cultural Revolution, it was possible to go all the way to communism under the joint dictatorship of the workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie, even if some of these components were more equal than others. Mao's contribution to the theory and practice of revolution is also characterized by an extreme voluntarism. To be sure, voluntarism, in the sense of an accent on conscious action, is by no means absent from Marx himself. But there is no doubt that it is carried much further in Lenin, and further still in Mao Zedong, and in the ideology of the Chinese Communist Party. This voluntarism attained a kind of apotheosis in the theory of the permanent revolution. Consider, for example, a passage such as this: men are not the slaves of objective reality. Provided only that men's consciousness be in conformity with the objective laws of the development of things, the subjective activity of the popular masses can 136. Manifest itself in full measure, overcome all difficulties, create the necessary conditions, and carry forward the revolution. In this sense, the subjective creates the objective. 97. As emphasized previously, Lenin opened the door to this kind of development with his theory that in periods of revolution, politics takes precedence over economics. But there is no doubt that here the Chinese communists carry this trend a step further, a step that Lenin would have refused to take. One of the roots of this tendency in Chinese communist ideology is unquestionably the situation of China as an underdeveloped country, which has engendered a mood of impatience, a desire to transform the environment overnight. But in Mao's case this situational factor has been tremendously reinforced by his love of struggle and drama. How shall we evaluate the relative weight of the orthodox Leninist elements in Mao's thought and of his original contributions? Should he be called a Leninist, or even a Stalinist? Or does his thought deserve a name of its own, Maoism? 2. In the first edition of this book, I concluded that everything considered, it was better not to use the term Maoism, because although Mao's thought contained original elements, he had never drawn these raw materials together in a system that deserved a name of its own. The intervening years have clearly shown that this judgment was erroneous. The point at issue is not, of course, the term in itself. It matters little whether we speak of Maoism, of Mao Zedong's thought, or of Mao Zedongism, as has occasionally been done by certain groups of Red Guards. 3. The important question is whether Mao's thought, whatever we call it, should be seen primarily as a variant of Leninism, or whether it is in fact of a quite different nature. The error which I committed in 1963 was, no doubt, the result of viewing the matter too much in quantitative terms. There appeared to be more similarities than differences between Mao's thought and Leninism, therefore I chose to regard it in the first instance as an adaptation of Soviet theory and practice to Chinese conditions. To be sure, the elements which entered into the sum 5 years ago were different. At that time, I set down the role of the party as a key point which Mao had taken over from Lenin. Today, when the party hierarchy has been subordinated to the army and victimized by the Red Guards, this item would weigh on the other side of the balance. But as already suggested, the fate of the party is merely one manifestation of a general tendency, namely the downgrading of organization and technical knowledge in favor of, carefully controlled, spontaneity and revolutionary zeal. And this tendency was in fact clearly visible as much as a decade ago, in the poor and blank thesis which was included in the first edition of this book. 1. In part 2 of this introduction, I developed at some length the contrast between Mao's revolution of the poor and blank, and the logic not only of Leninism but of Marxism itself. This contrast has become even more blatantly obvious with the emergence of the movement, mentioned above, for sending young people to the rural areas. There are good practical reasons for this policy in the lack of suitable employment in the cities at China's present stage of economic development, but the ideological justification offered is wildly unorthodox. Thus a veteran railway worker is quoted as saying, "We of the working class follow Chairman Mao's teachings faithfully, encouraging our own children to settle in the countryside to be re-educated by the poor and lower middle peasants so that they can temper themselves into reliable successors to the revolutionary cause of the proletariat." To the suggestion that not merely the pampered children of the bourgeoisie, but the sons of the working class, can best learn from the peasant masses how to be proletarian revolutionaries, is the ultimate symbolic expression of Mao's reversion to the moral and intellectual universe of his childhood. Needless to say, the degree of Leninist orthodoxy attaching to Mao's theories is not the ultimate criterion of their relevance to the modern world. At first glance, however, his current policies would appear to be too deeply rooted in the situation and problems of China, and too strongly marked by the tendency to regard China as the center of the world, to have much appeal in other countries. It is the more surprising that Mao Zedong's thought and example should today find perhaps an even greater echo in the advanced industrial societies of the West than in the agrarian lands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Is Mao Zedong obsolete? When I put this rhetorical question in the first edition of this book, it was clearly implied that the answer was yes. I still believe that to a large extent Mao's ideas and methods are ill-adapted to the problems of building a new society in the last third of the 20th century, but despite the excesses of the Cultural Revolution there is a sense in which this is less clearly the case than 5 years ago. Mao's personality is a complex and contradictory one. It includes an instinctive grasp of the importance of organization as a political weapon. But at the same time, he appears to see in organization a technique rather than an end in itself. One might sum up the difference between him and his Soviet counterparts by saying that whereas their utopia is one of rationality, his is one of struggle. Moreover, although his doctrine is collectivist, and although he has never shrunk back from the ruthless exercise of power, he is basically a romantic in search of adventure. The heart of political experience appears to be for him the outpouring, theoretically spontaneous, of the energies of the masses, with himself as the incarnation of the will of the masses. He is a combination of Lenin and Garibaldi, a strange blend of flamboyant leader and technician of power, just as 20th century China is a strange mixture of the Renaissance and the age of automation. The era of individualist humanism, which spanned 5 centuries in the West, has run its course in China in one man's lifetime. Mao Zedong began his career as an iconoclast struggling against the restraints imposed on the individual by traditional society. He now finds himself grappling with the problems 139 of organized and rationalized production in the era of automation. Mao's tragedy is that of a man who has striven all his life to adapt to new and strange conditions and ideas, who has succeeded in doing this far better than most of his contemporaries, and who then discovers that the world with which he has sought to come to terms for half a century no longer exists, or in any case has been so profoundly modified that old formulas and old ideas are no longer applicable. Having begun life as a tradition-oriented Hunanese nationalist, he soon acquired the radically untraditional goal of breaking the grip of superstition, custom, and a hierarchical social structure on the lives of his compatriots, so that they might freely turn their energies to building a new China. In the course of a 20-year apprenticeship, he learned how to combine to this end Leninist revolutionary techniques and the heritage of peasant revolt, and to mobilize the masses both in the name of class solidarity against the landlords and in the name of national solidarity against the Japanese. Thanks to a combination of talent, good luck, and blundering and corruption on the part of his adversaries, he succeeded, and in 1949 he found himself in more absolute and effective control of China than anyone had been since the heyday of the Manchu Empire. But, as he stated himself at the time, to win countrywide victory is only the first step in a long march of 10,000 if. And in this long march, the lessons he had learned in the struggle for power were of only limited relevance. We can learn what we do not know. We are not only good at destroying the old world, we are also good at building the new, he added in 1949. But in fact, the leap from guerrilla warfare in the countryside to the building of a modern industrial economy was a very great one indeed, an overwhelming challenge to Mao's flexibility. To be sure, the tasks facing him are not precisely those that confront the leaders of the more advanced industrial nations. The Soviet Union on the one hand, and the United States and Western Europe on the other, are confronted by the problem of giving some meaning to human activity once a high level of material accomplishment has been achieved. For China, this particular dilemma lies in the future. She is still at a stage where the war against nature and the struggle for equality on the world scene in themselves constitute meaningful goals for social activity. But even at this early stage of economic development, China must face the problem of the immense and growing role of organization in society and in the economy. And in solving this problem, the myth of the Long March is as relevant, or as irrelevant, as the Marxian myth of the 19th century proletariat to present Soviet conditions, or the myth of the lone frontiersman to the contemporary United States. Mao himself clearly disagrees with this judgment. On the contrary, much of his effort in the past 2 years has been devoted precisely to demonstrating the relevance of the experience acquired on the Qingkangshan, during the Long March, and in Yan'an days to the political and economic problems of China today. His attitude can clearly be explained in part by simple attachment to his own past, but it also grows out of the conviction that the spirit of adventure and sacrifice which characterized the past is the best antidote to the tendencies toward bureaucratization and routine which he regards as both tiresome and immoral. There is a striking parallel between Mao's present attitude and that of his great Hunanese compatriot Tseng Kuo-fan a century ago. Just as Tseng regarded the values of the Chinese way as superior to any economic or political gain, and preferred to sacrifice such strengthening of the country as could only be bought at the cost of inroads on what he regarded as its raison d'etre, so Mao Zedong places the political criteria of doctrinal purity, which for him are also moral criteria, ahead of mere economic necessity. Like Tseng, he refuses to recognize that economics has its own logic, partly independent of any broader criteria. For him, as for Tseng, practical activity must be penetrated from beginning to end with moral values. Having said this much in the first edition, I pointed out that no one had as yet discovered how to instill moral values, either communist or liberal, into the productive activity of advanced industrial society. This situation, I added, was certainly not ideal, but for the moment people had learned to live with it, both in the 141 United States and the Soviet Union, and I suggested that they were likely to go on living with it. Moreover, I assumed at that time that in the long run, the process of industrialization and modernization underway in China would lead to the emergence of the same tendencies which have been engendered by economic development in other countries, increasing functional differentiation and the birth of new forms of social stratification, the subordination of moral values to technical rationality, the primacy of economic incentives. This hypothesis seemed, at the time, so self-evident as not to require any further justification. After all, did not the United States and the Soviet Union, despite the vast differences between them, share to a large extent the traits just enumerated? In any case, 5 years ago similar assumptions were formulated by nearly everyone, including some who have since taken a different view. Thus Enrique Colatti Piscal, who is today a wholehearted supporter of the Cultural Revolution, wrote in 1962. From the peasant Wu Sung, who strangles a tiger with his hands because he is unarmed and does not want to be eaten, chosen as a symbol of the invincibility of the Chinese Revolution, to the east wind that now prevails over the west wind, Mao has elaborated a whole series of themes whose effectiveness with the Chinese masses can scarcely be appreciated by a European. This capacity for fertile and popular syntheses constitutes a fundamental instrument in the effort to call forth and direct the revolution in China, and also, within certain limits, for carrying over part of the momentum of the revolution to the period of peace and building of socialism. But it is of less and less weight as the technical and objective problems of building socialism come to take precedence over armed revolutionary struggle. In a more complex society, less easily influenced by mere human factors, above all by the action of voluntarist and moral factors, Mao's simplifications lose part of their effectiveness and may all too easily become the source of mechanical and dogmatic repetition, and of escape from the concrete and specific problems posed by the modern world. 98. Commenting on this in the first edition, I said that the Chinese were confronted with the undramatic character of the day-to-day organization of production in the modern world, as distinguished from the dramatic nature of the results of science. They had been 142. Obliged, in the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward, to adapt themselves to this reality, to rely less on readiness and more on expertness, less on the enthusiasm of the masses and more on the knowledge of the technician. But, I added, Mao would clearly have no part in formulating these concessions in ideological terms, for they went too much against the grain of his personality. His solution was to dramatize everything, including scientific research, in political terms. The ensuing years have shown that this was indeed his solution, and that, far from being resigned to the triumph of economism, he was prepared to take even more radical measures than any which he had employed in the past in order to prevent China from changing color and following the Soviet Union down the path to the restoration of capitalism. The charge that the homeland of the October Revolution has now become a capitalist country is in one sense so wildly absurd that the natural reaction is to dismiss it altogether. But it is important not to lose sight of what it means to Mao, and also to a goodly number of others, Maoist and non-Maoist, in the world today. By capitalism, Mao obviously means a system in which economic privileges are enjoyed by those who exercise control, whether as bureaucrats or as entrepreneurs, over the means of production, and in which efficiency is more important than moral values. While we may regard it as an abuse of language to use the word in this way, it is hard to deny that the Soviet Union is effectively capitalist in this sense. Indeed, the process has long been observed and noted, with pain by Gillas and other socialist critics of Soviet reality, and with some satisfaction by the theorists of embourgeoisement as the inevitable fate of all revolutions after a generation. Mao has indignantly rejected the idea that this tendency is universal and inexorable, though the very zeal with which he has conducted his crusade against it would suggest that he feels only a miracle can preserve any people from succumbing. Indeed, he has recognized that even the Chinese, despite their remarkable revolutionary qualities, have not as yet succeeded in finally rooting out capitalist attitudes and sentiments in themselves, and will not do so for some time to come. 143. The egalitarian and anti-bureaucratic impulse inherent in the Cultural Revolution undoubtedly inspires sympathy in many quarters in Asia and Africa, despite the ambiguity of an appeal to the creativity of the masses which is in fact guided and controlled by the army. But there is clearly little evidence that these methods will contribute effectively, as Mao claims, to the development of the Chinese economy. The peoples of the non-European countries, who are intensely preoccupied with the problem of economic growth, which they regard as the only means for escaping from their situation of inferiority in the face of the West and of Japan, are therefore unlikely to be tempted to follow the Chinese example. But in the heartland of imperialism itself, where increasing numbers of people, especially among the students, seek rather the wiser, juster and more humane use of the resources already available than the indefinite multiplication of the productive power of a system which appears as a heartless technocratic machine entirely beyond the control of the average man, Mao's refusal to accept progress at this price has had perhaps an even greater impact. Mao is, of course, not the only one who has raised the standard of revolt against the consumer society, in its twin incarnations of goulash communism and the American way of life, nor is the theory and practice of Chinese communism today in all respects well attuned to the aims of the protest movement in Paris, New York and Rome. The views of European and American students regarding relations between the sexes are certainly closer to those of the author of Eros and Civilization than to the puritanical ethos now dominant in Peking. And to many Che Guevara has more appeal, on both human and doctrinal grounds, than does Mao Zedong, not to mention the surprising resurgence of Trotskyite influence. The fact that such diverse currents, each of which is in strict logic totally incompatible with all the others, have on many recent occasions joined forces, is in itself an indication of how deep and real is the disenchantment with the fruits of modern civilization. Mao has, in my opinion, done very little to show the way to a free, spontaneous society not founded simply on the pursuit of individual self-interest. The moral pretensions of his Cultural Revolution are largely vitiated by the 144 crudeness and mediocrity of the slogans, the narrow and primitive fanaticism which inspires the whole movement, and Mao's willingness to rely on naked military control in order to maintain his own power. In this sense, he is indeed obsolete, and the past 2 years have done nothing to enhance his ultimate historical stature. But the problems he has raised will be with us for a long time to come, not only in China but in the world at large. And as one of the first and most influential to reject the seemingly implacable logic of advanced industrial society, even though he was totally incapable of imagining a viable alternative, Mao may be remembered as a Janus-like figure looking forward to the future, despite the limitations resulting from his deep roots in the past. A note on the texts. Anyone attempting to prepare a work based on selections from Mao Zedong's writings finds himself confronted with a staggering problem resulting from the nature of the source material. In the case of most political writers, there exist recognized, authentic texts, a literature that has been published, annotated, and translated. To be sure, the authenticity of one or another of these texts may occasionally be questioned, or, as in the case of Marx, unpublished writings may be discovered many years after the author's death. Nonetheless, there exists a nucleus of basic texts that, save for a few minor variants, may be considered definitive. In contrast, the person dealing with Mao finds himself in the paradoxical situation of working with materials that have never been assembled, much less translated. The selected works, published in Peking in Chinese beginning in 1951, and then translated into various languages, include only about half of Mao's writings during the past half-century. Moreover, the texts included in the selected works have been subjected to such numerous and profound changes by the author that one cannot accept even a single sentence as being identical with what Mao had actually written without checking it against the original version. In the face of such a situation, the logical solution would consist in first establishing the authentic Chinese text of Mao's complete works, to provide a solid basis for selecting extracts. Various people have thought of doing this. But the task is enormous, for it involves several thousand pages of Chinese texts, scattered throughout numerous books and periodicals, many of which are available in only 1 or 2 libraries outside of China. Moreover, the difficulties are compounded by the fact TF details, see the bibliographical appendix at the end of this volume, that the Cultural Revolution has seen the publication of a large NER.OCR of texts attributed to Mao, dating from various periods. Although none of these passages can be taken as unquestionably authentic, they do set us the task of hunting down contemporary versions of items whose very existence has hitherto been unknown. It is therefore improbable that a complete edition of Mao's writings will be compiled in the foreseeable future. In view of the importance of Mao Zedong, both as a political figure and as an intellectual influence in the underdeveloped countries, there is perhaps a place for the present volume, despite the fact that it is premature and incomplete. Since no authoritative edition of Mao's complete works exists, the orientation of this anthology is slightly different from that which might be expected in an introductory volume of this kind. Instead of presenting only the most typical and most fundamental extracts, many of which are already available in an English translation, even if this translation does not altogether correspond to the original Chinese text, I have interspersed a certain number of extracts that are perhaps not so central to Mao's thought, but that represent aspects of his personality and experience completely absent from the selected works. As for the basic texts already included in the selected works, of which a complete translation, published in Peking, is now available, I have extracted from them a number of particularly important passages. My translations frequently follow those already published, but they have been completely revised and corrected on the basis of the original Chinese texts. Because of the nature of this volume, and also because of space limitations, I have not been able to indicate exhaustively all the discrepancies between Mao's original texts and the present official version. It did, however, seem useful and interesting to indicate the most important ones. Thus all italicized passages in the extracts have been either omitted or very extensively modified by the author in preparing the current edition of his selected works. Passages not to be found in the original texts and added by Mao for that edition are indicated by notes at the end of each extract. Prologue: the pre-Marxist period in Mao Zedong's development. I have attempted in the general introduction to place the article A Study of Physical Culture, written by Mao in 1917 for the review HSINCH in its historical context, and to show how it throws light on Mao's further development. Because this is the only complete and authentic text written before 1923 available in the West, and because the intellectual setting of this article is very different from that of Mao's writings after the May 4th movement, it seems preferable to present the extracts I have selected from this article in a prologue, rather than attempt to insert them into the categories adopted for the writings of his communist period. In my monograph containing a complete French translation of this text, I have attempted to point out and to annotate all of the citations from the classics, and in general all the allusions that might cause difficulty for the Western reader. Here, for the sake of readability, I have merely annotated some allusions, in order to show the broad and rather eclectic nature of Mao's knowledge at the time. Those interested in further details can consult the complete French translation. SRS. A Study of Physical Education 1. Our nation is wanting in strength. The military spirit has not been encouraged. The physical condition of the population deteriorates. Editor's note: all the italicized passages are underscored in the original text and do not here represent discrepancies between two published versions. SRS 1. Extracted from an essay published in April 1917, in HSINCH under the pseudonym 28-Student, Shi Pahua. Prologue: the pre-Marxist period 153. Daily. This is an extremely disturbing phenomenon. The promoters of physical education have not grasped the essence of the problem, and therefore their efforts, though prolonged, have not been effective. If this state continues, our weakness will increase further. To attain our goals and to make our influence felt are external matters, results. The development of our physical strength is an internal matter, a cause. If our bodies are not strong, we will be afraid as soon as we see enemy soldiers, and then how can we attain our goals and make ourselves respected? Strength depends on drill, and drill depends on self-awareness. The advocates of physical education have not failed to devise various methods. If their efforts have nevertheless remained fruitless, it is because external forces are insufficient to move the heart. If we wish to make physical education effective, we must influence people's subjective attitudes and stimulate them to become conscious of physical education. If one becomes conscious of the problem, a program for physical education will come easily, and we will attain our goals and make our influence felt as a matter of course. 1. An explanation of physical education. Physical education helps to maintain life. East and West differ in their interpretations of it. Chuang-Tzu followed the example of the cook. Confucius drew on the lesson of the archer and the charioteer. In Germany, physical education has gained the greatest popularity. Fencing has spread all over the country. Japan has Bushido. Moreover, recently, following the traditions of our country, Judo has developed there to an admirable degree. When we examine these examples, we see that they all begin with the study of physiology. 2. The place of physical education in our life. Physical education complements education in virtue and knowledge. Moreover, both virtue and knowledge reside in the body. Without the body there would be neither virtue nor knowledge. Those who understand this are rare. People stress either knowledge or morality. No. Knowledge is certainly valuable, for it distinguishes man from animals. But wherein is knowledge contained? Morality, too, is valuable, it is the basis of the social order and of equality between ourselves and others. But where does virtue reside? It is the body that contains knowledge and houses virtue. It contains knowledge like a chariot and houses morality like a chamber. The body is the chariot that contains knowledge, the chamber that houses virtue. Children enter primary school when they reach the proper age. In primary school, particular attention should be paid to the development of the body. Progress in knowledge and moral training are of secondary importance. Nourishment and care should be primary, teaching and discipline complementary. At present, most people do not know this, and the result is that children become ill, or even die young, because of studying. In middle and higher schools, stress should be placed equally on all three aspects of education. At present, most people overemphasize knowledge. During the years of middle school, the development of the body is not yet completed. Since today the factors favoring physical development are few, and those deterring it numerous, won't physical development tend to cease? In the educational system of our country, required courses are as thick as the hairs on a cow. Even an adult with a tough, strong body could not stand it, let alone those who have not reached adulthood, or those who are weak. Speculating on the intentions of the educators, one is led to wonder whether they did not design such an unwieldy curriculum in order to exhaust the students, to trample on their bodies and ruin their lives. How stupid! The only calamity that can befall a man is not to have a body. What else is there to worry about? If one seeks to improve one's body, other things will follow automatically. For the improvement of the body, nothing is more effective than physical education. Physical education really occupies the first place in our lives. When the body is strong, then one can advance speedily in knowledge and morality, and reap far-reaching advantages. It should be regarded as an important part of our study. Learning has its essential and its accessory parts, and affairs have their end and their beginning. To know what is first and what is last will bring one closer to the proper way. From the great learning, one of the four Confucian classics, which Mao, like all Chinese of his generation, had studied since early childhood. This is exactly what I intend to say. 3. Previous abuses of physical education and my method for remedying them. The three forms of education are equally important. Students hitherto have paid much attention to moral and intellectual education but have neglected physical education. The unfortunate consequence has been that they bend their backs and bow their heads. They have white and slender hands. From 19 Old Poems, a famous collection of poems of the Han Dynasty. When they climb a hill they are short of breath, and when they walk in the water they get cramps in their feet. That is why Yen Zhe had a short life, and Chia I died young. As for Wang Po and Lu Chaolin, the one died young, and the other became a paralytic. All these were men of high attainments in morality and knowledge. But there comes a day when the body cannot be preserved, and then morality and wisdom are destroyed along with it. Only the men of the north are able to lie under arms and meet death without regret. From the Doctrine of the Mean, one of the Confucian classics. In the regions of Yan and Chao there were many heroes and martyrs, and warriors often came from Liang Chao. At the beginning of the Qing dynasty, Yan Shichai and Li Kongchu practiced both the literary and military arts. Yan Shichai traveled over 1,000 to the north of the Great Wall to learn the art of fencing. He contended with brave soldiers and won. Hence he said, if one lacks either the literary or the military arts, is this the true way? As far as we students are concerned, the installation of a school and the instruction given by its teachers are only the external and objective aspect. We also have the internal, the subjective aspect. When one's decision is made in his heart, then all parts of the body obey its orders. Fortune and misfortune are of our own seeking. I wish to be virtuous, and lo, virtue is at hand. From the Confucian Analects. How much more this is true of physical education. If we do not have the will to act, then even though the exterior and the objective are perfect, they still cannot benefit us. Hence, when we speak of physical education, we should begin with individual initiative. For the utility of physical education. Because man is an animal, movement is most important for him. And because he is a rational animal, his movements must have a reason. But why is movement deserving of esteem? Why is rational movement deserving of esteem? To say that movement helps in earning a living is trivial. To say that movement protects the nation is lofty. Yet neither is the basic reason. The object of movement is simply to preserve our life and gladden our hearts. Chu Shi stresses respect, and Lu Chiuyian stresses tranquility. Tranquility is tranquil, and respect is not action, it is merely tranquil. Lao Tzu said that immobility was the ultimate goal. The Buddha sought quiet and methods of contemplation. The art of contemplation is esteemed by the disciples of Chu and Lu. Recently there have been those who, following these masters, have spoken of methods of contemplation, boasted about the effectiveness of their methods, and expressed contempt for those who exercise, thereby ruining their own bodies. This is perhaps one way, but I would not venture to imitate it. In my humble opinion, there is only movement in heaven and on earth. One often hears it said that the mind and the body cannot both be perfect at the same time, that those who use their minds are deficient in physical health and those with a robust body are generally deficient in mental capacities. This kind of talk is also absurd and applies only to those who are weak in will and feeble in action, which is generally not the case of superior men. Confucius died at the age of 72, and I have not heard that his body was not healthy. The Buddha traveled continually, preaching his doctrine, and he died at an old age. Jesus had the misfortune to die unjustly. As for Mohammed, he subjugated the world holding the Quran in his left hand and a sword in his right. All these men were called sages and are among the greatest thinkers. Physical education not only strengthens the body but also enhances our knowledge. There is a saying, "Civilize the mind and make savage the body." This is an apt saying. In order to civilize the mind one must first make savage the body. If the body is made savage, then the civilized mind will follow. Knowledge consists in knowing the things in the world, and in discerning their laws. In this matter we must rely on our body, because direct observation depends on the ears and eyes, and reflection depends on the brain. The ears and eyes, as well as the brain, may be considered parts of the body. When the body is perfect, then knowledge is also perfect. Hence one can say that knowledge is acquired indirectly through physical education. Physical strength is required to undertake the study of the numerous modern sciences, whether in school or through independent study. He who is equal to this is the man with a strong body, he who is not equal to it is the man with a weak body. The division between the strong and the weak determines the area of responsibilities each can assume. Physical education not only enhances knowledge, it also harmonizes the sentiments. The power of the sentiments is extremely great. The ancients endeavored to discipline them with reason. Hence they asked, is the master, i.e., reason, always alert? They also said, one should discipline the heart with reason. But reason proceeds from the heart, and the heart resides in the body. We often observe that the weak are enslaved by their sentiments and are incapable of mastering them. Those whose senses are imperfect or whose limbs are defective are often enslaved by excessive passion, and reason is incapable of saving them. Hence it may be called an invariable law that when the body is perfect and healthy, the sentiments are also correct. Physical education not only harmonizes the emotions, it also strengthens the will. The great utility of physical education lies precisely in this. The principal aim of physical education is military heroism. Such objects of military heroism as courage, dauntlessness, audacity, and perseverance are all matters of will. Let me explain this with an example. To wash our feet in ice water makes us acquire courage and dauntlessness, as well as audacity. In general, any form of exercise, if pursued continuously, will help to train us in perseverance. Long-distance running is particularly good training in perseverance. My strength uprooted mountains, My energy dominated the world, from a poem attributed to Shangyeath. This is courage. If I don't behead the Lulan, I swear I will not return. This is dauntlessness. To replace the family with the nation, this is audacity. Yeath was away from his home for 8 years, and though he thrice passed the door of it, he did not enter like the preceding citation. This reference to Mencius attests to Mao's admiration for the warrior heroes of the ancient past. This is perseverance. All these can be accomplished merely on the basis of daily physical education. The will is the antecedent of a man's career. Those whose bodies are small and frail are flippant in their behavior. Those whose skin is flabby are soft and dull in will. Thus does the body influence the mind. The purpose of physical education is to strengthen the muscles and the bones. As a result, knowledge is enhanced, the sentiments are harmonized, and the will is strengthened. The muscles and the bones belong to our body, knowledge, sentiments, and will belong to our heart. When both the body and the heart are at ease, one may speak of perfect harmony. Hence, physical education is nothing else but the nourishing of our lives and the gladdening of our hearts. 5. The reasons for disliking exercise. Exercise is the most important part of physical education. Nowadays students generally dislike exercise. There are 4 reasons for this. 1. They do not have self-awareness. If a thing is to be put into practice, one must first take pleasure in it. One must understand in detail the whys and the wherefores. To know in detail the whys and the wherefores is self-awareness. People generally do not know the interrelation between an exercise and themselves, or they may know it in general terms but not intimately. 2. They cannot change their long-established habits. Our country has always stressed literary accomplishment. People blush to wear short clothes. The mode of dress of the swordsman of King Wen of Chao, according to a chapter of the Taoist classic Chuang Tze. Hence there is the common saying, a good man does not become a soldier. 3. Exercise has not been propagated forcefully. 4. Students feel that exercise is shameful. According to my humble observation, this is really their major reason for disliking exercise. Flowing garments, a slow gait, a grave, calm gaze, these constitute a fine deportment, respected by society. Why should one suddenly extend an arm or expose a leg, stretch, and bend down? Is this not strange? Hence there are those who know well that their body needs exercise and, moreover, wish very much to do so, but they cannot. There are those who can exercise only with a group, not by themselves, and those who can exercise in privacy but not in public. In short, all this is due to feelings of shame. All 4 of these are reasons for disliking exercise. The first and the fourth are subjective, and changing them depends on ourselves. The second and third are objective, and changing them depends on others. What the superior man seeks is in himself analects, that which depends on others is of lesser importance. 6. The methods of exercise should be few. Chen Wencheng washed his feet before going to bed and walked 1,000 steps after meals, benefiting greatly from this method. There was an 80-year-old man who was still healthy. On being asked how he maintained his health, he replied, "I don't eat hearty meals, that's all." Nowadays the methods of exercise are very diverse, more than I can count. But although there may be several score or even several hundred, a branch in the forest is sufficient for the bird to lodge in, and if it drinks at the river it does not drink more than what its stomach can hold. From Chuang Tze / we have only this body and only these senses, bones, viscera, and veins. Even though there are several hundred methods of exercise, all of them are aimed at improving the circulation of the blood. If one method can accomplish this, the result of 100 methods is the same as that of one. Therefore the other 99 methods can be dispensed with. Our eyes can see only one thing at a time, our ears can hear only one sound at a time. From Xian Tzu, a Confucian realist considered a precursor of the Machiavellian school known as the legalists. To employ 100 different methods to train the muscles and the bones only disturbs them. 7. The points to which we must pay attention when we exercise. We should have perseverance in all things. Exercise is no exception. Suppose there are two men who exercise. One practices and then stops, the other is unremitting in his practice. There will certainly be a difference in the results. First of all, perseverance in exercise creates interest. In general, that which is at rest cannot set itself in motion, there must be something to move it. And this something can only be interest. Interest arises from unremitting daily exercise. The best way is to exercise twice a day, on getting up and before going to bed, in the nude. The next best way is to wear light clothes. Too much clothing impedes movement. If one does this daily, the idea of exercise is continually present and never interrupted. Today's exercise is a continuation of yesterday's exercise and thus leads to tomorrow's exercise. The individual exercise periods need not be long, 30 minutes are sufficient. In this way, a certain interest will naturally arise. Secondly, perseverance in exercise can create pleasure. Exercise over a long time can produce great results and give rise to a feeling of personal value. As a result, we will be able to study with joy, and every day will see some progress in our virtue. Our heart is filled with boundless joy because we have persevered and obtained a result. Pleasure and interest are distinct. Interest is the origin of exercise, and pleasure its consequence. Interest arises from the action, and pleasure from the result. The two are naturally different. Perseverance without concentration of mind can hardly produce results. If we look at flowers from a galloping horse, even though we may look daily, it is like not having seen them at all. If one person's heart follows a swan in the sky, he cannot compete with the person who has meanwhile been studying carefully. Hence one should concentrate all one's effort on exercise. During exercise, the mind should be on the exercise. Idle and confused thoughts should all be put aside. The superior man's deportment is cultivated and agreeable, but one cannot say this about exercise. Exercise should be savage and rude. To be able to leap on horseback and to shoot at the same time, to go from battle to battle, to shake the mountains by one's cries, and the colors of the sky by one's roars of anger, to have the strength to uproot mountains like Shangyu and the audacity to pierce the mark like Yu Qi, all this is savage and rude and has nothing to do with delicacy. In order to progress in exercise, one must be savage. If one is savage, one will have great vigor and strong muscles and bones. The method of exercise should be rude, then one can apply oneself seriously and it will be easy to exercise. These two things are especially important for beginners. There are three things to which we must pay attention in exercise: perseverance, 2, concentration of all our strength, and 3, that it be savage and rude. There are many other things that require attention. Here I have merely indicated the most important ones. To the glory of the Hans. Although the first chapter of this anthology is the shortest, this does not imply that it is the least important. In the introduction I have attempted to indicate the limitations imposed on Mao Zedong's nationalism by his being a Marxist-Leninist who thinks not only in national but also in class terms. But I also emphasized how deeply this nationalist impulse is rooted in his personality. If, from the standpoint of rational analysis, classes have a certain priority in his thinking, on the level of sentiment and instinctive reactions, it is probably his attachment to the nation that predominates, or has predominated until recently. This nationalist reflex will be documented throughout this whole volume, whether it be with reference to the anti-Japanese war, to cultural policies, or to relations with Moscow and with the other underdeveloped countries. This chapter focuses on the admiration of Mao Zedong for his country and its inhabitants, and more particularly for the people of the Hans, Hansu, who constitute the overwhelming majority of Chinese. Whereas certain other ideas of Mao Zedong's have undergone considerable changes with the passing of the years, the theme treated in this chapter reveals an astonishing continuity of thought. Text IA, written in 1919, and Text ID, a speech delivered on the eve of the founding of the Chinese People's Republic, span a period of more than 30 years. And yet their essential ideas are almost identical. The Chinese people, a great people, is suffering under manifold oppression. Only revolution can put an end to this oppression and sweep away internal and external reactionary forces, after which the people of the Hans will once more manifest all its genius. As pointed out in the introduction, the great proletarian cultural revolution has carried this glorification of the unique revolutionary capacities of the Chinese to new heights. At the same time, Text IA shows Mao closer to a westernizing attitude, blaming much of China's misfortunes on the backwardness of her own social system, than he has ever been before or since. It also reflects something of the fervor and exuberance that characterize the May 4th period as a whole, and of which Mao had more than his share. To this hymn to the glory of the Hans, Text IB adds a few concrete details. The two poems, which together constitute Text IC, illustrate the complexity of Mao Zedong's attitude toward his country's past. The first one, written in 1936, displays the critical attitude of a revolutionary toward the grandeur of the past. The second, written after he came to power, puts greater emphasis on continuity with the past. One is struck in particular by the citation of two lines from a poem by Emperor Wu of Wei, the famous Tse, whose name has become a synonym for cleverness and cruelty because of the highly unsympathetic manner in which he is presented in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, although objective historians see in him a very able statesman set apart from his rivals by success rather than by a lack of morality. Hostile critics of Mao Zedong have made much of his admiration of Tse, claiming that Mao identifies himself with a ruler whose vices he shares. However, the poem cited here transmits nothing more than a certain feeling of community with a man who, in ages past, contemplated the same sights, and who, like himself, knew the burdens of power. SRS. IA toward a new golden age too. What is the greatest question in the world? The greatest question is that of getting food to eat. What is the greatest force? The greatest force is that of the union of the popular masses. What should we not fear? We should not fear heaven. We should not fear ghosts. We should not fear the dead. We should not fear the bureaucrats. We should not fear the militarists. We should not fear the capitalists. The time has come. The great tide in the world is rolling ever more impetuously. He who conforms to it shall survive, he who resists it shall perish. As a result of the World War and the bitterness of their lives, the popular masses in many countries have suddenly undertaken all sorts of action. In Russia, they have overthrown the aristocrats and driven out the rich. The army of the red flag swarms over the east and the west, sweeping away numerous enemies. The whole world has been shaken by it. Within the area enclosed by the Great Wall and the China Sea, the May 4th movement has arisen. Its banner has advanced southward, across the Yellow River to the Yangtze. From Canton to Hankow, many real-life dramas have been performed. From Lake Tung to the Min River the tide is rising. Heaven and earth are aroused, the traitors and the wicked are put to flight. Ha! We know it. We are awakened. The world is ours, the nation is ours, society is ours. If we do not speak, who will speak? If we do not act, who will act? If we do not rise up and fight, who will rise up and fight? It is not that basically we have no strength, the source of our impotence lies in our lack of practice. For thousands of years the Chinese people of several hundred millions have all led a life of slaves. Only one person, the emperor, was not a slave, or rather one could say that even he was the slave of heaven. When the emperor was in control of everything, we were given no opportunity for practice. We must act energetically to carry out the great union of the popular masses, which will not brook a moment's delay. Our Chinese people possesses great intrinsic energy. The more profound the oppression, the greater its resistance. That which has accumulated for a long time will surely burst forth quickly. The great union of the Chinese people must be achieved. Gentlemen, We must all exert ourselves, we must all advance with the utmost strength. Our golden age, our age of brilliance and splendor, lies ahead. I be the Chinese people one. Our China is one of the largest countries in the world, covering an area larger than the whole of Europe. In this vast territory there are large stretches of fertile land that provide us with food and clothing. There are mountain ranges, plateaus, and plains traversing the length and breadth of the country that provide us with extensive forests and rich mineral deposits. There are many rivers and lakes that provide us with facilities for water transport and irrigation, and there is a long coastline that facilitates communication with other nations beyond the seas. Since ancient times, our Chinese people have labored, lived, and multiplied on this immense territory. Developing along the same lines as the other great peoples of the world, the Chinese people, chiefly the Hans, first went through some tens of thousands of years of life in a classless, equalitarian, primitive, communistic society. 5,000 years have gone by since the collapse of primitive communistic society and the transition to class society, first a slave society, then that of feudalism. In the history of Chinese civilization, chiefly that of the Hans, agriculture and handicraft have always been highly developed. Many great thinkers, scientists, inventors, statesmen, and strategists too have flourished, and there is a rich store of classical works. The compass was invented in China 3,000 years ago. The art of paper making was discovered as early as 1,700 years ago. Block printing was invented 1,200 years ago. Movable type was invented 800 years ago. Gunpowder also was used in China much earlier than in Europe. China, with a recorded history of 5,000 years, is therefore one of the oldest civilized countries in the world. The Chinese people is not only famous throughout the world for its endurance and industriousness, it is also a freedom-loving people with a rich revolutionary tradition. The history of the Hans, for instance, shows that the Chinese people would never submit to a rule of the dark forces and that in every case they succeeded in overthrowing or changing such a rule by revolutionary means. In thousands of years of Han history, there have been hundreds of peasant insurrections against the regime of darkness imposed by the landlords and nobility. As for the dynastic changes, each and every one has succeeded only by the force of the peasant uprisings. The nationalities of China have always been unwilling to submit to the oppression of foreign peoples and have striven to shake it off by acts of resistance. They accept union only on the basis of equality, not on the basis of oppression of one people by another. In the thousands of years of Chinese history, many national heroes and revolutionary leaders have emerged. China has also given birth to many revolutionary strategists, statesmen, men of letters, and thinkers. So the Chinese people is also a people with a glorious revolutionary tradition and a splendid historical heritage. I see old China, new China 1. Snow. This is the scene in that northern land. 100 leagues are sealed with ice. 1,000 leagues of whirling snow. On either side of the Great Wall 1. These and all succeeding poems cited in this volume are taken from the edition published in Peking under the title Mao Chu Shi Shi Tzu San Shi Shai Shao. Some of the translations are adapted, with modifications, from Mao Zedong, 19 poems, with notes by Zhou Chenfu and an appreciation by Tsung Keh Chia, Foreign Languages Press, Peking, 1958, and others are my own. This is indicated in each case. Here I follow the Peking translation, with substantial changes in the latter part of snow. One vastness is all you see. From end to end of the great river. The rushing torrent is frozen and lost. The mountains dance like silver snakes. The highlands roll like waxen elephants. As if they sought to vie in height with the Lord of Heaven, and on a sunny day see how the white-robed beauty is adorned with rouge, enchantment beyond compare. Lured by such great beauty in our landscape, innumerable heroes have rivaled one another to bow in homage. But alas, Chn Shi Huang and Han Wu Ti1 were rather lacking in culture. Tiang Tai Tsung and Sung Tai Tzu had little taste for poetry, and Genghis Khan, the favorite son of heaven for a day, knew only how to bend his bow to shoot great vultures. Now they are all past and gone. To find heroes in the grand manner we must look rather in the present. Pai Teho. A rainstorm falls on this northern land. White breakers leap to the sky. Of the fishing boats from Chinwang Tao, there is not one to be seen on all the ocean. Where have they gone? More than 1,000 years in the past. The Emperor Wu of Wei brandished his whip, eastwards to Qixi, his poem, remains. The autumn wind is sighing still today. The world of men has changed. Our conference is one of great nationwide popular unity. Such great nationwide popular unity has been achieved because we have vanquished the Kuomintang reactionary government, which is aided by American imperialism. In the course of little more than 3 years, the heroic Chinese People's Liberation Army, an army such as the world has seldom seen, crushed the offensive of the several million troops of the American-supported Kuomintang reactionary government, thereby enabling us to swing over to the counter-offensive and the offensive. We have a common feeling that our work will be recorded in the history of mankind, and that it will clearly demonstrate that the Chinese, who comprise 1/4 of humanity, have begun to stand up. The Chinese have always been a great, courageous, and industrious people. It was only in modern times that they have fallen behind, and this was due solely to the oppression and exploitation of foreign imperialism and the domestic reactionary government. For more than a century, our predecessors never paused in their indomitable struggles against the foreign and domestic oppressors. These struggles include the Revolution of 1911, led by Sun Yat-sen, the great pioneer of China's revolution. Our predecessors instructed us to carry their work to completion. We are doing this now. We have united ourselves and defeated both our foreign and domestic oppressors by means of the People's Liberation War and the People's Great Revolution, and we proclaim the establishment of the People's Republic of China. Henceforth, our nation will enter the large family of peace-loving and freedom-loving nations of the world. It will work bravely and industriously to create its own civilization and happiness, and will, at the same time, promote world peace and freedom. Our nation will never again be an insulted nation. We have stood up. Our revolution has gained the sympathy and acclamation of the broad masses throughout the world. We have friends the world over. Our revolutionary work is not yet concluded. The imperialists and the domestic reactionaries will certainly not take their defeat lying down. Daily, hourly, they will try to restore their rule in China. We must not relax our vigilance. The people's democratic dictatorship and unity with international friends will enable us to obtain rapid success in our construction work. Our population of 475 million and our national territory of 9,597 million square kilometers are factors in our favor. It is true that there are difficulties ahead of us, a great many of them. But we firmly believe that all the difficulties will be surmounted by the heroic struggle of all the people of our country. The Chinese people has had ample experience in overcoming difficulties. If we and our predecessors could come through the long period of extreme difficulties and defeat the powerful domestic and foreign reactionaries, why can we not build up a prosperous and flourishing country after our victory? An upsurge in cultural construction will inevitably follow in the wake of the upsurge of economic construction. The era in which the Chinese were regarded as uncivilized is now over. We will emerge in the world as a nation with a high culture. Our national defense will be consolidated and no imperialist will be allowed to invade our territory again. Let the domestic and foreign reactionaries tremble before us. Let them say that we are no good at this and no good at that. Through the Chinese people's indomitable endeavors, we will steadily reach our goal. The word theory, applied to a strain of Marxism-Leninism, evokes a wide variety of subjects, extending from the most abstract questions to the systematic analysis of the tactics to be applied in a given country during a given period. This chapter deals with general problems, Mao's conception of the nature of Marxist theory and of the role of theory in the development of society and the universe, and Mao's method of setting forth the most general theses of Marxism on nature, history, and society. The inclusion of so long a chapter on questions of this type may seem highly paradoxical, for in the general introduction I emphasized that this aspect of Mao's thought is far from being the most interesting. The relative mediocrity of Mao Zedong as a Marxist philosopher, that is to say as a systematic thinker dealing with problems on a high level of abstraction in terms of Marxist categories, can be explained no doubt in part by the difficulties in assimilating Western thought. But there is certainly more to be said on this. Mao Zedong unquestionably has a certain lack of interest in theoretical problems as such. He has a tendency to relate everything to the class struggle, and to certain other values, the affirmation by the Chinese people of its own personality, or the mastery of man over nature. These problems he envisages less in philosophical terms, than as aspects of the day-to-day struggle to carry out the revolution. All of these themes will be dealt with in succeeding chapters, and we will see with what enthusiasm, with what wealth of imagination and imagery, he approaches these questions. When, on the other hand, he talks about dialectics, not about the dialectics of classes in China, nor about contradictions under socialism, but about dialectics in general, the result is much more lifeless. The best example of this is the item called dialectical materialism, which constitutes text 2c. The extracts from this work which appeared in the first edition of the present book were taken from chapter 1, which was the only part available at that time. As explained above in the introduction, just as this revised edition was about to go to press, I obtained a portion of chapter 2. I have therefore added a few brief passages from this newly discovered part of the work, which is, if possible, even less inspired than chapter 1, no doubt because it deals at greater length with questions of the concepts and methods of philosophy. In the first edition of this book I said that dialectical materialism, being Mao's only systematic exposition of certain basic questions, constituted a good introduction to his more specialized essays, on practice and on contradiction, texts IID and IIE. It is even more logical to regard it as an introduction to his other philosophical writings, since we now know that it is actually the beginning of a series of lectures of which on practice represents the last section. Mao's lack of interest in pure theory is confirmed by the pedestrian character of the explicitly theoretical writings presented here. It is also confirmed by the vivacity of his exposition when he speaks of the link between theory and action. The first text, which I have entitled The Sinification of Marxism, constitutes a good transition from the theme of the first chapter to that of the present one. In it there are many echoes of the hymn to the glory of the Hans. There also is a strong stand in favor of the concrete application of Marxism, similar to that developed at much greater length in text 2b. This last text shows very well how audacious Mao can be in dealing with the fathers of Marxism-Leninism. It also contains some specimens of the down-to-earth humor that Mao Zedong employed to reach audiences untrained in Marxist dialectics. In indicating the discrepancies between the original texts and the current edition of the selected works, I have confined myself to pointing out only the most important variants. Text IIB in particular contains some excellent examples of the kind of language that Mao no longer allows himself to use today. And in text 2a, the key term, sinification, of Marxism, has now been deleted. SRS. 2a The sinification of Marxism 1. Without revolutionary theory, without historical knowledge and an understanding of the concrete movement, it is impossible to lead a great revolutionary movement to victory. The theories of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin can be applied to the whole universe. Their theories are not to be looked upon as dogma but as a guide for action. We must not study the letter of Marxism and Leninism, but the viewpoint and methodology of its creators, with which they observed and solved problems. It is only this guide to action, it is only this viewpoint and methodology, that constitute revolutionary science and provide us with the only correct orientation permitting us to take cognizance of the facts of the revolution and to lead the revolutionary movement. The Chinese party has already made great progress in its Marxist-Leninist training as compared with the previous situation, but this training cannot yet be said to be universal and profound. From this standpoint, we are more or less inferior to some of our fraternal parties in other countries. And yet our task is to lead a great people of 450 million in an unprecedented historic struggle. Consequently, widespread and thorough study of theory is of decisive importance for us and can only be carried through by the utmost effort. Let us work hard at it. Following the 6th enlarged plenum, let us begin a party-wide competition in study. Let us see who can really accomplish something in this respect, who can study more and better than the others. Thus far our work has not been carried on too badly, but if we do not study theory more thoroughly, it will be impossible to improve on our best performance, and it is only such improvement that will make victory possible. The study of theory is consequently a precondition of victory. From the viewpoint of the main task of leadership, if there are 100 or 200 comrades who have learned to apply Marxism systematically rather than in petty detail, and to do so in concrete terms rather than indulging in empty talk, that will be equivalent to victory over the Japanese imperialists. Comrades, we must definitely study Marxism. Another task of our study is to understand our historic inheritance and to evaluate it critically by the use of the Marxist method. The history of our great people over several millennia exhibits national peculiarities and many precious qualities. As regards all this, we are merely elementary school students. Today's China is an outgrowth of historic China. We are Marxist historicists, we must not mutilate history. From Confucius to Sun Yat-sen we must sum it up critically, and we must constitute ourselves the heirs of all that is precious in this past. Conversely, the assimilation of this heritage itself turns out to be a kind of methodology that is of great help in the guidance of the revolutionary movement. A communist is a Marxist internationalist, but Marxism must take on a national form before it can be applied. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, but only concrete Marxism. What we call concrete Marxism is Marxism that has taken on a national form, that is, Marxism applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions prevailing in China, and not Marxism abstractly used. If a Chinese communist, who is a part of the great Chinese people, bound to his people by his very flesh and blood, talks of Marxism apart from Chinese peculiarities, this Marxism is merely an empty abstraction. Consequently, the sinification of Marxism, that is to say, making certain that in all of its manifestations it is imbued with Chinese peculiarities, using it according to these peculiarities, becomes a problem that must be understood and solved by the whole party without delay. We must put an end to writing eight-legged essays on foreign models, there must be less repeating of empty and abstract refrains, we must discard our dogmatism and replace it by a new and vital Chinese style and manner, pleasing to the eye and to the ear of the Chinese common people. To separate internationalist content from national form is the way of those who understand nothing of internationalism, we must link the two inseparably. As regards this question, serious shortcomings still persist in our ranks that must be resolutely eliminated. 1. What are the peculiarities of our movement at the present time? What are its laws? How should we lead this movement? These are all extremely practical questions. To this day we have yet not acquired a full understanding either of Japanese imperialism or of China herself. As the movement develops, many new phenomena will arise unceasingly before our eyes. The great lesson to which we must apply ourselves constantly and with wide open eyes is the study of all aspects of this movement and its development. If there is anyone who refuses this scrupulous and detailed study, he is no better than a Don Quixote or a Q, and can by no means be counted a Marxist. How shall we study? With the aid of our Marxist instrument, materialist dialectics. From whom shall we learn? Our teachers are numerous, the workers, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, the capitalists, the landlords, the Japanese imperialists, the whole world. All these are both the objects of our research and our teachers, we must learn something, great or small, from all of them. The enemy of study is self-complacency. If we wish to study anything seriously, we must begin by not being complacent. As regards ourselves, we must learn without satiety, and as regards others, we must instruct them without being wearied. From the Confucian Analects. Such must be our attitude. 2b. What is a Marxist theoretician? 1. At the present time, confused concepts are prevalent on such questions as the nature of a theoretician, the nature of an intellectual, the relation between theory and practice, and so forth. Can we claim that we possess theoreticians just because we have read a great many books on Marxism-Leninism? No, we cannot say this. Marxism-Leninism is the theory that Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin created on the basis of actual fact, and it consists of general conclusions derived from historical and revolutionary experience. If we have only read this theory but have not used it as a basis for research in China's historical and revolutionary actuality, have not created a theory in accordance with China's real necessities, a theory that is our own and of a specific nature, then it would be irresponsible to call ourselves Marxist theoreticians. If we who are Communist Party members are so accustomed to looking at Chinese problems that we cannot see them, if we look every day and see nothing, put on glasses and still see nothing, if we see only the complete works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin on the shelf, then our achievements on the theoretical front cannot but be poor. If we only know how to recite Marxist economics or philosophy, reciting from the first to the 10th chapters until they are thoroughly familiar, but are completely unable to apply them, can we then be considered Marxist theoreticians? Hardly. It would really be better if there were fewer such theoreticians. If a man read 10,000 volumes by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and read each volume 1,000 times so he could recite every sentence from memory, he still could not be considered a theoretician. What type of theoretician do we need? We need theoreticians who base their thinking on the standpoints, concepts, and methods of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, who are able to explain correctly the actual problems issuing from history and revolution, who are able to give a scientific interpretation and theoretical explanation of the various problems of Chinese economics, politics, military affairs, and culture. This is the type of theoretician we need. What about the problem of the so-called intelligentsia? Because our China is a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country and its culture is undeveloped, the intelligentsia is of special value. According to a resolution of the Central Committee, we must strive to attract a broad stratum of the intelligentsia. It is very correct that an attitude of welcome be adopted toward them if they are revolutionary and willing to participate in the war of resistance. But as a result of this attitude, the intelligentsia has been glorified and the local bumpkins are handicapped. We consider it entirely necessary to hold the intelligentsia in esteem, for without a revolutionary intelligentsia the revolution cannot succeed. However, we know that there are many intellectuals who consider themselves very learned and who make a great display of their knowledge, not realizing that this attitude is harmful and obstructs their progress. One truth that they should realize is that a great many so-called intellectuals are actually exceedingly unlearned and that the knowledge of the workers and peasants is sometimes greater than theirs. To this some may say, "Aha! You're turning everything upside down. You're talking nonsense." Laughter. But, comrades, don't get excited. What I say is to a certain extent reasonable. What is knowledge? From ancient times down to the present, there have only been two types of knowledge, knowledge of the struggle for production and knowledge of the class struggle. Knowledge of the national struggle is also included in the latter category. What knowledge is there aside from this? There is none. Natural science and social science are nothing but the crystallization of these two types of knowledge. Philosophy is then a generalization and summary of natural science and social science. Now let us consider those students who graduate and leave their schools where they have been completely isolated from the practical activities of society. In what position do they find themselves? A man studies from grade school to university, graduates, and is then considered learned. Yet, in the first place, he cannot till the land; second, he has no trade; third, he cannot fight; fourth, he cannot manage a job. In none of these fields is he experienced nor does he have the least practical knowledge. What he possesses is merely book knowledge. Would it be possible to regard such a man as a complete intellectual? It would be very difficult. At the most I would consider him a half-intellectual, because his knowledge is still incomplete. What is comparatively complete knowledge? All comparatively complete knowledge is formed in two stages. The first is that of knowledge through immediate perception, the second is knowledge through reason. Knowledge through reason is a higher stage of development of knowledge through immediate perception. Into which category does the book knowledge of students fall? Even if we suppose that their knowledge is correct, it is still theory drawn from the experience of their predecessors in the struggle of production and the class struggle, not knowledge drawn from their own personal experience. It is absolutely necessary that they obtain this theoretical knowledge, but they should realize that, for them, this knowledge is inverted, backward, one-sided. It has been proved by others, but not verified by the students themselves. They should know that it is not at all difficult to obtain this type of knowledge, that it is even extremely easy. By comparison, the cook's task in preparing a meal is difficult. To create something edible, he must use a combination of wood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other materials. This is certainly not easy, and to cook a good meal is all the more difficult. If we compare the tasks of the cook at the Northwest restaurant to those of the cooks in our homes, we find a great difference. If there is too much fire, the food will burn, too much vinegar, and it will be sour. Laughter. Cooking food and preparing dishes is truly one of the arts. But what about book knowledge? If you do nothing but read, you have only to recognize 3,000 to 5,000 characters, learn to thumb through a dictionary, hold some book in your hand, and receive millet from the public. Then you nod your head contentedly and start to read. But books cannot walk, and you can open and close a book at will. This is the easiest thing in the world to do, a great deal easier than it is for the cook to prepare a meal, and much easier than it is for him to slaughter a pig. He has to catch the pig can run. Laughter, he slaughters it, the pig squeals. Laughter. A book placed on a desk cannot run nor can it squeal. Laughter. You can dispose of it in any manner you wish. Is there anything easier to do? Therefore, I advise those of you who have only book knowledge and as yet no contact with reality, and those who have had little practical experience, to recognize their own shortcomings and become a bit more humble. How can half-intellectuals be transformed into people truly entitled to call themselves intellectuals? There is only one way, to see that those with only book knowledge become practical workers engaged in practical tasks, and those doing theoretical work turn to practical research. In this way we can reach our goal. On hearing this, some people will lose their tempers, and say, according to your interpretation, Marx was also a half-intellectual. I would answer that it's quite true that, in the first place, Marx could not slaughter a pig, and second, he could not till a field. But he did participate in the revolutionary movement and also carried out research on commodity production. Millions see and use these commodities every day yet ignore them. Only Marx studied them in every aspect and scrutinized them from all angles, exhibiting none of the carelessness we show in reading the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He analyzed the actual development of commodity production and derived a theory from observations on universally existent phenomena. He did personal research on nature, history, and proletarian revolution, and created the corresponding theories of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and proletarian revolution. Thus Marx is to be regarded as a complete intellectual. The difference between him and the half-intellectual is that he participated in an actual revolutionary movement and carried on research and investigation by turning to a reality that was all-inclusive. This type of all-inclusive knowledge is called theory. There is only one type of true theory, that which is derived from the observation of objective reality and proved by objective reality. Nothing else can measure up to the theory of which we speak. Stalin has argued that theory divorced from reality is empty. Empty theory is useless, incorrect, and must be rejected. We must single out those who delight in discussing such empty theories and put them to shame. Marxism-Leninism, derived from objective reality and tested by objective reality, is the most correct, scientific, and revolutionary truth. But many read Marxism-Leninism as dead dogma, thereby obstructing their own theoretical development and harming themselves and their comrades. On the other hand, mistakes are also going to be made by those comrades engaged in practical work who make an incorrect application of their experience. It is quite true that such men have had a great deal of experience and should be valued highly. But there is great danger if they are satisfied with their experience. They should realize that the greater part of their knowledge is gained from immediate perception and is therefore limited, and that they fall short when it comes to reasoned, universal knowledge, that is to say, they fall short in theory. Thus their knowledge, too, is comparatively incomplete. Yet without comparatively complete knowledge it is impossible to finish the revolution. In addition to the confusion prevailing about theoreticians and intellectuals, there is a phrase we read every day, the union of theory and practice, which still has a vague meaning for many of our comrades. Every day they speak of union when what they actually mean is separation, for they take no steps toward union. How can Marxist-Leninist theory and the reality of the Chinese Revolution be united? Take the common saying, to shoot an arrow, have a target. In shooting an arrow, you must aim at a target. The relation between Marxism-Leninism and the Chinese Revolution is the same as between the arrow and the target. However, some comrades shoot arrows recklessly without a target. It is easy for them to harm the revolutionary cause. In addition, there are some comrades who merely take the arrow in hand, twist it back and forth, and say again and again in praise, "Excellent arrow! Excellent arrow," but are never willing to shoot it. This type of person is a connoisseur of antiques who has hardly any relationship with the revolution. The arrow of Marxism-Leninism must be used to hit the target of the Chinese Revolution. If it were otherwise, why would we want to study Marxism-Leninism? Our comrades must understand that we do not study Marxism-Leninism because it is pleasing to the eye, or because it has some mystical value, like the doctrines of the Taoist priests who ascend Maoshan to learn how to subdue devils and evil spirits. Marxism-Leninism has no beauty, nor has it any mystical value. It is only extremely useful. It seems that right up to the present quite a few have regarded Marxism-Leninism as a ready-made panacea. Once you have it, you can cure all your ills with little effort. This is a type of childish blindness, and we must start a movement to enlighten these people. Those who regard Marxism-Leninism as religious dogma show this type of blind ignorance. We must tell them openly, your dogma is of no use, or, to use an impolite formulation, your dogma is less useful than shit. We see that dog shit can fertilize the fields and mans can feed the dog. And dogmas? They can't fertilize the fields, nor can they feed a dog. Of what use are they? Laughter. Comrades, you know that the object of such talk is to ridicule those who regard Marxism-Leninism as dogma, to frighten and awaken them, to foster a correct attitude toward Marxism-Leninism. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin have repeatedly said, our doctrine is not dogma, it is a guide to action. Of all things, these people forget this most important sentence. Theory and practice can be combined only if men of the Chinese Communist Party take the standpoints, concepts, and methods of Marxism-Leninism, apply them to China, and create a theory from conscientious study of the realities of the Chinese Revolution and Chinese history. 2c Dialectical Materialism 1. Chapter 1, Idealism and Materialism. 1. The struggle between two armies in philosophy. The whole history of philosophy is the history of the struggle and the development of two mutually opposed schools of philosophy, idealism and materialism. All philosophical currents and schools are manifestations of these two fundamental schools. All philosophical theories have been created by men belonging to a definite social class. The ideas of these men have moreover been historically determined by a definite social existence. All philosophical doctrines express the needs of a definite social class and reflect the level of development of the productive forces of society and the historical stage in man's comprehension of nature. The social origins of idealism and materialism lie in a social structure marked by class contradictions. The earliest appearance of idealism was the product of the ignorance and superstition of savage and primitive man. Then, with the development of the productive forces, and the ensuing development of scientific knowledge, it stands to reason that idealism should decline and be replaced by materialism. And yet, from ancient times to the present, idealism not only has not declined, but, on the contrary, has developed and carried on a struggle for supremacy with materialism from which neither has emerged the victor. The reason lies in the division of society into classes. On the one hand, in its own interest, the oppressing class must develop and reinforce its idealist doctrines. On the other hand, the oppressed classes, likewise in their own interests, must develop and reinforce their materialist doctrines. Both idealism and materialism are weapons in the class struggle, and the struggle between idealism and materialism cannot disappear so long as classes continue to exist. Idealism, in the process of its historical development, represents the ideology of the exploiting classes and serves reactionary purposes. Materialism, on the other hand, is the worldview of the revolutionary class. In a class society, it grows and develops in the midst of an incessant struggle against the reactionary philosophy of idealism. Consequently, the history of the struggle between idealism and materialism in philosophy reflects the struggle of interests between the reactionary class and the revolutionary class. A given philosophical tendency is in the last analysis a manifestation in a particular guise of the policy of the social class to which the philosophers belong. The distinguishing characteristic of Marxist philosophy, i.e., dialectical materialism, is its effort to explain clearly the class nature of all social consciousness, including philosophy. It publicly declares a resolute struggle between its own proletarian nature and the idealist philosophy of the propertied class. Moreover, it subordinates its own special and independent tasks to such general tasks as overthrowing capitalism, organizing and building a proletarian dictatorship, and edifying a socialist society. 2. The difference between idealism and materialism. Wherein lies the basic difference between idealism and materialism? It lies in the opposite answers given by the two to the fundamental question in philosophy, that of the relationship between spirit and matter, that of the relationship between consciousness and existence. Idealism considers spirit, consciousness, concepts, the subject, as the source of all that exists on earth, and matter, nature and society, the object, as secondary and subordinate. Materialism recognizes the independent existence of matter as detached from spirit and considers spirit as secondary and subordinate. 3. The source of the growth and the development of idealism. Idealism sees matter as the product of the spirit. This is turning the real world upside down. Where is the source of the growth and the development of such a philosophy? As mentioned above, the earliest manifestation of idealism was brought about by the superstition and ignorance of primitive, savage man. But with the development of production, the separation between manual labor and intellectual labor was responsible for ranking idealism first among currents of philosophical thought. With the development of the productive forces of society, the division of labor made its appearance. The further development of the division of labor saw the emergence of persons devoting themselves entirely and exclusively to intellectual labor. But when the productive forces are still weak, the division between the two does not reach the stage of complete separation. Only after classes and private property appear and exploitation becomes the foundation of the existence of the ruling class do great changes occur. Intellectual labor then becomes the exclusive privilege of the ruling class, while manual labor becomes the fate of the oppressed classes. The ruling class begins to examine the relationship between themselves and the oppressed classes in an upside-down fashion. It is not the laborers who furnish them with means for existence, but rather they who supply the laborers with these means. Hence, they despise manual labor and develop idealist conceptions. To eliminate the distinction between manual labor and intellectual labor is one of the preconditions for eliminating idealist philosophy. The social route that makes possible the development of idealist philosophy lies principally in the fact that this kind of philosophical consciousness is the manifestation of the interests of the exploiting class. 1. The final decline of idealism will come with the elimination of classes, after the establishment of a communist society. The source that enables idealism to develop and deepen and gives it the strength to struggle with materialism must be sought in the process of human knowing. When men think, they must use concepts. This can easily cause our knowledge to be split into two aspects: reality, which is of an individual and particular character, and concepts, which are of a general character. In the nature of things, the particular and the general are inseparably linked. Once separated, they depart from objective truth. To separate the general from the particular, and to view the general as objective reality and the particular merely as the form in which the general exists, this is the method adopted by all idealists. All idealists put consciousness, spirit, or concepts in place of objective reality existing independently from human consciousness. They cannot point out the materialist truth according to which consciousness is limited by matter, but believe that only consciousness is active, whereas matter is only an inert composite entity. Urged on moreover by their own class nature, the idealists then use every method to exaggerate the activity of consciousness, developing this aspect unilaterally. Idealism in economics exaggerates beyond measure a non-essential aspect of exchange, raising the law of supply and demand to the status of the fundamental law of capitalism. Idealist historians regard heroes as the makers of history. Idealist politicians regard politics as omnipotent. Idealist military leaders practice the methods of desperate combat Ping Ming Chu Iti Tso Chan. Idealist revolutionaries advocate Blanquism. The diehards say that the only way to revive our nation is to restore the old morality. All this results from exaggerating subjective factors beyond measure. Pre-Marxist materialism, mechanistic materialism, did not stress the thought process in the development of knowledge, but regarded thought merely as the object of action, as the mirror that reflects nature. Only dialectical materialism correctly shows the active role of thought, and at the same time points out the limitation imposed upon thought by matter. It points out that thought arises from social practice and at the same time actively shapes practice. Only this kind of dialectical theory of the unity of knowledge and action can thoroughly vanquish idealism. For the origin of the inception and the development of materialism. The recognition that matter exists independently and apart from consciousness in the external world is the foundation of materialism. Man created this foundation through practice. Obliged to submit to natural forces, and capable of using only simple tools, primitive man could not explain the surrounding phenomena and hence sought help from spirits. This is the origin of religion and idealism. But in the long-range process of production, man came into contact with surrounding nature, acted upon nature, changed nature, and created things to eat, to live in, and to use, and adapted nature to the interests of man and caused man to believe that matter has an objective existence. In the social existence of humanity, reciprocal relationships and influences arise between individuals. In a class society there is moreover a class struggle. The oppressed class considers the circumstances and estimates its strength, and then makes its plans. When they succeed in the struggle, the members of this class are convinced that their views are not the product of fantasy, but the reflection of the objectively existing material world. Because the oppressed class fails when it adopts the wrong plans and succeeds by correcting its plans, it learns to understand that it can achieve its purposes only when its subjective plans rest upon the accurate understanding of the material nature of the objective world and the fact that the objective world is governed by laws. The history of science furnishes man with proof of the material nature of the world and of the fact that it is governed by laws, and helps man to see the futility of the illusions of religion and idealism and to arrive at materialist conclusions. In sum, the history of man's practice comprises the history of his struggle with nature, the history of the class struggle, the history of science. Owing to the necessity to live and struggle, men have thought about the reality of matter and its laws, have proved the correctness of materialism, and have found the necessary intellectual tool for their struggle, Materialist philosophy. The higher the level to which social production develops, the greater the development of the class struggle, and the more scientific knowledge reveals the secrets of nature, the greater the development and consolidation of materialist philosophy. Thus man can be delivered gradually from the dual and crushing oppression of nature and society. Chapter 2, Dialectical Materialism. 1. Dialectical materialism is the revolutionary arm of the proletariat. The Chinese proletariat, having assumed at the present time the historical task of the bourgeois democratic revolution, must make use of dialectical materialism as its mental arm. The study of dialectical materialism is even more indispensable for the cadres who lead the revolutionary movement, because the two erroneous theories and methods of work of subjectivism and mechanism frequently subsist among the cadres, and as a result frequently cause the cadres to go against Marxism, and to lead the revolutionary movement onto the wrong path. If we wish to avoid or correct such deficiencies, the only solution lies in conscious study and understanding of dialectical materialism, in order to arm one's brain anew. 2. The relations between the old philosophical heritage and dialectical materialism. After the May 4 movement of 1919, as a consequence of the conscious appearance of the Chinese proletariat on the political stage, and the rise in the scientific level of the country, a Marxist philosophical movement arose and developed in China. In its first period, however, the level of understanding of materialist dialectics within the materialist current of thought was rather weak, and mechanistic materialism influenced by the bourgeoisie, as well as the subjectivism of Debourin, were its principal components. Following the defeat of the revolution in 1927, the level of understanding of Marxism and Leninism progressed, and the thinking of materialist dialectics gradually developed. Just recently, because of the severity of the national and social crisis, and also because of the influence of the movement for liquidating deviations in Soviet philosophy, a broad movement of materialist dialectics has developed in China's intellectual circles. Because of the backwardness of China's social development, the dialectical materialist philosophical currents developing in China today do not result from taking over and reforming our own philosophical heritage, but from the study of Marxism-Leninism. However, if we wish to ensure that dialectical materialist thought shall penetrate profoundly in China, and continue to develop, and shall, moreover, give firm direction to the Chinese Revolution and lead it to final victory in the future, then we must struggle with all the old and rotten philosophical theories existing in China on the ideological front throughout the whole country, raise the flag of criticism, and in this way liquidate the philosophical heritage of ancient China. Only thus we can attain our goal. 3. The unity of worldview and methodology in dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is the worldview of the proletariat. At the same time it is the method of the proletariat for taking cognizance of the surrounding world, and the method of revolutionary action of the proletariat. It is the unity of worldview and methodology. 4. The question of the object of materialist dialectics. What do materialist dialectics serve to study? Marx, Engels, and Lenin all explained materialist dialectics as the theory of development. Under the heading of the object of philosophy we must still solve another problem, namely the problem of the unity of dialectics, logic, and epistemology. Materialist dialectics is the only scientific epistemology, and it is also the only scientific logic. Materialist dialectics studies the origin and development of our knowledge of the outside world. It studies the transition from not knowing to knowing, and from incomplete knowledge to more complete knowledge. It studies how the laws of the development of nature and society are daily reflected more profoundly and more extensively in the mind of humanity. This is precisely the unity of materialist dialectics with epistemology. The essence of the concept of development consists in regarding laws as the reflection in and transplanting to our minds, moreover further elaborated in our minds, of the manifestations of the movement of matter. Only by using materialism to arrive at a solution of the problem of the relations between existence and thought, only by taking one's stand on the theory of the reflection, can one arrive at a thorough solution to the problems of dialectics, logic, and epistemology. 5. On matter. The very first condition for belonging to the materialist camp consists in recognizing the independent existence of the material world, separate from human consciousness, the fact that it existed before the appearance of humanity, and continues to exist since the appearance of humanity, independently and outside of human consciousness. To recognize this point is a fundamental premise of all scientific research. How shall we demonstrate this? The proofs are extremely numerous. Humanity is constantly in contact with the external world and must, moreover, struggle fiercely against the pressure and resistance of the outside world, nature and society. Moreover, we not only must, but can overcome this pressure and resistance. All of these real circumstances of the social practice of humanity, as manifested in the historical development of human society, are the best proof of the existence of the material world. China does not doubt the objective existence of Japanese imperialism which has invaded our country, nor of the Chinese people themselves. The students of the anti-Japanese military political university also do not doubt the objective existence of this university and of the students themselves. If we consider this thing known as consciousness in the light of thoroughgoing materialism, that is to say in the light of materialist dialectics, then what we call consciousness is nothing else but a form of the movement of matter, a particular characteristic of the material brain of humanity. It is that particular characteristic of the material brain which causes the material processes outside consciousness to be reflected in consciousness. From this we see that when we distinguish matter from consciousness and when, moreover, we oppose them one to another, this is only conditional, that is to say, it has meaning only from the standpoint of epistemology. In a word, matter is everything in the universe. All power belongs to summa I. We say, all power belongs to matter. This is the source of the unity of the world. 6. On movement, on development. The first fundamental principle of dialectical materialism lies in its view of matter. This principle of the unity of the world has already been explained above in discussing matter. The second fundamental principle of dialectical materialism lies in its theory of movement, or theory of development. This means the recognition that movement is the form of the existence of matter, an inherent attribute of matter, a manifestation of the multiplicity of matter. This is the principle of the development of the world. The combination of the principle of the development of the world with the principle of the unity of the world, set forth above, constitutes the whole of the world view of dialectical materialism. The world is nothing else but the material world in a process of unlimited development. Dialectical materialism's theory of movement is in opposition first of all with philosophical idealism, and with the theological concepts of religion. The fundamental nature of all philosophical idealism and religious theology derives from their denial of the unity and material nature of the world, and in imagining that the movement and development of the world takes place apart from matter, or took place at least in the beginning apart from matter, and is the result of the action of spirit, God, or divine forces. The German idealist philosopher, Hegel, held that the present world results from the development of the so-called world idea. In China the philosophy of the Book of Changes, and the metaphysics of the Sung and the Ming, all put forward idealist views of the development of the universe. Christianity says that God created the world. Buddhism and all of China's various fetishist religions attribute the movement and development of all the myriad phenomena, Wanwu, of the universe to spiritual forces. All of these doctrines which think about movement apart from matter are fundamentally incompatible with dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism considers that rest or equilibrium are merely one element of movement, that they are merely one particular circumstance of movement. A sentence popular with the metaphysical thinkers of ancient China, "Heaven does not change and the way also does not change," corresponds to a theory of the immobility of the universe. In their view, the basic nature of the universe and of society was eternally unchanging. The reason why they adopted this attitude is to be found primarily in their class limitations. If the feudal landlord class had recognized that the basic nature of the universe and of society is subject to movement and development, then most certainly they would have been pronouncing in theory a death sentence on their own class. The philosophies of all reactionary forces are theories of immobilism. Revolutionary classes and the popular masses have all perceived the principle of the development of the world, and consequently advocate transforming society and the world. Their philosophy is dialectical materialism. The cause of the transformation of matter is to be found not without, but within. It is not because of the impulsion of external mechanical forces, but because of the existence within the matter in question of two components different in their nature and mutually contradictory which struggle with one another, thus giving an impetus to the movement and development of the matter. As a result of the discovery of the laws of such movement and transformation, dialectical materialism is capable of enlarging the principle of the material unity of the world, extending it to the history of nature and society. Thus, not only is it possible to investigate the world considered as matter in perpetual movement, but the world can also be investigated as matter endlessly in movement from a lower form to a higher form. That is to say, it is possible to investigate the world as development and process. Dialectical materialism investigates the development of the world as a progressive movement from the inorganic to the organic, and from thence to the highest form of the movement of matter, society. What we have just discussed is the theory of the movement of the world, or the principle of the development of the world, in accordance with dialectical materialism. This doctrine is the essence of Marxist philosophy. It is the worldview and methodology of the proletariat. If the proletariat and all revolutionaries take up this consistently scientific arm, they will then be able to understand this world, and transform this world. 2d on Practice 1. A Marxist regards human productive activity as the most fundamental practice determining all other human activities. According to the Marxist, man's activity in social production develops step by step from a low stage to a high stage, and consequently man's knowledge, whether of nature or of society, also develops step by step from a low stage to a high stage, viz., from the elementary to the advanced, from the one-sided to the many-sided. For a very long period in human history, people were necessarily limited to a one-sided understanding of the history of society. This was due on the one hand to the constant distortion of it by the exploiting classes with their biased views, and on the other to the small scale of production that limited the scope of the people. Not until the modern proletariat appeared, along with the greatly increased productive forces of big industry, did man begin to have a comprehensive and historical understanding of the development of society and turn his knowledge of society into a science, the science of Marxism. Marxist philosophy, dialectical materialism, has two outstanding characteristics. One is its class nature. It openly declares itself to be in the service of the proletariat. The other is its practicality. It emphasizes the dependence of theory on practice, practice being the foundation of theory, which in turn serves practice. At first man sees practice only as the external aspect of things, their individual aspects, and their external relations to each other. With the continuation of man's social practice, the sensations and images of a thing are repeated innumerable times, and then a sudden change in the cognitive process takes place, resulting in the formation of concepts. Concepts as such no longer represent the external aspect of things, their individual aspects, or their external relations. Through concepts man comes to grasp a thing in its entirety, its essence, and its internal relations. Conception is not only quantitatively but also qualitatively different from perception. This is the second stage of knowledge. In the complete process of knowing a thing, this stage of conception, judgment, and inference is more important than the first stage. It is the stage of rational knowledge. The real task of cognition is to arrive at thought through perception, at a gradual understanding of the internal contradictions of objective things, their laws, the internal relations between this and that process, that is, a rational knowledge. If anybody wants to know something, he cannot do otherwise than come into contact with that thing, that is to live, practice, in its setting. In a feudal society, one cannot know beforehand the laws of capitalist society, because, capitalist society not yet having appeared, there cannot be any practice appropriate to it. Marxism can only be the product of capitalist society. In the capitalist age of free competition, Marx could not know concretely beforehand some of the special laws of the age of imperialism, because this age, the last stage of capitalism, had not yet arrived and there was no practice appropriate to it. Only Lenin and Stalin could shoulder this task. Aside from their genius, the factor that enabled Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin to formulate their theories was their personal participation in the practice of the class struggle and scientific experiments of their time. Without such participation, not even a genius can succeed in such a task. All true knowledge originates from direct experience. But no one can directly experience everything. As a matter of fact, most of our knowledge is of things indirectly experienced. All our knowledge of ancient times and foreign lands belongs to this category, but for the ancients and foreigners it is knowledge of things directly experienced. All knowledge originates in man's perception of the external world through his sensory organs. If one denies perception, direct experience, and personal participation in the practice of changing existing conditions, one is not a materialist. The knowledge of capitalist society the proletariat had in the first period of its practice, the period of machine smashing and spontaneous struggle, was only perceptual knowledge. It was knowledge merely of the individual aspects and the external relations of the various phenomena of capitalism. At that time, the proletariat was what is called a class in itself. But when this class reached the second period of its practice, the period of conscious, organized economic and political struggle, there emerged the ideology of Marxism as a result of the practice of this class, its experience of constant and continuous struggle, and the scientific summary and integration of all these experiences by Marx and Engels. When this ideology was used to educate the proletariat and enabled it to understand the essence of capitalist society, the relation of exploitation between classes, and its own historic task, it transformed itself into a class for itself. The Chinese people came to know imperialism in the same way. The first stage was one of perceptual knowledge of the appearance of things. It was marked with the indiscriminately anti-foreign struggle of the Taiping 1850-64 and the Boxer 1900 revolutionary movements. It was only in the second stage that the Chinese people arrived at rational knowledge. They saw the internal and external contradictions of imperialism. They also saw the essence of the exploitation of China's broad masses by imperialism in alliance with the comprador and the feudal classes. This kind of knowledge came to light only about the time of the May 4th movement of 1919. If anyone thinks that knowledge can stop at the low stage of perception and that perceptual knowledge alone, not rational knowledge, is reliable, then one repeats the historical mistake of empiricism. Rational knowledge depends upon perceptual knowledge and perceptual knowledge has to develop into rational knowledge. This is the epistemology of dialectical materialism. But at this point the process of cognition is not yet concluded. If we stop the discussion of the dialectical materialist process of cognition merely at rational knowledge, we have touched upon only half the problem. And from the point of view of Marxist philosophy, we have only touched upon the less important half. What Marxist philosophy considers most important is not understanding the laws of the external world and thereby explaining it, but actively changing the world by applying the knowledge of objective laws. Theory is important from the viewpoint of Marxism. Its importance is shown in Lenin's statement, "Without a revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement." Lenin, What is to be done, p. 35. But when Marxism emphasizes theory, it does so precisely and only because it can guide our actions. The active effect of cognition manifests itself not only in the active leap from perceptual knowledge to rational knowledge, but also, and more importantly, in the leap from rational knowledge to revolutionary practice. The problem whether theories correspond to objective realities is not entirely solved in the process of cognition from the perceptual to the rational as mentioned before. There it cannot be entirely solved. The only way to solve this problem completely is to redirect rational knowledge to social practice and apply theory to practice to see whether it can achieve preconceived results. The reason why Marxism-Leninism is regarded as truth lies in the fact that it was not only scientifically formulated by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, but also subsequently verified in the revolutionary practice of class struggle and national struggle. Stalin rightly said, "Theory becomes aimless if it is not connected with revolutionary practice, just as practice gropes in the dark if its path is not illumined by revolutionary theory." Stalin, Foundations of Leninism, p. 28. The development of the objective process is full of contradictions and conflicts, and so is the development of the process of man's cognition. All the dialectical movements of the external world can sooner or later find their reflection in man's knowledge. The process of coming into being, development, and elimination in social practice as well as in human knowledge is infinite. As the practice of changing objective existing conditions based upon certain ideas, theories, plans, or programs moves forward step by step, man's knowledge of objective reality also deepens step by step. The movement or change of the world of objective realities is never finished, hence man's recognition of truth through practice is also never complete. Marxism-Leninism has in no way put an end to the discovery of truths, but continually blazes the path toward the recognition of truths through practice. Our conclusion is that we stand for the concrete and historical unity of the subjective and the objective, of theory and practice, of knowledge and action. The discovery of truths through practice, the verification and the development of them through practice, the active development of perceptual knowledge into rational knowledge and, by means of rational knowledge, the active direction of revolutionary practice and the reconstruction of the subjective and the external world practice, knowledge, more practice, more knowledge, and the repetition ad infinitum of this cyclic pattern, and with each cycle, the elevation of the content of practice and knowledge to a higher level, such is the epistemology of dialectical materialism, such is its theory of the unity of knowledge and action. 2e on Contradiction 1. The law of contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the most basic law in materialist dialectics. Lenin said, in its proper meaning, dialectics is the study of the contradiction within the very essence of things. Lenin, Philosophical Notebooks, Russian ed., p. 263. 1. The two world outlooks. In the history of human knowledge, there have always been two views concerning the laws of development of the world, the metaphysical and the dialectical, which form two mutually opposed world outlooks. The so-called metaphysical world outlook or the world outlook of vulgar evolutionism consists in looking at the world from an isolated, static, one-sided viewpoint. It regards all things in the world, their forms and their species, as forever isolated from one another and forever changeless. Whatever change there is constitutes merely an increase or decrease in quantity or a transposition in space. Moreover, the cause of such an increase or decrease or transposition does not lie inside things but outside them, that is, propulsion by external forces. Contrary to the metaphysical world outlook, the materialist dialectical world outlook advocates the study of the development of things from the inside, from the relationship of one thing to other things, namely, that the development of things should be regarded as their internal and necessary self-movement, that a thing in its movement and the things surrounding it should be regarded as interconnected and interacting upon each other. The basic cause of development of things does not lie outside but inside them, in their internal contradictions. Similarly, social development is chiefly due to the development of the internal contradictions in society, namely, the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, the contradiction between the classes, and the contradiction between the old and the new. It is the development of these contradictions that propels society and starts the process of the supersession of the old society by a new one. The dialectical world outlook had already emerged in ancient times both in China and in Europe. But ancient dialectics was somewhat spontaneous and naive. Being based upon the social and historical conditions of those times, it was not formulated into an adequate theory, hence it could not fully explain the world and was later supplanted by metaphysics. The famous German philosopher Hegel, who lived from the late 18th century to the early 19th, made very important contributions to dialectics, but his is idealist dialectics. It was not until Marx and Engels, the great men of action of the proletarian movements, made a synthesis of the positive achievements in the history of human knowledge and, in particular, critically absorbed the rational elements of Hegelian dialectics and created the great theory of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, that a great, unprecedented revolution took place in the history of human knowledge. Later, Lenin and Stalin further developed this great theory. Introduced into China, this theory immediately brought about tremendous changes in Chinese thought. This dialectical world outlook chiefly teaches man how to observe and analyze skillfully the movement of contradictions in various things and, on the basis of such analysis, to point out the methods of solving the contradictions. Consequently, it is of paramount importance for us to understand concretely the law of contradiction in things. 2. The universality of contradiction. The universality or absoluteness of contradiction has a twofold meaning. One is that contradiction exists in the process of development of all things, and the other is that in the process of development of each thing a movement in contradictions exists from beginning to end. There is nothing that does not contain contradiction. Without contradiction there would be no world. Objective contradictions are reflected in subjective thought, constituting the contradictory movement of concepts, impelling the development of thought, and ceaselessly solving the problems that arise in man's thinking. 3. The particularity of contradiction. The particular quality possessed by each form is determined by its own particular contradiction. Every form of society, every mode of thought has its particular contradiction and particular quality. Qualitatively different contradictions can only be solved by qualitatively different methods. For example, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is solved by the method of socialist revolution. The contradiction between the great masses of the people and the feudal system is solved by the method of democratic revolution. The contradiction between colonies and imperialism is solved by the method of national revolutionary war. The contradiction between the working class and the peasantry in socialist society is solved by the method of collectivization and mechanization of agriculture. The contradiction within the Communist Party is solved by the method of criticism and self-criticism. The contradiction between society and nature is solved by the method of developing the productive forces. Processes change, old processes and old contradictions disappear, new processes and new contradictions emerge, and the methods of solving contradictions differ accordingly. In studying a problem, we must guard against one-sidedness. One-sidedness consists in not knowing how to look at a problem as a whole. For example, understanding only China but not Japan, understanding only the Communist Party but not the Kuomintang, understanding only the proletariat but not the bourgeoisie, understanding only the peasants but not the landlords, understanding only the favorable conditions but not the adverse, understanding only the past but not the future, understanding only the unit but not the totality, understanding only the defects but not the achievements, understanding only the plaintiff but not the defendant, understanding only clandestine revolutionary work but not overt revolutionary work, and so on. In short, not understanding the characteristics of each aspect of a contradiction. In Water Margin, Sung Chang launched 3 attacks on Chu village and was twice defeated because he had no clear knowledge of the conditions and applied the wrong methods. Later he changed his methods by first conducting an investigation into the situation. As a result he learned about the intertwining roads, succeeded in disrupting the alliance between the Li, Hu, and Chu villages, and won final victory in the third battle after secretly infiltrating his own soldiers in disguise into the enemy's camp, a stratagem similar to that of the Trojan horse of foreign legend. There are numerous examples of materialist dialectics in Water Margin, and the episode of the 3 attacks on Chu village can be considered the best. The basic contradiction in the process of development of a thing, and the quality of the process determined by this basic contradiction, will not disappear until the process is completed, but the conditions of each stage in the long process of development of a thing often differ from those of another stage. This is because, although the nature of the basic contradiction in the development of a thing or in the quality of the process has not changed, the basic contradiction assumes an increasingly intensified form in the various stages of the long developmental process. Besides, some of the numerous big and small contradictions determined or influenced by the basic contradiction become intensified, some are temporarily or partially solved or mitigated, and some emerge anew. Consequently, the process reveals itself as consisting of different stages. If people do not pay attention to the stages in the process of development of a thing, they cannot properly deal with its contradictions. When Marx and Engels applied the law of contradiction in things to the study of the process of social history, they saw the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production. They saw the contradiction between the exploiting class and the exploited class, as well as the resultant contradiction between the economic foundation and its superstructures, such as politics and ideology, and they saw how these contradictions inevitably lead to different social revolutions in different class societies. When Marx applied this law to the study of the economic structure of capitalist society, he saw that the basic contradiction of this society is the contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of ownership. It is manifested in the contradiction between the organized character of production in individual enterprises and the unorganized character of production in society as a whole. The class manifestation of this contradiction is the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Stalin analyzed the universality of the contradiction in imperialism, showing how Leninism is Marxism of the imperialist era and the proletarian revolution, and he also analyzed the particularity of Tsarist imperialism as compared to the contradictions of imperialism in general, showing how Russia became the birthplace of the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution and how in such a particularity is contained the universality of contradiction. This kind of analysis made by Stalin serves as a model in understanding the particularity and the universality of contradiction and their interconnection. 4. The principal contradiction and the principal aspect of a contradiction. In the developmental process of a complex thing there are many contradictions. Among these, one is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and development determine or influence the existence and development of other contradictions. But can we, in any contradiction, whether primary or secondary, treat the two contradictory aspects as being equal? No, we cannot. In any contradiction, the development of the contradictory aspects is uneven. Of the two contradictory aspects, one must be primary and the other secondary. The quality of a thing is determined mainly by the principal aspect of the contradiction that has taken the dominant position. But this state is not a fixed one. The principal and the non-principal aspects of a contradiction transform themselves into each other and the quality of a thing changes accordingly. In capitalist society, the position of capitalism has changed from a subordinate one in the old era of feudal society into the dominant one, and the nature of society has also changed from feudalism into capitalism. In the new era of capitalist society, feudal forces, originally dominant, have become subordinate, and then gradually approached extinction. Some people think that this is not true of certain contradictions. They claim, for example, that in the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, the productive forces are the principal aspect. In the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect. In the contradiction between the economic foundation and its superstructure, the economic foundation is the principal aspect, and that there is no change in their respective positions. This is the view of mechanistic materialism, not of dialectical materialism. True, the productive forces, practice, and the economic foundation generally manifest themselves as the principal and decisive factors. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But under certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves as the principal and decisive factors. This must also be admitted. When the productive forces cannot be developed unless the relations of production are changed, the change in the relations of production plays the principal and decisive role. When the superstructure, politics, culture, and so on, hinders the development of the economic foundation. Political and cultural reforms become the principal and decisive factors. In saying this, are we running counter to materialism? No. The reason is that although we recognize that in the development of history as a whole it is material things that determine spiritual things and social existence that determines social consciousness, we also do and must recognize the reaction of spiritual things and social consciousness upon social existence and the reaction of the superstructure upon the economic foundation. This does not run counter to materialism, this is the avoidance of mechanistic materialism and the firm upholding of dialectical materialism. 5. The identity and struggle of the aspects of a contradiction. Identity, unity, coincidence, interpermeation, interpenetration, interdependence, or interdependence for existence, interconnection, or cooperation, all these different terms mean the same thing and refer to the following two conditions. First, each of the two aspects of every contradiction in the developmental process of a thing finds the presupposition of its existence in the other aspect and both aspects coexist in an entity. Second, each of the two contradictory aspects, according to given conditions, tends to transform itself into the other. This is what is meant by identity. A contradictory aspect cannot exist in isolation. Without the other aspect that is opposed to it, each aspect loses the condition of its existence. Just imagine, can any of the aspects of all the contradictory things or contradictory concepts in the human mind exist independently? Without life, there would be no death. Without death, there would also be no life. Without above, there would be no below. Without below, there would also be no above. Without misfortune, there would be no good fortune. Without good fortune, there would also be no misfortune. Without facility, there would be no difficulty. Without difficulty, there would also be no facility. Without landlords, there would be no tenant peasants. Without tenant peasants, there would also be no landlords. Without the bourgeoisie, there would be no proletariat. Without the proletariat, there would also be no bourgeoisie. Without imperialist oppression of nations, there would be no colonies and semi-colonies. Without colonies and semi-colonies, there would also be no imperialist oppression of nations. All opposite elements are like this. Because of certain conditions, they are on the one hand opposed to each other and on the other hand they are interconnected, interpenetrated, interpermeated, and interdependent. This character is called identity. What is the relation between identity and struggle? Lenin said, the unity, coincidence, identity, equivalence, of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. On Dialectics, Selected Works, 1182. What does this passage from Lenin mean? All processes have a beginning and an end, all processes transform themselves into their opposites. The stability of all processes is relative, but the mutability manifested in the transformation of one process into another is absolute. Now we can make a few remarks to sum up. The law of the contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of nature and society and therefore also the basic law of thought. It is the opposite of the metaphysical world outlook. It means a great revolution in the history of human knowledge. According to the viewpoint of dialectical materialism, contradiction exists in all processes of objective things and subjective thought and runs through all processes from beginning to end. This is the universality and absoluteness of contradiction. Contradictory things and each of their aspects respectively have their specific features. This is the particularity and relativity of contradiction. Contradictory things, according to certain conditions, are characterized by identity and consequently can coexist in an entity and transform themselves into their opposite. This again is the particularity and relativity of contradiction. But the struggle within the contradiction is ceaseless, it exists both when the opposites coexist and when they are transforming themselves into each other, and the struggle is especially manifest in the latter case. This again manifests the universality and absoluteness of contradiction. 3. External and internal contradictions. The bourgeoisie between imperialism and the revolution. This and the following chapter contain selections bearing on the two fundamental problems in the tactics of a communist party in a pre-industrial country, relations with the bourgeoisie and relations with the peasantry. It seems more logical to begin with the bourgeoisie, for, on the one hand, according to Marxist conceptions this class is the only one capable of contending with the proletariat for hegemony over the revolution at the current stage, and, on the other hand, it is in analyzing the behavior of the bourgeoisie in a colonial country that Mao Zedong made the most extensive use of the concept of contradiction. Although Mao Zedong may not have made any strikingly original contributions to theories on relations with the bourgeoisie, he may nevertheless be considered something of an innovator, for he has successfully navigated the shoals on which Soviet policy in the underdeveloped countries has so often foundered, an excessively sectarian attitude and subordination to the bourgeoisie. The early excerpts, although still very far from a theoretical solution to this problem, already reveal the basic impulse that permitted him, once he had acquired more experience and a more thorough knowledge of Marxism, to find a practical solution. This basic impulse combined a fierce revolutionary temperament and a strong feeling for national unity. In his articles of 1923, only the militarists are excluded from this unity and from participation in the national revolution against the foreigners. In these articles, Mao appeals to his 400 million brothers. In 1926, he adopted an attitude that would be labeled leftist in Leninist terms, to his affirmation that the attitude of the various classes in China toward the national revolution is virtually identical with the attitude of the various classes in Europe toward the social revolution, goes even further than Roy did at the Second Congress of the International, and in any case has nothing to do with Leninism. But Mao Zedong succeeds in combining this rather sectarian position with an appeal to national union by an ingeniously simple expedient. He evaluates the strength of the different classes exclusively on the basis of their numbers, thus minimizing the influence of the bourgeoisie and landowners, and ends with the slogan 395 millions, unite. Two short extracts from 1928 writings. One merely repeat the theses of the International at that time. The basic idea, that of a bourgeois democratic revolution under the hegemony of the proletariat, was to be further developed by Mao Zedong and constitutes the essence of his thinking on relations with the bourgeoisie. Here it has simply been taken over from the resolutions of the International. The same is true of the ideas set forth in the 1930 selection about the relation of internal and external contradictions. 2. The 1931 text attests to his hatred of the Kuomintang. 3. The political representative of the bourgeoisie, but does not contain any theories on the nature of the bourgeoisie. This text, like the two which follow it, is not signed by Mao alone, but the style seems to be his. In it, he proposes the united front from below, which constituted the line of the International at the time, in its purest form. His declaration of 1933 reveals the first signs of originality on the subject. Although not yet suggesting the possibility of an understanding with the Kuomintang, still less with Chiang Kai-shek, for a common struggle against Japan, he no longer asks the soldiers to kill their officers and to join the Soviets, as he did in 1931. The appeal is rather to the armed forces, that is, to the generals who command them. The position set forth by him in 1934 is essentially the same. As Xiao Liang has pointed out, this document constitutes one of the first signs announcing the Long March. 1. Mao's report of December 27, 1935-3 is one of the few selections that I have taken from the current Chinese edition of the selected works in the absence of a more reliable source. There are two reasons for this. First, this speech marks a turning point and cannot be ignored. Aligning himself with the decisions of the 7th Congress of the International, Mao for the first time sets forth a position akin to his present position on this question. Secondly, although I have not been able to find a contemporary publication of this speech, I have a text of the resolution adopted a few days earlier by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party confirming the position attributed to Mao by the text published in the selected works. There are, however, a few nuances. The insults of Chiang Kai-shek are somewhat more frequent and more violent, and the resolution also uses the phrase "a government of national defense," which is not found in Mao's speech. More important, it contains this statement on the role of the workers which is not to be found in Mao's speech and which clearly reflects the line of the International rather than Mao's ideas. If we wish to defeat Japanese imperialism and its running dogs, the Chinese traitors, we must obtain the support of the majority of the working class. Even before the official conclusion of the alliance with the Kuomintang, Mao made it quite clear that he saw the relations between the two parties as a struggle for hegemony. To the brief fragment "The Kuomintang has a brilliant future for," this is the original title of one of the two paragraphs of Mao's report from which this was excerpted, shows how far Mao was prepared to go in his policy of collaboration with the Kuomintang. But it also shows the limits of this policy. While leaving official leadership of the anti-Japanese war to the Kuomintang, the Communists affirmed that they were the only ones who were capable of effectively mobilizing the masses. By this, they already indicated clearly where real power would ultimately lie. I have selected a large number of texts spanning the earlier years in order to illustrate Mao's groping search for a satisfactory position on his relation with the bourgeoisie. Now, at one stroke, he defined his position, which he never abandoned. He developed it at some length in January 1940, in a famous text the title of which has become one of the key phrases in Mao's thought, on New Democracy. Although this book contains new ideas on cultural problems, on the purely political level it largely restates ideas Mao had set forth much more concisely a month earlier in the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. This latter text makes crystal clear his two essential theses with regard to the bourgeoisie: broad collaboration, but hegemony of the proletariat from beginning to end of the revolution. If he chose this moment to express himself with such frankness, it is partly because the international communist movement had entered into a leftist phase as a result of the Nazi-Soviet pact, but above all because of the strengthening of his own position. In 1945, in contrast, in his report to the Seventh Party Congress, later given the title On Coalition Government, Mao made many more verbal concessions to the Kuomintang, concessions that were carefully eliminated from the current edition of his works and replaced by affirmations of the hegemony of the proletariat. But this was merely an episode, important in the history of China, but secondary to the main lines of the development of Mao's thought. With the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, Mao's position toward the bourgeoisie was definitively established. Certain questions, however, were left unanswered, not only for tactical reasons, although Mao is extremely skillful in this respect, but because the problems involved had not yet arisen in concrete terms. This chapter therefore closes with an extract from On People's Democratic Dictatorship, which illustrates the role of the merchants in the national revolution to the present coup d'état has roused the merchants, who have persistently ignored politics, and has led them suddenly to look up and pay attention to politics. This is most welcome news. The Shanghai Chamber of Commerce has published a declaration to the whole nation. The declaration says, "We venture to proclaim with sincerity to the Chinese and the foreigners that from the 14th day of this month our people do not recognize any action of Tze and Cao Lingwei, following their usurpation of political power, as qualified to represent the country. At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce resolved not to recognize the National Assembly, which cannot represent the people's will, and resolved, moreover, to organize a democratic committee as the organ for dealing positively with the affairs of the nation." This action may be regarded as the first gesture of the merchants to intervene in politics and as a manifestation of the fact that the merchants, who remained silent for 3 years, now speak in awesome tones. The present political problem in China is none other than the problem of the national revolution Kuomintang. To use the strength of the people to overthrow the militarists and foreign imperialism, with which the former are in collusion to accomplish their treasonable acts, is the historic mission of the Chinese people. This revolution is the task of the people as a whole. The merchants, workers, peasants, students, and teachers should all come forward to take on the responsibility for a portion of the revolutionary work, but because of historical necessity and current tendencies, the work for which the merchants should be responsible in the national revolution is both more urgent and more important than the work that the rest of the people should take upon themselves. We know that the politics of semi-colonial China is characterized by the fact that the militarists and the foreign powers have banded together to impose a twofold oppression on the people of the whole country. The people of the whole country naturally suffer profoundly under this kind of twofold oppression. Nevertheless, the merchants are the ones who feel these sufferings most acutely and most urgently. Everybody knows that the leaking and customs duties are matters of life and death for the merchants. The pressing demands of the merchants to abolish the leaking and raise the tariffs are the expression of their most immediate interests. But abolishing the leaking and raising the tariffs is not something that can be easily done, because abolishing the leaking hurts the interests of the militarists and raising the tariffs hurts the interests of foreign imperialism. If the leaking were abolished completely, the militarists would grow thinner day by day, and the merchants fatter. In that case, the merchants would need only to shout in order to overthrow the militarists. But the clever militarists definitely will not do such a foolish thing as to lift a stone in this way and crush their own feet. And if one were to increase considerably the tariffs on foreign goods, or even go so far as to abolish the tariffs fixed by the treaties and replace them by protective tariffs freely set by the Chinese themselves, thus removing the fetters encumbering the Chinese merchants, the industry and commerce of the country would develop rapidly and foreign goods would no longer be able to gain a foothold in China. The cunning foreign imperialists are even less likely to do such a foolish thing. The positions of the foreign powers and the militarists on the one hand and the merchants on the other are truly incompatible. The merchants have hitherto loved peace and have never imagined that political transformation necessitated a revolution which could not be accomplished by a few telegrams in favor of the reduction of the number of soldiers, the application of the constitution, and financial reforms. Still less did they imagine that revolution necessitated their personal participation, and that only by calling for the organization of all the people and creating a mass movement could a revolutionary force be brought into existence. They even went so far as to think that political reform did not require a political party and to call the revolutionary efforts of the Kuomintang superfluous. It is impossible to compare these juvenile and timid attitudes with the present situation without being convulsed with laughter. Judging from the actions of the Shanghai merchants in response to the coup d'état, we know that they have already changed their attitudes, cast away their pacifism, adopted revolutionary methods, drummed up the courage to shoulder responsibility for the affairs of the nation, and progressed rapidly. The Shanghai merchants have arisen and begun to act. We hope that the merchants outside of Shanghai will all rise up and act together. The present situation is extremely pressing, as though the fire were already singeing our eyebrows, and does not permit us to fall idly asleep once more. At present, we must unite the whole nation in order to carry out the revolution. Factionalism among the merchants cannot be tolerated. They must know that foreign powers and the militarists are the common enemies of all the merchants, as well as of the whole nation. Moreover, the advantages obtained after a successful revolution will be common advantages. It is essential to unite and struggle so as to overthrow the common enemy and assure the common interest. The broader the organization of merchants, the greater will be their influence, the greater will be their ability to lead the people of the whole country, and the more rapid the success of the revolution. In conclusion, we have the following warnings for the merchants of the whole country. 1. The great cause of revolution is no easy matter, even less so in China, a country under the twofold pressure of the foreign powers and the militarists. The only solution is to call upon the merchants, the workers, the peasants, the students, and the teachers of the whole country, as well as all the others who constitute our nation and who suffer under a common oppression, and to establish a closely knit united front. It is only then that this revolution will succeed. We must no longer neglect the lesson to be learned from previous experience. when the Association of Merchants and Teachers refused participation of the workers. 2. Now that the merchants have already courageously taken the first step in the revolution, they must take the second step, endeavor to move forward, and never stop until they have attained their goal. Above all, they must never stop on meeting a slight obstruction, or set out on the false path of making an agreement with the foreign powers and the militarists. Everyone must believe that the only way to save both himself and the nation is through the national revolution. Many revolutionary causes throughout history may serve as our reference and our guide. Circumstances call upon us to perform a historic task. We can no longer be negligent. To open a new era through revolutionary methods, and to build a new nation, such is the historic mission of the Chinese people. We must never forget it. It'll be the Chinese government and the foreigners one. We often say, the Chinese government is the counting house of our foreign masters. Perhaps there are some who don't believe this. We also say, the false show of friendship by foreigners, especially Englishmen and Americans, is merely a pretense of amity in order that they may squeeze out more of the fat and blood of the Chinese people. Perhaps there are some who don't believe this either. Ever since the prohibition against the export of cotton was repealed owing to the opposition of the foreigners, it has been impossible not to believe what we have just said to some extent. Now that the foreigners have put pressure on the government to abolish the cigarette tax in Zhejiang and other provinces, it is impossible not to believe it a little more. Of the cigarettes produced by English and American companies, a small portion is imported from England, America, and Japan, and a large portion is manufactured by English and American merchants using Chinese tobacco and Chinese labor in factories set up in Shanghai, Hankou, and elsewhere in China. When the manufactured cigarettes leave the factory, a small tax is paid, in accordance with the treaties. They are then transported in bulk to the various provinces, and China is not allowed again to tax them freely. In Zhejiang province alone, the sale of cigarettes amounts to over 10 million yuan a year. There is no accurate total figure for the annual sale of cigarettes in the whole nation, estimating on the basis of sales in Zhejiang alone, it must be above 200 million yuan. This is really frightening to hear. I ask my 400 million brethren to ponder a while, what does the amity of the foreigners really mean? The Council of Ministers of the Chinese government is really both accommodating and agreeable. If one of our foreign masters farts, it is a lovely perfume. If our foreign masters want to export cotton, the Council of Ministers thereupon abolishes the prohibition of the export of cotton. If our foreign masters want to bring in cigarettes, the Council of Ministers thereupon instructs the several provinces by telegram to stop levying taxes on cigarettes. Again, I ask my 400 million brethren to ponder a little, isn't it true that the Chinese government is the counting house of our foreign masters? I'll see analysis of all the classes in Chinese society. 1. Who is our enemy? Who is our friend? He who does not know how to distinguish his enemies from his friends cannot be a revolutionary, yet at the same time it is no easy task to distinguish them. If the Chinese Revolution, although it has been going on for 30 years, has shown such meager results, it is not the goal but the tactics that have been wrong. The tactical error committed is precisely the inability to rally one's true friends in order to strike at one's true enemies. The Revolutionary Party is the leader of the masses. No army has ever been known to achieve victory when its chiefs have led it in a false direction, and no revolutionary movement has ever been known to succeed when the Revolutionary Party has led it in a false direction. The manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang fixed our tactics and traced the boundary between our enemies and our friends. But this program is very concise. If we wish to understand these important tactics, if we wish to distinguish our true friends, we must analyze in general terms the economic position of the various classes of Chinese society, their class nature, their numerical strength, and their attitude toward the revolution. In any country, wherever it be under the heavens, there are 3 categories of people, upper, middle, and lower. If we analyze things in more detail, there are 5 categories: big bourgeoisie, ta zi ch and chi chi, middle bourgeoisie chung and chi-chi, petty bourgeoisie, semi-proletariat, and proletariat. As regards matters in the countryside, the big landowners are the big bourgeoisie, the small landowners are the middle bourgeoisie, the peasant landholders are the petty bourgeoisie, the peasants who own part of their land and rent the rest are the semi-proletariat, and the agricultural laborers are the proletariat. In the cities, the big bankers, the big merchants, and the big industrialists are the big bourgeoisie, the money lenders, the merchants of middling importance, the owners of small factories are the middle bourgeoisie, the shopkeepers and master craftsmen are the petty bourgeoisie, the shop assistants, the street vendors, and the handicraft workers are the semi-proletariat, and the factory workers and the coolies are the proletariat. These 5 categories of people all have a different economic position and a different class nature. Consequently, they adopt different attitudes toward the revolution, i.e., complete opposition to the revolution, partial opposition to the revolution, neutrality toward the revolution, participation in the revolution, or being the principal force in the revolution. The attitude of the various classes in China toward the national revolution is more or less identical with the attitude of the various classes of Western Europe toward the social revolution. This may seem strange, but in reality it is not strange at all. For basically today's revolution is the same everywhere, its goals and its techniques are similar: to overthrow world capitalist imperialism and to unite the exploited peoples and classes to wage war. This is the unique feature that distinguishes today's revolution from all other revolutions in history. What are the conditions of the various classes in Chinese society? 1. The big bourgeoisie. In economically backward and semi-colonial China, the big bourgeoisie is the vassal of the international bourgeoisie, depending upon imperialism for its existence and development. The goals of this class and those of the national revolution are absolutely incompatible. From beginning to end, they side with imperialism and form the extreme counter-revolutionary group. 2. The middle bourgeoisie _ this class aspires to attain the position of the big bourgeoisie, but it suffers from the blows of foreign capital and the oppression of the warlords and cannot develop. This class has a contradictory attitude toward the national revolution. When it suffers from the blows of foreign capital and the oppression of the warlords, it feels the need of a revolution and favors the revolutionary movement against imperialism and the warlords, but when the proletariat at home takes a militant part in the revolution and the international proletariat abroad gives its active support, it senses a threat to the realization of its desire to move up into the class of the big bourgeoisie and becomes skeptical about the revolution. This class is what is called the national bourgeoisie. Politically, it stands for nationalism kuo-chia-chui, that is to say, the establishment of a state dominated by a single class, the national bourgeoisie. A self-styled true disciple of Tai Chi Tao wrote, "Raise your left fist to knock down imperialism and your right fist to knock down the Communist Party." This remark illustrates the contradictory character of this class. Its aim of establishing a state under its own rule is impracticable, because the present world situation is one in which the two big forces, revolution and counter-revolution, are engaged in the final struggle. 2 huge banners have been raised by these two massive forces. One is the red banner of revolution, held aloft by the Third International and rallying all the oppressed classes of the world. The other is the white banner of counter-revolution held aloft by the League of Nations and rallying all the counter-revolutionary elements of the world. The intermediate class will beyond doubt disintegrate rapidly, some sections turning left and joining the ranks of the revolution and others turning right and joining the ranks of the counter-revolution. There is no room for any independence on their part. There is a group of which it is impossible to say whether or not its members belong to the comprador class. As for the merchants, there are certainly many who distinguish very clearly between foreign and domestic merchandise, but there are also shops that display both domestic and foreign merchandise. As for the class sick of the intellectuals, there are among them some sons and younger brothers of small landlords who have gone to study in the capitalist countries of Asia and who show very clearly that alongside their national characteristics they have also acquired foreign characteristics. People of this kind do not have an unmixed national bourgeois nature, one might call them the semi-national bourgeoisie. They constitute the right wing of the middle bourgeoisie, and as soon as the revolutionary struggle becomes intense, these people will certainly rally to the ranks of imperialism and the warlords and make splendid partners of the comprador class. The left wing of the middle bourgeoisie is composed of those who absolutely refuse to follow imperialism. But it is very difficult to get rid of their pacifist attitudes, which are quite empty of meaning but to which they have been attached for a long time, and they are often seized with terror when faced with red tendencies. This is why their intermittent collaboration with the revolution cannot last. Hence the Chinese middle bourgeoisie, whether its right wing or its left wing, contains many dangerous elements, and one absolutely cannot expect it to strike out resolutely on the path of revolution. Who is our enemy? Who is our friend? We can now answer these questions. All the warlords, bureaucrats, compradors, big landlords, and the reactionary section of the intelligentsia, who constitute what is called the Chinese big bourgeoisie and who are in league with imperialism, are our enemies, our true enemies. The whole of the petty bourgeoisie, the semi-proletariat, and the proletariat are our friends, our true friends. As to the vacillating middle bourgeoisie, its right wing must be considered our enemy, even if it is not already, it will soon become so. Its left wing may become our friend, but it is not a true friend and we must be constantly on our guard against it. We must not allow it to create confusion in our ranks. How many are our true friends? There are 395 million of them. How many are our true enemies? There are 1 million of them. How many are there of these people in the middle, who may be either our friends or our enemies? There are 4 million of them. Even if we consider these 4 million as enemies, this only adds up to a block of barely 5 million, and a sneeze from 395 million would certainly suffice to blow them down. 395 millions, unite. Il d the hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution 1. China is in urgent need of a bourgeois democratic revolution, and this revolution can be completed only under the leadership of the proletariat. Because the proletariat was not firm in asserting its leadership in the revolution of 1926-7, which started from Kwangtung and spread toward the Yangtze River, the comprador class, the local bullies, and the bad gentry seized hold of it and changed the nature of the revolution. The bourgeois democratic revolution thus met with a defeat of historical significance. This defeat was on the whole similar to the defeat of the Russian Revolution in 1905. We fully agree with the resolution of the Communist International concerning China. The present stage in China is indeed still the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The completion of a thorough democratic revolution in China implies, externally, the overthrow of imperialist privileges so as to achieve complete liberation and national unification, and, internally, the liquidation of the authority of the comprador class in the cities, the completion of the agrarian revolution, the elimination of feudal relations in the villages, and the overthrow of warlordism, which is the political manifestation of the local bullies and bad gentry. It is only through such a democratic revolution that the real basis for a workers' one government may be established, so as to go forward to the socialist revolution. The relation between external and internal contradictions 1. If it is asked whether the revolutionary upsurge Cao, a term employed at the time to translate the Russian word pod-m, generally rendered into English as upsurge. To Mao, who knew no foreign languages, the words no doubt suggested an idea close to their literal meaning in Chinese: high tide will arise soon in China. We can give a definite answer only after studying carefully whether the contradictions leading to the revolutionary upsurge are really developing. Since contradictions are developing internationally between the imperialist countries, between the imperialist countries and their colonies, and between imperialism and the proletariat in these countries, the imperialists feel all the more urgently the need to contend for China. As the imperialists' contention for China intensifies, both the contradiction between the imperialist powers and the whole Chinese nation, and the contradictions among the imperialists themselves, develop simultaneously in China. A daily expanding and intensifying melee thus ensues within the ruling class 1 in China, and the contradictions within the ruling class also develop daily. From these contradictions within the ruling class 2, the melee among the warlords, ensues a pitiless increase of taxation and, as a consequence, the growing contradiction between the broad masses of taxpayers and the rulers is accentuated with every passing day. As a result of the contradictions between imperialism and Chinese capitalism, the latter fails to obtain concessions from the former. This leads to the aggravation of the contradiction between the Chinese bourgeoisie and the Chinese working class, the Chinese bourgeoisie having no other issue but to increase its exploitation of the working class. For the dumping of commodities by imperialism, the corrosion by Chinese mercantile capital, and the increase of taxation by the government bring about the sharpening of the contradiction between the landlords and the peasants, and the exploitation through rent and usury becomes heavier. Because of the pressure of foreign goods, the exhaustion of the purchasing power of the broad masses of the workers and peasants, and the increase of taxation by the government, dealers in domestic products and independent producers are forced daily further on the road to bankruptcy. Once we understand all these contradictions, we shall see in how desperately precarious a situation and how anarchic a state China finds herself. We shall see also how, inevitably, the revolutionary upsurge against the imperialists, the warlords, and the landlords will arise, and very speedily at that. All of China is littered with dry firewood, which will soon be kindled into a conflagration. The proverb "a single spark can start a prairie fire" appropriately describes how the current situation will develop. We need only look at the development of the many workers' strikes, peasant uprisings, soldiers' mutinies, and merchants' and students' strikes to see that it will undoubtedly not take long for these sparks to become a prairie fire. A letter from the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army to our brothers the soldiers of the White Army on the subject of the forced occupation of Manchuria by Japanese imperialism. 1. Soldiers, our brothers. Do not the Kuomintang militarists frequently tell you that it is your responsibility to defend the country and protect the people? But look, at present Japanese imperialist troops have already occupied all the most important cities of Manchuria. They have massacred the toiling masses of workers and peasants in Manchuria and our soldiers with guns, cannons, and bombs, and already regard Manchuria as their colony. May I ask, how are the Kuomintang militarists carrying out their responsibility to defend the country and protect the people? What do they tell you now? Confronted by such violent behavior on the part of Japanese imperialism, the Kuomintang militarists tell you we must not resist. They tell you reasonable people should submit to violence. They ask you to stretch out your neck and let the Japanese imperialist robbers butcher you. They ask you to submit peacefully and to become men without a country, slaves of Japanese imperialism. From this you can see that the Kuomintang militarists can only toady and capitulate to imperialism, can only act as the running dogs of imperialism. They cannot defend the country nor can they protect the people. And yet, for the sake of enlarging their own spheres of influence, and of exploiting and butchering the Chinese people on a still larger scale, the Kuomintang militarists have, year after year, carried on a confused military struggle among themselves. And in the name of these wars among militarists, they bravely urge you to go to the battlefield to kill your own brothers, to destroy the lives and property of the people. They levy vexing and irregular taxes, impress men into coolie service and requisition horses, they suck the last drop of blood of the toiling masses, they butcher the revolutionary workers and peasants, they force people to grow opium to poison the masses. They have created calamities, floods, drought, and famine, without precedent throughout China. In exploiting and butchering the masses, they have shown great resolution and courage. Especially when the masses of workers and peasants of our Soviet area arose on their own initiative and drove out all the imperialists, overthrew the rule of the Kuomintang, confiscated all the land of the landlord class, enforced the 8-hour day, created the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army and established the Soviet government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. All the militarists of the Kuomintang were mortally offended and manifested their resolution and courage. Once, twice, 3 times, they attacked us with the aid of the imperialists. They used airplanes, bombs, poison gas, cannons, and machine guns to butcher the people of the Soviet area. If we do not destroy them root and branch, they will definitely not leave us alone, although their attacks have all been defeated through strenuous effort by us and by the masses. They are also extraordinarily brave in attacking the People's Soviet political power and the People's Red Army. Soldiers, our brothers. You have had enough of the deception and oppression of such militarists. Think for a moment. Why do you risk your lives on behalf of these militarists? Can you say you do so in order to live and feed your families? In reality, you yourselves often do not receive a copper of pay. You yourselves have neither enough to eat nor warm clothing. How can you feed a family? Your superior officers treat you like cattle, like cannon fodder. They want you to risk your lives to massacre your own worker and peasant brothers so that they can rise in rank and enrich themselves. Soldiers, our brothers. You must think of another way out. There is a way out for you, revolution. You now have guns and cannons in your hands. First kill your reactionary superior officers, then unite with the workers, peasants, and all the toiling masses of your area to overthrow the fucking Kuomintang government. Kuomintang Tiao Chengfu / confiscate the land of the landlord class and distribute it among the poor peasants, confiscate the food and the houses of the wealthy and distribute them among the poor, let the workers do only 8 hours of work a day, then, organize yourselves to run your own affairs. In this way, you will have created a government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, that is, a Soviet government. You will have become the armed force of the workers and peasants, the workers and peasants' Red Army. If there is a Soviet government and a Red Army near your garrison area, then when you have either taken prisoner or killed your reactionary superior officers, present yourself there to join the Red Army. Only the Soviet government and only the Red Army can protect the interests of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, overthrow the Kuomintang, overthrow imperialism, and really defend the people. Soldiers, our brothers. Turn your guns in the opposite direction and fight to overthrow imperialism and the Kuomintang, which exploit, oppress, and butcher the Chinese laboring masses. Fight to establish the Soviet government and the Red Army of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. We, your brothers, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Red Army, truly welcome you to our ranks. Down with imperialism and the Kuomintang. Establish the workers, peasants, and soldiers' Soviet government. Long live the Chinese workers and peasants' Red Army. Long live the victory of the Chinese Soviet Revolution. Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army and Commander of the First Army, Schut. Chief of the Central Political Department of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army, Zedong. Commander of the Second Army of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army, Houlung. Commander of the Third Army of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army, Pangtey. General of the Third Army of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army. Huan Kunglue, September 25, 1931. 3G Proclamation on the northward march of the Chinese Workers and Peasants' Red Army to fight Japan. 1. The hateful Japanese imperialism intends to transform China into its colony and turn the people of all China into slaves without a country doomed to suffer eternally the massacre, rape, exploitation, and trampling of the Japanese bandits. In their reaction toward the invasion of Japanese imperialism, the Kuomintang militarists, Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Stiliang, and all the others, have all capitulated and sold out. Under the slogan "No strength to fight Japan," they have instituted ceaseless campaigns of encirclement of the Soviet government, which is the only anti-Japanese and anti-imperialist government in all China, and the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. All this proves that the Kuomintang is the most faithful running dog of Japanese imperialism and that the Kuomintang militarists are the greatest traitors in all Chinese history. In the face of the ceaseless aggressions of Japanese imperialism, the Chinese Soviet government has repeatedly called upon the Chinese masses to arm themselves for a national revolutionary war, and it is preparing for a direct combat with Japanese imperialism. Under Three conditions. For the three conditions, see the P65. The Soviet government is willing to conclude an agreement regarding military operations with any armed force anywhere in China. The Kuomintang attacks make it impossible for our Soviet government to unite directly with the masses of all China and to wage a revolutionary war against Japanese imperialism together with the anti-Japanese volunteers in the northeast, in order to drive the Japanese imperialist bandits out of China. Therefore, if the Soviet government and the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army is to mobilize all its forces to fight Japanese imperialism, it can do nothing else but fight a bloody war with the millions of Kuomintang bandit troops that are attacking us. Only thus can it protect and maintain the free Soviet area that has already been saved from imperialist bondage, so that it will not again be trodden underfoot and sold out by the imperialist running dogs, the Kuomintang bandits. We will definitely not abandon the revolutionary anti-imperialist bases that have been created as a result of countless bloody fights with Kuomintang bandit troops. But the Soviet government definitely cannot sit by and watch the ruin of the Chinese people at the hands of Japanese imperialism. The Soviet government and the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, fearing no difficulties and with the greatest resolution, are sending an advance guard detachment northward to fight the Japanese. If this detachment should encounter any armed force that will accept the three conditions we have put forth, the main units of our Workers' and Peasants' Red Army will follow the advance guard to unite with all armed forces in China for a common struggle against Japan. More concretely, the Soviet government proposes, 1. To oppose resolutely the selling out of the whole of China by the Kuomintang government. 2. To proclaim the immediate breaking off of diplomatic relations with Japan. 3. To call upon the masses of all China to arm themselves with the weapons that can be found in the Kuomintang arsenals and factories as well as with all the imported weapons and to organize popular anti-Japanese volunteer units and guerrillas. 4. To confiscate all the enterprises and property of the Japanese imperialists and the Chinese traders. 5. To organize everywhere anti-Japanese groups of the masses. Let the running dogs of imperialism, the Kuomintang, let the Kuomintang traders who are selling out their country, shout no strength to fight Japan. By mobilizing the masses of all China. 222 The political thought of Mao Zedong. Against Japan, by arming the masses of all China against Japan, by uniting the masses of all China against Japan, we shall gain the strength to overthrow Japanese imperialism and the band of traitors of the Kuomintang. Chairman of the Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviets, Mao Zedong. Chairman of the Military Committee of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, Shu July 15, 1934. 3H on the tactics of fighting Japanese imperialism. 1. Comrades. A very great change has now taken place in the political situation. Our party has defined its tasks on the basis of this change. The main characteristic of the present situation is that, the Japanese imperialists, want to change the whole of China from a semi-colony shared among several imperialist powers into a colony monopolized by Japan. In such circumstances, all classes and all political groups in China are faced with the following question: what is to be done? Resist, surrender, or vacillate between these two alternatives? Now, let us see how the various classes in China answer this question. Both the workers and peasants of China demand resistance. The Chinese petty bourgeoisie also demands resistance. Have not the young students and the urban petty bourgeoisie already started a broad anti-Japanese movement? But what of the national bourgeoisie, the comprador and landlord classes, what of the Kuomintang, when they are confronted with the question? The big local bullies, the big bad gentry, the big warlords, the big bureaucrats, and the big compradors have long made up their minds. They have said and are still saying that revolution, of whatever kind, is after all worse than imperialism. They have formed a camp of traitors. For them such a question as whether or not they are to become slaves of a foreign nation does not exist, because they have already obliterated national demarcations and their interests are inseparable from those of imperialism, and their chief of chiefs is none other than Chiang Kai-shek. the national bourgeoisie presents a complicated problem. This class took part in the revolution of 1924-7, but, badly frightened by the flames of that revolution, it subsequently went over to the side of the people's enemies, i.e., the Chiang Kai-shek bloc. The question is whether, under the present circumstances, the national bourgeoisie can change. We believe it can. The national bourgeoisie does not have the same feudal character as the landlord class, nor does it have the same comprador character as the comprador class. Within the national bourgeoisie there is a section of people who have more affiliations with foreign capital and Chinese landed interests, people who constitute its right wing, and we shall not for the time being speculate whether they can or cannot change. The problem lies with the sections that have no or comparatively little affiliation of this kind. We believe that in the new situation, when China is in threat of being reduced to a colony, the attitude of these sections of the national bourgeoisie can change. And the change is marked by their vacillation. They dislike imperialism on the one hand and fear the thoroughness of the revolution on the other, and thus vacillate between the two. But at certain stages of our struggle, one section of the national bourgeoisie can take part in the struggle, and the other section can pass from vacillation to neutrality. In making a general analysis of the attitude of the Chinese landlord class and bourgeoisie in this great upheaval, another aspect should be pointed out, namely, that even within the camp of the landlords and compradors there is no complete unity. This results from the circumstances of a semi-colony, i.e., circumstances in which many imperialist powers are contending for China. When our struggle is directed against Japanese imperialism, the running dogs of the United States or even Britain, obeying the varying tones of their master's command, may engage in a veiled strife or even an open conflict with the Japanese imperialists and their running dogs. Summing up the problem of class relations, we may say that, along with the basic change in the situation caused by the Japanese invasion of China proper, the relationship of the various classes in China has changed, with an increase in the strength of the camp of the national revolution and a decrease in the strength of the camp of the national counter-revolution. What is the basic tactical task of the party? It is none other than to form a broad national revolutionary united front. If we say that our government has hitherto been one based on the alliance of the workers, peasants, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, then from now on it must be so transformed as also to represent the members of all other classes who are willing to take part in the national revolution. For the present, this government's basic task is to oppose the attempt of Japanese imperialism to annex China. This government will broaden its scope of representation, not only the representatives of those who are interested only in national revolution but not in the agrarian revolution may join the government, the representatives of those who will not oppose European and American imperialism because of their affiliations, but will oppose Japanese imperialism and its running dogs, may also join the government if they want to. The Communist Party and the Red Army are not only acting at present as the initiators of the anti-Japanese National United Front, but will inevitably become the powerful mainstay of the anti-Japanese government and anti-Japanese army, preventing the Japanese imperialists and Chiang Kai-shek from attaining their ultimate end in their policy of disrupting the National United Front. So long as the Communist Party and the Red Army live and grow, the anti-Japanese National United Front, too, will live and grow. Such is the hegemony of the Communist Party and the Red Army in the National United Front. Why should we change the Workers' and Peasants' Republic into a People's Republic? Our government represents not only the workers and peasants but the whole nation. Beyond doubt, the People's Republic does not represent the interests of the enemy classes. On the contrary, the People's Republic stands in direct opposition to the jackals of imperialism, the landed gentry and the comprador class, and does not include them among the people. 1. The sum total of the interests of the workers, peasants, and other sections of the people constitutes the interests of the Chinese nation. Though the comprador and the landlord classes also live on Chinese soil, they do not care about the interests of the nation, their interests clash with those of the majority of the people. As we part company only with this small number of landlords and compradors and clash only with them, We have the right to call ourselves the representatives of the whole nation. There is also a clash of interest between the working class and the national bourgeoisie. But if the national bourgeoisie joins the united front against imperialism, then the working class and the national bourgeoisie will have interests in common. The People's Republic will not, in the era of the bourgeois democratic revolution, abolish non-imperialist and non-feudal private property, but will encourage the development of industrial and commercial enterprises of the national bourgeoisie rather than confiscate them. We shall protect any national bourgeois so long as he does not support the imperialists and traitors. In the stage of democratic revolution, a limit is set to the struggle between labor and capital. In giving the urban petty bourgeoisie, the intellectuals, and other elements who support the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal program the right to voice their opinion and to work in the government of the People's Republic, the right to elect and to be elected, we are not jeopardizing the interests of the basic section of the masses, the workers and peasants. The essential part of our program must be the protection of the interests of the basic section of the masses, the workers and peasants. The majority formed in this government by the representatives of the basic section of the masses, the workers and peasants, and the leadership and activities of the Communist Party in it, all ensure that the participation of the representatives of those people involves no danger. It is perfectly obvious that the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is still a bourgeois democratic revolution, not a proletarian socialist one. Only the counter-revolutionary Trotskyists will talk such nonsense as that China has already completed her bourgeois democratic revolution and that any further revolution can only be a socialist one. The revolution of 1924-7 was a bourgeois democratic revolution that was not completed and failed. The agrarian revolution led by us from 1927 to the present is also a bourgeois democratic revolution, because its task is to oppose imperialism and feudalism, not capitalism. The revolution will remain such for quite a long time to come. The motive forces of the revolution are still, in the main, the workers, the peasants, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, but now the national bourgeoisie may be added. It is much more difficult and requires a good deal more time and effort for China than for Russia to complete her democratic revolution politically and economically. The stages in the development of the revolution. 1. In the case of a two-part essay, the second part can be written only after the first part has been completed. Resolute leadership of the democratic revolution is the condition for achieving the victory of socialism. We are fighting for socialism and thus are different from any revolutionary followers of the Three People's Principles. Our effort of today is directed towards the great objective of tomorrow. He who loses sight of this great objective is no longer a communist. But he who relaxes his efforts today is not a communist either. We advocate the theory of the transition Chuanpian, which was the term used to translate the Russian term pererastanie, or growing over. Lenin opposed this conception to Trotsky's permanent revolution, as did Mao in 1937. It is questionable, however, whether this meant growing over to Mao, or simply transition, in accordance with the literal meaning of the Chinese characters of the revolution, of the transition from a democratic revolution to a socialist orientation. The democratic revolution will undergo several stages of development, all under the slogan of a democratic republic, not that of a Soviet regime. It is a long struggle from the hegemony of the bourgeoisie to the hegemony of the proletariat, a process of striving for leadership, which depends on the condition that the Communist Party raise the level of awareness and organization of the proletariat, the level of awareness and organization of the peasantry as well as the petty bourgeoisie. The peasantry is the staunch ally of the proletariat, after it comes the petty bourgeoisie. It is the bourgeoisie that will contend with us for hegemony. We depend on the strength of the masses and on our correct policies to overcome the vacillation and the lack of thoroughness of the bourgeoisie, otherwise the bourgeoisie will turn round and overcome the proletariat. A sound and healthy transition, without bloodshed, is what we hope for and what we must fight strenuously for. The result will be decided by the strength of the masses. We advocate the theory of the transition of the revolution, not the Trotskyite theory of permanent revolution pu tuan ko minglun nor semi-Trotskyite le lisanism. We stand for going through all the necessary stages of a democratic republic in order to arrive at socialism. We are opposed to Taoism, translation of the Russian word Gvozdism, invented by Lenin to stigmatize those social democrats who believed that the party should follow the workers rather than take them in hand and instill class consciousness, but also to adventurism and precipitation. We cannot agree with the Trotskyite approach, which rejects the bourgeoisie and stigmatizes the alliance in the semi-colonial countries with the revolutionaries among the bourgeoisie as capitulationism simply because of the transitory nature of the bourgeoisie's participation in the revolution. One such an alliance today with the Revolutionary II group among the bourgeoisie is a bridge that has to be crossed on our way to socialism. Ilje the Kuomintang has a brilliant future. 3. The Kuomintang and the Communist Party are the foundation of the anti-Japanese United Front, but of these two it is the Kuomintang that occupies first place. Without the Kuomintang, it would be inconceivable to undertake and pursue the war of resistance. In the course of its glorious history, the Kuomintang has been responsible for the overthrow of the Qing, the establishment of the Republic, opposition to Yuan Shikai, establishment of the three policies of uniting with Russia, with the Communist Party, and with the workers and peasants, and the Great Revolution of 1926-7. Today it is once more leading the great anti-Japanese war. It enjoys the historic heritage of the Three People's Principles. It has had two great leaders in succession, Mr. Sun Yat-sen and Mr. Chiang Kai-shek. It has a great number of faithful and patriotic active members. All this should not be underestimated by our compatriots and constitutes the result of China's historical development. In carrying out the anti-Japanese war, and in organizing the anti-Japanese United Front, the Kuomintang occupies the position of leader and framework. Under the single great condition that it support to the end the war of resistance and the United Front, one can foresee a brilliant future for the Kuomintang. Comrades, there is a further point, pertaining to the proper position of the Chinese Communist Party in the national war. This is the question of the way in which the Communists should become conscious of their own role and strengthen themselves, in order to be in a position to assume their great responsibilities in the national war. The Communists must display great activity in the national war, and this activity should manifest itself concretely in every domain. In other words, the Communists should exercise the role of vanguard and model in every domain. In a war of long duration and amidst difficult conditions, only the Communists, with the other friendly parties and armies, and all the advanced elements of our people, can, by carrying out fully their role of vanguard and model, mobilize all the vital forces of the nation, raise the level of the stragglers, conquer all difficulties, and struggle to vanquish the enemy and to build a new China. Ilk the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. 3. What, after all, is the character of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage? Is it a bourgeois democratic or a proletarian socialist revolution? Obviously, it is the former, not the latter. Chinese society is still a colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal society. The principal enemies of the Chinese Revolution are still imperialism and the semi-feudal forces. The task of the Chinese Revolution consists in a national revolution and a democratic revolution for overthrowing these two principal enemies. Furthermore, the motive forces of this revolution include at times the national bourgeoisie and even a part of the big bourgeoisie, and, even if the big bourgeoisie betrays the revolution and becomes its enemy, the spearhead of the revolution will still be directed at imperialism and feudalism rather than at capitalism and capitalist private property in general. That being so, the character of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is not proletarian socialist but bourgeois democratic. However, the bourgeois democratic revolution in present-day China is no longer of the general, old type, which is now obsolete, but of the special, new type. This kind of revolution is developing in China as well as in all other colonial and semi-colonial countries, and we call it the New Democratic Revolution. This New Democratic Revolution is part of the world proletarian socialist revolution. It resolutely opposes imperialism, i.e., international capitalism. Politically, it means the joint revolutionary democratic dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the imperialists and reactionary traders, and opposition to the transformation of Chinese society into a society under bourgeois dictatorship. Economically, it means nationalization of all big capital and big enterprises of the imperialists and reactionary traders, distribution of large landed property among the peasants, and at the same time assistance to private middle and small enterprises, one without the elimination of the rich peasant economy. Hence, while clearing the way for capitalism, this democratic revolution of a new type creates the precondition for socialism. The present stage of the Chinese Revolution is a transitional stage between putting an end to the colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal society and establishing a socialist society, a new revolutionary process, that of the new democratic revolution. This process began only after World War I and the Russian October Revolution. It started in China with the May 4 movement of 1919. A new democratic revolution is a revolution of the broad masses of the people led by the proletariat and directed against imperialism and feudalism. It is a revolution of the united front of several revolutionary classes. China must go through this revolution before she can go forward to a socialist revolution, otherwise, it is impossible. This kind of new democratic revolution differs greatly from the democratic revolutions in the history of European and American countries in that it results in the dictatorship of the united front of all revolutionary classes, not in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. During the anti-Japanese War, the anti-Japanese democratic regime that ought to be established is a regime of the anti-Japanese National United Front, which is neither a one-class dictatorship of the bourgeoisie nor a one-class dictatorship of the proletariat, but a joint dictatorship of several parties belonging to the anti-Japanese National United Front. For all those who stand for resistance to Japan and for democracy are qualified to share this political power, regardless of their party affiliations. This kind of new democratic revolution differs also from a socialist revolution in that it aims only at overthrowing the rule of the imperialists and reactionary traders, but not at overthrowing any capitalist elements still able to take part in the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggles. This kind of new democratic revolution is in line with the revolution of the Three People's Principles as advocated by Sun Yat-sen in 1924 in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang. Since China's bourgeois democratic revolution at the present stage is not a bourgeois democratic revolution of the general, old type, but a democratic revolution of a special, new type, a new democratic revolution, and since the Chinese Revolution is now taking place in the new international setting of the 1940s and 1950s, characterized by the rise of socialism and the decline of capitalism, on the eve of the Second Great Imperialist War and of the Second Great Global Revolution. This was standard communist terminology for World War II between the Nazi-Soviet Pact and the German invasion of the Soviet Union. For Mao's views on this theme, see text 9e, pages 394-400, there can be no doubt whatever that the ultimate perspective of the Chinese Revolution is not capitalism but socialism. It is an inevitable result of the victory of the democratic revolution in economically backward China that capitalism will develop to a certain degree. Of course, it is undeniable that this will be merely one aspect of the result of the Chinese Revolution, not its whole outcome. The whole outcome of the Chinese Revolution will be the development of the capitalist factors on the one hand and of the socialist factors on the other. What are the socialist factors? They are the growing political weight of the proletariat and the Communist Party in the whole country and the actual or possible recognition of the leadership of the proletariat and the Communist Party by the peasantry, the intelligentsia, and the petty bourgeoisie. All these are the socialist factors. Together with the favorable international situation, they are bound to make it highly possible that the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution will finally steer clear of a capitalist future and head toward the realization of socialism. The Chinese Revolution as a whole involves a twofold task. That is to say, it embraces a revolution that is bourgeois democratic in character, a new democratic revolution, and a revolution that is proletarian socialist in character. It embraces the twofold task of the revolution at both the present and the future stages. The leadership in this twofold revolutionary task rests on the shoulders of the Party of the Chinese Proletariat, the Chinese Communist Party, for without its leadership no revolution can succeed. The completion of China's bourgeois democratic revolution, the new democratic revolution, and its transformation into a socialist revolution once all the necessary conditions are present, that is the sum total of the great and glorious revolutionary task of the Chinese Communist Party. All members of the party should strive for its accomplishment and should never stop halfway. Some immature communists think that the present task, the democratic revolution, is our only task, and that we do not have to face that of the socialist revolution at the future stage, or they think that the present revolution or the agrarian revolution is in fact the socialist revolution. It must be emphatically pointed out that both views are erroneous. Every communist must know that the Chinese Communist movement one as a whole is a complete revolutionary movement embracing the two revolutionary stages, democratic and socialist, which are two revolutionary processes differing in character, and that the socialist stage can be reached only after the democratic stage is completed. The democratic revolution is the necessary preparation for the socialist revolution, and the socialist revolution is the inevitable trend of the democratic revolution. And the ultimate aim of all communists is to strive for the final building of socialist society and communist society. We can give correct leadership to the Chinese Revolution only on the basis of a clear understanding of both the differences between the democratic and socialist revolutions and their interconnections. Except for the Communist Party, none of the political parties, bourgeois or petty bourgeois, is equal to the task of leading China's two great revolutions, democratic and socialist, to their complete realization. And the Chinese Communist Party, from the very day of its birth, has placed this twofold task upon its own shoulders and has strenuously fought for it for 18 years. A task like this is at once most glorious and most arduous. It cannot be accomplished without a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party of nationwide scope and broad mass character, fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It is therefore the duty of every communist to take an active part in building up such a communist party. The bourgeoisie and the people won. You are autocrats. My dear sirs, you are right, that is just what we are. All the experience the Chinese people have accumulated through several decades teaches us to enforce the people's democratic dictatorship, which one could also call people's democratic autocracy. The two terms mean the same thing, that is, to deprive the reactionaries of the right to speak and let the people alone have that right. Who are the people? At the present stage in China, they are the working class, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. These classes, led by the working class and the Communist Party, unite to form their own state and elect their own government. They enforce their dictatorship over the running dogs of imperialism, the landlord class and bureaucrat bourgeoisie, as well as the representatives of those classes, the Kuomintang reactionaries and their accomplices, suppress them, allow them only to behave themselves and not to be unruly in word or deed. Democracy is practiced within the ranks of the people, who enjoy the rights of freedom of speech, assembly, association, and so on. The right to vote belongs only to the people, not to the reactionaries. The combination of these two aspects, democracy for the people and dictatorship over the reactionaries, is the people's democratic dictatorship. The people's democratic dictatorship is based on the alliance of the working class, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, and mainly on the alliance of the workers and the peasants, because these two classes comprise 80 to 90% of China's population. These two classes are the main force in overthrowing imperialism and the Kuomintang reactionaries. The transition from new democracy to socialism also depends mainly upon their alliance. The people's democratic dictatorship needs the leadership of the working class. For it is the working class that is most far-sighted, most selfless, and most thoroughly revolutionary. The entire history of revolution proves that without the leadership of the working class revolution fails and that with the leadership of the working class revolution triumphs. In the epoch of imperialism, no other class anywhere can lead a genuine revolution to victory. This is clearly proved by the fact that the many revolutions led by China's petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie all failed. The national bourgeoisie at the present stage is of great importance. Imperialism, a most ferocious enemy, is still with us. China's modem industry still forms a very small proportion of the national economy. If China is to counter imperialist oppression and raise her backward economy to a higher level, she must utilize all the factors of urban and rural capitalism that are beneficial to the national economy and the people's livelihood, and we must unite with the national bourgeoisie in common struggle. Our present policy is to regulate capitalism, not to destroy it. But the national bourgeoisie cannot be the leader of the revolution, nor should it have the chief role in state power. The reason it cannot be the leader of the revolution and should not have the chief role in state power is that the social and economic position of the national bourgeoisie determines its weakness, it lacks foresight and sufficient courage, and many of its members are afraid of the masses. Sun Yat-sen advocated arousing the masses of the people or giving assistance to the peasants and workers. But who is to arouse them or give assistance to them? Sun Yat-sen had the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie in mind. As a matter of fact, they cannot do so. Why did 40 years of revolution under Sun Yat-sen end in failure? Because in the epoch of imperialism, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie cannot lead any genuine revolution to victory. For the peasantry and working class. Leadership. The problem of the respective roles of the workers and the peasants, like that of the relations between the revolutionary forces and the national bourgeoisie, is one of the basic problems of the Leninist strategy of the revolution in the underdeveloped countries. It constitutes a crucial point around which revolve the controversies over the orthodoxy of Mao's peasant strategy. The first text in this chapter belongs to a period when Mao Zedong had begun the study of Marxism but did not yet consider himself a Marxist. Li Jui gives a summary of this article, including some textual citations, which attributes to Mao the idea that the workers and peasants should constitute the basis of the great union of the popular masses. He also affirms that Mao said this method of struggle was invented by a German, Marx. Unfortunately, a comparison of Li Jui's presentation of this text with certain other sources, and in particular with a facsimile of part of the article, shows that he does not hesitate to modify the wording of the original when it does not serve his purposes. I am therefore inclined to doubt that Mao's ideas in 1919 were as precise as this. The article "The Great Union of the Popular Masses" belongs rather to Mao's populist phase, when he wished to unite the whole of the Chinese people against the tiny minority of aristocrats and capitalists, but had not yet clearly distinguished the role of each social category in the Great Union which he advocated. The later texts contained in this chapter do deal specifically with the question of the respective roles of these two classes and with the leading role of the workers. It will be noted that this leading role is not explicitly recognized in the original version of Text 4c, the analysis of all the classes in Chinese society of February, 1926, and that the formula was inserted only in 1951. Similarly, as I have already pointed out, all the references to the leading role of the working class or the Communist Party were added later to the report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan. At the same time, Mao Zedong has deleted many of the passages that give the poor peasants exclusive credit for the revolution. Several of these references occur in the part of the Hunan report included in Text 4e, particularly the reference to the leadership of the poor peasants. In 1929, on the other hand, conforming to the ruling orthodoxy, Mao Zedong voiced the principle of working class direction, although he affirmed at the same time that there would be no disadvantage if the strength of the peasants surpassed that of the workers. His interpretation of this doctrine in practice reduced working class leadership to a fiction. 1 Text 3d, in the preceding chapter, recognized the hegemony of the proletariat over the revolution, and such affirmations were common during the whole Jiangxi period, when the Soviet government presided over by Mao Zedong was officially characterized by Lenin's formula of a dictatorship of the workers and peasants. But this constituted the repetition of formulas learned by rote rather than the manifestation of Mao's own thinking. Only in 1935 did he really begin to use the categories of Marxist thought in an original manner. The previous chapter illustrates the evolution of his ideas on the role of the proletariat, i.e., the Communist Party, and its relation to the bourgeoisie during the years 1935 to 49. The present chapter contains only one text dealing explicitly with the relations between the peasants and the workers, taken from the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, which fixes once and for all the basic outlines of Mao's thought on the strategy of the Chinese Revolution down to the conquest of power. 2. In a sense, the two texts of 1926, 3, as well as the extracts from the report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan, 4, are more revealing than this explicit analysis. On the one hand, they show Mao Zedong's preoccupation with the revolutionary strength of the peasants, to whom he attributed the capacity to act autonomously in their own sphere. This is particularly clear in the Hunan report. But at the same time, these three texts give us a picture of a Mao instinctively drawn toward a Leninist attitude on the means and techniques of revolutionary action even before he had really understood Lenin's theses on the role of the various classes in the revolution, let alone assimilated them. One finds here an emphasis on the importance of organization, not only in the Hunan report, but also in the 1926 article on the peasantry of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. There is also an insistence on the priority of politics over economics, which is also one of the cornerstones of Lenin's system. Side by side with this implicit Leninism, this natural tendency to adopt a Leninist attitude on the role of organization and of force in the revolution, there is also a striking manifestation of the Chinese and tradition-bound side of Mao's personality. One might point out particularly the passages praising the elements des classes, bandits, robbers, and even prostitutes, as a revolutionary force. There is certainly something of the admiration for the outlaw, for the men who find themselves excluded from an unjust society and in conflict with society, which Mao absorbed from the famous novel All Men Are Brothers and which manifests itself also in the appeal to the Kao Lao Hui, one with its reference to popular heroes. Incidentally, it is interesting to note that the passage in text 4b on the elements des classes has been deprived of its picturesque quality in the selected works. 2. The decadence of the state, the sufferings of humanity, and the darkness of society have all reached an extreme. To be sure, among the methods of improvement and reform, education, industrialization, strenuous efforts, creation, destruction of that which is bad and outmoded, and construction are all right, but there is a method more fundamental than these, which is that of the great union of the popular masses. If we study history, we find that all the movements that have occurred in the course of history, of whatever type they may be, have all without exception resulted from the union of a certain number of people. A greater movement naturally requires a greater union, and the greatest movement requires the greatest union. All such unions are more likely to appear in a time of reform and resistance. That which decides between victory and defeat is the solidity or weakness of the union and whether the ideology that serves as its basis is new or old, true or false. The aristocrats and capitalists and other powerful people in society have carried their oppression to an extreme, and consequently the decadence of the state, the sufferings of humanity, and the darkness of society have also reached an extreme. It is then that reform and resistance arise, and that the great union of the popular masses is achieved. When the great union of the popular masses of France opposed the great union of the adherents of the monarchy and the victory of political reform had been attained, many countries followed the French example and undertook all sorts of political reforms. After last year's struggle in Russia, which pitted the great union of the popular masses against the great union of the aristocracy and the great union of the capitalists and led to the victory of social reform, many countries, Hungary, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Germany, have followed Russia's example and have undertaken all sorts of social reforms. Although this victory is not complete, it may certainly become so, and one can also imagine that it will spread throughout the whole world. Why is the great union of the popular masses so terribly effective? Because the popular masses in any country are much more numerous than the aristocracy, the capitalists, and the other holders of power in society. We should know that our brothers of other lands have often employed this method in pursuing their interests. We must arise and imitate them, we must carry out our great union. As soon as we arise and let out a shout, the traitors will get up and tremble and flee for their lives. If we wish to achieve a great union, in order to resist the powerful people whom we face who harm their fellow men, and in order to pursue our own interests, we must necessarily have many small unions to serve as its foundation. Because our circumstances and professions are different, there are also certain differences, large or small, in the sphere of our common interests. Hence, the method, union, for seeking our common interests also displays certain differences, large or small. We are peasants, and so we want to unite with others who cultivate the land like we do, in order to pursue our various interests. The interests of us who cultivate the land can only be protected by ourselves. How do the landlords treat us? Are the rents and taxes heavy or light? Are our houses satisfactory or not? Are our bellies full or not? Is there enough land? Are there those in the village who have no land to cultivate? We must constantly seek answers to all these questions. We are workers, we wish to unite with others who work like ourselves in order to pursue the various interests of us workers. We cannot fail to seek a solution to such questions concerning us workers as the level of our wages, the length of the working day, and the equal or unequal sharing of dividends. We are students, we are already living in the 20th century, and yet they still compel us to observe the old ceremonies and the old methods. The country is about to perish, and yet they still paste up posters forbidding us to love our country. We want our own union. We are women, we are sunk even deeper in a sea of bitterness, we want to carry out our union. 4b An analysis of the various classes of the Chinese peasantry and their attitudes toward revolution. 1. No matter where you go in the villages, if you are a careful observer, you will see the following 8 different types of people: big landlords, small landlords, peasant landholders, semi-landholders, sharecroppers, poor peasants, farm laborers and rural artisans, elements des classes. These 8 types of people form 8 separate classes. Their economic status and standard of living differs, this in turn influences their psychology, so that their attitudes toward revolution also differ. A large portion of China's big landlords are descendants of the Qing officials and nobles, some are present-day officials and militarists. There is also a small group of rich urban merchants who have bought land. There are very few who raised themselves to the status of big landlords by their industrious cultivation of the land. Their interests are built on the exploitation of the 5 types of peasants: the peasant landholders, the semi-landholders, the sharecroppers, the poor peasants, and the agrarian workers. Hence China's big landlords are the deadly enemies of the Chinese peasantry, the real rulers in the villages, and the solid supporters of the imperialists and the militarists, the only solid bulwark of a clannish feudal society, the final cause of the emergence of all anti-revolutionary forces. If we consider those who manage 500 mao or more as big landlords, they constitute about 0.1% of the peasantry, including their families. Of the 320 million Chinese peasants, 80% of the total population, about 320,000, belong to this category. The small landlords are more numerous than the big landlords, numbering at least 2 million. Most of them are peasant proprietors who have raised themselves to this status by hard work, but a small fraction of them are urban merchants who have bought land, another fraction are descendants of officials who have seen better days, or present-day small officials. 1. They oppose the Kuomintang's policy of alliance with Russia, and its admission of communist elements. These people constitute the right wing of the Chinese middle bourgeoisie and are inclined to oppose the revolution. But within the middle bourgeoisie there is a left wing, which, under certain conditions, can be led toward the path of revolution. For instance, when the enthusiasm for the Peasants' Association movement rises, the left wing among the small landlords can be led to help in the work of the peasants' associations. But they tend toward compromise, and because of ties of blood in the last analysis they feel closer to the right wing of the small landlords and to the big landlords than to the peasants' associations. We definitely cannot expect them to set out courageously on the path of revolution. The peasant landholders belong to the petty bourgeoisie. They are also of three types. The first type of peasant landholder consists of those who have some surplus money and food. That is to say, after they have satisfied their needs, the product of their annual labor leaves them a surplus that can be employed for so-called primitive accumulation of capital. Such people are very much preoccupied with enriching themselves. Although they do not indulge in the vain hope of enriching themselves greatly, nonetheless they wish to attain the position of small landlords. These people are very timid, they are afraid of the officials and also a little afraid of revolution. This group of people with surplus money and food constitutes the right wing of the petty bourgeoisie. But they form only a minority of the peasant landholders, perhaps not more than 10%. The number of peasant landholders in China is roughly between 100 million and 120 million. The wealthy portion of the peasant landholders forms about 10% of the total number, or 12 million. The second type of peasant landholder is just able to meet his needs. This type of landholder differs greatly from the first type. He, too, wishes to enrich himself, but Marshal Chow will not permit him to do so. As a result of his recent oppression and exploitation by the imperialists, the militarists, and the landlord class, he feels that the world is not what it used to be. He realizes that if he now works only as hard as before, he will not be able to maintain himself. He must work longer hours, rise earlier, work longer, and devote more attention to his job, simply in order to maintain his standard of living. He begins to become somewhat abusive, calling the foreigners devils, the militarists money-grabbing commanders, and the local bullies and bad gentry the heartless rich. As for the anti-imperialist, anti-militarist movement, he suspects that it may not succeed, the reason being that the foreigners and warlords have so much power behind them, consequently he refuses to join it recklessly and remains neutral. But he will absolutely not oppose the revolution. This group of people is very large, accounting for roughly half the peasant landholders, approximately 60 million. The third type of peasant landholder has an annual deficit. Many of this group formerly belonged to so-called well-to-do families, but gradually they fell first to a bare subsistence level, then to a situation where they have a deficit. Spiritually, these suffer more than the others, because they see the contrast between the past and the present. This type of people is very important in the revolutionary movement and can contribute great strength to the advancement of the revolution. They number roughly 40% of the peasant landholders, i.e., 48 million, a not inconsiderable number, which constitutes the left wing of the petty bourgeoisie. In normal times, the above three types of peasant landholders differ in their attitude toward the Chinese Revolution. But as soon as war breaks out, i.e., when the tide of revolution is rising and the dawn of victory is in sight, not only will the third type of left-wing peasant landholder immediately join the revolution, but the second type of middle-of-the-road peasant landholder may also join. And even the first type of right-wing peasant landholder, carried along by the high tide of revolution created by the sharecroppers and the left-wing peasant landholders, will also have no alternative but to go along with the revolution. The semi-landholders, sharecroppers, and poor peasants number roughly between 150 million and 170 million. The semi-landholders number about 50 million, and the sharecroppers and poor peasants about 60 million each. This is an extremely large mass. The so-called peasant problem is in large part their problem. Although all three of these types of peasants belong to the semi-proletariat, they differ greatly in their economic conditions. The life of the semi-landholders is harder than that of the peasant landholders, because the former are short of half of their food each year. They must rent land from others, or find employment as workers, or engage in petty trading to make up the shortage. Between spring and summer, when the new crops are not yet ripe and last year's yellow grain is exhausted, they borrow at high rates of interest and buy grain at high prices from others. Naturally, their lot is much harder than that of peasant landholders, who do not depend on others. Yet they are better off than the sharecroppers, because the latter have no land and receive only half of what they grow each year. Although semi-landholders receive only half or even less than half the crop from the land they rent, still they receive the entire crop from their own land. Hence the revolutionary spirit of the semi-landholders is better than that of the peasant landholders, but not equal to that of the sharecroppers. The sharecroppers and the poor peasants are both tenant peasants subject to the landlord's exploitation, but there is a certain difference in their economic status. The sharecroppers have no land, but they have relatively adequate farm implements and a reasonably adequate amount of circulating capital. These peasants receive half of the product of their annual labor. They make up the deficit by growing side crops, catching fish and crayfish, and raising poultry and pigs. In this way they eke out a living. Surrounded by difficulties and privations, they are continually preoccupied with how they will make out each year. Hence their life is harder than that of the semi-landholders, but better than that of the poor peasants. Their revolutionary spirit thus is better than that of the semi-landholders, but does not match that of the poor peasants. The poor peasants do not have sufficient farm implements nor do they have any circulating capital. They are short of fertilizers and reap only a meager harvest from the fields. After paying the rent, very little is left for them. During years of famine or difficult months, they beg from relatives and friends, appealing for a few measures of grain to tide them over for 4 or 5 days. Their debts pile up like the burden on the backs of draft oxen. They are the most miserable among the peasants and are most receptive to revolutionary propaganda. The farm laborers, or agricultural proletariat, include those hired by the year, the month, or the day. These farm laborers possess neither land nor tools, nor do they have any circulating capital. Hence they can subsist only by their labor. With their long hours of work, their low salaries, the treatment they receive, and the insecurity of their employment, they are worse off than the other workers. This group of people is the most distressed in the rural areas and should be given the greatest attention by those who are organizing peasant movements. The position of the rural handicraftsmen is higher than that of the hired agrarian workers, because they possess their own tools and belong to a kind of liberal profession. But because of their heavy family burdens and the disparity between their earnings and the cost of living, the constant burden of poverty and the fear of losing their jobs, their situation is not much different from that of the farm laborers. The elements des classes consist of peasants who have lost their land, handicraftsmen who have lost all opportunity of employment as a result of oppression and exploitation by the imperialists, the militarists, and the landlords, or as a result of floods and droughts. They can be divided into soldiers, bandits, robbers, beggars, and prostitutes. These 5 categories of people have different names, and they enjoy a somewhat different status in society. But they are all human beings, and they all have 5 senses and 4 limbs, and are therefore one. They each have a different way of making a living. The soldier fights, the bandit robs, the thief steals, the beggar begs, and the prostitute seduces. But to the extent that they must all earn their livelihood and cook rice to eat, they are one. They lead the most precarious existence of any human being. They have secret organizations in various places, for instance, the Triad Society in Fujian and Guangdong, the Kaolao Society of Brothers in the provinces of Hunan, Hubei, Quechao, and Sichuan, the Big Sword Society in the provinces of Anhui, Honan, and Shantung, the Society of Morality in Chile and the 3 northeastern provinces, the Blue Band in Shanghai and elsewhere. These serve as their mutualized societies in the political and economic struggle. To find a place for this group of people is the greatest and the most difficult problem faced by China. China has 2 problems, poverty and unemployment. Hence, if the problem of unemployment can be solved, half of China's problems will be solved. The number of elements des classes in China is fearfully large, it is roughly more than 20 million. These people are capable of fighting very bravely, and, if properly led, can become a revolutionary force. Our work of organizing the peasantry involves gathering the 5 kinds of peasants into a single organization: the peasant landholders, semi-landholders, sharecroppers, poor peasants, and farm laborers and handicraftsmen. In principle, the peasants should adopt the method of struggle in their relations with the landlord class, demanding from them economic and political concessions. In special circumstances, when one encounters particularly reactionary and bad gentry and local bullies who exploit the people savagely, as in Haifeng or Huangning, the peasants should overthrow them altogether. As for the elements déclassés, one should exhort them to side with the peasants' associations and to join the big revolutionary movement to help solve the problem of unemployment. One should never force them to go over to the side of the enemy and become a force in the service of the counter-revolutionaries. Since China is economically backward, the number of her industrial workers, industrial proletariat, is not large. Of the 2 million industrial workers, the majority are engaged in 5 industries, i.e., railways, mining, maritime transport, textiles, and shipbuilding. Most of them work in enterprises owned by foreign capital. Consequently, the industrial proletariat, though small in number, has become the major force too of the national revolutionary movement. If we examine the strength shown in the strike movements of the last 4 years, such as the Siemens strike, the railway strike, the strikes in the Kailan and Xiaotso coal mines, and the big strikes in Shanghai and Hong Kong after the May 30th incident, we become aware of the importance of the industrial proletariat in the national revolution. The primary reason why the industrial workers can act in this way is their concentration. No other group has such organized concentration. The second reason is their low economic status. Having been deprived of the means of production and left with nothing but their 2 hands, they are especially well suited for struggle, because they have despaired of ever becoming rich and are subjected to the most ruthless treatment by the imperialists, the warlords, and the comprador class. The strength of the coolies in the cities is also worthy of attention. This group includes mostly stevedores and rickshaw men, but also garbage men and street cleaners. Having nothing but their hands, their economic status is similar to that of the industrial workers, but they are inferior to them in organized concentration, and also as regards their importance among the productive forces. 4d. The bitter sufferings of the peasants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and their movements of resistance. If one takes the boat from Wuxi, the first place at which one arrives is the market town of Kishan. It is situated between the 3 xian of Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi. In these 3 xian there are many big landlords who oppress the farmers very severely. Last autumn, a certain Kishan student who had studied in Japan, by the name of Zhou Shuiping, returned to this village. Zhou had first graduated from Wuxi Provincial Teachers College. He could not bear the sight of such oppression, and encouraged the tenant farmers to organize into a body called the Tenant Farmers Cooperative Self-Help Society. Zhou moved from village to village, speaking with tears in his eyes of the sufferings of the peasants. A large number of Kishan peasants followed him, and those in the neighboring areas of Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi were all inflamed. They rose like clouds and opposed the rich but heartless big landlords, and with one voice demanded the reduction of rent. But before the peasants had completely united themselves, the bad landlords had already united themselves, and the gentry and landlords of the 3 xian, Qianjian, Shangzhou, and Wuxi acted simultaneously. Letters and telegrams fell like snowflakes on Sun Chuanfang. Sun Chuanfang of course obeyed the orders of the landlords. Last November, he dissolved the Tenant Farmers Cooperative Self-Help Society and arrested Zhou Shuiping, who was executed in January of this year. It seemed that the movement for rent reduction had been suppressed for a time. But when Zhou Shuiping's coffin was returned to Kishan to be exhibited in his house, the farmers went up to the coffin daily in crowds and kowtowed before it, saying, "Mr. Zhou died for us, we will avenge his death." This year there was a big drought, and the harvest was poor. The farmers again thought of rising up to demand rent reduction. This shows that they are not in the least Afraid to die. They know that a united struggle to reduce the exploitation of the avaricious and cruel landlords is their only way out. Tzu is located in Zhejiang, east of Ningpo. In recent months there occurred a great insurrection in the Shanpi area of the Xi'an. The peasants of this Shanpi area are violent by nature, and frequently indulge in armed combat. On top of this, in recent years the officials and police have been unreasonably oppressive and the bad landlords have stepped up their exploitation. So the accumulated exasperation of the peasants was already deep. By chance the climate this year was unstable, and as a result the rice and cotton crops failed, but the landlords refused to make any reduction whatever in their harsh rents. The peasants' insurrection against famine thereupon exploded. Once the farmers' insurrection broke out, all the elements déclassés joined them very courageously. In the morning of September 13, there assembled more than 2,000 people, who went to the police station to report the famine, and clashed with the police. They burned down the police station, and distributed the arms of the police among themselves. They then turned to go to the homes of the village gentry landlords to eat up powerful families. After eating them up, and out of anger at the evils of the village gentry landlords, they destroyed the landlords' screens, paintings, and sculptured ancient doors and windows. They did this every day. They did not listen much to others' exhortation, but let off then steam in this manner. The day after each such outburst, the landlord in question ran to the city to report, and soldiers and police came down to the village and turned everything upside down, but the leaders of the peasants had already mostly escaped. There was widespread propaganda about violation of the law and crimes. The farmers became fearful, and thus the movement was suppressed. The reason for the failure of this movement is that the masses did not fully organize themselves, and did not have leadership, so that the movement barely got started and then failed. 4E report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan 1. Agrarian Revolution. In a very short time, several 100 million peasants in China's central, southern, and northern provinces will rise like a tornado or tempest, a force so extraordinarily swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to suppress it. They will break through all the trammels that now bind them and push forward along the road to liberation. They will send all imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local bullies, and evil gentry to their graves. All revolutionary parties and all revolutionary comrades will stand before them to be tested, to be accepted or rejected by them. To march at their head and lead them. To follow in the rear, gesticulating at them and criticizing them. To face them as opponents. Every Chinese is free to choose among the three, but circumstances demand that a quick choice be made. The peasant movement in Hunan, so far as it concerns the Xi'an in the central and southern sections of the province, where the movement is already developed, can be roughly divided into two periods. The first period was that of organization, extending from January to September of last year. The second was the period of revolution, extending from last October to this January. After the peasants had organized themselves, action ensued. The main targets of the peasants are the local bullies, the evil gentry, and the lawless landlords. They also hit out against various patriarchal ideologies and institutions, corrupt officials in the cities, and evil customs in the rural areas. In force and momentum, the attack is just like a tempest or hurricane. Those who submit to it survive, those who resist perish. As a result, the privileges the feudal landlords have enjoyed for thousands of years are shattered to pieces. The dignity and prestige of the landlords are dashed to the ground. With the fall of the authority of the landlords, the peasant association becomes the sole organ of authority, and the slogan "All power to the peasant association" has become a reality. Even trifling matters, such as quarrels between man and wife, have to be settled by the peasant association. Nothing can be settled in the absence of association representatives. Whatever nonsense the people from the association talk in the meetings is considered sacred. The associations actually dictate in all matters in the countryside, and it is literally true that whatever they say, goes. The public can only praise the association, not condemn it. Fear of the peasant association has caused the top local bullies and evil gentry to flee to Shanghai, the second-ranking ones to Hankow, the third-ranking ones to Changsha, and the fourth-ranking ones to the Xi'an towns. The fifth-ranking ones and still lesser fry are forced to remain in the countryside and bow to the peasant association. "I'll donate $10, please admit me to the peasant association," one of the lower-ranking evil gentry would say. "Pshaw! Who wants your filthy money?" the peasants would reply. Many middle and small landlords, rich peasants, and even middle peasants, formerly opposed to the peasant association, now seek in vain to be admitted. While visiting various places, I have often come across such people who solicited my help. "I beg the committeeman from the provincial capital to be my guarantor," they would say. In short, what was generally sneered at 4 months ago as the peasants' gang has now become something most honorable. Those who prostrate themselves before the power of the gentry now prostrate themselves before the power of the peasants. Everyone admits that the world has changed since last October. When I first arrived in Changsha, I met people from various circles and picked up a good deal of gossip. From the middle strata upward to the right-wingers of the Kuomintang, there was not a single person who did not summarize the whole thing in one phrase: an awful mess. Even people with revolutionary inclinations, carried away by the opinion of the awful mess. School that hovered like a storm over the whole city, became downhearted when they tried to picture the conditions in the countryside and felt unable to deny the mess. The very progressive people could only remark, "Indeed a mess, but inevitable in the course of the revolution." In a word, nobody could categorically deny the mess. But the fact is, that the broad peasant masses have risen to fulfill their historical mission, that the democratic forces in the rural areas have risen to overthrow the rural feudal power. The overthrow of this feudal power is the real objective of the national revolution. What Mr. Sun Yat-sen wanted to but failed to accomplish in the 40 years he devoted to the national revolution, the peasants have accomplished in a few months. The patriarchal feudalistic class of local bullies, evil gentry, and lawless landlords has formed the basis of autocratic government for thousands of years, the firm support of imperialism, warlordism, and corrupt officialdom. To overthrow them is a marvelous feat, one which had not been achieved in the last 40 years, or even in thousands of years. It is very good indeed. It is not a mess at all. It is anything but an awful mess. To give credit where due, if we allot 10 points to the accomplishments of the democratic revolution, then the achievements of the urban dwellers and the military rate only 3 points, while the remaining 7 points should go to the peasants in their rural revolution. Every revolutionary comrade should know that the national revolution requires a profound change in the countryside. The revolution of 1911 did not bring about this change, hence its failure. Now the change is taking place, and this is an important factor necessary for completing the revolution. Every revolutionary comrade must support this change, else he will be taking a counter-revolutionary stand. There is another section of people who say, although the peasant association is necessary, it has gone rather too far in its actions. True, the peasants do in some ways act unreasonably in the countryside. Turning everything upside down, they have even created a kind of terrorism. This is what some people call going too far. A revolution is not the same as inviting people to dinner or writing an essay or painting a picture or embroidering a flower. It cannot be anything so refined, so. The peasantry and working class leadership 253. Calm and gentle, or so mild, kind, courteous, restrained, and magnanimous. The virtues of Confucius, as described by one of his disciples. A revolution is an uprising, an act of violence whereby one class overthrows the authority of another. A rural revolution is a revolution in which the peasantry overthrows the authority of the feudal landlord class. If the peasants do not use the maximum of their strength, they can never overthrow the deeply rooted, age-old authority of the landlords. The rural areas must experience a great, fervent revolutionary upsurge, which alone can arouse hundreds and thousands of the people to form a great force. All the actions mentioned above, labeled as going too far, are caused by the power of the peasants, generated by a great, fervent revolutionary upsurge in the countryside. Such actions were quite necessary in the second period of the peasant movement, the period of revolution. In this period, it was necessary to establish the absolute authority of the peasants. It was necessary to prevent criticisms against the peasant association. It was necessary to overthrow all the authority of the gentry, to knock them down, even stamp them underfoot. All actions labeled as going too far had a revolutionary significance in the second period. To put it bluntly, it was necessary to bring about a brief reign of terror in every rural area, else one could never suppress the activities of the counter-revolutionaries in the countryside or overthrow the authority of the gentry. To right a wrong it is necessary to exceed the proper limit, the wrong cannot be righted without doing so. The vanguard of revolution. The right wing of the Kuomintang says, the peasant movement is a movement of the riffraff, a movement of the lazy peasants. This feeling has gained much currency in Changsha. I went to the countryside and heard the gentry say, it is all right to set up the peasant association, but the people now running it are incompetent, better put others on the job. This opinion and the dictum of the right wing amount to the same thing, both admit that the peasant movement may continue. Since the peasant movement is already a fact, no one dare say that it should not, but they regard the people leading the movement as incompetent. Their hatred is directed against the lower-level administrators, particularly of the associations, labeling them riff-raff. These people, who used to go around in worn-out leather shoes, carry broken umbrellas, wear blue gowns and gamble, in short, all those who were formerly despised or kicked into the gutter by the gentry, who had no social standing, and who were denied the right to speak, have now dared to raise their heads. Not only have they raised their heads, they have also taken power into their hands. They are now running the Shang Peasant Association at the lowest level and have turned it into a formidable force. They raise their rough, blackened hands and lay them on the heads of the gentry. They tie the evil gentry with ropes, put tall paper hats on them, and lead them in a parade through the villages. Every day the coarse, harsh sounds of their denunciations pierce the ears of the gentry. They are giving orders and directions in all matters. They rank above everybody else, they who used to rank below everyone else, that is what people mean by upside down. The peasants have accomplished a revolutionary task for many years left unaccomplished, and done the most important work won in the national revolution. But have all the peasants taken part in accomplishing such a great revolutionary task and doing this most important work? No. The peasantry consists of three sections, the rich peasants, the middle peasants, and the poor peasants. The only group in the countryside that has always put up the bitterest fight is the poor peasants. Throughout the period of underground organization and that of open organization, it was they who fought, who organized, and who did the revolutionary work. They alone are the deadliest enemies of the local bullies and evil gentry and attack their strongholds without the slightest hesitation. They alone are able to carry out the work of destruction. To this enormous mass of poor peasants is the backbone of the peasant association, the vanguard in overthrowing the feudal forces, and the foremost heroes who have accomplished the great revolutionary undertaking left unaccomplished for many years. Without the poor peasants, the riffraff, as the gentry calls them, it would never have been possible to bring about the present state of revolution in the countryside, to overthrow the local bullies and evil gentry, or to complete the democratic revolution. Being the most revolutionary, the poor peasants, particularly the poorest ones, have won the leadership in the peasant association. In both the first and second periods, almost all the posts of chairman and committee members in the peasant associations at the lowest level, i.e., the Shang associations, were held by poor peasants. This leadership of the poor peasants is extremely necessary. Without the poor peasants there can be no revolution. To reject them is to reject the revolution. To attack them is to attack the revolution. From beginning to end, the general direction they have given the revolution has never been wrong. They have hurt the dignity of the local bullies and evil gentry. They have knocked down the big and small local bullies and evil gentry and trampled them underfoot. Many of their deeds in the period of revolution, described as going too far, were in fact dictated by the very needs of the revolution. We must oppose such counter-revolutionary calumnies as riff-raff movement and movement of the lazy peasants, and must be especially careful not to commit the error of helping, even unintentionally, the local bullies and evil gentry in their attacks on the leadership of the poor peasants. Dealing political blows to the landlords. After the peasants are organized, the first thing they do is to smash the political prestige of the landlord class, especially of the local bullies and evil gentry, i.e., curtail the social power of the landlords in the countryside and build up the power of the peasants. This is a most serious and vital matter. It is the main struggle during the second period, the period of revolution. If this struggle is not won, there can be no victory in any economic fight, such as the struggle for rent and interest reduction or for securing capital and land. The peasants are able to deal political blows to the landlords in the following ways. 1. Auditing of accounts. Most of the local bullies and evil gentry are guilty of embezzling public funds entrusted to them, and the accounts are not in order. Now the peasants have used the auditing of accounts as a lever to overthrow a great many local bullies and evil gentry. In many places auditing committees are set up for the specific purpose of settling accounts with the local bullies and evil gentry, who shudder at the mere sight of such committee offices. Auditing campaigns like these have been carried out extensively in all counties where the peasant movement has risen, and their significance lies not so much in recovering the funds as in exposing the crimes of the local bullies and evil gentry and knocking them down from their political as well as social position. 2. Contributions. Raising funds among the rich and brutal landlords for the relief of the poor, for the organization of cooperatives and rural credit agencies, or for other purposes. 3. Major demonstrations. A big crowd is rallied to demonstrate at the house of a local bully or one of the evil gentry who is hostile to the association. The demonstrators take their meals at his house, slaughtering his pigs and consuming his grain. Quite a few such cases have occurred. 4. Parades through the villages in tall paper hats. Such things have been staged many times in various places. The local bullies and evil gentry are crowned with tall paper hats bearing slogans such as "Local Bully so-and-so" or "So-and-so, one of the evil gentry." They are walked on a lead and escorted by big crowds both in front of and behind them. Sometimes gongs are beaten and flags waved to attract attention. This form of punishment, more than any other, makes the local bullies and evil gentry shudder with fear. He who has once been crowned with the tall paper hat loses face forever and can never hold up his head again. 5. Imprisonment in the Xi'an jail. This is a greater punishment than donning the tall paper hat. The local bullies and evil gentry are arrested and locked up in the Xi'an jail, and the Xi'an magistrate is asked to sentence them. The people sent to prison now are different from those in the past. Formerly it was the gentry who sent the peasants to jail, now it is the other way round. 6. Shooting. This punishment was invariably meted out to the biggest of the local bullies and evil gentry by request of the peasants and the people as a whole. The execution of one such big local bully or one member of the evil gentry has its repercussions throughout the whole Xi'an and is very effective in eradicating any remnant of feudalism. Scores or at least a few such big local bullies and evil gentry are to be found in every Xi'an, and the only effective way of suppressing the reactionaries is to execute at least one or two guilty of the most serious crimes and wrongdoing in every Xi'an. When the local bullies and evil gentry were at the height of their power, they killed peasants without batting an eyelid. In view of these atrocities of the local bullies and evil gentry as well as the white terror let loose by them in the rural areas, how can one say that the peasants should not now arise and shoot one of them and bring about a small-scale reign of terror in suppressing the counter-revolutionaries? Overthrowing the clan authority of the elders and ancestral temples, the religious authority of the city gods and local deities, and the masculine authority of husbands. A man in China is usually subjected to the domination of three systems of authority: 1. The system of the state, political authority, ranging from the national, provincial, and Xi'an government to the Shang government. 2. The system of the clan, clan authority, ranging from the central and branch ancestral temples to the head of the household, and 3. The system of gods and spirits, religious authority, including the system of the netherworld ranging from the king of hell to the city gods and local deities, and that of supernatural beings ranging from the emperor of heaven to all kinds of gods and spirits. As to women, apart from being dominated by these three systems, they are further dominated by men, the authority of the husband. These four types of authority, political authority, clan authority, religious authority, and the authority of the husband, represent the ideology and institution of feudalism and patriarchy. They are the four bonds that have bound the Chinese people, particularly the peasants. We have already seen how the peasants overthrow the political authority of the landlords in the one. In the current edition this reads a few. Countryside. The political authority of the landlords is the backbone of all other systems of authority. Once this has been overthrown, so clan authority, religious authority, and the authority of the husband all begin to totter. Where the peasant association is powerful, the clan elders and administrators of temple funds no longer dare oppress the younger members of the clan or embezzle the funds. The evil clan elders and administrators have been overthrown, along with the local bullies and evil gentry. Religious authority begins to totter everywhere as the peasant movement develops. In many places the peasant associations have taken over the temples of gods as their offices. Everywhere they advocate the appropriation of temple properties to maintain peasant schools and to defray association expenses, calling it public revenue from superstition. Forbidding superstition and smashing idols has become quite the vogue in Liling. In the Lungfen nunnery in the North 3rd District, the peasants and school teachers chopped up the wooden idols to cook meat. Everywhere, by the nature of things, only the older peasants and women still believe in gods, while the young and middle-aged peasants no longer do so. Since it is the young and middle-aged peasants who are in control of the peasant association, the movement to overthrow religious authority and eradicate superstition is gathering momentum everywhere. As to the authority of the husband, it has always been comparatively weak among the poor peasants, because the poor peasant women, for financial reasons compelled to engage more in manual work than women of the wealthier classes, have obtained greater rights to speak and more power to make decisions in family affairs. They also enjoy considerable sexual freedom. Among the poor peasantry, triangular and multilateral relationships are almost universal. In recent years, the rural economy has become even more bankrupt, and the basic condition for men's domination over women has already been undermined. Lately, with the rise of the peasant movement, women have begun to organize rural women's associations in many places. They have been given the opportunity to lift up their heads, and the authority of the husband is tottering more and more with every passing day. In short, all feudal and patriarchal ideologies and institutions are tottering with the rise of the power of the peasants. At present, however, such attacks have just begun, and there can be no complete overthrow of the three until the economic struggle of the peasants is completely victorious. Hence, our task at present is to guide the peasants to wage political struggles with their utmost strength so that the authority of the landlords will be thoroughly uprooted. An economic struggle should also be started immediately, so that the economic problems of the poor peasants can be completely solved. The abolition of the clan system, of superstitions, and of one-sided notions of chastity too will follow as a natural consequence of victory in the political and economic struggles. If we crudely and arbitrarily devote excessive efforts to the abolition of such things, we shall give the local bullies and evil gentry a pretext for undermining the peasant movement by raising such slogans as "The Peasant Association does not show piety toward ancestors," "The Peasant Association abuses the gods and destroys religion," and "The Peasant Association advocates the sharing of women." The idols should be removed by the peasants themselves, and the temples for martyred virgins and the arches for chaste and filial widowed daughters-in-law should likewise be demolished by the peasants themselves. 4. The force of the peasantry and the leadership of the workers. 3. Proletarian leadership is the sole key to the victory of the revolution. The laying of the party's proletarian basis and the establishment of the party cells in industrial enterprises in key centers are the greatest organizational tasks one of the party at present. At the same time, the development of the struggle in the countryside, the establishment of Soviets in small areas, and the creation and expansion of the Red Army, are conditions too for helping the struggle in the cities and accelerating the revolutionary upsurge. It is therefore a very great mistake to abandon the struggle in the cities and to sink into peasant guerrillaism. 3. But in our opinion it is also a mistake, if any of our party members hold such views, to fear the development of the power of the peasants lest it overwhelm the leadership of the workers and hence become detrimental to the revolution. For the revolution in semi-colonial China will fail only if the peasant struggle is deprived of the leadership of the workers. It will never suffer just because the peasant struggle develops in such a way that the peasants become more powerful than the workers. 4G Appeal to the Kaolao Brothers of the Kaolao. Formerly, following its principles, restore the Han and exterminate the Ching, strike at the rich and aid the poor, the Kaolao participated actively in the anti-Manchu revolutionary movement of 1911. The revolution in northern Shenzi has also benefited from the considerable aid, support, and active participation of comrades from the Kaolao. Comrades such as Hsi Chang or Lu Chi-tan are not only leaders of the Red Army, they are also exemplary members of the Kaolao. This revolutionary spirit, these glorious feats, must be manifested even more widely in today's heroic struggle to save the country and save ourselves. In the past, you supported the restoration of the Han and the extermination of the Manchus. Today, we support resistance to Japan and the saving of the country. You support striking at the rich and helping the poor, we support striking at the local bullies and dividing up the land. You despise wealth and defend justice, and you gather together all the heroes and brave fellows Hao Han in the world. We do not spare ourselves to save China and the world. We unite the exploited and oppressed peoples and groups of the whole world. Our views and our positions are therefore quite close. There is even more complete correspondence as regards our enemies and the road toward salvation. Consequently, we once more make a special and very sincere appeal to all our brothers of the Kaolao throughout the whole country. Regardless of our past subjects of discord or mutual grievances, we must now forget them in order to unite under the slogan of resisting Japan and saving the country, and constitute a close and intimate alliance of brothers. Show the revolutionary spirit that characterized the Kaolao in the past. Let the Kaolao and the whole of the Chinese people unite to strike at Japan and to restore China. Long live the liberation of the Chinese people. Chairman of the Central Government of the Chinese People's Soviet Republic, Mao Zedong, July 15, 1936. 4H The particular characteristics of the Chinese peasantry and the Chinese proletariat. 1. Under this age-old feudal system of economic exploitation and political oppression, the poverty-stricken, suffering Chinese peasants led a slave-like life. Under the yoke of feudalism they had no freedom of person. The landlords had the right to beat and insult them, even to put them to death at will, while the peasants had no political rights whatever. The extreme poverty and backwardness of the peasants that resulted from such ruthless exploitation and oppression by the landlord class is the reason for China's backward and stagnant economy and social life. In feudal society, the main contradiction is between the peasantry and the landlord class. Yet in this society, the peasants and the handicraftsmen were the principal creators of wealth and culture. The ruthless economic exploitation and political oppression of the peasantry by the landlord class could not fail to force the peasants to rise repeatedly in revolt against its rule. From Chn Sheng, Wu Kuang, Shangyith, and Lu Pang of the Chn dynasty, down to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in the Ching dynasty, there have been several hundred uprisings, all of them peasant movements of resistance, that is, peasant revolutionary wars. The gigantic scale of such peasant uprisings and peasant wars in Chinese history is without parallel too in world history. These three peasant uprisings and peasant wars alone formed the real motive force of China's historical evolution. For each peasant uprising and peasant war dealt a blow to the existing Feudal regime, thus to some extent it changed the productive relations of society and to some extent furthered the development of the productive forces of society. However, since neither new productive forces nor new modes of production nor a new class force nor an advanced political party existed in those days, and the peasant uprisings and wars consequently lacked the leadership of an advanced class and an advanced political party, such as the correct leadership given by the proletariat and the Communist Party today, the peasant revolutions invariably failed, and the peasants were utilized during or after each revolution by the landlords and the nobility as a tool for bringing about dynastic changes. Thus, although some social progress was made after each peasant revolutionary struggle, the feudal economic relations and feudal political system remained basically unchanged. Only in the last 100 years did fresh changes take place. The Chinese proletariat has many particularly outstanding qualities, which permit it to become the leading force in the Chinese Revolution. What are the particularly outstanding qualities of the Chinese proletariat? First, the Chinese proletariat is subjected to threefold oppression, by imperialism, by the bourgeoisie, and by the feudal forces, with a severity and ruthlessness seldom found in other nations of the world, and consequently it is more resolute and more thoroughgoing in the revolutionary struggle than any other class. Moreover, there is no economic basis in colonial and semi-colonial China for social reformism like that of Western. In deleting the word Western, Mao now applies the stigma of reformism to all of Europe, East as well as West Europe. But one must be careful. At times Chinese national reformism Zhongguo Mintsu Kai Liang Chuai may easily exercise some influence on a part of the workers. Hence, the proletariat as a whole, with the exception of a few scabs, is most revolutionary. Secondly, ever since its appearance on the revolutionary scene, the Chinese proletariat has been under the leadership of its own revolutionary political party, the Chinese Communist Party, and has become the most politically conscious class in Chinese society. Thirdly, because the Chinese proletariat is largely made up of bankrupt peasants, it has natural ties with the vast peasantry, which facilitate a close revolutionary alliance between the two. Therefore, in spite of certain unavoidable weaknesses, for example, its small size, as compared with the peasantry, its youth, as compared with the proletariat in capitalist countries, and its low cultural level, as compared with the bourgeoisie, the Chinese proletariat has nonetheless become the basic motive force of the Chinese Revolution. The Chinese Revolution certainly will not succeed without the participation and leadership of the proletariat. The term military principles, as applied to Mao Zedong, immediately evokes the strategic and tactical principles of guerrilla warfare that have aroused so much interest in recent years in the most diverse contexts, from China to Cuba and from Algeria to Vietnam. This chapter includes texts setting forth his basic ideas regarding the conduct of revolutionary war, but the accent has been placed rather on the organic link between Mao's military thought and his mind and personality as a whole. Mao's admiration for the martial spirit, courage, and violence have already been discussed. These characteristics are once more expressed in striking fashion in the poems that constitute texts VC and VG. The poem Qingkong Mountain appears in a particular light when one reads it in the context of the selections that precede and follow it and that provide graphic details about the real situation of Mao's army at that period. The high praise bestowed on the fighting qualities of the elements déclassés in text VB, and the admission that these elements constitute the majority of the Red Army in text VD, emphasize the parallel between Mao Zedong's situation in 1928 or 1929 and that of the heroes of the novel All Men Are Brothers. Needless to say, these 2 points were eliminated from the texts in question in the current edition of Mao's writings. But at the same time, texts VB and VD show clearly that Mao is a Leninist revolutionary concerned not only with political goals, but also with the organizational means necessary for their attainment. Here, as when he identifies himself with the emperors of bygone days, Mao affirms his link with China's past even as he repudiates certain aspects of that past and affirms his will to transform his country in order to restore its ancient greatness. The theme of China's grandeur and uniqueness, to which this anthology devotes a special chapter, is indeed present here, as it is present in everything that Mao Zedong has said or written. In this respect one is particularly struck by the affirmations in text VE of the importance of the Chinese experience of revolutionary war, which is declared to be even more important than the Soviet experience. These statements were replaced in the current edition of the selected works by passages saying the exact opposite. Two other basic themes are treated here, the primacy of politics and of the human factor. The first one is developed particularly in texts VD and VJ, the second especially in texts VH and VI. But both of them underlie all of Mao's military writings. Moreover, they are linked and constitute two aspects of the voluntarism that Mao Zedong inherited from Lenin and has carried one step further, in a context in which reliance on the economic determinism of orthodox Marxism for the accomplishment of the hoped-for revolution was even less possible than in the Russia of 1917. Mao's military principles in the narrow sense are illustrated by texts VF and VM. Although the first analyses the problem in terms of conditions in the mid-30s, when the Red Army was relatively weak, while the second dates from late 1947, when the Chinese Communists were already fighting the Kuomintang virtually on a basis of equality, the central idea is the same, to concentrate a force overwhelmingly superior to that of the enemy in each engagement, although the enemy may be vastly superior in the overall balance of forces. As emphasized in both these texts, Mao is persuaded that these tactical principles can be applied only by the revolutionaries and not by their opponents, because only the revolutionaries can obtain the support of the population so that their armed forces can move among the peasant masses like a fish in water. See the last paragraph of text VJ. Text VK, written in 1938, contains one of Mao's earliest and sharpest formulations of the idea, recently made famous by Lin Piao, of encircling the cities from the countryside. And text VL, which declares that the army is the chief component of the political power of a state, foreshadows recent theoretical pronouncements, during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, regarding the place of the army in the dictatorship of the proletariat. SRS. Why can China's red political power exist? 1. The prolonged existence within a country of one or several small areas under red political power amid the encirclement of white political power is a phenomenon that has never been found elsewhere in the world. There are peculiar reasons for this unusual phenomenon. First, it cannot occur in any imperialist country or in any colony under direct imperialist rule, but only in economically backward, semi-colonial China, which is under indirect imperialist rule. For this unusual phenomenon can occur only in conjunction with another unusual condition, namely, the warfare within the white regime. The most striking characteristic too of semi-colonial China is that, since the first year of the Republic, the various cliques of old and new warlords, supported by the comprador class and the landed gentry, have waged incessant, internecine warfare. Such a phenomenon is found neither in any of the imperialist countries of the world nor in any colony under direct imperialist rule, but only in China, which is under indirect imperialist rule. Two things account for its occurrence, namely, China's localized agricultural economy, instead of a unified capitalist economy, and the imperialist policy of division and exploitation by marking off spheres of influence. The prolonged splits and wars within the white regime provide the conditions under which one or several small red areas can emerge amid the encirclement of the white political power. VB. The composition and training of the Red Army in earliest days. 1. Origin of the Red Army soldiers. They may be divided into the following 6 groups. 1. Troops formerly under Ye Tiang and Ho Lung in Chao Chao and Swato. 2. The former Guards Regiment of Buchang. 3. Peasant militiamen from Liaoyang and Pianqiang. 4. Peasant militiamen from southern Hunan and workers from Shuakoshan. 5. Men captured from the forces under Cike Shang, Tiang Shengqi, Pai Chungshi, Chu Peite, Wu Shang, and Xiang Shihui, and 6. Workers and peasants from the various Xian in the border area. The first 4 groups form the backbone of the army, but after more than a year of endless battles, the troops formerly under Ye and Ho, the Guards Regiment, and the peasant militiamen from Liaoyang and Pyongyang, have been reduced to only one-third of their original strength. The Red Army from southern Hunan, after 8 months of struggle in the border area, has also suffered heavy losses in killed and wounded. Therefore, although the first 4 groups, owing to their superior quality, have remained the basic force of the 4th Red Army, they are far outnumbered by the last 2. In the last 2 groups, the prisoners are more numerous. Without reinforcements from this group, manpower would have become a serious problem for the 4th Army. However, even with these reinforcements, of which the quality is inferior to the former groups, though quite a few among them are good soldiers, enlistment still cannot keep up with the increase in rifles. The rifles, once increased in number, are seldom lost, but soldiers may be lost at any time when they are wounded or killed, fall ill or desert. A few soldiers desert every time we are defeated. Few of the peasants in the border areas are willing to serve as soldiers. Since the land has been divided up, they have all gone to till it. Now the soldiers of peasant or working class origin in the 4th Army in the border area constitute an extreme minority. Thus the problem is still serious. The Hunan Provincial Party Committee has promised to send workers here from Enyian, and we hope this will be done at once. 2. Composition. 1 part consists of workers, the other of elements des classes. So it is not true to say, as the Hunan Provincial Committee did, that all the soldiers are elements des classes. The contingent of elements des classes should be replaced by peasants and workers, but these are not available now. On the one hand, when fighting is going on every day, the elements des classes are after all especially good fighters. Moreover, casualties are mounting high. Consequently, not only can we not diminish the elements des classes now in our ranks, but it is even difficult to find more for reinforcements. In these circumstances, the only method is to intensify political training, so as to effect a qualitative change in these elements. 3. Nature. The majority of the Red Army soldiers come from mercenary armies, but once they join the Red Army, the mercenary system is abolished. 1. The Red Army has never instituted the system of regular pay, but issues only food and pocket money. 4. Political training. The Red Army soldiers have generally become class-conscious and acquired elementary political knowledge about land distribution, establishment of Soviets, arming the workers and peasants, etc. They already know that they are fighting for themselves and for the workers and peasants. Consequently, they can endure even this miserable life and bitter struggle without complaint. The system of party commissars has developed from experience, and in our opinion it cannot yet be abolished. The party commissars at the army and division levels may be abolished. But the commissars at the regiment, battalion, and company levels, particularly at the company level, must not be abolished now. Since the party cell is organized on a company basis, the party commissar of the company has to supervise the soldiers' committee of the whole company in carrying out political training and directing the work of the mass movement, and within the party act as cell secretary. It has been proved that companies that have a better than average party commissar are somewhat sounder than the others. Because the casualties among the lower cadres are heavy, soldiers captured from the enemy one day have often been made platoon or even company commanders the next, and some of those captured only last February or March are now battalion commanders. It is absurd to believe that the party commissars can be abolished simply because our army is now called the Red Army. 5. Military training. The soldiers of other armies need 6 months or a year's training before they can fight, but our soldiers, recruited only yesterday, have to fight today with practically no training to speak of. Consequently, part of the middle and higher cadres and many soldiers have only an extremely poor mastery of military techniques. Courage is their only strength. This is very dangerous. 6. Problems of supply. The Hunan Provincial Committee has asked us to pay attention to the material life of the soldiers and to make it at least a little better than that of the average worker or peasant. At present, the very reverse is the case in the army. Perhaps no one's life is so miserable as that of the Red Army soldiers. Owing to the shortage of funds, Each man gets only 5 cents a day for food, though rice is supplied by local sources, often even this rate is hard to maintain. The common saying of the soldiers, "Overthrow the capitalists, and eat pumpkin every day," expresses their misery. 7. Democracy in the Army. Apart from the role played by the party, the reason the Red Army can sustain itself without being exhausted, in spite of such miserable material conditions and such incessant engagements, is the thoroughness of its democratic one practice. The officers do not beat the soldiers. Officers and soldiers have the same food and clothing and receive equal treatment. Soldiers enjoy freedom of assembly and speech, cumbersome formalities and ceremonies are abolished, the financial administration is absolutely open to the inspection of all, and the soldiers' representatives inspect the final accounts. All these measures give great satisfaction to the soldiers. The newly captured soldiers in particular feel that the camp of today and the camp of yesterday are worlds apart. They feel that, although they are materially worse off in the Red Army than in the White, spiritually they are liberated, therefore, they are reasonably content. The fact that the same soldier fights more bravely in the Red Army today than he did for the enemy yesterday testifies to the effectiveness of these democratic practices. The Red Army is like a furnace in which all captured soldiers are melted down and transformed the moment they come over. In China not only the masses of workers and peasants need democracy, but the army needs it even more urgently. The thoroughness of democratic practices in the army will be an important policy for destroying the feudal mercenary army in China. VC Qingkong Mountain 2. Below the hill were our flags and banners. To the hilltop sounded our bugles and drums. The foe surrounded us thousands strong. But we were steadfast and never moved. Our defense was strong as a wall already. Now did our wills unite like a fortress. From Huangjiangqi came the thunder of guns, and the enemy army had fled in the night. On the purely military viewpoint. The purely military viewpoint is unusually widespread among a number of comrades in the Red Army. It manifests itself as follows. 1. To regard military work and political work as opposed to each other, to fail to recognize military work as only one of the means for accomplishing political tasks. Even to declare, when military work is well done, political work will naturally be well done. When military work is not well done, political work cannot be well done either. This is to go a step further and to regard military work as leading political work. 2. To regard the task of the Red Army as similar to that of the White Army, merely fighting. Not to understand that the significance of the tasks of the Chinese Red Army lies in the fact that it is an armed group for carrying out political tasks of a class nature. In order to carry out this task, particularly in present-day China, the Red Army must not merely fight. Besides fighting, it should also shoulder such important tasks as agitating among the masses, organizing them, arming them, and helping them to set up political power. 2. When the Red Army fights, it fights not merely for the sake of fighting but exclusively to agitate among the masses, to organize them, to arm them, and to help them establish political power. Apart from such objectives, fighting loses its meaning, and the Red Army the reason for its existence. On absolute equalitarian. At one point, absolute equalitarian in the Red Army developed to a very serious extent. It is true that after numerous struggles it has been greatly reduced, but traces of it still exist. For example, denying the necessity for officers to ride horses in the performance of their duties and to regard horseback riding as a sign of inequality. To demand absolutely equal distribution of supplies and to object to larger allotments in special cases. Like extreme democratization in political matters, the source of absolute equalitarian can be traced to an economy of handicrafts and small peasant farming. Not only is absolute equalitarian merely an illusion of the peasants and small proprietors in an era in which capitalism has not yet been abolished, but even in the era of socialism material things will be distributed according to the requirements and work of each person, and there is definitely no such thing as absolute equalization. The distribution of material things among the personnel of the Red Army must be as equal as possible. But absolute, unreasonable equalitarian must be opposed, because it is not needed in our struggle, on the contrary, it hinders the struggle. On the mentality of roving insurgents. The mentality of roving insurgents in the Red Army arises for the following reasons: 1. The elements de classe form the majority. 2. Of the Red Army soldiers, this is the immediate cause, and 2. There are great masses of elements de classe in the country, especially in the southern provinces, this is the indirect cause. As a result, a political mentality of roving insurgents and a point of view favorable to continual movement have arisen in the Fourth Army. But the type of large-scale actions by roving insurgents carried out by Huang Xiao, Li Xiaoyuan, and Hung Xiuqian III are no longer valid in imperialist-ruled China, particularly in present-day China, into which advanced weapons, hand grenades, cannons, and machine guns, advanced methods of communication, military telephone and radio, and advanced methods of transportation, motorcar, steamship, and railroad, have already been imported. Consequently, the mentality of roving insurgents naturally cannot predominate in the Red Army. However, its influence is still great, manifesting itself as follows: 1. By an unwillingness to expand our political influence by strenuously helping the masses to establish political power, but instead attempting to expand it by applying only mobile guerrilla methods. 2. An unwillingness to expand the Red Army by first expanding the local detachments of the Red Guards, then the local units of the Red Army, and finally the main forces of the Red Army, but instead attempting to do so by hiring men and buying horses and recruiting deserters and taking in mutineers, phrases used to describe the activities of ringleaders of rebellions or of outlaws. 3. Impatience in carrying on hard struggles together with the masses, and instead looking forward to go to the big cities and indulge in eating and drinking. These manifestations of the mentality of the roving insurgents seriously hamper the Red Army in accomplishing the great tasks imposed upon it by the revolution. Thus the elimination of this mentality is indeed one of the important aims of the ideological struggle in the party organization of the Red Army. The following methods of rectification should be applied. 1. Intensified education to change the incorrect ideas that have their basis in the elements de classe and eliminate the mentality of roving insurgents. 2. Intensified education to change the vagabond outlook among the basic sections of the Red Army and the newly captured soldiers. 3. Attracting active workers and peasants experienced in struggle into the ranks of the Red Army in order to change the composition of the Red Army. 4. Creating new Red Army units composed of the masses of workers and peasants who are in the midst of struggle. V.e. The particularities of China's Revolutionary War. 1. The laws of war must be studied and understood by anyone directing a war. The laws of a revolutionary war must be studied and understood by anyone directing a revolutionary war. The laws of China's Revolutionary War must be studied and understood by anyone directing China's Revolutionary War. We are now engaged in a war, our war is a revolutionary war, and our revolutionary war is being waged in this semi-feudal, semi-colonial country of China. Thus we must not only study the laws of war in general, but also the laws of a particular revolutionary war and, moreover, the laws of the even more particular revolutionary war in China. There is one group that holds an incorrect view, which we refuted long ago. These people maintain that it is enough merely to study the laws of war in general or, specifically, that it is enough to follow the rules published by the Chinese government or the military academies. They do not see that these rules represent only the laws of war in general and, moreover, are copied entirely from abroad. If we copy them and apply them mechanically, without the slightest change in form or content, it will be like whittling down our feet to fit the shoes and we shall be defeated. Their argument is, such things were learned at the cost of blood in the past, why are they of no use? They do not see that although we must value the experience acquired in the past at the cost of blood, we must also value experience acquired at the cost of our own blood. Another group holds a second incorrect view, which we also refuted long ago. These people declare that it is enough to study Russia's experience of the Revolutionary War or, specifically, that it is enough to follow the laws that guided the civil war in the Soviet Union and the military directives published there. They do not see that these laws and directives in the Soviet Union embody the special characteristics of the Civil War and the Red Army of the Soviet Union. If we copy them and apply them mechanically, allowing no change whatsoever, it will also be like whittling down our feet to fit the shoes, and we shall be defeated. Their argument is, ours, like the war in the Soviet Union, is a revolutionary war. Since the Soviet Union has won victory, how can there be any alternative but to follow its example? They do not see that although we must value Soviet experience, and even value it somewhat more than experiences in other countries throughout history, because it is the most recent experience of revolutionary war, we must value even more the experience of China's Revolutionary War. One, because there are a great number of conditions special to the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Red Army. What then are the characteristics of China's Revolutionary War? I think there are four principal characteristics. The first is that China is a semi-colonial country with a vast territory and rich resources, unevenly developed both politically and economically, and it has gone through the Great Revolution of 1924-7. This characteristic indicates that it is possible for China's Revolutionary War to develop and attain victory. Let us now analyze this problem. The unevenness of political and economic development in China is manifested in the coexistence of a few semi-modern industrial and commercial cities and the boundless expanses of rural districts still stuck in the Middle Ages, the coexistence of several millions of industrial workers on the one hand and, on the other, hundreds of millions of peasants under the old regime, the coexistence of big warlords controlling the central government and small warlords controlling the provinces, the coexistence of the regular army and a variety of heterogeneous armed forces, and the coexistence of a few railway and steamship lines and motor roads on the one hand and, on the other, the vast number of wheelbarrow paths and trails for pedestrians only, many of which are difficult to negotiate even for them. China is a semi-colonial country. The disunity among the imperialist countries has caused the disunity among the various ruling blocs in China. A semi-colonial state controlled by several countries is different from a colony controlled by a single country. China is a vast country. When the east is still dark, the west is lit up. When night falls in the south, the day breaks in the north, hence one need not worry about whether there is room enough to move around. China has gone through a great revolution, which has provided us with the seeds of the Red Army, the Chinese Communist Party, which leads the Red Army, and the masses who have participated in the revolution. We have said, therefore, that the first characteristic of China's Revolutionary War is that China is a semi-colonial country with a vast territory and rich resources that has gone through a revolution and is unevenly developed politically and economically. This characteristic determines not only our political strategy and tactics but our military strategy and tactics as well. The second characteristic is the great strength of the enemy. What is the situation of the Kuomintang, the enemy of the Red Army? It is a party that has seized political power and has stabilized it somewhat. It has gained the support of the principal counter-revolutionary countries in the world. It has remodeled its army, which has thus become different from any other army in Chinese history and, on the whole, similar to the armies of the modern states in the world. Its army is supplied much more abundantly with arms and other equipment than the Red Army, and it is greater in numerical strength than the army in any other period of Chinese history, greater even than the standing army of any country in the world. There is a world of difference between the Kuomintang army and the Red Army. The fact that the Chinese Red Army is confronted with such a powerful enemy constitutes the second characteristic of China's Revolutionary War. This characteristic inevitably makes the war waged by the Red Army different in many ways from wars in general, from the Civil War in the Soviet Union, and from the Northern Expedition. The third characteristic is that the Red Army is weak and small. The Soviet regimes are dispersed and isolated in mountainous or remote regions and deprived of any outside help. In economic and cultural conditions, the Soviet areas are more backward than the Kuomintang areas. These bases were extremely small in the beginning and have not grown much larger. Moreover, they are often shifted about, and the Red Army possesses no really consolidated bases. The Red Army is small in number, its arms are poor, and its access to food, bedding, clothing, and other supplies is extremely difficult. The fourth characteristic is the Communist Party's leadership and the agrarian revolution. This characteristic is the inevitable result of the first one. It gives rise to the following two features: on the one hand, China's Revolutionary War, though taking place in a period of reaction in China and throughout the world, can yet be victorious because it is led by the Communist Party and supported by the peasantry. Because we have secured the support of the peasantry, our Soviet areas, though small, possess great political power and stand firmly opposed to the huge Kuomintang regime. In a military sense, this creates colossal difficulties for the attacking Kuomintang. The Red Army, though small, has great fighting capacity, because its men have sprung from the agrarian revolution and are fighting for their own interests, and because officers and men are politically united. 1 Here, 2. Mao inserted the phrase under the direction of the Communist Party in the 1951 edition. On the other hand, our situation contrasts sharply with that of the Kuomintang. Opposed to the agrarian revolution, the Kuomintang is deprived of the support of the peasantry. Despite the great size of its army, it cannot arouse the bulk of the soldiers or many of the lower rank cadres, who come from the group of small producers, to risk their lives consciously for its sake. Officers and men are politically disunited and this reduces their fighting capacity. A vast semi-colonial country that is unevenly developed politically and economically and that has gone through a great revolution, a powerful enemy, a weak and small Red Army, and the agrarian revolution, these are the four principal characteristics of China's Revolutionary War. VF 1 against 10 and 10 against 1, the essence of guerrilla tactics 1. An army operating on strategically interior lines suffers from many disadvantages, and this is especially so in the case of the Chinese Red Army, confronted as it is with encirclement and suppression. But in campaigns and battles we can and absolutely must change the situation. We can turn a big encirclement and suppression campaign waged by the enemy against us into a number of small, separate campaigns of encirclement and suppression waged by us against the enemy. We can change the converging attack directed by the enemy against us on the plane of strategy into converging attacks directed by us against the enemy on the plane of campaigns and battles. We can change the enemy's strategic superiority over us into our superiority over him in campaigns and battles. We can put the enemy who is in a strong position strategically into a weak position in campaigns and battles. At the same time we can change our own strategically weak position into a strong position in campaigns and battles. This is what we call exterior line operations within interior line. Operations, encirclement and suppression within encirclement and suppression, blockade within blockade, the offensive within the defensive, superiority within inferiority, strength within weakness, advantage within disadvantage, and initiative within passivity. The winning of victory in the strategic defensive depends basically on this measure, concentration of troops. In the war annals of the Chinese Soviets, this has often been an important controversial issue. In 1933 the exponents of military equalitarian put forward the theory of striking with two fists and splitting the main force of the Red Army in two, to seek victories simultaneously in two strategic directions. As a result, one fist remained idle while the other was tired out with fighting, and we failed to win the greatest victory possible at the time. In my opinion, whether we have 10,000, a million, 2, or 10 million troops, we should employ our army in only one main direction, not two. I am not objecting to operations in two or more directions, but at any given time there ought to be only one main direction. During the European War, the powerful German army had only one main direction of operations at a time from beginning to end. Among the military critics, there are those who consider that it was an error to withdraw part of the troops from the Western theater of operations in August and September 1914 in order to reinforce the Eastern Front, because of the danger to East Prussia. If we assume that these withdrawals are the principal cause, or one of the causes, of the lack of success in the Western theater of operations, then these criticisms are justified. The Chinese Red Army, which entered the arena of the Civil War as a small and weak force, has since repeatedly defeated its powerful antagonist and won victories that have astonished the world, and it has done so by relying largely on the employment of concentrated strength. Any one of its great victories can prove this point. When we say, pit 1 against 10, pit 10 against 100, we are speaking of strategy, of the whole war and the overall balance of forces, and in this sense that is just what we have been doing. However, we are not speaking of campaigns and tactics, in which we must never do so. Whether in counter-offensives or offensives, we should always concentrate a big force to strike at one part of the enemy forces. Our strategy is pit 1 against 10, and our tactics are pit 10 against 1. These contrary and yet complementary propositions constitute one of our principles for gaining mastery over the enemy. To abandon arming the people and small-scale guerrilla warfare and concentrate every single rifle in the Red Army, as advocated by Li Lisan M, one has long since been proved wrong. Considering the wars of the Chinese Soviets, the operations of the armed people and of small-scale guerrilla units, and those of the main forces of the Red Army complement each other like a man's two arms, and if we had only the main forces of the Red Army without the armed people and the small-scale guerrilla units, we would be nothing but a warrior with only one arm. The kind of concentration of forces we advocate does not mean the abandonment of arming the people and of small-scale guerrilla warfare. 2. The kind of concentration we advocate is based on the principle of guaranteeing absolute or relative superiority on the battlefield. To cope with a strong enemy or to fight on a battlefield of vital importance, we must have an absolutely superior force. For instance, a force of 40,000 was concentrated to fight the 9,000 men under Chiang Hui-tsan on December 30, 1930. To cope with a weaker enemy or to fight on a battlefield of no great importance, a relatively superior force is sufficient. For instance, only some 10,000 Red Army men were employed to fight Lu Hoting's 7,000 men in Jianing on May 29, 1931, in the last battle of the second campaign of encirclement and suppression. That is not to say that we must have numerical superiority on every occasion. In certain circumstances, we may go into battle with a relatively or absolutely inferior force. The case of going into battle with a relatively inferior force may occur, for example, when we have only a rather small Red Army force in a certain area, not when we have more troops and have not concentrated them. Then, in order to withstand the attack of the stronger enemy in conditions where popular support, terrain, and weather are greatly in our favor, it is of course necessary to concentrate the main part of our Red Army force for a surprise attack on a segment of one flank of the enemy while containing his center and his other flank with guerrillas or small detachments, and in this way victory can be won. In our surprise attack on this segment of the enemy flank, the principle of using a superior force against an inferior force, of using the many to defeat the few, still applies. The same principle also applies when we go into battle with an absolutely inferior force. For example, when a guerrilla force makes a surprise attack on a large White Army force, but is attacking only a small part of it. As for the argument that the concentration of a large force for action in a single battle area is subject to the limitations of terrain, roads, supplies, and beleading facilities, it should be evaluated according to the circumstances. There is a difference in the degree to which these limitations affect the Red Army and the White Army, as the Red Army can stand greater hardships than the White Army. We use the few to defeat the many, this we say to the rulers of China as a whole. We use the many to defeat the few, this we say to the enemy on the battlefield. That is no longer a secret, and in general the enemy is by now well acquainted with our ways. However, he can neither prevent our victories nor avoid his own losses, because he does not know when and where we shall attack him. This we keep secret. The Red Army generally operates by surprise attacks. The Long March. The Red Army fears not the trials of a distant march. To them 1,000 mountains, 10,000 rivers are nothing, before their eyes the 5 ridges ripple like little waves, and the mountain peaks of Wumeng are like mud balls beneath their feet. Warm are the cloud-topped cliffs washed by the river of golden sand, cold are the iron chains that span the Tatu River. The myriad snows of Minchin only make them happier, and when the three armies have crossed, each face is smiling. Lushan Pass. Keen is the west wind. In the endless void the wild geese cry at the frosty morning moon. The frosty morning moon. The clatter of horses' hoofs rings sharp. And the bugle's note is muted. They say that the strong pass is iron hard. And yet this very day with a mighty step we shall cross its summit. We shall cross its summit. The hills are blue like the sea. And the dying sun like blood. Mount Liupan. The sky is high, the clouds are pale. We watch the wild geese flying south till they vanish. If we reach not the Great Wall, we are no true men. Already we have come 10,000// high on the crest of Liupan mountain. Our banners idly wave in the west wind. Today we hold the long cord in our hands. When shall we bind fast the grey dragon? 2. When we say we are opposed to the subjective approach to a problem, we mean that we must oppose ideas of individuals not based upon or not corresponding with objective facts, because, being fancies and falsehoods, they will lead to failure if we act on them. But everything must be done by man. The protracted war and final victory will not take place without human action. And action presupposes ideas, arguments, opinions, plans, directives, policies, strategies, and tactics. Only thus can one act, and act successfully. Ideas, etc., are subjective, while endeavors or actions are manifestations of the subjective component of the objective, but both are part of an activity peculiar to human beings. We term such activity conscious activity, a characteristic distinguishing men from objects. All ideas based upon and corresponding to objective facts are correct ideas, and all endeavors or actions based upon correct ideas are correct actions. We must develop such ideas and actions, such conscious activity. The anti-Japanese war is waged to drive out an imperialist power and to transform the old China into a new China. The people throughout China must be mobilized and their conscious activity in resisting Japan developed before this objective can be achieved. Conscious activity is a distinctive characteristic of man, especially of man at war. This characteristic is manifested in all of man's acts, but nowhere more strongly than in war. Victory or defeat in a war is decided on the one hand by the military, political, economic, and geographical conditions, by the character of the war, and by international support on both sides. But it is not decided by these alone constitute only the possibility of victory or defeat, they do not in themselves decide the issue. To decide the issue, subjective efforts must be added, efforts in directing and waging the war, i.e., conscious activity in war. People who direct a war cannot strive for victories beyond the limit allowed by the objective conditions, but within that limit they can and must strive actively for victory. The stage of action for these commanders in a war must be built upon objective conditions, but on this stage, they can direct the performance of many living dramas, full of sound and color, of power and grandeur. We must not fear the enemy *. We must not, because we are undergoing the suffering of a war more cruel than any seen in the past, immediately capitulate, nor must we, under the influence of a long war, suddenly lose our endurance and give way to lassitude. We must inspire ourselves with the most resolute spirit of unyielding struggle, with the most burning patriotic sentiments, and with the will to endurance, and carry out a protracted struggle against the enemy. We must know that, although the circumstances and the duration of the war are cruel and protracted, this is nothing compared to what would happen if the war were lost, if our country were destroyed and the whole of our people reduced to a position of irretrievable ruin. The suffering would be even more cruel and would never come to an end. Therefore, however cruel the war may be, we must absolutely and firmly endure until the last 5 minutes of struggle. This is especially the case with our present enemy, who finds his advantage in a rapid decision in the war, whereas our advantage is to be found in the strategy of a protracted war. When we see the enemy, simply because he has a weapon in his hands, We must not be frightened to death like a rat who sees a cat. We must not be afraid of approaching him or of infiltrating into his midst in order to carry out sabotage. We are men, our enemies are also men, we are all men, so what should we fear? The fact that he has weapons. We can find a way to seize his weapons. All we are afraid of is getting killed by the enemy. But when we undergo the oppression of the enemy to such a point as this, how can anyone still fear death? And if we do not fear death, then what is there to fear about the enemy? So when we see the enemy, whether he is many or few, we must act as though he is bread that can satisfy our hunger, and immediately swallow him. VJ War and Politics 1. War is the continuation of politics. In this sense, war is politics and war itself is a political action. There has not been a single war since ancient times that did not bear a political character. The anti-Japanese war is a revolutionary war waged by the whole Chinese nation. Victory in this war is inseparable from the overall policy of persistently carrying on our war of resistance and maintaining the united front. It is inseparable from the mobilization of all the people in the nation, from political principles such as unity of officers and men, unity of the army and the people, and the disintegration of the enemy forces, from the implementation of the united front policy, from cultural mobilization, and from efforts to win the support of international forces and of the people of the enemy's country. In short, war cannot be separated from politics. Any tendency among the anti-Japanese soldiers to belittle politics, to isolate war from it, and to make war an absolute, is erroneous and must be corrected. But war has its special characteristics, and in this sense it is not identical with politics. War is a special political technique for the realization of certain political objectives. 2. When politics has developed to a certain stage beyond which it cannot proceed by the usual means, war is made to sweep away the obstacles in the way of politics. For instance, the semi-independent status of China has been an obstacle to the political development of Japanese imperialism, and so Japan started her war of aggression to sweep away that impediment. It can therefore be said that politics is bloodless war, while war is the politics of bloodshed. Such a gigantic national revolutionary war as ours cannot succeed without universal and thoroughgoing political mobilization. China was greatly remiss in failing to undertake anti-Japanese political mobilization before the War of Resistance. By this, she lost a move to the enemy. Even after the War of Resistance began, political mobilization had been far from universal, let alone thoroughgoing. News about the war reached the great majority of the people through the enemy's shelling and air bombing. That also constituted a kind of mobilization, but it was done by the enemy, not by ourselves. People in remote regions who cannot hear the guns lead a tranquil life even now. This situation must be changed, otherwise there can be no victory for our life and death struggle. We must not again fail to make the move against our enemy, on the contrary, we must fully exploit this move to vanquish him. Such a move is of the highest significance, in fact a matter of paramount importance, whereas our inferiority in things like weapons is but secondary. With the common people of the whole country mobilized, we shall create a vast sea of humanity in which the enemy will be swallowed up, obtain relief for our shortage in arms and other things, and secure the prerequisites to overcome every difficulty in the war. In order to achieve victory, we must persistently carry on the war of resistance, maintain the united front, and keep up the protracted war. But none of these can be separated from the mobilization of the common people. To aim at attaining victory while neglecting political mobilization means trying to drive one's chariot southward by heading northward, a step that would inevitably forfeit victory. There are those who feel that it is hardly conceivable for a guerrilla unit to exist for a long period behind the enemy lines. This is a viewpoint based on ignorance of the relations between the army and the people. The popular masses are like water, and the army is like a fish. How then can it be said that when there is water, a fish will have difficulty in preserving its existence? An army which fails to maintain good discipline gets into opposition with the popular masses, and thus by its own actions dries up the water. In this case, it naturally cannot continue to exist. All guerrilla units must thoroughly understand this principle. VK encircling the cities from the countryside. 1. The question is as follows: the enemy has occupied China's principal cities and lines of communication, and bases himself on the cities to oppose us. We base ourselves on the countryside to oppose the enemy. Can the countryside defeat the cities? The answer is that it is difficult, but it can be done. The question of China's cities and countryside today is qualitatively different from that of the cities and the countryside in capitalist countries abroad. In capitalist countries, the cities rule the countryside in reality as well as in outward form, and when the head constituted by the cities is cut off, the four limbs of the countryside cannot continue to exist. It is impossible to conceive of a protracted guerrilla war carried on by the peasants in the countryside against the cities in a country such as England, America, France, Germany, Japan, etc. Such a thing is also impossible in a small semi-colonial country. In a big semi-colonial country such as China, this possibility has now emerged, but very obviously three interrelated conditions are required. The first is that it should be a semi-colonial country. In a semi-colonial country, although the cities have a leadership function, they cannot altogether rule the countryside. For the cities are too small, and the countryside is too enormous, and the vast human and material resources are to be found in the countryside rather than in the cities. The second condition is that it should be a big country. If you lose part of it, there is still another part remaining. The enemy is controlling a big country with few troops, and if you add to this our resolute resistance, the enemy is forced into a situation where he experiences the difficulties of having an insufficient military force, owed to text 2a, and of having this force split up. Thus, not only do we have a main base area from which to wage a war of resistance, but we also have a broad area behind the enemy lines in which we can carry on guerrilla warfare. The third condition is given by present circumstances. If, a few decades ago, China had been conquered militarily by a great imperialist country, as England conquered India, then we could hardly have avoided losing our state, Wankuo. But today things are different. Today, in particular, China has progressed, there are new political parties, new armies, and a new type of people, and this is the basic force for defeating the enemy. Less important is a decline in Japan's own position, and still less important is the change in the international situation. I have already explained these points in detail in On Protracted War. To sum up, in today's big semi-colonial countries such as China, there exist many favorable conditions. If we rely fundamentally on organizing a resolute, prolonged and widespread war of resistance against the enemy who has occupied our cities, if we wage war on many interlocking fronts, encircle the cities and isolate them, meanwhile gradually increasing our own strength over a long period, and so transform the relations between the enemy and ourselves, and if we coordinate these tactics with changes in the international situation, in this case, we will be able to drive out the enemy progressively and to regain control of the cities. There is not the slightest doubt that it is difficult, even in China today, for the countryside to oppose the cities. For the cities as a whole are concentrated, whereas the countryside is scattered. Nevertheless, we must state that the countryside can defeat the cities. In the conditions prevailing during the Civil War, a very small portion of the countryside carried on a protracted war against the cities, even at a time when all of the imperialist countries together were opposing communism. Who would venture to say that under the conditions of the national war, and moreover at a time when the imperialist camp is divided, the greater part of the Chinese countryside cannot carry on a protracted war against the enemy in the cities? There is not the slightest doubt that we can. Moreover, there is a great difference between what we call the countryside today, and the countryside at the time of the Civil War. Not only is the area much greater, and not only do we possess in addition, in the broad rear made up of such provinces as Yunnan, Quechua, and Sichuan, a number of cities and of industrial enterprises, but we have established relations with foreign countries, or are in a position to establish them. As chairman of the Military Council, Chang pointed out in his message to the citizens last December, the heart of China's protracted war of resistance, the source of her ultimate victory, is to be found neither in Nanking nor in any other great city, but lies in reality in the villages of the whole country, and in the firmness of heart of the people. This is altogether correct. Although the war is difficult, a victorious future awaits us. VL Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Every communist must understand this truth. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Our principle is that the party commands the gun shall never be allowed to command the party. But it is also true that with the gun at our disposal we can really build up the party organizations. The 8th Route Army has built up a powerful party organization in North China. We can also rear cadres and create schools, culture, and mass movements. Everything in Yan'an has been built up by means of the gun. Anything can grow out of the barrel of the gun. Viewed from the Marxist theory of the state, the army is the chief component of the political power of a state. Whoever wants to seize and hold on to political power must have a strong army. Some people have ridiculed us as advocates of the theory of the omnipotence of war. Yes, we are advocates of the theory of the omnipotence of revolutionary war. This is not a bad thing. It is good and it is Marxist. With the help of guns, the Russian communists brought about socialism. We want to bring about a democratic republic. Experience in the class struggle of the era of imperialism teaches us that the working class and the toiling masses cannot defeat the armed bourgeois and landlord except by the power of the gun. In this sense we can even say that the whole world can be remolded only with the gun. As advocates of the abolition of war, we do not desire war, but war can only be abolished through war. In order to get rid of the gun, we must first grasp it in hand. The military principles for defeating Chiang Kai-shek. 1. Our principles of operation are, 1. To attack dispersed, isolated enemy forces first, to attack concentrated, strong enemy forces later. 2. To take small and medium cities and extensive rural areas first, to take big cities later. 3. To make the wiping out of the enemy's effective strength our main objective, rather than the holding or seizure of a city or place. Holding or seizing a city or place is the outcome of wiping out the enemy's effective strength, and often a city or place can be held only after it has changed hands a number of times. 4. In every battle, to concentrate an absolutely superior force, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 or 6 times the enemy's strength, to encircle the enemy forces completely, to strive to wipe them out thoroughly and not let any escape from the net. In special circumstances, to deal crushing blows to the enemy, that is, to concentrate all our strength on a frontal attack and also to attack one or both of his flanks, with the aim of wiping out one part and routing another, so that our army can swiftly move its troops to smash other enemy forces. To avoid battles of attrition, in which we lose more than we gain or only break even. In this way, although we are inferior as a whole, in terms of numbers, we are absolutely superior in every part and every specific campaign, and this ensures victory in the campaign. As time goes on, we shall become superior as a whole and eventually wipe out the enemy. 5. To fight no battle unprepared, to fight no battle if we are not sure of victory, to try to be well prepared for each battle, to make every effort to ensure victory in the prevailing conditions. 6. To give full play to our style of fighting, courage in battle, no fear of sacrifice or fatigue, and continuous fighting, that is, fighting successive battles in a short time without rest. 7. To wipe out the enemy through mobile warfare, at the same time paying attention to the tactics of positional attack and capturing fortified enemy points and cities. 8. With regard to attacking cities, resolutely to seize all weakly defended fortified enemy points and cities. To seize at opportune moments all moderately defended fortified enemy points and cities if circumstances permit. As for strongly defended fortified enemy points and cities, to wait until conditions are ripe and then take them. 9. to replenish our strength with all the arms and most of the personnel captured from the enemy. Our army's main sources of manpower and materiel are at the front. 10. To make good use of the intervals between campaigns to rest, train, and consolidate our troops. In general, periods of rest, training, and consolidation should not be very long, and the enemy should so far as possible be permitted no breathing space. These are the main methods employed by the People's Liberation Army in defeating Chiang Kai-shek. They are the result of the tempering of the People's Liberation Army in long years of fighting against domestic and foreign enemies and are completely suited to our present situation. The Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang and the U.S. imperialist military personnel in China are very well acquainted with our military methods. Seeking ways to counter them, Chiang Kai-shek has often assembled his generals and field officers for training and made them study our military literature and captured documents. The U.S. military has recommended to Chiang Kai-shek one strategy and tactics after another for destroying the People's Liberation Army. It has trained Chiang Kai-shek's troops and supplied them with military equipment. But none of these efforts can save the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang from defeat, because our strategy and tactics are based on a people's war. No army opposed to the people can use our strategy and tactics. 6. Dictatorship, contradictions, and the mass line. As explained in the preface to the revised edition, it is this chapter and the next one that have been most extensively recast. They still deal with internal policies in China since 1949, and the antecedents of these policies in Mao's previous thinking, but the material has been redistributed according to different criteria. In a word, the present chapter now deals with the forms of political power, and the next one with the way in which power is used to reshape society. The first of the three subdivisions of Chapter 6 is devoted to general statements regarding the form of government appropriate to a socialist state. Text A1 contains Mao's refutation of Bertrand Russell's arguments for communism without dictatorship. Russell expounded these ideas in a lecture in Changsha in the autumn of 1920 which Mao attended. Text A3, which is the continuation of the extract from On People's Democratic Dictatorship in Chapter 3, shows clearly that for Mao the reign of freedom, which he defines in Marxist terms as a classless society and in traditional Chinese terms as the Great Harmony, is to be reached only after society has been transformed by strict discipline. This text, written in 1949, offers an interesting contrast with text A2, which dates from 1945 and which rejects dictatorship in favor of a broad coalition of democratic forces. Part B of this chapter is devoted to Mao's overall vision of Chinese society in terms of the central idea of contradictions. Text B1 is a brief extract from the 1937 article on contradiction, containing a citation of Lenin's famous phrase, published in the Leninsky Spornik in 1929, which constitutes the locus clas sicut of the idea of non-antagonistic contradictions under socialism. The brief but striking passage constituting text B2 is taken from an editorial of the Zhenmin Jipao of April 1956, which although not signed by Mao, has been attributed to him. According to the note accompanying its publication, the editorial was written after a meeting of the newspaper's editors with the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. There is no doubt, in any case, that it reflects Mao's viewpoint. Text B3 consists of substantial extracts from Mao's speech of February 27, 1957 on solving contradictions among the people. This speech was discussed in the general introduction, and is too well known to require lengthy commentary here. It straddles, as it were, the subject matter of this chapter and the next one, since it deals at some length with the function of dictatorship in society, and also with the problems of cultural transformation. Part C of this chapter, which contains a number of new texts not included in the first edition, deals with the role of the Chinese Communist Party and its working style. Text C1 contains Mao's statement of the well-known Leninist principle of democratic centralism. Texts C2 and C4 express his desire to proceed by persuasion rather than constraint in changing the mentality of his fellow citizens, and text C3 is the classic statement of the mass line. Text C6 very clearly shows the limits of Mao's tolerance of erroneous ideas, and of his desire to arouse the masses to genuinely spontaneous action. Text C5 strongly emphasizes both the key role of the Communist Party in the revolutionary process, and the Chinese debt to the Russian example in building such a political instrument. Text C7, which dates from 1949, displays the emphasis on plain living and hard struggle, which is such an important theme of the current great proletarian cultural revolution. Text C8, which dates from the first great wave of radicalism in China in 1955, shows Mao still insisting heavily on the role of the party cadres, but text C9, which comes from the same volume, Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, indicates that already at that time he was becoming suspicious of the right opportunism which he found prevalent almost to the point of becoming universal in the party. Text C10 consists of extracts from the 23-point directive of January 1965 regarding the socialist education movement in the countryside. It is in this document, today attributed to Mao, that people within the party who are in authority and are taking the capitalist road were first singled out as the principal object of attack. The last three texts, from the period of the Cultural Revolution, texts C11 to C13, show Mao struggling with the basic contradiction of this whole movement, to make use of the old cadres, and at the same time to break their monopoly of administrative and political power and shake them up by contact with the masses. SRS 6A1 Communism and Dictatorship 1. In his lecture at Changsha, Russell took a position in favor of communism but against the dictatorship of the workers and peasants. He said that one should employ the method of education to change the consciousness of the propertied classes, and that in this way it would not be necessary to limit freedom or to have recourse to war and bloody revolution. My objections to Russell's viewpoint can be stated in a few words. This is all very well as a theory, but it is unfeasible in practice. Education requires 1. Money, 2. People, and 3. Instruments. In today's world, money is entirely in the hands of the capitalists. Those who have charge of education are all either capitalists or slaves of capitalists. In today's world, the schools and the press, the two most important instruments of education, are entirely under capitalist control. In short, education in today's world is capitalist education. If we teach capitalism to children, these children, when they grow up, will in turn teach capitalism to a second generation of children. Education thus remains in the hands of the capitalists. Then the capitalists have parliaments to pass laws protecting the capitalists and handicapping the proletariat. They have governments to apply these laws and to enforce the advantages and the prohibitions that they contain. They have armies and police to defend the well-being of the capitalists and to repress the demands of the proletariat. They have banks to serve as repositories in the circulation of their wealth. They have factories, which are the instruments by which they monopolize the production of goods. Thus, if the communists do not seize political power, they will not be able to find any refuge in this world. How, under such circumstances, could they take charge of education? Thus, the capitalists will continue to control education and to praise their capitalism to the skies, so that the number of converts to the proletariat's communist propaganda will diminish from day to day. Consequently, I believe that the method of education is unfeasible. What I have just said constitutes the first argument. The second argument is that, based on the principle of mental habits and on my observation of human history, I am of the opinion that one absolutely cannot expect the capitalists to become converted to communism. If one wishes to use the power of education to transform them, then since one cannot obtain control of the whole or even an important part of the two instruments of education, schools and the press, even if one has a mouth and a tongue and one or two schools and newspapers as means of propaganda, this is really not enough to change the mentality of the adherents of capitalism even slightly. How then can one hope that the latter will repent and turn toward the good? So much from a psychological standpoint. From a historical standpoint, one observes that no despot, imperialist, and militarist throughout history has ever been known to leave the stage of history of his own free will without being overthrown by the people. Napoleon I proclaimed himself emperor, and failed. Then there was Napoleon III. I failed. Then, alas, there was Tuan Chi Chui. From what I have just said, based on both a psychological and a historical standpoint, it can be seen that capitalism cannot be overthrown by the force of a few feeble efforts in the domain of education. This is the second argument. There is yet a third argument, most assuredly a very important argument, even more important in reality. If we use peaceful means to attain the goal of communism, when will we finally achieve it? Let us assume that a century will be required, a century marked by the unceasing groans of the proletariat. What position shall we adopt in the face of this situation? The proletariat is many times more numerous than the bourgeoisie. If we assume that the proletariat constitutes 2/3 of humanity, then 1 billion of the Earth's 1,500,000,000 inhabitants are proletarians. I fear that the figure is even higher, who during this century will be cruelly exploited by the remaining third of capitalists. How can we bear this? Furthermore, since the proletariat has already become conscious of the fact that it, too, should possess wealth, and of the fact that its sufferings are unnecessary, the proletarians are discontented, and a demand for communism has arisen and has already become a fact. This fact confronts us, we cannot make it disappear. When we become conscious of it, we wish to act. This is why, in my opinion, the Russian Revolution, as well as the radical communists in every country, will daily grow more powerful and numerous and more tightly organized. This is the natural result. This is the third argument. There is a further point pertaining to my doubts about anarchism. My argument pertains not merely to the impossibility of a society without power or organization. I should like to mention only the difficulties in the way of the establishment of such a form of society and of its final attainment. For all the reasons just stated, my present viewpoint on absolute liberalism, anarchism, and even democracy is that these things are fine in theory, but not feasible in practice.